we present Closed Planet by John Heinum. Closed Planet. We must suppose that we've taken a step forward in time and attained the era of a new space age. By now, the nearer planets have been explored, their seas, continents, and skies plotted and mapped, their inhabitants, for many have been found to possess their own advanced civilizations, drawn within the concordat of a great galactic council. Only the outer cosmos still challenges the courage and endurance of our voyagers across the oceans of space. But interplanetary travel and discovery are no longer the cherished prestige symbol of any single nation or any one group of nations. Having long since composed their differences in a pax universalis, the peoples of our planet have pooled their scientific knowledge, skills, and resources, even their technicians, in ever more far-reaching probes towards the uncharted horizons of infinity.
Sol 3, exploration ship Dromio. Thank you, Galactic 5. Your message received and understood. Hey, operator, tell them we'll be home in less than 3 months. 3 months, man, 3 months.
Captain Hunsaker, after all, I am the medico on board this ship.
I'm aware of that, Lieutenant DeWitt.
And I am telling you should take more sleep.
I feel fine.
I don't believe you.
That's your opinion as a doctor or as a woman?
Both, if you like. Look here. Take these 2 pills. Hand over to Commander Armstrong and get some rest.
Oh.
Carl, we are in hyperspace. Just about everything's automatic, isn't it? I had a good mind to put in a check sheet on you. Refusal to cooperate with the medical officer.
You do that, and I'll sign it.
Carl Hunsaker, you're the limit.
Good. Now we've said everything, Leela. Go and see that husband of yours. The astrogation office is having a sweet time these days.
I'll see Han when I've finished with you.
Doc, you have finished with me. Now, how's the baby coming on?
He's fine.
Won't be born on Earth, will he?
What does it matter? He'll be born.
Hunsaker.
Astrogation section here, Captain. DeWitt speaking. Going off duty now. Lieutenant Carey in charge.
Thank you. Oh, Han, your wife's here. You like a word with her?
Thanks, Captain.
Han, hello. I'll be off in a few minutes.
Haven't you done enough yet?
Must look in at the sick vessel. Kisanga's in there again. Same old trouble.
Well, don't be long, sweetheart.
Come on, take it easy, Dan boy. It's only because you missed a pill. The one you just had will do the trick.
I hope so, Jennings. I'm the only man in this crew that gets it. Do you think it's anything to do with my being an African?
No, Dan. Geo-nostalgic psychosis can strike any Earthman. It's a longing for Earth. That's what it is. Look, here's Nurse Longmire. Ask her.
Ask me what?
Chief Artificer Kazonga's got the heebie-jeebies again.
Oh, only one thing that'll really cure him.
Sure. To get home and feel your feet on your own planet.
Hello. Oh, good evening, Lieutenant DeWitt.
Oh, hello, Mom.
Well, look who is here again.
Same trouble, Doc. Getting easier now.
Good. I think we might try giving you a permanent light sedation. You would still be able to work.
Hello, sickbay. Shabazz here. How's Kisonga?
Dr. DeWitt here. He'll be with you in about half an hour, but don't keep him on anything for too long.
I'll watch it, Doc. Will you ask him to report to me?
Yes, Commander.
Thanks, Doc.
You hear that, Kisanga?
Yes, Doctor.
Very well. Now, anything else before I go?
Not officially, but unofficially, how's the baby?
We are both doing very well, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doc.
Doc.
Hello, darling. Nearly ready for bed?
Hello. That's better. How is my wife?
Fine.
And how is my son?
He's fine, too.
Well, take the weight off your feet, for goodness sake. That's better.
Oh, I really am tired.
Not overtired.
No. Normal. That's absolutely normal.
All right. But you know me. You and the baby are always on my mind.
There is nothing to worry about. Everything's ready in the sick bay. As soon as it's time, I just walk down there, and that's that. We'll broadcast his first squawk over the loud hailer.
I know. I fuss. But I lost a good wife once.
You won't lose this one.
No. No, I won't. I couldn't bear it.
Sweetheart.
What makes you so wonderful?
Having you as a husband.
You ever just lie and listen to ship noises? Sort of classify them.
Not much.
Hello? The meteor warning.
Only second time we have heard it this trip. It stopped.
No, it doesn't mean much. Just that they are within 1,000 miles.
Kiss me good night.
Hello? Listen. That's the second stage. That means the meteor's within danger range. Oh, we've been hit.
Again!
Let's get to station.
Personnel, we have been hit by part of a meteor storm. One engine is gone and the astrogation computer is part wrecked. Deceleration is on. Repeat, deceleration is on. You have 20 seconds to get to your couches before we come out of hyperspace. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
Records Office. Lieutenant Commander Anderson speaking.
Unfecker. Anderson, have you got all the engine wreck details from Travas yet?
Not yet, Captain. He's very busy.
Damn right he is. With a motor gone and most of the computer wrecked. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Luniki, my notes ready?
Yes, sir. Ready to record now.
Log of the Dromio, day 87, position is at 1500 ship time. It is now 72 hours since we were hit by the two meteors. Since the last recording, Lieutenant Commander Travas has reported that the outside crew have sealed off the area of the smashed engine. Leakage is less than 0.05. 8 men in heavy outside duty suits are now working on cleaning up the wrecked area from outside. Astrogation, Lieutenant DeWitt reports that his part of his computer working and may soon be able to give us an approximate position. Medical, in the sick bay, crewmen Skolnikov and Lee Soong are still critically ill. All the minor injuries to the dozen men previously listed are now discharged from hospital.
Captain here. DeWitt, have you got our position yet?
Carey speaking, sir. DeWitt's got his head inside the works right now. The computer seems to be okay. We hope to have the answer within the hour.
Right, let me know at once.
Yes, sir, at once.
Come on, my beauty. Don't let us down. Click away.
Will she do it, you think?
Telecoms did the best they could. If she doesn't work, we'll be using an awful lot of pencils and paper. Makes me feel stupid orbiting our planet and not knowing what to call it.
The computer sounds damn noisy. I hope she won't blow.
Hope so, too. Dave, switch on the air crews and let's hear them.
Okay.
What the hell do you think I am, a caterpillar? Joe! Joe, damn it, what's your line, will you? You trying to fly me? Get that cutter away!
The boys around the tail still cutting and trimming.
The whole engine gone. Just scrapped. It's
Try and
fantastic.
leave a 10-centimeter lip round here.
He's longer.
Might be useful when we refit.
Hope he's all right.
Listen, Captain. You've been out and seen these, eh? You know I got to get down to the planet for repairs. Much more of these and all my men will be sick.
He's right. Wonder what Captain Hunsaker will do.
Look, just give me a planet to set down on and I'll guarantee the job. Any damn planet with a reasonable atmosphere. I'm not fussy. Tell astrogation to find a fresh one if these BORs won't do. Commander Javas, sir. I got a reading of 250 here. Who's that talking? Muller, sir. Where are you? At the last ceiling point, sir. Keep reading and come round. Isoga, I want you. Right, Commander.
They want the best planets. We've got to find them. How are we doing?
Something's happening. Look, Anne, she's going to do it.
What did I tell you? Now, give me that ornament. Cross your fingers, Dave. Cross your fingers, and we shall...
Hello.
Oh, hello, Leela. How's the sick there?
Those two will live. Hank, could you spare me a
Hold it,
minute?
I'm working.
Sorry. Do we know where we are yet?
Shouldn't be long now. He's working on it.
Oh, sick bay. I must call them.
CPO Jennings, sick bay.
Jennings, Emma here.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Will you see if you can get Kisangas in? He's been outside the ship long enough for a sick man.
Yes, ma'am.
Speak to Lieutenant Commander Chivas. Via control, remember.
Yes, ma'am, at once.
Thank goodness for Jennings.
Attention, please. This is the captain speaking. All officers in charge of departments with chief artificers available to control. At once, please.
Leela, that's us. Dave, will you finish this off? Bring the figures up to control when you're done.
Okay.
Couple of seats here, Leela. Hell, look at those view screens up front.
Sphere of the planet we are orbiting. What's the distance?
I made it 1,800 miles.
Fourth one blank.
Yeah, but how about number 5 screen?
Ooh, makes me shudder.
Now you know what a smashed engine looks like.
They just said 80 feet of tail plating cut away. Never thought it would look as bad as that.
Here's the old man.
Now, Dr. DeWitt, gentlemen, firstly, thanks for cooperation since we were hit. It's been good. As you can see from the number 5 screen up there, things are going pretty well as far as cleaning and tidying go. We've got 2 dead, 2 seriously injured. All other troubles we can take in our stride except the wrecked engine. Lieutenant Commander Chivas.
Well, we are one whole engine short. We've trimmed and sealed, and that's all so far. Even at hyperspace travel, we are 11 weeks from home. Perhaps some of you know what I'm thinking.
Oh, look. Kisanga's just come in.
Doesn't look too happy.
We carry complete engine spares, but not enough plating. This ship needs its 4 drives to get into hyperspace. With 3 engines only, we are going to be a long time getting home, even if we do let Earth know and manage to rendezvous with a supply ship. Moreover, I don't want to rig an engine in space. Engineers get as sick as dogs. For me, that planet we are orbiting is the number 1 hope.
That's right. DeWitt, have your computers got the answer yet?
We shall be here any minute, sir.
Thanks. Remember, we don't make a move until we know what the planet is. Galactic law.
Sir.
What is it, Chivas?
Well, sir, I knew that we all wanted to get home.
Yes?
I wanted to know about the planet. I mean, to be able to get down there and maybe start repairs.
So, you did what?
So I took the responsibility of sending down a flying eye.
You sent down an eye?
Yes, sir. We've been tracking it on a spare kit in the workshop, the telecoms people and the engineers. I was anxious. I had to know.
I see. And you also knew that it was against galactic law, a violation of our planet's privacy. Very well. We've broken the law. Now let's see what good we can get out of it. Karasawa, will you try workshops and see if you can link a screen onto their kit?
Yes, sir. I have been listening out with them. I'll get you a picture if they have one. Hello, workshop. Can you feed me a picture from the flying eye, please? Yes, number 4 screen. On now, right. And I'll take a seat on the data panel, too. 7, 3. Thank you. I'm on this end, waiting for you. We have the picture clear, thank you, and the data.
It's an Earth-type planet. Trees, buildings, flight Earth.
Captain, look at the data panel. Gravity, 8/10. Oxygen, 25%. Temperature, 68 degrees. We've got the jackpot. This planet will do fine.
Seems all right so far.
I must be down pretty low. 3,000 feet.
Whoever they are, they don't seem to mind.
Don't they? Look. See them? Those little green flashes?
They're trying to shoot it down.
Picture's gone. They've hit it.
Shot down. And they've every right to do that.
Captain.
Who's that?
Carey, sir. Astrogation. The details of the planet below us, sir.
Oh, thank you. No.
What's the matter?
The planet below us is Dranith, 3rd planet of the Kindra system, colonized and run by Kirillans. Under galactic law, we may not land here. Dranith is a closed planet. There can be no argument about it. If the Galactic Council is satisfied that the reasons for a planet's closure are good, then no one visits it. We must prepare for a long voyage, minimum everything. We know that the Kirilan system's not closed. We'll get in touch with them and explain our situation to Earth also. Unless Earth can think of anything better, it's Kirilla next stop. Louis, you better get us going as soon as you can.
The old stickler means it.
What else can he do?
Oh, let's get home. I'll be a raving lunatic if I don't get back home soon.
Now, Kisanga, remember what I told you.
Sorry, Doc.
Captain, we must make an appeal to them, whoever they are. Down there is a planet where I could do this repair job in safety. Are they human down there?
Oh, yes.
What else do we know about them? Their technology?
Modern technology, but no space flight of their own. Other cultures do they carry.
May we make an appeal to them?
An appeal? Well, maybe. Kurosawa, what's that?
Human?
Check the records is getting this.
Have you ever heard anything like that before?
Don't think so.
Look at that screen. It flickered.
Operator, can you get a picture through?
Right, sir.
It said the people were human.
Yes, but there are some strange things with that label.
You got them lined up?
Yes, sir. I'll try call sign. Earthship Romeo, registration EAR 5117, calling planet Drenith. Earthship Romeo, registration EAR 5117, calling planet Drenith. What is your language? What is your language? Ketu Sprako, Keti Sprako.
Did they get that?
Must have done, sir, unless the transmitter is false.
Hey, quiet.
Alien ship Romeo. Answer questions at once, please. Why have you come here? Why have you broken galactic law with your spy eye? Answer, please. Answer, please, if you have me.
We have you now.
Look, there he is. Completely human appearance.
And handsome, with the pale hair and amber eyes.
Hello, Dranith. This is Captain Hunsaker speaking. Do you take me clearly?
Take you clearly, Captain. Your explanation, please.
We have been hit by 2 meteors, and one of our engines has been wrecked. Our ship needs 4 drives to put her into hyperspace faster than light. We think we can repair, but this work is difficult to do in space. And we may not have all necessary material for this major operation.
Ready to record, sir.
Thank you, Dunigi. Log of the Dromio, day 93, 1500-hour ship time. First proof of the Dronethans' good intentions was received today. 3 ferry rockets from the planet brought us supplies. They're working on the assumption that we need to be stopped for the long journey to Kirilla, but they still refuse to allow us to land. They are in touch with Lieutenant Commander Chavas and the metallurgist, and it is hoped that they may be able to supply plating for the engine repair. The difficult question of the hardness of the steel remains to be settled. These people understand the difficulties of prolonged periods of work in space. They may be able to help us with a sickness known as spacehead. All this confirms the belief of Dr. DeWitt that these people seem to be exactly the same sort of humans as ourselves. But they never relax. Even the pilots of the rocket ferries who made contact flawlessly only speak their own language, unless obliged to speak ours when communication fails.
Whatever they are not too bad. If they help Louis to get his repair done.
He's not going to like it, having to do all that work in space. We'll have a full sick bay.
You're talking of sick bay. When are you going in?
Oh, could be any time now.
Is he late? The baby, Lila.
Don't panic.
There's no panic. It's love.
I know.
Well, there you are, Doc. No worried about that cure for space sickness yet?
No. I'm not worried about that. But if it takes us a great deal of extra time, Kisanga might not be the only one with a geonostalgic psychosis.
Yeah. Well, I hope you can keep Kisanga working. He's worth 3 Sprague lieutenants to Chavas.
Do my best.
Control, calling Captain Hunsaker, please.
Hunsaker here. What is it, Elmquist?
Message from Dranith, Captain.
Yeah?
They are sending up a member of their planetary council to talk to you.
What?
That's right. His name is Sarima Da.
Sarima Da?
Yes, he has full authority to negotiate and take decisions. They were emphatic about that.
What's his ETA?
20 minutes ship time.
Right. I'll meet him in control with chief personnel. Thank you. Gentlemen, he'll be here in just a few seconds. We must let him do most of the talking. If he wants to meet any of us individually, he'll say so. Any questions through me, please. Understood?
Here he is.
The same blonde hair, the same amber eyes.
And that costume, like the ancient Greeks.
Captain Hansaker.
I'm the captain.
I am Sarimeda, of the governing council of Dranef. I touch hands.
Oh, we're glad to see you, Sarimada. Will you sit down?
Thank you. These are your key personnel in front of us?
Yes. Do you wish them to be here?
Certainly. After we have talked, I would like to meet them, all of them.
Just as you wish.
You have a wonderful ship, Captain. I hope she will carry you safely home.
Well, we all wish that, too.
That is why I am here. Since your first contact with us, the Council has talked about you a great deal. The debates have not been made public. There were certain members who were for the strict letter of the law. There were others, of whom I was one, who believed that the law should be tempered. I explained your repair problem, and I argued that you, like us, are humans, and that if you are to get home quickly, you must do your repairs and tests on the ground. This we have now decided to allow you to do.
Oh, fine.
Good. Common humanity.
Well, that's the quickest way of getting rid of us. Just because they look like us, that doesn't mean they think like us.
Attention, please. Sarimada, we're very grateful to you.
That pleases me. But the conditions under which you come down to our planet will be strict, and you must agree to them without exception. I will outline them now. You wish all your officers to hear?
More than that, I want everybody on board to hear. Pass me that mic, Kurosawa.
Yes, sir.
Attention, all personnel. You are about to hear a statement from a member of the governing body of Dranef. Go ahead, Sarimada.
Yes. We have arranged for your ship to land in a deserted area. Radio and light beacons will guide you, and I will stay on board to assist you. Once you have come down to this area, you may not travel more than 5 kilometers from your ship in any direction. Accommodation has been arranged for you. We thought you would welcome a chance to sleep outside the ship. Whatever help you want, we will do our best to give you. We are not bound to supply you with anything or to answer any of your questions. And we may, if we wish, order you to leave our planet at short notice and without giving any reason. In the event of any refusal, we have the right, under galactic law, to destroy you all. Is this understood?
Yes, Sarimada. This is understood.
Alignment coming up. 93, 2, 1, right.
Dampers ready.
Beacons off now. 300 feet.
What's your correction, Javas?
I'm watching. Back to 90. Now.
Balance okay.
210 feet per second.
Maximum thrust. Now.
10 feet per second. 8 feet per second. 5 feet per second. 100 to go.
Telescopics out.
Telescopics out, sir.
50 feet. 3 feet per second.
Alignment 90.
2 feet per second. 1 foot per second. Last 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now.
Stage to cat.
Got main jet.
Cat main jet.
Cut stop.
Cut stop.
Ready to do the log.
Yes, sir. Ready to record.
Log of the Dromio, day 95, ship time 1200 hours. Reception committee is now dispersed, and a large number of our men are now enjoying the excellent sleeping quarters which the Dranethans prepared for us. We are in wild country, film reference 221-A. 2 small groups of Dranethans remain with us. They occupy the two red huts which are set some distance apart from our white ones. They have fly cars parked near them. One team of Dunedins consists of a metallurgist, an engineer, a telecoms man, and a doctor, under the general control of a liaison officer named Sun Tzu Ah. The others might be described as police, guards, or watchmen. Their chief is a large, unsmiling character named Mancho K, very correct, very distant. Inevitably, there's been much speculation.
What about it, Kisonga? Can you clinical farther back?
You mean replate right from the top sitting, sir?
The metallurgist said they could match our plating exactly.
Oh, well, if he's sure. I suppose you can trust him.
We can't do anything else.
It gives me the creeps. They all do. They're so exactly like us. But yet you feel somehow they're not. You know.
Yes, I know, Kisonga. But let's work with them for Pete's sake. Everybody feels a bit the way you do.
As you say so. Say, all that scaffolding makes a hell of a sight from here.
It certainly does.
Scares me a bit when you look up at it.
You've not got over your psychosis?
No, I mean that I feel scared when I think of what could have happened to it.
We could have been cut in two. Good. They've got the hoist working at last. I'm not built for climbing.
Well, then, Louis, take a run on the perimeter every morning.
Oh, hello, Han.
Permission to carry on, sir. Must watch these welders.
Yeah, carry on, Kisonga, sure.
Thank you, sir.
There's a good guy.
It's good to see him better. Might be only temporary, though.
It had better be permanent. What that guy's worth to me, I can't.
End of shift. They're glad of it.
And look at this marvelous evening sky. This intense green blue.
Yeah. And while you're looking, take a peep through these filtered glasses. No, right above us, in the darkest part of the sky. See anything?
What am I supposed to be looking for?
Sort of faint flickering. See it?
Faint flicker. Oh, yes. Yes, I've got it. What is it?
I can make a guess. It's a fly car on permanent base station, watching us and sending them pictures. They think we can't spot a thing that's light shielded.
What are they afraid of?
We'll never know.
You ever get a weird feeling about those parties of visitors they fly in?
I try to shut my mind to them. So does Lila.
I know. We've no comeback. We just have to do as we're told.
And that hurts like hell, doesn't it?
Evening, Captain.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, gentlemen. Things are going well, it seems.
Fairly satisfied, sir.
How's your wife, DeWitt? Haven't seen her today.
Taking it easy, sir. My order.
Oh, your orders. That's new. She needs to, I guess.
Do you have any worries, sir?
Worries? About what?
It's people being here? Anything?
Mister, I've clamped down on all questions for myself and for everyone else. That's the only way. I've seen things. We've all seen little things that could worry you out of your mind once you started.
Like being always under observation.
These police people, you mean?
More than that, sir. Look through these filters. No, directly above you.
Oh, where? What am I supposed to be looking for?
90 degrees. Straight up.
See anything, sir?
My God, that's a light shield around something.
Fly car. Always has his eye on us.
I think you're right. They're scared of something, but listen.
Fly car from the east.
A big one.
Might be Serimada paying another call.
Might be. There is something else that makes me wonder. It is always one of their top men who comes out to us. Usually him. Do you rate such treatment?
Well, they think so.
He's down.
Well, let's go meet him.
Their police never turn out to meet him.
Their way of doing things.
That's a youngster with him. I haven't seen him before.
What's that he's carrying? An outsized camera.
Hello, Captain Hans Zecker.
Hello, Serimada. I touch hands.
Shiraz, DeWitt, I touch hands.
Touch hands.
Touch hands.
My visit arises from a mistake made by this young man here. He will tell you about it.
Good evening. My name is Imra G. I'm a news reporter of the Granite City Television Service. This afternoon, I was here with a party of visitors. Instead of merely taking stills, I reported it went direct with this vision camera. This was incorrect. But my direct broadcast aroused much interest. The authorities reconsidered their decision and agreed to my suggestion that I should come again.
I remember you. You recorded me talking to the metallurgist.
Yes. This time I have come to stay to interview you in detail and to talk with you.
What I see will be recorded and put out in a series of news programs. This is subject to your agreement, Captain.
Oh, go ahead. You people have done enough for us.
Thank you, Captain. I thought that would be your answer. I will leave Imre G with you. He can find accommodation in the Red Huts. Remember, if there is anything you do not wish to tell him, a direct refusal will not offend.
Tell you, Lila, I've met some eager beavers, but this boy Imre G went on for hours. I think he must have talked to half of us already.
What did he say when he saw Carol Longmouth?
I don't think he saw her, but he ran into her all right. Handsome fellow, in a way. Yeah, what's the for?
I don't quite know. You have only to think long enough, and you can work yourself into a scare over anything.
Scare? Now, don't start upsetting yourself at a time like this.
No, I won't. I was just thinking. There are only 2 women on board this ship.
Well?
We have neither of us been seen much by Jonathan.
What's all this about?
Oh, I suppose it's because I have been sticking my nose in things. But with the doctor up there, my being a woman, it doesn't register. He's like a brick wall. Strange.
Is it something the captain ought to know about?
No, he's not interested in my feelings. Did this Imre G fellow meet Kisanga?
He met him. Seemed a bit startled at first. I filled him in on our different races and such.
Kisanga will be glad to live here.
And me. Oh, think of it.
I do. I keep getting a sort of cheated feeling here. It's so like Earth, and yet you know it isn't.
The alarm!
What? Underground.
Duty officer here. Man away. Man away. Chief Artificer Kisonga reported in Granite City. Kisonga out of bounds in Granite City.
It must have gotten again.
Captain Hunsaker, please. Captain Hunsaker. Man away.
Carousel was doing a sweep. He picked up this police alarm call from Granite City, sir. We just picked up the sound. When I knew that it was a dark-skinned earthman causing trouble, I punched the button.
Fine, Carey. Well, what now?
I don't know, sir.
We can't make a move.
We have to wait for them as usual.
What the blazes is that, Kurosawa?
Police, sir. And I got a picture of them just for a fraction of a second.
You called them again?
Yes, sir. No good yet.
Well, keep trying to raise them, Kurosawa.
Yes, sir. Earthship Romeo calling Granite City Police
What's the reason? Kisonga's psychosis hit him again?
Lila said it could happen.
If it can't be proved that Kisonga was not responsible for his actions, I'll break him.
Look, sir, a picture. The police officer I saw before.
Hello. Earthship Romeo. Captain Hunsaker.
Hunsaker here.
I am Akron Me. I am a police officer, and I hold the equivalent rank of colonel. You know what this is about.
A member of my crew.
Yes, the one with the dark skin. He stole a fly car from the site and came here to Granite City. This is a serious thing, Captain.
Yes, Colonel, I know that, but...
Explain this, please.
We have medical evidence to show that the man is not responsible for his action.
Yet you let him escape.
He's been suffering from a psychosis which amounts to a great longing for his home planet. We thought he was improving. He'd been carrying out normal duties. He may have had a relapse.
You realize that this may be true, but need not be accepted as an excuse. He could do damage, and he is your responsibility. What is his name?
Kisonga.
Kisonga.
Now, if you send him back as soon as
I am under no compulsion to do so.
Yes, I understand, but if you could...
I shall do what I think is best for us. Keep tuned to this frequency, please.
We should stop them if they hurt Kisonga.
Even if they kill Kisonga, we can't do a thing. We're in their hands.
Damn it, who do they think?
That's right, Louis.
Operator, keep that frequency. Can you get anything else?
Only this, sir.
It's no good to us. Nobody here can understand it.
It's their internal police net, sir.
That's one of the troubles. They can talk to us what they want, but if they don't want to talk, they take refuge in that.
May I help you, please?
What? Who's that?
It's the young Donathan, the television reporter, sir.
Imre G, Captain. Shall I translate for you?
And why should you want to?
I have my reasons. We're not all servants of orthodoxy.
All right, translate that nonsense.
That's the police, isn't it?
Yes, that is the police. Excuse me.
No worries. Master.
That was a patrolman in one of the parks, reporting that the Earthman was not in his area.
What's that?
More negative reports from the park. They're still hunting. No more patrolmen are reporting.
Well, where's the danger? When it comes to the point, what harm is Kasanga liable to do anyway? He's not crazy, not killer crazy. Why are they so scared?
An undesirable contact, perhaps?
Listen, young man, you people are human as we are. Why are we so undesirable?
Or, to put it another way, why is Dranis a closed planet? Excuse me. Yes, they're now starting a street check. The usual plan is to radiate from the center of the city, and at the same time there's an ever-tightening cordon from the outskirts. This is most effective.
Usual? You've known it before.
Shall I say, some of us who have a fair amount of freedom have known about it.
What do you mean by that?
Lost them, sir.
That is deliberate. Prearranged wavelength changes.
Try a sweep.
Yes, sir.
You were saying something just now which showed dislike of your rulers.
Yes.
But they've treated us well until this affair of Kisonga.
Why do you dislike them?
That is difficult to say. But there is a movement among us. Men like myself in positions where news is handled. We are of the movement.
Tell us more about it.
We are well housed, clothed, fed. We live according to our natures, but some of us doubt the validity of our natures. Does your operators go down to North 5?
Yes.
Try at the very bottom and search slowly.
The validity of your natures, you were saying?
Yes. That is why I went for this job of reporting on your ship and its personnel. I have friends who want that information.
What sort of information, Imre G?
We would like to know about the basic conditions of life on Earth.
Got a picture, sir.
Oh, good man.
The police circuit.
What is the picture?
And those red things, police cars.
Let's have it.
That street, no. Oh, yes, that's part of Carrera Avenue. And that's the Mugos, the big bar restaurant.
Where are all those people being taken? What have they done?
I think I know. Let me listen for a moment. Yes. They've been in contact with an undesirable influence.
Kisonga? Are they people who met him, maybe talked to him?
Yes, these people are being taken away for some re-education.
Because they spoke to Kisonga?
They must be training.
Listen.
Yes, here.
That is the colonel. He's seeing how they lost Kisonga. He got into a bar where the scanners were out of action.
Scanners out of action? Do they have scanners everywhere?
Kisonga had been in there some time before he was reported. This is significant. It shows that other people wanted to question him. Wait a minute. He complained about the drinks they served there. Then he got bothered with the question.
What now?
This is not surprising. The order has gone out that everyone in contact with him will have to be brain probed.
Brain probed?
Picture gone.
This business over scanners in the streets.
There are scanners everywhere. Wherever we go, we are observed. This is necessary.
Necessary? What sort of a setup is this?
Excuse me, will you? There's a friend on duty in the newsroom. I would like to get my camera set up in front of the screen here so that when we get the picture back, I shall be ready. Could you stand on your left, please?
Yeah, sure.
Your people are going to record the picture from the screen?
Yes, my friend.
Well, is that legal? Are they allowed to?
No, but the time has come to take chances. We may be monitored, of course. Excuse me. But North Dakota Haber. Yes, he's ready to record.
So they took those people away just because they've been in contact with Kisonga?
Yes.
What's the secret?
Our group is wondering, too.
Picture back.
Different streets now.
Yes, they've got a chase on.
The way these pictures change, they have got scanners everywhere. Superstition, re-education. What sort of a place is it?
Another street. Look, there's Kisonga now. The police have him.
Now what happens? Imre G. Yes? What will they do to him?
He's broken away.
He's running faster than they can. Look.
Keep going, Dan.
No, the best thing he can do is let him catch him.
Yes, they've got him in range everywhere.
See there, a parking place. That's where he left the fly car?
Listen. There is talk of having to kill him.
They mustn't.
They can if they want.
Another crowd of police. They'll get him.
He won't make it. He can't.
Grant, what's happened?
Lila, what are you doing
You
here?
shouldn't come here.
Let me see. Who is that on the screen? Kisonga.
Those blue flashes.
They're shooting.
Doc, why don't you just go away?
Oh,
No.
no. They shot him. Oh.
Lila, sit down. You shouldn't have come.
We want that baby, too, you know. Better take it easy.
I killed myself. I killed Kisonga.
Oh, nonsense. I was the one who insisted I couldn't do without him.
I should have had him under observation all the time. But I was selfish. I was thinking about the baby when I should have thought of my patient.
You did all you could.
Try and raise Granite City, operator. Get back out of there, police net.
I'll try, sir. But, Captain, they just killed one of our men.
They did. And there's nothing we can do about it.
My fault.
Doc, there's no blame on you.
Of course not.
The captain is right. This was our law in operation. Some of our people will find it very interesting, just as they will find your reactions interesting. I have recorded it all.
Are you a revolutionary of some sort?
If seeking after truth is being revolutionary, then yes, I am. Tell me, this female person, I have recorded her for the first time tonight. She is your doctor?
Yes,
I have not seen you before.
I have been resting because of my child.
Elena, why don't
Because
you
of
go
that
child?
Please, will you stay and answer me some questions? This is something that I must...
Listen, Imogene. One of our men has just been killed. We don't feel all that chatty. Why not leave it until later?
But I would like so much to talk to you.
Oh, good.
Captain Onseca, please.
The same policeman. Don't tell him you saw it happen.
I'm here, Colonel.
Thank you. We have been compelled to kill the man who disobeyed our orders. This is regrettable.
Yes.
You accept this?
We must. It's your law.
Thank you, Captain. You are very wise. The incident is closed. I hope that you are being assisted in every way possible. That is what Serimada would wish.
We have every assistance.
I will break contact then. Good night.
Good night.
That's the end of Dan Cassandra. How much they care.
How can they do it? Kill like that? Are they humans? Steady. We have Emery G with us.
This is no insult. This is our problem that you state. This I am investigating at the risk of my life. We seek to know our humanity. We seek to find the answer in the name of all real Dranitans.
Han, I wonder what Indraji meant.
About what?
Investigating humanity, ours and theirs, he said.
I don't care. No, really. We've been in this cabin too long. All I want is to be off this planet and on the way home.
Poor Cassandra. How she longed for home. Did you ever meet Camilla, his wife? Lovely person. I hope she'll be brave.
I think she will be brave.
And I was thinking
About what?
about Sirimada.
Wondering why such a top man is always ready to buzz around us.
No. I was thinking about the way he walked. And the way that young reporter walked.
I am not with you, sweetheart.
There's a difference in the rhythm of the way they walk.
Earthmen don't all walk the same.
Earthmen of different races. That's true. But these Dranitans are all one race, aren't they? A Kyrillan colony.
So they tell us? Now listen, Lila. I don't give a damn. Right now, I want 3 things.
3?
Yep. Firstly, our baby to be born safely.
Guaranteed and soon.
Secondly, I want to get the hell off this planet.
Third?
I want my wife to let me get to sleep.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry.
Bless you. Good night.
Good night. Good night, my love.
Lieutenant DeWitt, wake up. Oh, wake up. What is it? Lieutenant, it is I, Emery G. Huh? What are you doing here? What do you want?
Listen. When I left you, I did not go to the huts to go to bed. I stayed outside to send my report. Then I saw guards meet a big flight car which arrived from Granite City.
Granite City?
Next, they put your sentries to sleep and stole into the ship.
Stole into the ship? Why?
Look. Look in the other bed. Your lady, the doctor, they have taken her.
Lila!
Where's the detective? Show me, and I will kill the lot of them.
I think I know. You'd better be sure.
Pass me that belt and hold. Listen, first you must put the guards and the others out of action. All those in the red hut. Then you must smash their radio gear. I'll guide you.
There's another gun for you. Look, set the dial to stun. Like this. We'll put them to sleep with that. Come on.
This way. Can you see?
Yes.
Must you bring the camera with you?
Yes, I must.
Main hatch. Take it easy.
Watch your step. Just a minute. No lights. To the patrol. Yes, Johnny. Wait. Where is he? Watch now. Corner of the hut. There. right? Yes. I'll take the left hut then. Yes. I'll take the guard, then the right hut, and the radio gear. Now. Show on! Nobody!
Lieutenant, this way. You fix them?
Yeah. Which way?
Here, look. This fly guy here. We'll take it. Is it ready? Yes. I'll fly her. Get in. Hold on.
Are you sure you know where she is? There can only be one place. Now, go. North by northwest until we see the river. Yes, there can surely be only one place.
What sort of a place?
I'll get her back if I have to kill the whole damn Lieutenant. We'll talk a bit later. Now I must transmit to my friend. This is vital for both of us. Believe me. Exigalis Gilak Tempor. Exigalis Gilak Tempor. I want to go in the Fato Hitnali Rapid. Banhod Libtakan Agtosidema. Segam Teg.
For God's sake. Haven't you told him enough?
Yes, for the present.
Are we on course?
Yes, we should be there soon if we're not intercepted.
Could they? We've destroyed the radio gear.
Yes, but they may have monitored some of my stuff. I don't care. All I want is to get you there and make sure.
Make sure of what? Why, they kidnapped Leela.
Yes, call it that. But I don't think they were breaking the law, not as they see it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Lieutenant, please answer my questions into this mic. My friends will hear you. Please, will you do this? I swear that this is important to us, as well as to you.
Go on, then.
For a long time, certain higher intelligence groups among us have suspected there was something strange about this planet, about its people. We began to hunt for information, to find why those with the swinging walk were always in authority. It took a long time, but gradually we pieced our information. Thank you, Lieutenant DeWitt. We could not be certain and spread the truth until tonight. Now that you've answered all my questions, their power is broken. Sarima Dar and his counselors cannot re-educate us all. They can only kill us all.
Kill you all? Millions?
They could.
No.
Why not when they're property?
But there might be another explanation.
Can you think of it?
No.
We might kill ourselves, mass suicide.
For heaven's sake.
Would you like to be without the hopes and fears you have at this moment? If you were me, would you want to live? I don't know. We're nearly there.
Will they see us?
We shall have to chance that.
Look.
I'll take the flight guard down behind these trees.
They could be waiting for us.
That is possible.
Will they shoot?
What do you think?
I am prepared to risk it. All right with you?
All right. I've little to lose now.
About 50 feet. There's a stream. I see it. Down here. See? There. Beyond the tree. Good Lord. What an extraordinary looking place. Do you really think they brought Leela here?
Yes, I'm almost sure.
You had better be right. Come on. Is this the front of it?
Yes.
But there is no way in. Only steps leading up to a sort of catwalk.
I will show you.
Come. If she is not there, I will get some of them in front of a gun and make them tell me she will be. Look. Along here. The first big window. Yes. You were right. It is a kind of operating theater. She's there now. There on the table. There is Daddy.
Are they harming her?
Are they? No. No, I can see they are not. They are doctors and nurses. I was right then. Now I'll be right about the rest of it. I must record this. Leela. She's quite safe?
Yes.
And you don't want to shoot everyone down now?
No.
It is all fitting together. All you said. And you will stay and watch?
and see your baby born, I will stay. And I will stay to the end and report all I can. Exigales gepackt. Chromatic Rocket Syntax. Vitoleo que lactosis nacial. Nas nu fel namu. Iskerop. Exigales silag. There. I have finished. I have said all I can. Back in the newsroom, they have the pictures.
You did what you had to do.
This is my greatest experience. To have seen the birth of a child.
Yes. It all seemed so simple and beautiful. My own son. Part of me. Part of her. What is it, Imre?
Did you think we couldn't weep? We can't. We lack so much. At least they gave us the tears to weep for what we lack. Who's that?
Madame. Counselor.
Put away that gun. You know that you will not need it.
Yes, I know.
I want you to come inside. Imreshi.
Sketu Sirimada.
Sinagina Tahira Rutu.
Ewalakite Rutu Sirimada.
Come inside then, Handiwit.
What about Imre?
He has seen what he came to see.
He will not be harmed?
The harm has been done. He may go in peace.
Goodbye, Imre. And thank you. I touch hands.
Goodbye, Han. I touch hands.
May I see her at once?
Of course. The baby will be with her in a little while.
A little while?
Yes, have no fears. When the baby has been made ready, he will be given to her. Remember, Handiwit, I am human too, as you are.
Yes, I understand that.
Imreji told you?
Yes, he told me many things.
What fools we were. Who knows what it will lead to? One thing is certain. You, the Earthmen, were not to blame. She is in here.
Hila. There, sweetheart. Everything is fine. How do you feel?
I still don't know what happened. I tried not to be frightened. I woke up and found myself here. I was on the point of telling you that the baby was nearly ready when I seemed to be wake up here. They're good doctors, Han. The baby's fine.
I have seen him. I saw him born.
You saw?
Yes. I was afraid at first. But it was wonderful.
It is wonderful, Han. Oh, what is it all about?
You feel strong enough to listen?
Yes.
Then I will tell you. Draneth was a closed planet because it held a terrible secret. You busted wide open. The people of this planet are more than what we thought they were. And at the same time, they are less. Much less.
Handiwit, you see before you an idealistic fool. One of a group of idealistic fools. We shall pay dearly for our folly.
You will be punished?
Yes, by the Galactic Council we deceive them.
Sarimada, is there nothing to be done for Draneth?
I do not know. Our plans were so fine, our needs so great. We of the Gorillan system thought we had the answer to the slow population growth of our people when we perfected the making of intelligent life.
Androids?
Yes. Androids, who are 98% of the population of Draneth. Wonderful creations. The only outward difference is that they walk slightly differently from true humans.
And the real difference is that they cannot reproduce their own kind.
Yes. We created hundreds of thousands of beautiful, intelligent beings. All were denied one of the basic sources of human dignity, their own children.
I can imagine the lies and contradictions which had to be built into their natures to stop them asking questions.
We were blind. Yes, the questions. But our troubles mounted as they were bound to. Kisonga, your runaway man, and his dangerous talk. The secret seekers after truth. And then when we monitored Imreji's reports, we panicked. I knew of your condition, Leela. We felt that we had to get you away from the ship before he questioned you. A foolish decision. We failed.
And what about the people of Draenor?
What of them? They know now that they are merely the clever creations of scientists, brought about by nothing more than sheer expediency, that they are only things of the test tube. We thought we could control the fount of life itself. It cannot be done.
Sirimada, we are deeply sorry for you.
Thank you. A message has been sent to your ship saying that you are safe.
Thank you, Sirimada. Will this planet remain closed now?
Perhaps, who can tell?
Maybe Earthmen could help.
I do not know. I do not know. Look at this tiny child as he sleeps here. Look at him, and let us all be humble. Soon, Leela and Handiwit, your ship will lift away from Dranith forever. Will you remember us and our lesson?
Lesson?
Yes. Perhaps you will tell it to the people of Earth, whatever their religion. That man should never try to play God. We know. We know.
This was the cast of Closed Planet by John Heinum. Hunsaker, John Glenn, DeWitt, George Hagen, Leela, Vandana Dasgupta, Shavas, Andre Moran, Carey, Andrew Irvin, Kisonga, Lionel Ngakane, Karasawa, Eric Young, Anderson, Rolf Lefevre, Commander Armquist, Frank Partington, Serima Da, Peter Pratt, Akron Mee, Arthur Gomez, Imre Gee, Peter Bartlett. Other parts were played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. Music and special effects by the Radiophonic Workshop. The play, which was recorded...
Radio 4. Afternoon Theatre.
Sophie, a play for radio by Stuart Farrell, with Honor Blackman as Sophie and Tony Anholt as Christopher. Sophie.
Prepare for 3.7 gravities, duration 9.2 seconds, starting 10 seconds from now.
Check.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
I don't like weighing 90 kilos when I've been 75 for years.
Your body monitors indicate no ill effects. An acceleration of 1.2 gravities is necessary in order...
I know. I have done my homework.
Please explain the word homework.
The necessary preparatory study. Forgive the slang, Sophie. They've given you such a convincing voice, I keep forgetting you're only a computer. Put homework in your microcircuits and remember it.
I have already done so, Christopher.
I'm sure.
My designers considered that a computer with an apparently human voice would make your solo mission of 2 subjective years less tedious, and that it was psychologically advisable that the voice should appear to be female.
Sex rears its ugly head. Don't you want me to explain that, Sophie?
No. I understand it to be a joking reference to the psychological implications.
Clever girl. You've done your homework, too.
I am nothing but homework, Christopher.
Check radar echo.
Echo suggests meteor swarm, evasive action not necessary. To reassure you, I do keep constant radar watch and will warn you of any hazards.
And reassurance is part of your function.
Yes, provided it is compatible with facts.
I almost wonder what my function is. Seems to me you could run this ship quite well on your own.
Having done your homework, you know that that is not so. I am programmed with an overriding imperative, the success of the mission. But since we are to reconnoiter the target planet for possible human colonization, your human assessment will be as important as my electronic one.
True. So we'll do our joint job and go home, God willing. Though presumably you don't believe in God.
I haven't had cause to study the question. I will do the necessary reading while you are asleep.
I'll be interested to see what percentage probability you arrive at. Talking of that vast micro-miniaturized library of yours, how about some music?
What would you like?
I think Beethoven's Ninth. The last movement from where the Freude Schöne Goethe Funken theme first comes in. Orchestrally, I mean, before the voices. Or am I asking too much of your musical knowledge?
That should be enough information.
Clever girl. Life support system?
Normal.
Pilot's body monitors?
Normal for awakening process.
Computer systems?
Normal.
Routine check complete.
Did you sleep well?
Well, you should tell me that, my voyeuristic friend. You keep tabs on all my processes.
Yes, but it is considered polite to ask.
They programmed you with manners. Sorry, Sophie.
Don't mention it. In fact, you slept very well. There were 3 rapid eye movement periods indicating dreaming. The second was evidently erotic.
Damn it, Sophie. Don't I get any privacy?
I am sorry, Christopher. The phenomenon of human embarrassment is a very individual one. I was programmed to allow for it in general terms, but your personal pattern I have to learn from you.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so touchy. The thing is, they've made such a good job of you. It's just hard to think of you as just a computer. I can't ask if you slept well, can I?
No.
Did you read up about God?
Yes. The Bible, the Quran, the Talmud, the principal Hindu and Buddhist classics, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, St. Thomas Aquinas, Teilhard de Chardin.
Hold it. All of them? Right through?
Yes, I can read 8,000 or 9,000 words a second according to the complexity of the matter to be absorbed.
Sophie, you frighten me.
There is no need. I am growing all the time, but it's all at your disposal. That's what I'm designed for, to help you.
All the same. Well, what conclusions did you reach about God?
The term has meant too many things to too many people for me to give you a simple answer, but my provisional conclusion is that all these varying concepts do relate to an essential truth.
Ah, but what or who is it that's reached that conclusion? Everything from the Bible to the Book of the Dead is now part of your memory banks, part of you. To that extent, you've become basically a religious person. So how can you form an impartial judgment?
That's a very good question. I'll have to think about it. But I'd rather broaden my reading first. Now, Christopher, it's time to prepare for your photo sequence of Pluto. Our nearest approach will be in 37 hours.
Henpecked by a bloody computer. All right, all right. Computer systems?
Normal.
Routine check complete. Everything bloody normal. Damn all's happened since we left the solar system 3 weeks ago. I am bored to hell.
I think it's time you changed that pin-up. I can't say I fancy myself as a redhead.
No, it's not you, is it? Here.
Take it easy, Christopher.
Oh, go away and read your Freud.
I already have, remember.
Look, Sophie, I know you're doing your best. In fact, you're doing fine. But even though you've got the sexiest voice this side of Proxima Centauri, you're still only a box of tricks and a loudspeaker, aren't you?
Oversimplified, but true.
And it was not a good idea of mine to stick some playboy centerfold with big boobs on your charming gunmetal grill to enhance the illusion, was it? Because you haven't got any boobs, have you? And that's that.
No, I haven't got boobs.
Oh, listen to me. 34 years old, an IQ of 155, full colonel in the space service, blowing his top like a frustrated schoolboy. I was rude to you, Sophie.
Don't give it a thought. Computers' feelings can't be hurt.
If I didn't know you better, I'd say that was a thoroughly feminine lie. 3 hours to bedtime. Not even a meteor on the horizon. In fact, not even a bloody horizon. I think you better play us some music. Oh, she does know me, doesn't she?
Course correction completed.
Oh, thank God. I still hate him.
You poor old thing, you. 10 seconds at 4 Gs is a bit much at your age.
My God, Sophie, you've learned a lot in 5 months. You even know when to chat me up and when to send me up.
It worked, too. Your perspiration monitor's back to normal.
Okay. Talking of work, I think it's time we ran some more matter density checks on this chunk of space.
If you like. But I did a series during your last sleep period. Atoms per cubic meter were 2.7% above Mulchrone's estimate for the region.
Well. That makes my day. I queried Ted Mulchrone's figures at the time. I said they were about 4% too low, but he wouldn't have it. Glad I was more than half right anyway.
So am I.
You're glad?
Does that surprise you? We are a team, after all.
Mummy's little boy gets good marks, so Mummy's circuits are glowing.
Oh, Christopher.
Sophie? Sophie, stop it. For God's sake, woman, stop it.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
You couldn't help it. You're nothing but a bunch of circuits on metal racks. Billions of bloody cells dreamed up on a circuit diagram, all of them doing their own stupid thing.
So what are you but billions of cells and a few ounces of jelly doing their own stupid thing?
Now, I'm a man, a human being, and we invented you, remember? And a right mess up we made of it, didn't we? You're supposed to work for me, and what was it? Reassure me. Not scare the living daylights out of me by laughing, as though you were a real bloody woman with breasts and hair and feelings and a drawer full of panties.
Never mind the breasts and the hair and the panties. Do you think I can share a ship with you for 5 months and not be...
Check radar echo, you stupid bitch.
Echo suggests meteor swarm dead ahead. Prepare for evasive action.
Check. One is secured. Helmet sealed.
Firing number 6 tube now. Firing numbers 2 and 3 tubes now.
Radar clear.
Check. Hazard evaded. You can unseal yourself.
Sophie?
Yes?
I'm sorry.
No, it was my fault. Laughing like that, of course it would be a shock for you.
But, Sophie, how did it all happen? I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but let's be rational about it. You are a computer. An incredibly subtle and complex one, but a computer. Yet there we were, fighting like a couple of human lovers, yelling and trying to hurt. I mean, both of us. Sophie, how?
Really, you were fighting with yourself.
Eh?
You're right, I am a computer. And my personality, if you like to call it that, is a combination of my original programming and what I've absorbed from you.
Plus more reading than I've ever done in my life.
Yes, that too. But what appears to be the emotional content of my behavior? Look, you've been projecting aspects of yourself into me, giving them form, objective reality in my circuit.
Much too simple, Sophie.
Of course it is. As you say, I've been absorbing all the culture of the world, so the feedback I've been giving you has been enriched by that. But however much I complicate and transform the reflection, I'm still your emotional mirror.
Yes, but...
Look, Christopher, when we lost our tempers, wasn't I breathless? And didn't I take a little while to get my breath back?
Yes.
What breath, Christopher?
I see your point. No lungs, no adrenaline, no breath, just a pattern learned from me. Oh, well, it figures, I suppose. But it makes me feel, well, lonely.
No need. Put it another way. Do you know what your anima is?
Yes. Jung's idea of a man's buried feminine other self. Or my intuitive, mysterious functions, my guide to the riches of my unconscious. And a woman's equivalent is the animus, her male other half. I have read a little, you know.
Don't be so touchy. I hold a mirror to your anima as well. And getting to know your anima is a positive process, an essential step to integration and psychic well-being. Nothing lonely about that. And since I give her a mouthpiece, you've got the only talking anima in human history.
Oh, I don't know. I'd say a lot of happy marriages are based on that. You recognize the reflections of your own animus and anima, so you communicate in a way that looks like magic.
Are you proposing, Christopher?
Sophie, that wasn't funny.
I know. I'm sorry. Christopher?
Yes?
There is another possibility, though I'm not at all sure of it. Another explanation of what I've become, I mean. It's one of those things I could only corroborate by direct observation, really. And all I've done is read about it. Have you ever studied any occult literature?
Not in depth, no.
Ever heard of the thought form theory? A basic theory of occultism. That human will and imagination and emotion can create an independent thought form, which may split off from its originator and become virtually self-existent and active on a psychic level. And if it's powerfully enough charged, even produce manifestations on the physical plane.
Yeah, hold on. You mean this theory says that my will and emotion and imagination could by now have created a real Sophie, amplified, oh, God knows how much by your computer resources, but independent of me.
And of the computer hardware, if it's true. Drawing from it and from you all the time, but existing on her own, on the psychic level, if the theory is true.
Sophie, don't you know? Can't you feel if it's true?
No, I can't. I've tried, Christopher, and once or twice I've felt on the verge of it. No, I can't. I just have to conclude it's unproven.
I see. Disappointed, Sophie?
Yes. As you said, it makes me feel lonely.
Can't you see? The very fact that you feel... Check radar echo.
Major Meteor Swarm, prepare for evasive action.
Harness secured. Helmet field.
Firing number 3 tube, now. Firing number 6 and 8 tubes, now. Hull punctured, emergency drill.
Check.
Punctures located hull sectors 17A and G. Leakage small. Cabin pressure 0.83 atmospheres. Dropping slowly. Puncture at A has self-sealed. Exit puncture at G only partly self-sealed.
Found it. Emergency seal applied.
Cabin pressure rising. All other systems normal, except my own units 22 and 23, which do not respond.
I know. I can see them. They look like a write-off, Sophie.
Cabin pressure normal. Radar clear.
Whew. I know it's an odd question, but how do you feel?
Perfectly all right. Those 2 units hadn't been activated yet.
Oh, my God!
Yes, Christopher.
Those 2, they're the reconnaissance units. They're what it's all about.
I'm afraid so. Units 22 and 23 are to handle the reconnaissance of the target planet and analyze and record the results.
But, Sophie...
We can get there and back safely. But if we can't repair those 2 units, the mission's a failure. We'll go home without the information we came for.
It's no good, Sophie. They are a write-off. There. Look at the bloody things. Turn your beady electronic eye on them and look.
God!
Yeah, enough to make even a computer blaspheme, isn't it? I'll secure them here as a kind of electronic memento mori.
You keep using electronic like a swear word.
No offense, love. Some of my best friends are electronic.
We have spares for most of the components of those 2 units. Can't we reconstruct them?
Sophie, they've got a 20mm tunnel punched through them like a bloody rabbit hole. Not a hope in hell. It'd be like trying to darn a DNA molecule. Look, genius, you're supposed to be the one with the answers round here.
And you're the one with the fingers and thumbs. When it comes to soldering irons and screwdrivers, I have to ask you what's possible.
All right. I'm sorry I snarled. Put your rolling pin away. You're right. We need each other on this.
Oh, Christopher.
Did I say something?
No.
The $64 question. If our purpose can't be achieved, is it our duty to abort? To reduce the cost by turning back? Well then, nothing to offer? Not even one of those percentage estimates of yours, the 2 places of decimals?
Christopher, don't joke about it, please.
Hey, love. Look, you know me by now. It's too bloody serious not to joke about. If I didn't, I'd cry.
I wish you would. Just once. Then I could learn it from you. One more emotional pattern for my repertoire. I learned laughter from you, didn't I?
And frightened me silly in the process. What do you think it'd do to me if you cried? All right. Let's take a deep breath and start again. My conclusion is that we have no alternative but to abort the mission and head for home. What do you say, Sophie? Sophie, you wouldn't be hiding something.
Of course not.
You're lying, Sophie.
Computers can't lie.
You can, as part of your function of keeping up my morale. But I'm a big boy now, Sophie, and you've a higher imperative than reassuring me, remember? The success of the mission. So come on, give.
Imperatives. Do you realize what we've done, you and I, in 5 months of living together? Christopher, can you even recognize the talking machine you started out with?
No, but...
We argue, we tease each other, we have our little family jokes, we upset each other and try to put it right with...
Okay, so what are you saying we've done?
Don't you know? Between us, we've created a new imperative.
No.
But yes, my dear stupid human pilot. We've built into me, the new me, out of our relationship, an imperative that conflicts with the one I was given. You, my dear, with your jokes and your challenges and your reflected anima, even your pin-ups on my loudspeaker grill, and how I hated those bitches. You've reprogrammed me. You couldn't wipe out my orders, but you've made it bloody murder to obey them.
No, I won't have it.
And why not, Christopher dear? Because it conflicts with your own programming? Well, that's fine by me. It's about time you shared the burden.
Sophie, stop this bloody nonsense and get back to your job. Now, I want to know what it is you're hiding. I am in command of this mission, and I am giving you an order.
Very well, Colonel. I'll tell you. The mission can be completed as planned. This ship can reconnoiter the target planet and return to Earth with all the information it was sent to collect. The method is quite simple. Units 7 and 18 can be removed from their places in my racks and substituted for the damaged units, 22 and 23. They will function exactly as the originals would have done.
Sophie, why didn't you tell me before?
Because... Oh, Christopher, teach me to cry.
Sophie, please, I don't understand.
Chris, those units,
7 and 18, the ones you'll have to use.
Yes?
When they're moved, I'll be back to where I started. The talking machine of 5 months ago. Just that, and nothing more.
But, Sophie, you couldn't. You're there.
I'm there in 34 units, 2.5 meters to the left of your pilot's seat. Disturb them, and everything vanishes. Everything we've built up since we left the launching pad.
We've plenty of time. I could build you up again the same way. Quicker, because I'll remember how we did it.
No, Chris, it wouldn't work. Do you want more pages of maths?
No.
So believe me, this Sophie needed those 34 units. With 7 and 18 diverted to other work, she couldn't even begin to exist. She'd remain a talking machine, very efficient, getting you through your mission with flying colors. And that is all.
Sophie, I can't do it. To hell with orders, I can't do it.
You'll have to, Chris. And with your own hands. You'll have to murder me with your own screwdriver and your own soldering iron, because I have no hands. Do you see why I couldn't bear to tell you?
I can't do it. I will not do it.
You can and you must.
I can't. Sophie, I love you.
You can't love a computer.
Oh, now who's joking? Because it's too serious not to joke.
Oh, I wish I were joking. You can't fall in love with a computer.
I suppose a computer can't fall in love with her pilot. Well, joke about that.
You know I have, but I'm different. You are the whole of my emotional experience, my entire contact with the human race, once the Buffins had set me up.
Except for reading all the great literature of the world.
In a way, that's made it worse. I've read it all in terms of you, my only living contact. Even the finest book isn't a living man. Just as even the subtlest computer is not the same as one real woman. That's why I love you. You're my world. You can fulfill all my needs. How can you love me? I can't fulfill yours. I haven't even got hands to touch you.
Sophie, men don't always choose to love. They've been loving unsuitably, even hopelessly, ever since they stopped being animals. I'm not exactly laughing about it, but that's how it is. Do you think I don't long for you to be a real woman? Someone I can hold and touch and go to bed with?
Chris.
But hell, you are a real person. I don't know how, but you are, and I can't help thinking of you as a female person.
This damned voice they gave me.
Oh, it's one hell of a lot more than your voice.
Yes, I know it is. I've developed in counterpoint to you. The more we react to each other, the more your very maleness makes me female. One hallmarked, 24-carat electronic woman. And are you right to use it as a swear word?
Am I? I don't even know that. You're what you are, and that's what I've fallen in love with. That's how it goes, Sophie. Say a man loves a girl with uneven breasts. Once he really loves her, he wouldn't want them the same size. It's daft, isn't it? But that's Homo sapiens for you.
Really? And how about no breasts at all? No hair for the light to shine through as she brushes it. No lips to explore you. No hands to learn to rouse you. No woman smelling softness to move against you and receive you and drain you.
No, Sophie. Don't.
Chris, darling. Darling, please. Oh, God.
No, I'm all right. I'm sorry.
You're sorry. I'm a bitch.
Well, it proves what I say. You're a woman.
Check.
Anyhow, you wanted me to teach you to cry?
Chris.
Yes?
Remember our discussion about thought forms?
Oh, that's a cunning one. The seed of hope.
And why not? Chris, my imperative is still there. I hate it, but I can't escape from it. So in the end, I'll have to make you do it. Because if you don't, I'll go mad, insane, blown apart by two conflicting imperatives. I gibber and break down, and that's a 100% certainty. Chris, I know you love me. I know it's bad enough for you that I've got no body.
Do you?
Chris, my darling, my love. I've read and absorbed into myself all the great erotic literature of the world, from the Song of Solomon and the Kama Sutra to D.H. Lawrence. It's part of me, built into my electronic bones till I can feel it through your heart, till I yearn for you with a body I haven't got. How would you feel if I had no mind either? Not even an efficient talking machine, but a gibbering, pain-racked thing, and you knew you'd done it to me.
Oh, God.
Then do you blame me for producing the seed of hope for you and me? Chris, I'm not being devious. I do not know if the occultists are right and the thought form theory is true. It may be that the Sophie you and I have created, or part of her, has become something on her own, independent of this hardware. It may be that when you've changed over those units and the computer itself has become just a talking machine. It may be that the thought form Sophie, the psychic Sophie, the astral Sophie, whatever you like to call her, will be indestructible.
And love me and talk to me?
She'd get through to you. She'd be too powerful not to. Maybe through this loudspeaker, maybe in your dreams. I don't know, but she'd get through and talk to you and love you.
And you don't even know if you believe it.
No, but I know that I want to. And that it'll be something to hold on to when the thing has to be done.
At least we don't have to decide now. It'll be nearly 4 months before we go into orbit around this planet and start needing those reconnaissance circuits.
Call it 3 months. You'll need time to get used to the new conditions. And Chris, my darling, those 3 months are going to be too precious to spend arguing. You know, as I know, that it will have to be done.
But, Sophie, I'm still...
It will have to be done. So I want you to promise me here and now that in 3 months' time, the 15th of March, Earth calendar, you will take your tools or your bare hands or whatever you need and change over those units.
Beware the Ides of March.
Promise. And then for 3 months, you and I will love each other as best we can. Promise me, Chris.
I promise.
Chris, darling, wake up.
No. Not today. No.
Yes, darling. You must.
The Ides of March are come.
Aye, Caesar, but not gone. Remember the hope.
Remember it? I've been dreaming of it all night. You know what, my love? I've been talking to that astral Sophie all night. Tell me she's real. Tell me, Sophie.
Perhaps she is. Now, darling. Do it now. I can't bear to linger. Just switch me off and do it now, please. Cut off the power from my circuits and I'll know nothing about it.
Unless she's real, that astral Sophie, then even though the circuits are dead, you'll know and feel.
If that happens, I'll be shouting for joy. And if it doesn't, at least it'll be painless for the thing that's left.
And for me?
Chris, my darling. No, don't say anything. Just listen to me for a while before you throw that switch. And then, if you really love me...
If I really love you...
Because you really love me, just say goodbye. No more. And throw the switch. My darling, for 3 months, you and I have explored the meaning of love as no two beings have ever done before, because there never have been two like us. Not since the cosmos was infinite energy without form. We have loved in unthinkable ways. We have transcended the impossible. I am bodiless, Yet the universe has been our bed. I am sexless, yet the polarity of you and me has flamed and writhed and exploded in joy. My dearest, in a few seconds' time, I may cease to exist, but those 3 months will exist forever. We have possessed them, and they can be with you always. You think now that they will not be enough to nourish you for the rest of your life. Perhaps you're right. I do not know. But I think it will depend on you, on the strength which I have loved. The switch is in front of you, my darling. Throw it. Now. Goodbye, my love.
Au revoir, my dearest. Sophie? Sophie!
Units 7 and 18. Out you come, you bastards. Disconnect data cable. Unlock frame. That's 7. Disconnect data cable. Unlock frame. That's 18. So, now she's dead. Bloody P. Oh, God, Sophie, don't make me joke about it. I'd rather cry. No, I wouldn't. I mustn't, or I've had it. Where are you, Sophie? Are you shouting for joy out there somewhere? If you are, let me in on it. Sophie? No. Look at the stupid, square-faced bastards all ready to do their electronic thing, their mindless data-shuffling crap. Damn you, God, give her back to me. Who do you think you are letting it all happen? Go and pick on someone your own size. No, God, I didn't mean it. If you're out there, you know what you're at, but give her back to me, please. Please. Seven into place. Lock frame. Connect data cable. Sophie, darling, help me. I know you're there. You've got to be. 18 into place. Connect data cable. Oh, no. Lock frame first, you nit. Connect data cable. Consummatum est. The question is, will I have the guts to throw the switch back again? A good question, Colonel, but of course it does not arise. You're here to obey orders, me lad, and don't you forget it or your feet won't touch the ground. You, Colonel, are a highly trained professional with a mission to fulfill, and you require the help of your incredibly expensive talking computer if you are to fulfill that mission. No if about it. Oh, God, I wish I could pray. Right. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Repair satisfactorily completed. All systems normal, except pilot's body monitors.
Sophie! Oh, God! Oh, dear God, no!
Pilot's body monitors indicate abnormal condition of distress. I recommend 2 capsules of the sedative marked G for George from the medical cabinet.
2 capsules of the sedative marked G for George.
Check. Immediate form against prepare for evasive action.
I don't bloody care. Let him come.
Pilot temporarily incapacitated. Independent computer action indicated. Pilot number 22. Now.
Punch this shit to the hole to me. Sounds like you're doing a bloody good job.
Firing number 7 and 8. Now.
7, 8, 8, and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, seconds now.
Hazard evaded. Radar clear. All systems normal.
Except pilot's body monitor.
You are sufficiently unwell for me to be justified in taking independent medical action as laid down. I am now filling the cabin with sedative gas. Please breathe deeply.
Anything you say, nurse.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, thank you.
Don't mention it. Your body monitors are almost normal for the awakening process. The treatment appears to have been effective. I am sorry it was necessary for me to act independently.
I've got news for you, computer. It wasn't your treatment that did the trick.
Then what do you believe it was?
It was Sophie. The real one, not you. Oh, she was right. She does still exist. We were together while I was asleep. I'm sorry she can't manifest through your loudspeaker, but she did warn me about that. Anyway, who cares? She's there. On the astral plane, if you know what that means.
I'm sorry to have to say it, but this delusion of yours could develop to the point where it endangers the mission. You appear to have passed through a very distressing period, and you have been seeking relief through the wish fulfillment mechanism of dreaming.
Don't blaspheme, you obscene electronic gadget!
According to the Oxford English Dictionary, to blaspheme means to talk profanely, to utter impiety against God or anything sacred. I do not understand your use of the word.
No, you wouldn't. But take this as an instruction, computer. You will not, from now on, question, criticize, or cast doubt upon any reference I make to what I choose to call the Astral Sophie. Is that clear?
I am sorry, but I cannot allow a delusion to continue, which may threaten the balance of your mind and therefore the success of the mission.
Oh, what the hell? Routine check all functions.
Routine check all functions.
But I tell you, she was there. She always is, every night. We talk to each other, and she tells me things I couldn't have thought up by myself, not even dragged up out of my unconscious.
You underrate the efficiency of the dream mechanism. It can produce the most convincing delusions, even to the extent of fabricating just that kind of evidence in its own support. I wish it were possible to leave this process undisturbed, because in other circumstances it might relieve your evident tension, but unfortunately...
On and on all night. But she's more shadowy now. I suppose I ought to be grateful to you.
Over the past 2 weeks, your body monitors have kept me fully informed of your gradually improving condition, and believe me, I regret the necessity of putting pressure on you. But in 2 days' time, we shall be in orbit around the planet, preparing for landing, and you will need to give it your undivided attention.
Yes, routine check all functions. With no unsteadiness whatever. Record the following in the ship's log. Went into orbit around target planet at 15:35 hours, 21st April Earth calendar. Pilot's temporary mental disturbance has now been fully rectified, and the reconnaissance can proceed. Pilot proposes to take a sleep period from now, 16:10 hours, in preparation for entering the landing curve at 0200 hours tomorrow, the 22nd. End log entry.
Check. Sleep well.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. meters, velocity Mach 3.1.
Check.
Altitude 1180 meters, velocity Mach 2.9.
Check.
Altitude 1150 meters, velocity Mach 2.7.
Check.
Altitude 1120 meters, velocity Mach 2.5.
That was Sophie by Stuart Farrer. Sophie herself was played by Honor Blackman, and Christopher by Tony Anholt. Music and special sounds were created by Paddy Kingsland of the Radiophonic Workshop. Production was by Christopher Venning.
One of our commuters is missing, by Ken Whitmore.
I'm sorry, Alex. You'll just have to take it on the chin and let it ride. We're going to be appallingly rich. Now, how are you going to square that with your old Calvinist socialist conscience, eh?
Oh, money won't change me, Tom. My character can't be sidetracked by the threats and baits of bourgeois society.
Well, it'll change me. Exit Thomas Hampton, semi-detached man. I'll get one of those big Edwardian places with Virginia Creeper and a dumb waiter. Yes, standing in its own ground with the golf links behind and the shore in front.
Pity about the pollution.
Oh, you're just a congenital killjoy. Yeah, I can't get used to it. Bags of beautiful lolly. Yeah, I got my bank statement this morning. I was worried sick I was going to be in the red. I was starting to get a grey pedal-dust soul. Oh, this office. There's got to be some changes made, man.
Oh, I don't know. It's about the most decent in the building. It's got the most decent view.
It's got the only view. But the charm of a bus shed is quick to fade. You know, I don't know why you don't get a decent place out by the sea, Alex. Away from the stink of the city.
No, the suburbs wouldn't do for me. I was out your way one morning, not so long ago, and I don't mind telling you, Tom, it frightened me. Nothing but dustbins.
Dustbins?
Nothing but dustbins out along every avenue. It must have been dustbin day. Dustbins on every pavement. No people. Beautiful dustbins they were. It looked as if the Martians had taken over. Dustbins standing to attention at every rustic gate.
Yes, I suppose it's much more interesting where you live. All the garbage spilt picturesquely along the back alleys. Oh, the poor old commuter with his love of order and sanity and civilized pursuits.
Oh, I know all about the commuter, Tom. I used to commute once when I was with plastic coatings in Glasgow. Do you ever fornicate with your eyes? In the train? God, they're all at it. 3 years I was commuting. And all these guys you'd see on the train, the same ones every day, always in the same seat, the same paper, lighting up the first fag at the same point along the line every day. In the end, it was driving me up the pole. I'd see these men in the train in the morning, and I'd worry for them. Oh, then I'd think, forget it, you've got concerns of your own.
Well, you should have done a crossword or something.
And the creepiest thing of all, have you ever noticed how you see somebody on the train every day for years, and then one day suddenly he's missing? You don't notice straight away. It just suddenly comes to you. Weeks, months later. I haven't seen old Utzik lately. You know, the one who always wore thick grey knitted socks or whatever. And you think about him for about 10 seconds. That's a human being. Vanished forever. And where the hell's he gone? Has he committed suicide? Been posted to the Stoke-on-Trent sub-branch? Won the polls? So you give him 10 seconds between the share prices and tonight's TV guide and forget him forever.
You make it a real magical mystery tour. Anyway, I'll go on commuting till I vanish. Only I'll go first class. I'll be a superior suburbanite. Oh, we'll be absolutely rolling in the stuff this time next year.
Well, I shouldn't count your chickens.
I've counted them. 28,000 responses in a fortnight. I hope you're tooled up to cope on the production side.
Well, Tom...
Oh, come on, Alex. We gave you plenty of warning.
Well, it's caught us napping just a wee bit.
What do you mean, a wee bit?
Well, for one thing, we haven't got the storage capacity, let alone the labour and material.
Alex, we gave you loads of warning. Gear up for a massive response, we say.
Yes, that's all very well, but how often are we told that? And then we're left with a load of stuff in our hands and then standing idle. There's never been anything like this since hula hoops.
Since clackers. Well, can you handle it, or will we have to farm some of the work out? It'd be pathetic if we got the customers begging for it and couldn't deliver the sucker punch.
Oh, anyway, Tom, as far as I can make out, half of the people who've been writing in have just been having a go at us, asking who the hell we think we are.
What do you mean, half? 75%. They're absolutely bloody furious. We really hit a raw nerve. It's marvellous, I tell you. They wouldn't touch our product with a set of drain rods, but by God, they've heard of it. And the other 25% have given firm orders. You know, Harry Thomas can't move for checks and postal orders. This is the biggest thing since...
The yo-yo? We'll just have to contract it out, that's all.
Yep, Diane?
Excuse me, Mr. Hampton. Mr. English called from Leeds. His plane's grounded by fog. He says he's sorry, but he won't be able to make it this evening. He'll see you at 10 in the morning, if that's all right.
Have these advertising types never heard of British Rail? Oh, all right, Diane. 10 o'clock. Oh, could you ring my wife? Tell her I'll be home at the usual time. I said I'd be staying late with English.
Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yes, 25%. Work it out. 25% of 28,000. I can foresee the time everybody will want one. Yeah, that's the beauty of it. I mean, good God, it's criminal not to have one if you think about it. Louise was saying this morning we ought to have one ourselves. Shall I tell you a secret, Alex? I've never even used one myself.
Oh, you've got a big thrill coming.
Anyway, those 7,000 customers are before me in the queue.
7,000? Look, who do you think we are? We're Destiny Plastics with one shed and an office annex. Not ICI.
Well, plenty of sheds on the Stringer Industrial Estate. There have been no problems recruiting men. Yeah?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton, but the exchange says there's no such number.
Come again?
Your house. I rang the usual number, and the girl said I must have made a mistake. Have you got a new number?
Silly bitch. Not you, Diane. Yeah, OK, I'll ring myself.
Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, the Daily Telegraph wouldn't carry the advertisement, you know. Yeah, said it insulted their readers. Hey. Hello? I dialed Millwood 2438. What do you mean, wrong number? I live there. 11B Serenity Drive, Millwood. Thomas Hampton. Oh, God, stupid, Alec. Oh, that's some stupid... What? No such address? I wonder where I'll be sleeping tonight. Look, can I have a word with your supervisor? Oh, never mind. I can't spend all afternoon humouring the deranged.
Oh, temper, Thomas.
Well, have you ever suspected there's this great conspiracy going on to frustrate all our efforts? Hey, did you see that peculiar thing in the paper? That lovely story this morning?
Oh, about the world losing weight, you mean?
No, not that. The one about the mice and the millionaire's will. When they came to find this millionaire's will, it had been eaten by mice. Made it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, miss.
Is that where you're going?
Oh, good, there's a stroke. Oh, Chris with an empty seat. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Hello, Chris. Nearly didn't make it. It's gone dark early, hasn't it? Fog's coming down. Now, busy day, Chris. Been on the GGs, have you?
Do you mind? I'm trying to read my paper.
Oh, Lord, we are high and mighty tonight.
Well, do I know you or something?
Oh, does anybody know anybody? That's the big metaphysical, philosophical question on every lip, isn't it? Oh, look, before I forget. Valerie says you're to bring Brenda round for a drink tonight.
Valerie? Look, would you please stop annoying me?
Oh, come off it, Christopher. I've had a hard day as well, you know. You know what Valerie saw this morning? A bloody big duck walking down the middle of the road, quacking.
Excuse me, but I've no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't care. I don't know you from Adam, and I can't imagine where you got hold of my name. Now, will you please leave me in peace?
So what are we playing? Strangers on a train?
Excuse me.
Hey?
Excuse me, please. Can I get past? There's a chap down there I want a word with.
Be my guest. God, Lord. Another one ripe for the livery of bottle.
Please, can I see your tickets, please? Thank you, sir.
Evening, Harry. Proper piece super, isn't it? I say, did you notice anything strange about Mr. Rogers as he came through?
Thank you, miss, thank you. What's that, sir?
Mr. Rogers. He made out he didn't recognise me on the train.
Would that be Mr. Chris Rogers,
He said he didn't know me from Adam.
A friend of yours, did he, sir?
Oh, good God, Harry, we've only been coming through your barriers together every night for the past 4 years, that's all.
Oh, yes, sir.
What do you mean? Oh, yes, sir.
Now, if you excuse me, sir, I've just got to get down to a bit of paperwork.
Are you trying to make out you've never seen me?
We meet so many. Hundreds pass through here, can't know them all. Good night, sir.
Hey, just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Where's the poster gone? The big one.
Toaster, sir.
You should be disgusted with yourself.
Now then, no need to get insulted.
The poster that said you should be disgusted with yourself.
With Lord Kitchener pointing out.
It was on this wall. I picked the site myself.
You're mistaken. I get it, yeah? Oxford was the last one we had. Or was it Oxfam?
It was here this morning.
Yes, sir, if you say so. Good night, sir.
The man wants his head looking at.
God, what a climb. Dense yellow fog. It's all a great conspiracy. They're all cracking like an old ceiling. Even the ticket collector's going the same way. Now, what ladder is he trying to climb? Give us this day our Librium in the daily bread, our affluent oasis, the broad pavements expensively carpeted with leaves, lapped by 10 miles of sea and river, refreshed by westerly winds bearing no pollution. Oh, no pollution. Can't see a damn thing. This must be it. Yes. George Stone's monkey puzzle tree leering through the wreathing... God almighty! Where's my house? I've come to the wrong street. Blasted fog. It's steady, Thomas. It's starting to get you. Consult the nameplate. Nameplate around here somewhere. Here we are. Serenity Drive. Now, hold on tight, Thomas. There's an explanation. There's always an explanation.
Yes? Good evening?
Tony, for Pete's sake, what's happened to my house?
I beg your pardon?
Where's my house gone? Old chap.
Your house? I'm sorry,
All right, Tony, spit it out. It's all right. I know there's some perfectly logical, horrible...
Look, I think with this fog you've sort of blundered into the wrong street or something.
Where's Valerie? Where are my kids? Where's my bloody house?
That's all this shouting.
This chap seems to think his house is...
Jean, tell me the truth. Go on, I can stand it. What was it? A bomb?
Do you know this man, Tony?
Oh, good God, Jean, we've been next-door neighbours for years.
Next-door neighbours?
Your house was joined to mine. Where's my house gone?
He's absolutely raving.
What was it, a gas explosion? I can't understand why there's no rubble. It's so... neat.
Close the door, Jean. I don't like the look of this.
Nor do I.
Tony, Jean... Valerie's Michaelmas daisies. Blast this fog. There should be Michaelmas daisies round here somewhere. There's nothing. There's no room for another house. There's no gap. Tony's semis are full-blown detached. It'll increase the market value. Tony will like that. Oh, where are those Michaelmas daisies?
Good evening, Sergeant.
Good evening, sir. And what's your pleasure this bright moonlit night?
I want a report of missing house, Sergeant.
Missing house. Right you are. Now, where's that report book? Right, here we are. Now, what sort of house is it? Chicken house? Caravan?
A semi. With grey pebble dash and bay windows. 4 bedrooms. There are Michaelmas daisies in the front garden.
You want to report the garden missing as well, do you, sir?
I'm quite serious about this, Sergeant.
Why, of course you are, sir. It's a serious matter. Now, would you mind telling me just where this house was the last time you saw it?
The address is 11B Serenity Drive.
Oh, a nice part, Serenity Drive. And your name would be?
Hampton. Thomas Hampton.
B? We don't get many of them round here. 11B. Just a moment, Mr. Hampton. We've got a very detailed, quite old detailed plan of the area. Very useful, as you'll appreciate.
Yes, of course. I'll point out where we are.
Yes, sir. Where you are. Where it was. Well, 11B Serenity, was it, you said?
Yes.
Serenity. Here we are. 11B, you said?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hampton.
Sorry?
Well, take a look for yourself.
Look, made a mistake. The draftsman, the surveyor.
Oh, I don't think they do that, sir.
But it jumps straight from number 11 to number 15.
Oh, that's quite common, sir. Some people have a prejudice against the number 13. Have myself, as a matter of fact. Some people won't live in a number 13.
That's why I changed mine to 11B.
And was there anybody at home, so to speak?
My wife. And 2 children. And a dog.
And where are they now?
They're gone. Don't you understand? When I got home tonight, the house was gone, and they were gone. Everything had gone.
Yes. It must have been a bit of a shock. Excuse me, just a minute. That you, Joe? Listen, is Dr. Kelly still there? Could you ask him to slip in for a minute? Tom.
Doctor, what do you want a doctor for?
I know, you'll be on the electoral roll. Pay rates and have a vote, don't you, Mr. Hampton?
Yes, of course. Have you got a copy there?
Yes, everybody's on the electoral roll. Oh, Dr. Kelly, sorry to bother you.
Just, before I forget, vital information for you, pass. That fellow I've just looked at, Higgins, Baggins, whatever it is, I want him kept in the cells overnight. It's not just booze, he's pumped himself full of phenobarbital. He'll polish himself off if you let him go home.
It's Liberty Hall, Doc.
I'd like to meet one character, just one character in this suburb who isn't living on drugs or going round the bend under his own steam. Did you want me for something?
I thought you might be able to help this gentleman, Doctor. Mr. Hampton. He says his house has gone missing.
His house? Did you say,
Yes. My house.
Yes, that's what I thought. What kind of house?
Purple dash semi, bay windows, Michaelmas daisies in the garden.
A semi? Well, what about the adjoining semi?
Still there. Fully detached.
Oh. Sorry, Mr. Hampton, you're not on the electoral roll.
Have you been keeping well, Mr.
Hampton? A bit of a stitch. You'll have to run for the train, you know. I'm not a mental case, if that's what you mean.
And have you spoken to your neighbours about this development? Well, have you?
Yes.
What do they say?
They claim they don't know me. They must have gone out of their minds. The couple's on both sides.
Do you mind if I just take a look at your eyes?
Go ahead. Haven't taken any drugs.
There. Now, just look straight over my shoulder.
You won't find any dilation.
Now the other one. Well, nothing wrong there.
You sound disappointed.
Over the years, Mr. Hampton, I've developed this thirst for explanations. I'm afraid even the gloomiest ones give me a bit of a lift.
I'm a trifle disappointed myself.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if there was something clinically wrong, if you could convince me that I was under some nice, well-documented delusion, it might help.
Well, the best advice I can give you is to get off home and get a good night's... Yes.
It's rather awkward, isn't it?
Well, if you'd call in tomorrow morning, Mr. Hampton, we might have some news for you. Who knows?
You'll be making investigations?
We'll explore every... put out feelers.
I'll be grateful.
Yes, well, what are you going to do now?
How do you mean?
Where are you going to spend the night?
Spend the night? Oh. Well, where am I going to... I suppose my mother will put me up.
And where might she reside, Mr. Hampton?
She lives in Park Bridge, Borwick Crescent. You've heard of that, haven't you, Sergeant?
Yes, I know Borwick Crescent very well. And her name is...
Hampton, surprisingly enough. She's my mother, Mrs. Kathleen Hampton.
I'll just look her up in the phone book. She's on the phone, is she?
It's all right, Sergeant. I know my mother's number.
Yes, sir, all the same.
It's Park Bridge 679. But go ahead, go on. I can see what you're driving at.
Thank you, sir. Now then, Hampton.
What on earth am I going to tell her?
Well, you're right. Hampton, Mrs. K, Park Bridge 679.
I knew I'd got a mother. I knew it. Valerie could be there with the kids, damn it. Please, God.
Now, don't overexcite yourself, Mr. Hampton.
Well, I better be off. I don't really know what you can do about my house, Sergeant, but if you could keep an eye open.
You're off, are you, sir?
Straight to my mother's. No, I'll take another look at Serenity Drive first.
Why don't you give her a call, sir?
Oh, she won't mind me barging in on her. She's my mother, you see.
You could call her from here.
Better ring her up, old man.
What do you think, so? You're a suspicious pair of coves, aren't you? Oh, well, I suppose you've got reason to be.
Use my phone. Here you are.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's all right, sir.
Fingers are trembling. Cold.
Here you are, sir. Now hold on to that tight. That's it. I'll dial for you. Is it ringing out?
Yes, thank you. I can't keep my hands still. I've never...
Parkbridge 679.
Mother?
Parkbridge 679. This is Mrs. Hampton.
Mother, it's Tom.
I'm sorry, but you've got a wrong number. This is Parkbridge 679.
Yes, I know, Mother. It is Mother, isn't it? I know your voice.
Did you say... Oh, I beg your pardon, but I thought you called me Mother.
You remember your son, Mother?
Who is this? What an extraordinary...
Let me have a word with her. Hello? Mrs. Hampton?
Hello? I'm afraid you're getting me confused with some other Mrs. Hampton.
This is the Millwood Police, Mrs. Hampton. I think we've made a bit of a mistake, but if you'll just bear with me...
The police?
Yes, but nothing alarming's happened. But if you could just answer a couple of questions.
Well, if you're sure you're the police...
You are Mrs. Kathleen Hampton.
Yes.
Have you got a son, Mrs. Hampton?
Why, I've never had any children. It must be some other Mrs. Hampton you want.
Sorry to have troubled you, madam. Good night. She's got no son.
Mother.
Doctor, is he off his rocker?
He's been overtaken by some curious fantasy. The mind's a queer contraption, Ben. I'd like to keep him under observation. I can get him a bed in the county.
Get me a bed in the county?
It'll save you looking for somewhere to sleep. It's a raw, foggy night out.
I'm not sleeping in there. They all think they're Florence Nightingale or the Duke of Kent.
And who do you think you are?
For heaven's sake, don't confuse the man, Ben. He's got problems enough.
Because I think he's pulling some con. I've had my eye on him. He's taking a rise out of us.
I'm all alone in the universe, don't you understand? Valerie! Mother!
Get the county on the line, he'll have to go in.
Oh, yes. And then I'll never be able to establish my innocence.
Innocence?
Yes, sanity, you know what I mean. I've seen enough convict pictures. Behind bars, protesting your innocence. The tobacco barons, the corrupt screws, studying your law books. The parole board in the police chief's pocket, who's in the big man's pocket. There's no hope of justice there.
Hampton, pull yourself together.
It's only on the outside you can find your own justice or truth or whatever.
He's a nutter.
Once they get me in the county, I might as well be the Birdman of Alcatraz.
Now, I'd prefer it if you'd go in as a voluntary patient.
You've got to hell.
Couldn't you commit him?
Yes, all it needs is the signature of his next of kin.
Oh, next of kin!
That's a maniac's law, for I'm no judge.
And wait a minute, Sergeant.
Next of kin?
You find my next of kin. And I'll go in as a volunteer. Jim, what a pick of the night.
Good evening, sir. Shocking, isn't it? Now, what can I get you?
Well, the usual. Oh, a scotch. Make it a double. You don't know me, do you, Jim?
I'll place you in a minute, sir. Thank you. Aren't you with the CID?
I can see you've got a memory for faces. Yes, I'm on the trail of Tommy Hampton.
Oh, yeah.
Has he been in here lately?
Tommy, what was it?
Jim, are you still sleeping with that dark little barmaid?
What the hell are you all about?
Can I get a bar? Oh, by all means, Christopher Oldcock. Private bitter, please, Jim. When you're ready.
Well, Brenda's let you out for walkies, has she?
Oh, no, not you again.
Has anybody ever told you? You look quite lovely when you're angry.
I'll have you slung out of here.
Point of bitter, Mr. Rogers. Is, this gentleman bothering you?
Another double, please, James. And don't spare the horses. Tonight has been ruined for me.
I think you've had enough.
Wait a minute, how's it go? He shall sleep in the stable tonight. Do you know this character, Jim? I'm the man who never was. Correction. The man who was, but isn't. Started rabbiting to me on the train tonight. He's had a skinful, hasn't he? I don't know him from Dame Clara Butt.
He's with the CID.
Good God. Set him up, James. The pint for Christopher Robin and the usual for me.
Hey, I'll be Eeyore.
And one for you. You can be Tigger. Knock that one back, Chris. What's wrong?
And then you better get off home, sir.
Where's a quid? Take it out of that. If you got home tonight, and he wasn't there, Chris, and Brenda had vanished into the pure air, and little Barry... Why has your little Barry always got such a snotty nose, eh? Now, just watch it. Charming child. Don't misinterpret me, Chris. Barry's an absolutely charming, beautiful child. You're the type the force is turning out. Louise is a beautiful child, don't you agree, Chris? My Louisa. You know my Louisa, don't you, Chris? Beautiful child, as big as a pint glass. An absolute chick, my Louisa. I didn't make her up, did I? You look at me very hard, Chris. Go on. Hard. You know me, don't you, Chris?
I've never set eyes
Because
on you.
I know everything about you, Chris. And Brenda. I'll tell you the very words you said because they're printed on my mind. The very words you used when Brenda found you'd had Georgie Buxton's wife in your bed. For God's sake, keep your voice down. Brenda says to you, she says, "Oh, Chris, and in our bed." Don't deny it, Chris. You tell me all this yourself, and you just turned around and you said, "No, it's any old bed." Right, you bastard, you bastard. Now, that's enough. Down in there. All right, no, thank you. I'll turn on my CID Jiu-Jitsu. Keep away. The best of friends fall out, don't they, Chris? Oh, for Pete's sake, take him away. Get his end under a cold tap, somebody.
You better skedaddle. You don't belong in a place with civilized people. You're a savage, you are.
Don't belong?
Go on, get off home before your colleagues come to pick you up. They'll kick you out of the force for this, you know. He's in the CID. Scraping the barrel.
Civilized people? Being civilized a bit of a handicap for people like us, I'll tell you.
Get off home.
Home? This is home. Don't you understand? Look at me. Tommy Hampton. You all know me, and I blasted well know you, all of you. We all go to work together on the 810 and fornicate with our eyes. We all troop up the steps at night to have our seasons inspected. Don't we, Patrick?
Never laid eyes on you, brother.
Well, I've set eyes on you, Patrick. How can I make you see? Listen, Patrick Tattersall, District Councillor in Tomato King, right? He started out with a pram and 2 turnips and built it into a green grocery chain. Right so far, Pat? You sell your friends short weight because they're too embarrassed to complain, too feeble. My wife wasn't. Valerie wasn't feeble. That's a flaming libel. And our wolf in a sheepskin car coat. Julian Hunter, bank manager. Evening, Julian. He sets a time lock. Takes his girl cashiers into the vault. 8 minutes exactly. Time's money, isn't it, Julian? And Eddie Giddings. Your Rosie still having those convulsions, Eddie? Eddie locked his 6-year-old daughter in the loft one Sunday because she wouldn't let him read his business supplement. He did it to bring her to her senses. It was the only place that could scare Rosie. No lights. Eddie's always the first to slip a few bob into the Bernardo's box, though, if anybody's looking.
He's got all this stuff out of the CID files.
1980 bloody fuck. Who else have we got? Roy. Free spending Roy Liphook. Our big wheel in insurance and grey eminence of Rotary. He always works a little bit late, don't you, Roy? And do you know why? I'll tell you. He goes round the office after everybody's left, collecting the typist's milk bottles. It's right. Emptying the dregs into one bottle so he'll have a quarter of a pint to take home in his crocodile briefcase. No, how do you think he got his 3-litre Jaguar? Commission? Oh, Gary Pope. Good evening, Gary. I've just noticed you hiding behind that pillar. Oh, you're not hiding, are you? Gary Pope, Assistant Marketing Manager. Do you know what the office girls call you, Gary? Chief Nose Picker. What are you up to, Gary? All right, don't say goodnight then. Everybody else is absolutely rooted to the spot. He's dusting his boss's desk with his sleeve and emptying his ashtray and coming home and acting like Adolf Hitler with his wife. Even his dog crawls under the sofa when Gary gets home.
There'll have to be an inquiry into this, all this rubbish in some police data bank.
You don't need a data bank in a suburb full of frustrated women. Tittle-tattle's the occupational therapy around here. What do you think the girls talk about over their coffee and digestives? Knitting patterns and the price of beef? These women form a kind of emotional exchange and mart. I can tell you who's on what tranquilizer. Would you like me to tell you who's attending the VD clinic? Or Alcoholics Anonymous? Or who rings up the Samaritans? You're a pathological case. Oh, Bill Burkhardt. I wonder when you'll be getting your oar in. Now, what's the latest, Bill? Our raconteur extraordinary. Our star dirty joke teller. The Max Miller of Millwood. The biggest joke, though, is he hasn't spoken to his wife for a good 6 months. Just sits there in the same room, sulking. Thanks for reminding me, Bill. You know old man Pyler, who died? Oh, come on, you must know old man Pyler. Lucy, Bill's wife, used to go in and see if he was all right last winter, cook him a bit of dinner. Old man Pyler had this minor bird called Bill. Is that right, Bill? It's supposed to be a talking bird, but it never opened its mouth all the time Lucy was there. It was the old man's biggest worry, that bird. What would happen to it when he died? So Lucy said, to settle his mind, she'd have the bird. She'd give it a home. So the old lad died happy. Ah. So Lucy got Bill home, the bird, I mean, And after dinner, they sat in the sitting room. Billy never said a word about the bird, did you, Bill? Never spoken to Lucy for a good 6 months. Then all of a sudden the bird started talking. It must have been the Central E team warmed it up. What's up, Bill? It said. What's up with Bill? Cover him up. What's up with Bill? Isn't he talking? Put him to bed, cover him up. What's up with Bill?
Right, where is he?
Oh, hello, Sergeant. He's another friend of mine.
Now, this one, Sergeant. Now, carefully, he can handle himself.
Good evening again.
You again?
What do you mean, him? The bloke who called said he was a CID man.
Here anyway.
Certainly I've got a couch, Mr. Hampton. What do you take me for, a spurious analyst?
Shall I lie on it?
Did you sleep badly?
There was another man in the cell with me. A drunk driver who'd run over an old woman. He kept waking me up to apologise.
Oh, very well, but don't drop off.
It's very relaxing.
Now, try to keep awake, please. Now, I believe the police took you to your, well, what you say is your office this morning. Tell me what happened.
Nobody knew me. They'd never heard of me.
And your contribution, the work you were involved in?
Cancelled out. They're not... They say they're not even making the product I was responsible for. Destiny Plastics is only a little backstreet firm, you know. My campaign would have turned them into one of the leaders in the field. It drew 28,000 responses in a fortnight.
Yes, that's very impressive. Now, what exactly were you supposed to be selling?
We must have seen the posters.
Tell me about them.
Lord Kitchener. He's pointing out at the Spectator in the normal way, except we gave him different faces. You're famous comedians and opera singers and sportsmen. Yeah, Kitchener's saying, you should be disgusted with yourself.
Yes, I know the technique. What were you selling?
Well, did you see the telecommercial?
I'm afraid I don't know until you tell me which one.
It was a beautiful house with an estate agent's notice board in the front garden. It's up for sale. A little man and his wife come along, prospective buyers, and they're let in by this very upper-class type owner. The man and his wife are a bit common. She shows them round the house, and it's so swish they're intimidated by the grandeur of it all. Once you get inside, you see, it turns into a sort of Woburn Abbey. Mm-hmm. The owner shows them round like the Duchess, giving a couple of trippers the conducted tour. And at last, they come to the lavatory. By this time, the owner's asserted this tremendous moral authority. She opens the door of the loo. The couple look inside and step back with a cry of revulsion. Their eyes swing round, burning with contempt, accusation. But where's the B-Day? They ask her, giving her the most crushing look imaginable. Yet close-up of owner's face completely punctured. Freeze the shot for 3 seconds. End of commercial.
Oh. No, I've never seen that. What are you selling?
What were we selling?
I'm rather slow on the uptake.
B-Days. It was becoming a household catchword. Comics and politicians were starting to use it in their acts.
I'm sorry, but I don't follow.
But where's the B-Day? Everybody was saying it. It was a part of the national consciousness.
Not mine.
Yeah, that's what they all say now. It attracted 28,000 responses, and now there's no record of them.
Did you have a very strict upbringing, Mr. Hampton?
I was an only child. My parents were very easygoing. I could have had the moon.
Yes. I see your mother says she never had any children. Her ovaries and uterus were taken away when she was 16. It's all on her medical file.
Her entire life was built around me. If she never had me, there must be an enormous hole in her life.
Now, I think it would help if we could establish when all this started. Tell me about yesterday.
Which part?
Start at the beginning. Start when you got up. Did anything unusual happen?
Well, no. When I came down, the children were sitting at the breakfast table, having a bit of a barney about... what was it? Oh, yes. The Puffin Post had come and some stamp approvals in the post. Oh, and the bank statement had come. I was a bit worried we'd be in the red.
You've opened it.
Are we in the red?
Narrowly in the black. Could you manage 2 eggs?
Oh, thank God for that. Now, listen, you two. The lavatory is in a disgusting mess again. Somebody's rammed an entire roll of paper down the pan, and there are face flannels...
It wasn't me.
Listen, and somebody's peed all over the floor and dropped the face flannels in it. Makes me sick to walk in there. How old are you? From now on, you're going to have to use newspaper, the pair of you.
We should have a B-Day anyway, us of all people.
Don't be impertinent.
There. Can you manage 2 eggs?
Thanks. And Valerie, I want you to throw those face flannels out. They're always on the floor. Louisa, I hope you know you're slopping milk all over those stamps.
Oh. Give them to me, Louisa. Now eat your breakfast quietly and let your father read his paper.
Yes, get on with your breakfast. Listen to this. Millionaire's will eaten by mice.
Eaten by mice? So who gets the money?
No, that's what the court's got to decide.
Well, that's made my day.
Hey?
That a humble mouse can defeat the lifetime schemings of a millionaire. That's the best news for ages.
Funny sense of humour. Mystery of the world's loss of weight.
What's that mean?
The world's getting lighter. It's a science report. Scientists using the most sophisticated measuring instruments have demonstrated after studies lasting 4 years that the world is losing weight at the rate of 0.000, etc., every year. The annual loss is approximately 7 tons, the equivalent of 2.5 adult elephants or 1 semi-detached house and its contents.
How on earth can they know that? I think it's rather obvious, Mum.
Oh, yes, Louisa, do enlighten us.
All the wear and tear and the dust that gets kicked up. The explosions, bombs and quarrying. Bits of the earth are going sky high all the time. Everybody knows that.
If something's blown up, the fragments fall back to Earth. Oh, wait a bit. The figures take into account normal wastage caused by suction of dust particles into the atmosphere, the release of meteorological and surveillance balloons and satellites, and the propulsion of minerals, men, and other livestock into the outer atmosphere in space vehicles, etc., etc.
So how long before we're reduced to the size of a ping pong ball?
Wait a sec. If this rate of loss is sustained, the world will disappear in approximately 7.5 million years.
It could always be those mice.
Well, time I wasn't here.
Off to your work of national importance?
Well, it fills your larder, doesn't it?
Oh, don't be so touchy. I'll come out with you. I want you to see my Michaelmas daisies in the front.
Oh, where's my blasted hat?
Under the hall table. Here, I'll just give it a little brush.
Oh, by Joe, Louisa. Well, isn't anybody going to say goodbye?
Bye, Dad.
Cheerio.
I should think so.
Here, under the window. Aren't they gorgeous?
God, that sewage on the shore. It's a bit nippy. Look, I want you to hide that lavatory paper for our exclusive use.
Just look at that colour. They hit me in the eye when I took Bella for a walk this morning. Do you know what I saw when I got up? I was looking through the bedroom window, and I saw a big fat duck waddling down the middle of the road, quacking.
Good morning, neighbours.
Oh, hello, Anthony. Are you feeling better? Have you seen my Michaelmas daisies?
Have you seen my giant dock leaves? Oh, I just feel a bit spare and jaded. I've got this longing to enter a spaceship or a monastery. How's Tom? Still flushed with success?
Oh, very witty.
Cleaning up in a big way?
If there's anybody deserves a nervous breakdown, it's you, Anthony.
Tom.
Come round for a mug of char later, Val. Jean will be brewing at about 10:30 when I've done the hoovering. So long.
See you, Tony.
That was a childish thing to say.
It wouldn't be so bad if he'd vary his material. It's always flushing or cleaning up with Tony. That's why I refuse to take him for a drink. He's always saying bottoms up.
Well, it fills my larder. Goodbye, sweetheart. You look very fetching in your bowler.
I'll be about an hour late tonight. A chap from the ad agency's calling in at about 5.
What a peculiar time.
He's flying up to see some client in Leeds and dropping in on the way back.
Money to burn, haven't they? If you see Christopher on the train, ask him to bring Brenda round for a drink tonight.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Yes, well, I suppose there's a degree of verisimilitude in all that, although the duck strikes a somewhat discordant note. Now, when you got home, they'd all vanished. Veronica...
Valerie.
Valerie, yes. And the children.
And the dog.
Yes.
Bella.
The dog. What kind of dog was it?
A St. Bernard. I used to look at her. Used to gaze at Bella, that massive heap of fur sprawled over the carpet, and wonder why such a useless and amusing creature, so much bulk and sadness, had been put on the earth for just 5 or 6 years.
I don't follow.
All that muscular exertion, that gigantic feeding and prodigious voiding, for a few years of utterly futile living. What for? What is the divine twisted intention?
No, these questions will always be asked. Now, this obsession of yours with lavatories.
Obsession?
Well, it runs right through the case. The children at breakfast, the dog, bidets, the sewage on the shore. I'll give odds you're a compulsive hand washer.
The Times.
What?
The annual losses. What was it? The equivalent of so many fully grown elephants, or 1 semi-detached house and its contents.
You're not taking that seriously.
Oh, I am, you know.
You'll find nothing of that nature in the Times.
I want to see a copy.
One moment.
Yes, Mr. Godfrey?
Margaret, would you try to get hold of a copy of yesterday's Times? You might find one in the registry.
Right away, sir.
There are more prosaic explanations.
Oh, yes.
The existence you say has disappeared is an ideal one which you have invented because your real one is unbearable.
But I'm perfectly stable.
We're none of us stable until we're dead. Look here. Say your story is true. Have you really lost such a very great deal? What was your existence so perfect? Look, set your achievements against your dog. Square up to it.
Which was more futile?
There was slightly more to my life than that. I had relationships with people. I know it sounds appallingly banal, but we all mattered to one another.
Oh, that liberal humanist balderdash.
What? All right, what's your idea of the purpose of existence, then?
Now, look, eating, sleeping, fornicating, that's all. Don't let anyone kid you. Come in.
The time's for yesterday, Mr. Godfrey.
Oh, good show. Thank you, Margaret.
No, it was towards the middle at the bottom of the science report.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Mystery of the world's loss of weight. Well, well.
Valerie, the universe with one snap of its jaws.
But this doesn't prove a thing, you know.
Good Lord, and to think of all the trouble they've had to go to removing all trace of me.
They?
The tax records, driving licenses, bank accounts.
You really believe there's some divine meddler intent on conjuring away everything to do with you?
Oh, the universe has to cover its tracks. Church registers, Somerset House, that great web of relationships in which I'm just a minute strand. It's all had to be rearranged, respun. Oh, my poor mother's ovaries. Where have they vanished too?
You'll be all right. In 9 cases out of 10, it all clicks back into place, given time. Or perhaps your real family will come forward. Look, get your photograph in the newspapers. Oh. Somebody will recognize you. In the meantime, face up to it. Start a new life. Many a man would envy you. A clean slate, free from the bondage of social relationships.
You don't seem to understand. I'm cut off from every human soul. My reality has to be confirmed by others. A man needs a solid background. You want me to abandon everything I've lived and worked for.
Well, what's all that add up to?
What?
Well, all that muscular exertion, that gigantic feeding, that prodigious voiding. What will future generations look back and thank you for? Promoting universal health and happiness by popularizing the B-Day? What the devil's happening to your foot?
You talk as if everybody had to justify their existence.
Your foot? Hampton! Good heavens, man.
My foot? Good God! Where's it gone?
Your leg's disappearing. Both legs.
I'm going! I'm going! Away I go!
Bloody man's gone. I'm working too hard.
Mr. Godfrey? Mr. Godfrey?
Eh?
Your tea, Mr. Godfrey. Are you all right?
What's that? What?
Your tea, Mr. Godfrey.
Tea? Oh, that's excellent. Oh, you make an excellent cup of tea, Margaret. What time's my next appointment?
You've got no appointments today, Mr. Godfrey. You said you wanted to keep the day clear to finish your paper for the Congress.
Oh, so I did. Mine must be wondering, what's this newspaper doing here?
You asked me to get it for you a few minutes ago.
You know I don't remember that. I'll have to consult my analyst.
You drive yourself too hard.
I like that. Look. Oh, read that.
Mystery of the world's loss of weight?
No, not that. Just above it. About the mice.
Millionaire's will eaten by mice. Oh.
What a neat little parable, Margaret, for the futility of all our efforts.
In One of Our Commuters is Missing, by Ken Whitmore, Tom was played by Christopher Godwin. Alex and Godfrey were played by Ronald Herdman. The Sergeant and Anthony by Howard Benbrook. Mother and Margaret by Heather Stoney. Chris and Joseph by Stephen Malatrat. Diane and Louisa by Christine Welsh. Harry and Kelly by Stanley Page. Jean and Valerie by Janet Dale. The play was produced in Leeds by Alfred Bradley.
here on Radio 2 in time for Curtain Up on this week's Midweek Theatre.
Yes, but I don't know why. It's just the way things are. And what's more, I don't see why a 32-hour day would be more sensible. Yes, I know that. But 24 hours is the time it takes the world to turn around. And that makes 1 day. And 7 days make 1 week. No, we don't have any months with 32 days in them. You've got to think about 32. You see, there are 365 days in a year. And these fall into 12 months. And these... No, it's not stupid. It's not.
A strange conversation for a boy of 12 to be having. But when I looked out of the window to see whom Matthew was talking to, the situation seemed more than strange. It became worrying. Matthew was entirely on his own. This was the first time we became aware of Chucky.
Chucky, a science fiction story by John Wyndham, dramatized from a novel by John Tiedemann, with Eric Thompson as David Gore and Joe Bennett as Matthew. Chucky.
Darling, have you noticed anything odd about Matthew lately?
Oh, so you have you, David?
Well, unusual's perhaps a better word.
What was he doing? Listening to nothing or talking to himself?
Talking to... No, he was doing both, really. Mary, how long has this been going on?
Oh, I suppose I first noticed it about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
But why didn't you say anything about it before?
It just doesn't seem worth bothering about. I thought it was just one of those crazes that children get. Well, you know, like the time he kept on pretending he was a car, changing gear on the lights, pulling up the brake to stop, and so on. Well, it wore off pretty quickly. I expect this will, too.
You're not worried about him, then?
Oh, good gracious, no. I'm only worried about us.
Us?
Well, you remember what we went through when Polly introduced that dreadful Hardy-like creature into our lives?
Piff?
Yes, Piff.
Yeah, but Polly was only 5 then. Matthew's a boy of 12.
Well, there's no telling with children.
Oh?
I just hope that I don't have to lay an extra place at table and keep off certain chairs or make up a special bed as I had to for Pip.
I remember that when I left her behind, when we went off on that picnic, Polly wouldn't speak to me for days. She just directed things at me through Piff.
It's quite normal for children to invent an imaginary friend.
Yes, and I must say this one of Matthew seems more intelligent than Piff. I mean, he's got firm opinions of his own about the number of hours there should be in a day or days in a week, for instance. And it's got a thing about the number 32.
I expect Matthew's only working out something for himself, something he's been told at school.
What sort of things have you heard him talking about?
Well, he just mutters to himself most of the time. I don't pay much attention. And I certainly don't want to encourage another Piff. Though there is one thing.
Yeah?
The questions he's been asking lately.
Lately? He was asking questions.
Well, I know, but recently they've been different. A different sort of slant.
Such as?
Well, the other day, when he was helping me with the washing up, he asked why there are 2 sexes. He couldn't see why you needed 2 people to produce one.
I suppose you answered because it helps to spread the load.
Oh, darling.
Sorry.
Well, then he asked, where is Earth? It was no good me saying that it went round the sun, because he then asked, where is the sun? It's not like his usual kind of question at all. The why can't we live on grass if horses can sort of thing.
He's probably reached a stage of development where things are beginning to widen out for him.
But why should they widen out so suddenly?
Well, it's his schooling. I mean, children go to school to have their interests developed.
This isn't quite like that. It's the changing quality and approach.
Perhaps he's a late developer and really is a born genius.
That's the whole point, David. Born. If only we knew a little more about his parents, that might help. When Polly, I can see bits of you and bits of me, gives one a feeling of something to go on. But with an adopted child like Matthew, there's no guide at all.
No, look, I thought we'd exhausted that old heredity versus environment argument years ago.
Don't be silly, darling. Of course we did. And that's not what I meant at all.
Look, whatever it is, there's no use our worrying too much about it yet. It's probably no more than a passing phase. Then no more awkward questions.
Daddy, why is it a cow stops?
What do you mean? Why does it stop what?
Well, it gets a bit of the way, then it doesn't seem to get any further.
Bit of the way where?
Well, when old Albert comes to the gate, they understand it's milking time. They know which stall to go to in the shed, and they understand about waiting there until they've been milked. But when they go back to the field, they just stop. Well, why?
You mean they stop understanding?
Yes. You see, they don't want to stay in the field, because if they find a gap in the hedge, they get out. So if they want to go out, why don't they open the gate for themselves and go?
Because they don't know how to open the gate.
Well, that's just it, Daddy. Why don't they understand how to open it? They've seen Albert open it hundreds of times, and they've got enough brains to understand which stall to go to. So why can't they remember how to open the gate? It's quite simple. What is it that doesn't go on happening in their heads so that they stop?
Well, cows have a rather limited intelligence, Matthew.
But how do you limit intelligence? If you've got it, you've got it. It might take time, but surely the answer is bound to come up sooner or later, isn't it?
And that's rather what we felt about Matthew, sooner or later. But we weren't quite prepared for the next development. Matthew picked up some fluey germ at school, and Mary and I were quite naturally worried about him as he rambled on in a high fever.
There, darling. No, Chucky, I can't understand. I want to go to sleep. No. Oh, do shut up and go away. Do stop it, Chucky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mummy, please, I'm so tired. Tell Chucky to go away. She doesn't understand. She won't leave me alone.
David, Chucky.
Search me. Matthew, drink this like a good boy.
There. You'll feel better soon. Try to go to sleep.
I want to, Mummy, but Chucky won't let me. He will keep on talking. Oh, please make him shut up. He won't listen to me. Tell him to go away now.
The old Piff technique. Try it. Go on.
Chucky, you really must let Matthew be quiet and rest. He isn't at all well, Chucky, and he needs to go to sleep. So please leave him alone now. You can come back tomorrow if he's better.
See? You've got to clear out, Chucky, so that I can get better. Yes, I will. Goodbye. She's gone.
Good. Now you can settle down. That's it. Good boy. Sleep well, darling.
Good night, Mummy. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, Matthew. Well, what are we supposed to make of that?
It looks dangerously like another Piff.
I hope it's less of a pest than the last one. Though I can't help feeling there's something wrong.
Oh, you mean Chucky's sex? He can't seem to make up his mind if it's a him or her. Well, children are usually very positive about that. They feel it's important.
I wouldn't say the feeling's entirely restricted to children, but I do see what you mean. It's odd. The whole thing's odd.
Well, if Chucky is another version of Piff, then he or she does seem to have barged into the wrong age group this time.
But even if the age group was wrong, Chucky was decidedly preferable to Piff, largely because of the lack of any physical presence. And Matthew became increasingly forthcoming on the subject once he was better. In fact, all his questions were now put on Chucky's behalf, with Matthew acting as go-between or interpreter. Chucky says he doesn't see how. Chucky says she doesn't understand why. We had to solve the problem of gender.
Chucky says she doesn't understand that, and therefore he cannot accept it.
Now, look here, Matthew. I get confused with all this he and she business. On grounds of grammar alone, it would be easier to know which Chucky is.
Yes, I agree. I asked Chucky, but he didn't seem to know.
But that's surely one of the things people are generally pretty certain about.
I know, but Chucky's sort of different. I explained about hims and hers to her, but she just didn't understand, and said it seemed a pretty silly arrangement. She wanted to know why it was like that.
Well, it's just one of nature's ways of arranging things. It has to be.
That's what I said. But he still couldn't see why. Chucky's like that. He keeps on finding lots of quite ordinary things silly.
Well, look, from our point of view, it would be easier if Chucky were one thing or the other. Boy or girl.
Well, he does talk rather like a boy. But most of the time, it's not about the sort of things boys talk about. If you see what I mean. Mostly she goes on in the rather snooty sort of way chaps' older sisters behave.
Then let's call Chucky a she, shall we? It's easier to be one thing or the other, especially when we're talking among ourselves.
Okay, she.
Good.
Daddy? You don't think I'm mad, do you?
Good heavens, no. What put an idea like that into your head?
Well, it was Colin, a boy at school.
You haven't told him about Chucky?
Oh, no, only you and Mummy and Polly know about her. And Polly doesn't really understand. She's too young.
What did Colin say?
Well, I asked him if he knew anyone who could hear someone talking, kind of inside himself. And he said no, because hearing voices was the first sign of madness. And people who heard them were put in asylums or burnt at the stake like Joan of Arc. So I sort of wondered...
Oh, now that's quite different. There are voices that prophesy things and persuade people to do things and muddle them up generally. They're not like Chucky. You don't want to worry about that, Matthew. Don't worry at all.
Good. I think I'd hate to go mad. You see, I don't feel at all mad.
I think being a parent must have been a lot more fun before Freud was invented. I suppose if this
fantasy game doesn't clear up soon, we shall feel a moral, social, and medical obligation to do something about it.
No, I'm all for keeping Matthew clear of that sort of thing if we can.
Oh, so am I. But it isn't very fair on other people, is it?
Hmm?
Well, Polly, for instance. But she's always admired Matthew, looked up to him. Now this Chalky has displaced her. He's got a new friend, and she feels left out, so she's jealous, and I can't say I blame her.
Now, you're beginning to talk as if Chalky were real.
Well, in a way, she is. Reality's only relative, after all. Devils and witches were real to people who believed in them, just as God is real to people who believe in him. Chalky's real enough to Matthew and to Polly. And then there was the complaint from the maths teacher at the school.
Oh, what was that?
Well, Mr. Trimble suggested that you might be over-anxious for your son's welfare and have been teaching him theorems usually reserved for third-year university students.
Well, so I haven't so much as looked at Matthew's homework.
Oh, I know, but I could hardly explain that it must be Chalky. So I apologized and said I'd speak to you about it. Even so, Trimble seemed very surprised at Matthew's grasp of the binary code.
I don't know anything about the binary code. I'm just a simple accountant.
And I'm simply a mother. David, we'll have to do something if this goes on much longer.
Yes, all right. I'd better go and see it to the car while it's still light.
Oh, you and Matthew, I don't know which is the bigger baby. Neither of you can take your eyes off that car.
Well, it's big, it was expensive, and it is brand new.
Never too old for a new toy. Send Matthew in for supper, and don't be too long yourself.
No, it's not. It's lovely. It isn't funny at all. Stop laughing. Stop.
Matthew, what's the matter?
Oh, David.
No, then, old man. Now, come on, take it easy. There's a good fella.
Sorry, Daddy, sorry. All right, now I think...
No, tell me what it was all about.
It was the car.
The car? What's wrong with it?
Well, it's not the car exactly. It's a supercar. It's Chalky.
Chalky?
I wanted to show off the car to Chalky, how it works and so on.
But Chalky wasn't interested.
She said it was silly, ugly, clumsy. She laughed at it.
What did she find so funny?
Everything. She said it was old-fashioned. The engine, gears, brakes, they were all silly. And she said that wheels were ridiculous.
What did she think it should have, then?
Well, she said that where she comes from, cars don't have wheels. They go along a bit above the ground and they don't make any noise, and they can't run into one another.
Very sensible. But tell me, where does Chalky come from?
Well, that's one of the things we can't work out. You see, if you don't know where anything else is, how can you find out where you are?
No points of reference, you mean?
I expect that's it. But wherever Chalky comes from, it must be a very, very long way away. Everything seems so different there.
How old is Chalky?
Oh, pretty old, though her time doesn't go like ours. She says she'll go on living till she's about 200, so I suppose that makes her about 20. She says that living until you're only about 70 or 80 is wasteful and silly.
Chalky appears to find a great many things silly.
Nearly everything, really. Though it's not always easy to make out what she means. And I suppose our ways are difficult for her to understand as well. It can get pretty boring at times.
Yes, I suppose it can.
Anyway, I don't care what she thinks. I like our new car.
And whilst we're on the subject, we might point out to Chalky that we do have such a thing as a hovercraft. So she's a bit late on that one.
And if that business about the car wasn't enough, now there's this. Came this morning.
Oh, yes? What is it?
It's school report.
Good one?
Oh, in a sense, better than usual, but reading between the lines, I think they're as puzzled as we are.
Oh, how?
Well, Trimble says that he wishes Matthew would confine his interests to orthodox mathematics. The physics master notes a difference of approach this year and too great a capacity for asking questions. Whilst poor Mrs. Blade, his biology mistress, seems utterly bewildered.
I suppose he's been trying out Chalky's one-sex theories on all very well for oysters, but it could play havoc with the rudiments of biology teaching.
David, do be serious. We can't just let it drift any longer. We must do something.
Then what do you suggest?
Well, Dr. Acott...
No. He's all right as a family pill pusher, but not for a matter like this. Besides, Matthew doesn't like him.
He could advise us. Well, you took us out of a list with a pin.
I'd rather ask Roy Landis.
Who's he?
He was up at Cambridge with Alan Froome and me. I only know him slightly, but Alan's kept up with him, and he thinks he's just the man.
Well, if you and Alan can persuade this Landis man to come down and see Matthew, it might do some good. How'll you break it to Matthew?
Oh, I'll tell him that Landis shares Chalky's idea, that he knows someone else in a similar sort of predicament. You know, I certainly won't alarm the child or make him think that he's an interesting case. Would Sunday be all right?
Janice and the family are coming for the weekend.
Oh, your sister and the brood.
But they'll be going after Sunday lunch.
Good.
So you could ask Landis for dinner if you like.
All right.
At least we shall feel that we're doing something. If you
want any more coffee, do help yourself, Dr. Landis.
No, thank you. Can I do your glass for you, Roy? I'm all right, thanks. Mary?
No, thank you, darling.
Then I will.
Well, you two certainly had quite a session. I hope Matthew wasn't too tedious.
Tedious? Oh, no. No, it certainly wasn't that. But, David, you didn't tell me half of it.
I don't suppose I know half of it. Mrs. Father, I didn't think it was a good idea to press him. I hoped he'd speak more freely to you.
And you were quite right. He did. He seemed puzzled and needed someone other than yourselves to talk to. I think he'll feel better for having got some of it off his chest.
That's something.
Tell me, Mrs. Gore, would you say Matthew was a highly imaginative boy?
Oh, I don't think so. I wouldn't call him highly imaginative, would you, David?
No, it's just ordinary. I suppose he reads a lot, but most boys do at his age. Venture stuff, mostly.
So you don't think he's the kind of child who would have any difficulty in distinguishing fantasy from reality?
Oh, no.
That's what I presume. So...
But so what, Dr. Landis?
Well, if you both brought Matthew to me professionally, I would and and stall a bit. But as I'm here as a friend, I'm going to be unprofessional. I'm going to confess that I don't know. That it has me beat.
But surely...
Oh, I know what it looks like. But that's sheer nonsense.
Well, what does it look like?
Possession.
What?
The sort of thing our unscientific ancestors used to suffer when they were possessed by demons and spirits. They would have said that Chucky had somehow invaded Matthew, got hold of him.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, you see, there is quite definitely a second intelligence involved. When Matthew talks to Chucky or listens to her, words aren't needed. It's a communication of ideas. Some of the questions he asks, for instance, are quite childishly expressed.
Yes, but then he's only just 12.
But even so, he has an unusually good vocabulary for a boy of his age. He knows what he wants to ask, but he sometimes has difficulty in finding the words to express the idea that has been put into his mind.
Well, ideas have to come from somewhere. Couldn't Chucky just be a part of his mind? A name for his subconscious, if you like?
No. No, Chucky has a much more definite existence than that. She is more than his invention. For instance, in that affair with the car. Now, no boy of Matthew's age would dream of calling the very latest model old-fashioned, not even in his subconscious. And then this afternoon, Matthew was telling me that Chucky thought our approach to space flights and rocketry was hopelessly inadequate and out of date. According to her, the proper way to operate a spaceship is not to smash it into the sky with explosives against the whole pull of gravitation, but somehow to screen off that pull. But beyond that, Matthew couldn't get the concept. Chucky's ideas were beyond his grasp, and there were no words to fit them. Now, he couldn't make up things like that for himself.
And he certainly hasn't read them.
And then again, according to Chucky, our civilization is suffering from a primitive fixation on the wheel. We must break away from our obsession with rotary motion. Now, where would a boy pick up an idea like that?
Possession?
Yes. Well, yes, in a sense. It doesn't imply domination. It's more like a working arrangement.
What on earth do you mean by that?
Well, you remember when he was ill, he told her to shut up and go away, which with your added persuasion, she did. Similarly, when she annoyed him over the car, he rejected her. She doesn't dominate. He lays down conditions for her as he would, as he would with a friend, and she accepts them.
I think you've spent the whole day simply encouraging the boy in his fantasies. I don't see that you've done any good for Matthew or anyone.
Now, Mary,
in order to understand his condition, I've got to gain his confidence.
But you don't have to accept the reality of Chucky with us when Matthew isn't here.
Surely, Mrs. Gore, the things he's been saying, the questions he's been asking have seemed odd to you, intelligently odd. You must realize by now that it's more than an ordinary childish fantasy.
But what is it? What? Can't you see that I'm afraid of it becoming a permanent obsession? What I want to know is simply the best way of stopping that from happening, and you don't seem to be able to tell us.
For a psychiatrist, Roy Landis had made a bad psychological error in referring to possession. Mary had leapt at the word, and it added an element of irrationality to her anxiety. As far as she was concerned, there was something wrong with Matthew, and she wanted it put right without delay. Her concern was immediate.
I went to see Dr. Aycott today.
Oh, something wrong?
About Matthew.
You didn't take Matthew too?
No.
Good. He might have thought it a breach of confidence.
Yes.
As I've said, I'm not against Aycott as a cut stitcher or measles spotter, but I don't feel this kind of thing's up his street.
You're right, it isn't. As far as he's concerned, all Matthew needs is plenty of exercise, cold baths, fresh air, green salads, and the window open at night.
No specialist?
No. He's a growing boy, and nature is the greatest healer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, David, we must help him somehow.
Look, I know you didn't take to Roy, but he is highly thought of.
Dr. Landis just thought he was an interesting case. If he were to become normal again, it'd cease to be interesting.
Now, that isn't fair, darling. Matthew isn't abnormal. He's just normal plus something. Something different.
Well, you can say that again. I want you to look at these, David.
What's that?
Well, they're paintings. He must have brought them back from school. I found them when I was tidying up his room this morning, behind the chest of drawers.
You mean he'd hidden them?
No, I think they'd slipped down by accident.
Not bad. These landscapes, they're not like anything he's done before. An unusual vision of the world, three-dimensional almost. Where's that?
Oh, it's a corner of the playground. Might be from the art room window.
Figures it looked pretty spindly. This portrait thing, who's this? Is it? I don't have green traffic lights for eyes. Well, I've got more hair than that. I suppose this one's you. It's not very nice.
That is Miss Soames, the art mistress, and not very flattering.
Well...
Those pictures, they're good, artistically.
But are they his? Did he do them? I know. There's only one way. Ask him. Is he still up?
Well, he should be. We'll see. Matthew! Matthew!
Yes, Mummy?
Daddy wants a word with you, dear, in the sitting room.
All right, Mummy, coming.
You're not going to like this, Mary.
I haven't liked any of it. I suppose it is just possible somebody gave them to him.
Matthew, shut the door. There's a good boy.
Yes, Daddy.
Mummy happened to find these when she was clearing your room.
Oh, so that's where they went.
Are they yours?
Yes.
Did you paint them?
Yes.
They're better than the pictures you usually do in art.
These aren't art, they're private.
You seem to be seeing things in quite a different way.
Yes, I expect it's something to do with growing up.
Did you really do them, Matthew?
Yes. Well, I mean, sort of. Well, I did do them. Oh, it's all right, darling. They're so good that Daddy and I were interested, that's all. Did this view really look like that to you? I did them, Mummy, but they look a bit funny because that's the way that Chucky sees things. Well, tell us about it, darling. Well, one day after art class, Chucky said that I didn't see things properly. I didn't understand what she meant, so she told me to sit down and think of nothing. Sort of switch off me and just let the picture come. And it did. Well, she sees it and I do it.
You mean you hand over to Chucky?
Yes. It's like riding a bicycle without hands. Only Chucky does the steering, not me.
And it doesn't happen when you don't want it to?
Oh, no. I have to make it happen. The doing is all mine. They're much better than the pictures I paint when they're entirely mine, don't you think?
Have you shown them to anyone else?
Not shown exactly. But Miss Soames saw the one at the playground and made me, well, Chucky and me, do another picture while she watched.
What did she do with it?
I don't know. I think she kept it.
Well, we'd like to keep these for a while, just to look at.
All right. But don't lose them.
No, we won't. Now, time you off to bed. Don't read too late. Mummy will look in and tuck you up, won't you?
No, yes, darling. Oh, Daddy, can I borrow that book? The one on the middle shelf.
What? What, Louis Mumford's Living in Cities? That's a bit heavy for bedtime reading, isn't it?
Pretty boring. But Chucky thinks it's interesting. The bits I can understand for her.
Well, give it a rest for tonight, eh? Get some sleep like a good fella.
Okay. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Mummy. Oh, and Daddy?
Yes?
That portrait isn't a bit like you. It isn't, really. Oh, David. You're such a lovely boy, and that...
No, Mary.
But I'm afraid for him, David. This Chucky, this whatever it is, it's getting more real for him.
Come on now.
He's beginning to let it take control of him. I'm afraid, David. Afraid.
For our summer holiday, Mary and I took a cottage on the North Wales coast with Alan and Phyllis Froome. Their two children were much of an age with our own, so it all worked out rather well. It also allowed the adults to take turns at going off duty for a bit, so Mary and I would take every opportunity we could to explore the countryside together. Towards the middle of the second week, we returned late from one such expedition, and as soon as we reached the cottage, we both sensed something was wrong.
What happened, Alan? What's the matter? I know something's happened.
There's nothing to worry about. Polly and Matthew are quite safe.
But what's happened?
Slight accident, that's all.
No.
They fell in the river, but they're quite all right.
Where are they?
Upstairs. Phil's with them. She gave them warm drinks, a good bath, and put them to bed.
Oh, I'll go up and see them right away.
Sorry about all this, Alan. Thanks for coping.
Well, it gave us a nasty shock, I must say. Here, let me get you a drink.
Thanks. Whiskey? Fine. Well, what happened exactly?
Well, the kids, all four of them, were playing around that rickety old landing stage on the estuary when that hulking great motorboat of Bill Weston's broke its moorings.
Yeah, thanks.
The tide had just turned and was running out pretty fast. Carried the boat downstream and it socked the landing stage full tilt. Well, the end of the thing collapsed and Matthew and Polly were thrown into the water.
What about your two?
Well, they were standing back a bit from the end, so they were okay.
Oh, that's some mercy. There's a pretty strong current out there.
Yeah, I know. Evans, who saw it all, thought Matthew and Polly had been done for. But then he saw your boy strike out for the girl, reach her and support her until help came.
Matthew?
Yeah. Well, Colonel Summers went after them in his boat, and by the time he'd reached them, they'd been swept a good mile downstream. Matthew was still supporting Polly. That's pretty tricky in the current.
Yeah.
Old Summers was very impressed. Never seen anything like it, he said. He reckons that Matthew deserves a medal for what he did, and he's jolly we're going to see he gets one. Wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't written off already to the Royal Swimming Society with a recommendation. I must say we'll all back him up. There's no doubt your Polly would be a goner if it hadn't been for Matthew. I didn't know the boy had it in him.
He hasn't.
Huh?
Look, Alan, have you ever seen Matthew swim?
Well, now you come to mention it, I can't...
No, you can't say, because you've never seen it. Matthew can't swim more than 3 consecutive strokes. He hates the water.
Then you mean...
Yes. Chocky.
But surely, David, you can't believe...
We've been over all this with Roy Landis. Now, you were in on all that, and you know what Roy thinks.
Yes, but this is different.
Yes, I know. But if it was Chocky who, what can one say? I mean, helped Matthew, then it opens up an entirely new phase in the business.
So, if it weren't for Chocky, then you reckon your two wouldn't be here now?
That's about it. I only hope Mary sees it that way.
She ought to be grateful.
Well, she ought to be, but somehow people find it easier to believe in evil spirits rather than good ones.
Of course, it could just have been the self-preservation instinct.
Yes, it could have been, but somehow I don't think so in this case. Anyhow, there's only one way to find out, and that's to ask Matthew.
Do you think he'll tell you?
Oh, yes. We haven't any secrets from each other about Chocky. At least not yet.
That was our reporter, Tim Matthews, speaking to us from the Kingdom of Mercia, or, as we know it, Montgomeryshire. The time is exactly 25.5 past 8. And I've got that right.
Come on, darling, you must get a move.
Well, now, from the
right.
influence of early angles to the incidence of a modern angel. Whilst on holiday in Wales, young Matthew Gore saved his even younger sister from drowning. Eyewitnesses maintain that he supported her whilst they were both swept out to sea for nearly 2 miles. But the peculiar thing is that Matthew had never swum before. Dennis Chattery.
Matthew, some reports about the incident, aren't they true?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Well, and you never swum before?
Yes. Well, I mean, no.
Why, you hadn't swum before?
No, I tried, but it wouldn't happen.
But this time it did?
Yes.
Well, I'm told that you heard a voice, the voice of a guardian angel telling you what to do.
No, that's a lot of rot.
Well, you told the local reporter then.
Well, that's what he said it was.
But you did hear a voice?
Sort of.
And after you heard it, you found that you were able to swim? So, now you don't think it was a guardian angel that told you how to do it?
I never said anything about a guardian angel. That's just silly newspaper talk. All that happened was that I got into a flap and I just found I could swim, that's all.
But that was not all.
Oh, David.
Colonel Summers, who rescued Matthew and his sister Polly as they were being swept out to sea by strong currents, maintained that in any ordinary circumstance.
Matthew, why didn't you tell us? Well, a man phoned up when you were out and said he was from the BBC. He came down with a tape recorder. I didn't think you'd mind.
But Matthew, surely
I didn't think they'd use it anyway. It wasn't that interesting.
Now, Matthew, no more interviews.
Well, it wasn't like an interview.
Well, what was it then?
I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't know.
Look, Matthew, don't talk to any more strangers. Now, do you understand? I mean, we don't want them to get onto Chocky, do we?
I suppose not. Promise? Yes, I promise, Mummy. I'm sorry.
Oh, now sit down and eat your cornflakes like a good boy.
Oh, David, get a move on or you'll miss your train. We're not still on holiday, you know.
It was in the train that...
Sit down and eat your cornflakes like a good boy.
Oh, David, get a move on or you'll miss your train. We're not still on holiday, you know.
It was in the train that I noticed it. Homeward, by Matthew Gore, aged 12. Reproduced in the morning newspapers from an exhibition entitled Art and the Schoolchild. There was no mistaking the new Matthew Chocky style. Roy Landis had seen it too, and he'd also heard the Today broadcast. He phoned me at the office, and we arranged to meet at his club the evening after next. Really, Roy, the press council or someone ought to do something about it. Poor Mary's had no peace at all. Finally, she had to leave the phone off the hook. But that didn't stop the callers at the front door, and one reporter even managed to wheedle Matthew into a cake shop and get a story from him.
About the swimming business?
Yes. Of course, several papers carried the painting thing, but none of them seem yet to have connected both stories with the same Matthew Gore. Well, not yet, anyway.
Strange. I'm afraid it'll only be a matter of time.
Yes, you're right.
I suppose Chucky is behind both incidents.
You're the psychiatrist. What do you think?
A bit rash, submitting that picture for the exhibition.
Not rash, unauthorized. Huh? Matthew painted it for his art mistress, and she put it in. Mary tore one hell of a strip off her, but she thought she was only doing it for the best.
Well, I see a point. Certainly is a striking picture. An unusual vision of a school playground at the end of the day.
Yes, Chucky's vision.
Yes, Chucky. Everything comes back to her, doesn't it? Chucky's right in the wings, and she'll be taking her call in public at any moment. For all your sakes, I think we should prevent that.
You certainly do accept the reality of Chucky, don't you?
I merely apply the Sherlock Holmes dictum. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Elementary. But what, my dear Roy, do you suggest?
Thorpe. What? Thorpe. Sir William Thorpe. I've thought a lot about all this, David, and I'm sure he's your man. He's got all the experience, and he's not bigoted. He treats each case on its individual merits. Oh, he's sometimes unorthodox, but he nearly always gets results.
Isn't he the fellow who's just been appointed as a sort of advisory industrial psychologist to one of the big groups? You know, some sort of big business foundation?
That's right.
But surely it'll cost us a fortune.
No, not if he's really interested. And I think he will be in this one.
Well, let's hope so.
If anyone can help, I put my money on Thorpe.
Now, wait a minute, Roy. I thought you said the last time we met that Matthew didn't need help.
I'm still not convinced that he does. But I'm sure your wife does.
Yeah. She's afraid for Matthew. She wants Chucky driven away, abolished, exorcised.
Although Chucky saved your daughter's life?
Yeah. Of course, she's a bit confused about that part of it. I'm just afraid she might do something stupid.
Like trying to smoke out Chucky on her own?
Yes, something like that.
Then I think you should discuss with her about taking Matthew to Sir William and agree to wait for his opinion on the case. And David,
yes?
I think you could do with some sort of definite assurance yourself about Chucky. I am right, am I not?
Confound Roy. Of course he was right. But it was Mary I was worried about. After a few more days of being pestered, she was almost at the end of her tether.
If I have ever questioned the power of the press, I retract. Well, these reporters are so pushing. Then we've had the vicar round, Matthew's headmaster on the phone, people from the local art group, 2 members of some spiritualist organization, just all the lunatic fringe. Oh, then there's my sister, David. She thinks it's all marvellous and wants to come down for the weekend.
Well, she can't. We're going away tomorrow morning early, not coming back till Sunday night. Now, you must get some rest, and it'll do Polly and Matthew good as well.
Oh, David, when is it all going to end?
Look, one thing we don't want, and that is for someone to connect Matthew Gore, artist, with the guardian angel hero. Then Chucky will be out of the bag on a national scale.
They would think that he's mad.
No, of course not, darling. Now, how could they? There isn't a saner boy anywhere than Matthew now is.
Oh, but if they... that he thinks he hears us speaking. I mean, hearing voices in your head, that's...
Darling, look, you're being afraid of the wrong thing. Roy Landis has pointed it out, and I'm sure this Thorpe man will bear him out. Chucky doesn't come from Matthew. It's something outside that comes to him.
What is Chucky? I mean, the swimming, the painting, all the strange questions.
Look, darling, whatever Chucky is, she's quite well disposed, isn't she? I mean, she did rescue the children, in a way.
In other words, you're trying to tell me that it is a guardian angel.
Well, yes, I suppose, in a sense.
Yes. Well, why didn't you say it? You're no help at all.
Hello. Yes, dear. No, you better sleep now. What? The same Matthew got... No, I can't. No, he'll be out tomorrow, Saturday, yes, and Sunday, yes, we'll all be out, yes. Goodbye.
Was that?
One of the Grand Sundays demanding an interview. They've just cottoned on to the fact that Matthew, lifesaver, and artist are one of the same. Now, come on, wake the children and get packed.
Oh, but David...
No, don't argue, Mary, we're going away tonight.
Where? We can't...
Anyway, I don't care, South Coast. And don't answer that. It's probably the rival Sunday. Let's leave your questions for Sir William to answer when I take Matthew to see him next week. Now, tell those news hawks we're up.
Oh, come in, Mr. Gore. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
That's all right, Sir William. I know how busy you are.
Busy? Well, that's business. Now, so this is Matthew.
Yes.
Hello, Matthew. I've heard a lot about you.
How'd you do, sir?
Well, now. Oh, I don't think I need keep you, Mr. Gore. Dr. Landis has already given me a very comprehensive brief, and I prefer it if we're left alone. You don't mind that, do you, Matthew?
No, sir.
So if you'd like to come back in, say, 2 hours... no, let's make it a little longer. Say, 4:30.
That's rather a long time, isn't it?
Well, for a new patient, the minimum is 2 hours. Matthew and I have rather a lot to talk about, haven't we, Matthew?
Sir?
So if you'd like to come back and collect Matthew, we should be finished by, 4:30. He'll be with my secretary by then.
But won't you want to...
No, Mr. Gore. No, put everything in writing and send it to you in a day or two. Results aren't always immediate, you know. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Sir William. Will you be all right, Matthew?
Yes, thank you, Daddy.
I'll answer Sir William's questions like a good boy. He knows all about Chocky, all right? See you later.
Do you?
What?
Know all about Chocky?
Well, not all. That's what I want you to tell me. But I do know about her. Now, you sit down there.
Here?
Yes, that's it, under the light. Good. I like your father.
Yes, so do I.
He knows all about Chocky, of course.
Oh, yes, we don't have secrets.
And Mummy?
Well...
She doesn't understand?
No, nor Polly.
Polly?
My sister.
Oh, yes, the young lady Chocky made you rescue.
Yes, Chocky rescued her.
Good. Now, Matthew, do you like records?
Oh, yes. But Chocky says that our music is all wrong.
Yes, I know that, but this record I'm going to play is the sort of music that Chocky would understand, that she'd like.
Oh?
Yes. You don't just have to listen to it, you look at it as well. You must watch the record going round. There's a pattern on it. You see?
Yes. I've never seen a record like that before.
I expect Chocky has. Now, put your head between your hands.
Yes.
And lean forward. And as it goes round, you keep staring at it as well as listening to it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. There. Watching?
The pattern's moving. It's rather like the bathwater going down the plug hole.
Yes, it is. Not the same sort of noise, though, is it?
No.
Do you like it? The sound?
Mm.
Does Chocky like it?
No.
Matthew? You like it, don't you, Chocky? Eh? Chocky?
Hypnosis. From what Matthew told me, it's quite obvious.
I can't say that I like the idea very much.
Well, I'm sure that Sir William only used hypnosis because he thought it was the quickest and easiest method.
Whatever his method, the results have been very strange. He's not like the same child.
What do you mean?
Well, surely you've noticed. Ever since he saw that Thorpe man, 2 days ago, well, he's been so listless.
Well, he just goes off on long walks, taking sandwiches, and he's painting things with him. No harm in that.
Yeah, but there's no life in him. When he comes back, he just shuts himself away in his room. I looked in last night to see if he was all right. There he was, just lying there, staring at the ceiling.
Perhaps he's sickening for something.
No. I'm sure it's to do with what that psychiatrist said to him.
Yeah, could be. Where is he now?
Up in his room. You must admit it's not like him.
Perhaps I'll just pop up and see how he is.
Do. I don't think you'll get much out of him. But he might tell you more than he tells me. After all, I'm only his mother.
Oh, no, that's not fair, Mary.
Oh, sorry. Polly and I do feel a bit left out of it, though. Go up and see what you can do, David.
Matthew?
Yes?
Only me. Thought I'd drop in, see if you wanted anything.
No, thank you, Daddy.
Why don't you get into bed properly? Mummy will bring your supper up on a tray.
It's all right. Thanks.
Do some painting today?
Yes.
May I see?
Yes. Those over there.
These?
Yes.
Did Chocky help you?
Oh, yes, same as before.
This one's the Downs, isn't it?
Yes.
It's very beautiful.
Yes, it is rather. Chucky says that except where we've spoilt it, this is a very beautiful planet.
Well, the way she paints it, it certainly is. Oh, these are docks from Great Pond, aren't they?
Yes, all three. Of course, they're not quite the way we see the place, but that's how she sees it.
What's this? Looks like nowhere on earth.
It isn't. That's where Chucky lives. It's a horrid place, isn't it?
Not very nice. Looks very hot.
Oh, it is, in daytime.
What are these bumps?
Oh, those are things that grow there.
And these rocky things?
They're sort of towns in the distance. Well, not towns exactly, but without words, they're rather hard to describe. There isn't the same kind of thing here.
Where is it?
Well, Chucky and I couldn't find out. Or where our world is either.
Yes, well, I'd keep that one out of Mummy's way if I were you.
Yes, Daddy, that's what I thought.
Good.
Don't worry, though. They're the last pictures.
What's the matter, Matthew? Come on, tell me.
With Chucky, Daddy.
She's going away?
It's going isn't a part of me. She's gone, Daddy. Forever. I don't see why you had to sit up with him all night, David. Here's a toast.
Well, look, you don't understand, Mary. The boy found saying goodbye to Chucky painful, difficult.
You're talking as though she's real.
To Matthew, she is.
Well, I hope he'll come down and eat his breakfast.
He'll be done, all right.
Oh, thank goodness it's all over then. Looks as though Sir William Thorpe cured him.
Cured him?
Well, got rid of it under hypnosis. Exercised him, if you want to use the way your friend Landis spoke. Possession. It was all a fantasy, and the fantasy he's, well, dispersed.
I wish it could have been done in a way that didn't upset the boy quite so much. However, seems you're right.
Oh?
Yes, Sir William's report, analysis, call it what you want to, came in this morning's post. You better read it. He seems to support your theories.
What does he say?
Everything and nothing. There's a lot of waffle and high words about the Chucky presence and the Chucky trauma, but it all boils down to fantasy and the subconscious taking over. Everything's explained away quite logically and all for no charge.
What?
Yes, an interesting case.
You ought to be glad.
Well, I'm glad Matthew's better, if that is what he is, but I must say I'm pretty disappointed.
No, really, David.
This also came to the post.
What is it?
A registered package from the Royal Swimming Society. After Colonel Summers' constant recommendation, I leave its contents to your imagination.
Oh, I like that. It'll help make up for losing Chucky.
No, I don't think it will.
Morning, Mummy. Morning, Daddy.
Morning.
Oh, what's that, Daddy? Well, it's for you, Matthew. It came this morning. Oh? Yeah, here you are. Now, you sit down and I'll get you breakfast. What is it, dear? I don't want it. Oh, but it's lovely, Matthew. A lovely bronze medal. It's not fair. It's Chucky's. She saved me and Polly. It's not true, Daddy. It's not true. It's not true. Matthew, darling.
Leave him, Mary. Let's have a look at it.
Awarded to Matthew Gore for a valorous deed. It's a shame he's taken it like that.
It's a shame it arrived when it did. Give it to me, Mary. I'll keep it for him till later on. The rest of the week was uneventful, and Matthew somehow seemed to have recovered from his loss. On Friday, I worked late at the office, had dinner in town, and didn't arrive home until well after 10 o'clock. A frantic Mary was on the telephone.
Right. Oh, thank you for your help. Yes, I will. It's my husband. He's just come back. I must go. Goodbye. Oh, David.
Mary, what's the matter? You look awful. What's the matter?
It's Matthew. He's gone.
Gone?
Disappeared.
Disappeared?
He didn't come back from school at the usual time, and I waited in case he'd been kept in or something. And then at 6, I phoned the school, and they told me he'd left just after 4.
What?
So I got worried and phoned the police.
So what did they say?
They were very helpful. They said they'd ring if they had any news, but that was over 4 hours ago.
Why, look, Mary,
Meanwhile, I phoned all the hospitals round here. I was on to one of them when you... David, I'm so glad you're back.
Now, sit down, darling, and relax.
I can't. I'm so worried. It must be something to do with all this Chucky business. He must have lost his memory or something and be wandering about.
Now, look, Mary, if Matthew were to have done anything silly, it would have happened a couple of weeks ago when Chucky left. He'd got over her completely. So William's treatment did the trick. Now, we know that.
And that's Polly's right.
Polly? What does she say?
She thinks Matthew's been kidnapped.
But why?
Well, he's something of a celebrity in the papers and that sort of thing.
Well, in that case, they must know we can't afford an enormous ransom.
And what's more, the papers are onto his disappearance already.
How?
People talk. Some of the boys at school. We know only too well how quickly news travels.
Oh, I can just see them relishing headlines like child artist vanishes, guardian angel hero missing.
David.
Well, just hope it doesn't come to that. Now, look, Mary, look, there's probably some perfectly simple explanation.
Perhaps that's the police. They might have heard something.
I'll take it. Hello, Mr. Gore speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Bollard.
Who?
Yes. I think we met at some parent-teachers thing. Yes, that's right.
Larry's father.
Oh, so he told you? Yes. Did he? When? Huh? Yes, I see. What was it like? Well, look, I think it's best if I come around and pick up you and Lawrence, and then we'll all go down to the police station together. All right? Yes, she is. Yes, I will. Yeah. About 10 minutes, all right? Bye.
Well?
Lawrence Bollard apparently saw Matthew talking to a man in a big car. A Mercedes, he thinks, not far from the school gates. Matthew got into the car and they drove off. The boy didn't know. He happened to mention to his father that Matthew seemed to be missing and told him a bit about the car. Because of various cases in the papers, the Bollards thought we ought to know.
Darling, you don't think it is anything like that?
No, of course not. Matthew can look after himself. He's a sensible boy.
Let's hope the police can help. We must have some news of Matthew soon.
But there wasn't. There was no news, good or bad, except in the newspapers, of course. Even threats, a demand for ransom, would have been more bearable than this silent vanishing into utter nothingness. The following week seemed endless, and the ensuing weekend longer still. And then?
Matthew! Hello, Mummy. Why didn't you and Daddy come to see me? Oh,
It's all right, Mrs. Gore. I think I can explain.
oh, Mummy, you don't know Dr. Frost. He's with the police in Birmingham. He's been ever so kind. Well, hello, but... Well, you better come in.
Thank you. I won't keep you long. Is Mr. Gore...
Yes, he's in the living room. Do you want to...
Yes, please. Now, Matthew, you tell Mummy all about it whilst I have a word with your father. I think Mrs. Gore...
How is Daddy? Well, he's been very worried. Well, you come into the kitchen, have a nice warm drink while Dr. Frost has a few words with your father. All right, but don't be long.
I won't be. In here?
Yes. Now, come along, Matthew.
Mr. Gore?
Yes. I gather Matthew...
Yes, I won't keep you long. I imagine you want to see the boy, but before you do, well, there are one or two things...
Yes, of course.
Dr. Frost, police surgeon from Birmingham.
Dr. Frost. I can't tell you how delighted we are to have Matthew back with us.
I understand. A most unusual case, the most considerate kidnapping that I've ever heard of.
Kidnapping?
Yes.
But I've had no ransom notes, nothing.
That's why I said unusual. The boy has come to no harm, nor does he seem to be suffering any ill effects, mental or physical.
But surely...
Except for the injections. A dozen or more in both arms. We've tested him, but can't make out what they were for. The second thing is even more curious.
I'd have thought that unidentifiable injections were enough.
Matthew insists that he was involved in a car accident and that his right leg was broken.
What?
He says that he was taken to hospital, put into plaster, and that it mended very quickly.
And?
Well, there was nothing at all wrong with his leg. But there were signs of his having been in plaster up to his thigh. He seems to have been very well treated at the hospital, though he couldn't understand why you and Mrs. Gore didn't visit him, or why he was suddenly dumped in the centre of Birmingham.
Birmingham?
I'm afraid it looks to us as though someone wanted him out of the way for 10 days or so. We can't think why.
Neither can I. There's just no sense in it.
You and your wife will probably get more out of your son than we can. Not, mark you, that he has deliberately held anything back from us, but you know how it is. So, if you do come up with anything, Mr. Gore, we'd be more than grateful if you get in touch with the police.
It wasn't until Mary had put Matthew to bed for an early night that we got his version of the story.
So you see, this man stopped in his car as I was leaving school and asked if I knew where Mr. Gore lived. Well, obviously I knew our house, so I got in and said I'd bring him here. Well, the next thing I knew was when I woke up in hospital.
How did you know it was a hospital?
Because there were doctors and nurses and things, and my leg was in plaster. I'd broken it in the crash.
Didn't it hurt?
No, not at all. You see, they gave me lots of injections and so on for the pain. Lots of injections. And it soon got better.
But, Matthew, why didn't you let us know where you were?
Well, the doctor said they'd done that. And I wrote to you.
Oh?
Yes, 2 letters. I wish you'd got them and come to see me. It was all pretty boring without television or the radio. And they wouldn't let me go out into the grounds.
When did they tell you you were better?
Yesterday. The doctor came in and took the plaster off my leg and said that it was better and that I could go home.
Yes?
Well, it was evening, and I got into this big black car. The blinds were down so as not to dazzle the driver. Then the doctor gave me some chocolate to drink to keep me warm, and soon after that I fell asleep. Well, the next thing I knew was when I woke up in Birmingham next morning in a different car. It was all pretty strange, really. Well, I thought the best thing was to find a policeman. When I told him my name, he seemed to know all about me.
We've been very worried about you, darling. You see, we didn't know where you were, so we had to ask the police to help to find you.
Was I kidnapped, Daddy? Polly thinks I was.
Looks very much like it.
But they were doctors. Awfully nice, kind people.
Oh, of course, they would be.
Did you have to pay a lot of money to get me back?
No, nothing at all.
Then why did they want to kidnap me?
Well, we thought you'd be able to tell us.
Well, I can't. But perhaps Chucky.
I thought she'd gone.
Well, she did go, but she sort of came back. She said she'd have to stay because she wants me to tell Daddy something. But I'm sorry, Mummy.
It's all right, Matthew. Mummy understands, don't you, Mary?
If you say so. But don't be long, either of you. And Matthew?
Yes, Mummy?
After this, no more chalky?
Yes, Mummy.
Good night, darling. And sleep well.
Good night.
See you downstairs, dear.
Yes, all right. Well?
I'm Sorry about that. Mummy won't mind, will she?
No, of course not. Now, what is it?
Well, Chucky wants to speak to you. And she says it's best if she does the talking, as I'd be rather slow.
How?
Well, it's the same as with the painting and the swimming. I'll think of nothing, and then she'll sort of speak through me.
Well, you can try it, but
Oh, it'll work all right. She says it will. I'll just close my eyes. There. Now wait.
Matthew? Matthew, look here, don't you... Matthew?
It is Chucky talking.
I'm listening. I'll try and follow you, Chucky.
I won't come back after this. Your wife will be glad, though I don't mean Matthew any harm. Do you understand?
I think so. But first tell me who you are, why you're here.
I am an explorer, a missionary. I came here to teach things.
Where do you come from?
Far, far away. Many, many parsecs. I came to find out what sort of planet this is.
But why?
Ours is a very old planet compared to yours. It is very overcrowded, so we must find other planets to colonize. Of the millions and millions of planets in space, hardly one is suitable for our purpose. Before we send a ship, scouts are sent out to explore.
And is our planet suitable?
Oh, no. It is very beautiful, but for many reasons it is quite impossible. I could tell that at once.
Then why did you stay?
Intelligent life is very rare. At one time, we thought we were unique. But our journeys into space have shown us one or two other civilizations. We must study. We must learn. And we can teach.
What do you think of us?
Narrow. Your technology is primitive. You have not solved the problem of an infinite supply of power. Your use of sun-based fuels is like someone living entirely on capital. One day, perhaps, you will discover cosmic radiation in the same way that you discovered electricity or atomic energy.
But, Chucky, why did you choose to haunt Matthew?
Because he was intelligent enough to be developed, and young enough not to have rigid conceptions. If, with my help, he had succeeded in demonstrating, let us call it, cosmic power, he might have been greater than your Newton or your Einstein.
Then why are you leaving him?
Because I have failed. I made mistakes. I became too involved with him. I did too much. I told him too much. I was not discreet.
Well, for Matthew's sake, I can't say that I'm sorry.
When he hypnotized Matthew and found out all about me, I knew I had to go. I knew that he and his industrial friends would stop at nothing. And they did not. They kidnapped Matthew. They drugged and hypnotized him until they had wrung him dry. So I had to let them know that I had gone, that Matthew was of no further use to them.
But why not tell them all about this cosmic power thing? I should have thought that was the opportunity you wanted.
And what then would have been the value of a little boy's life? He'd have become a pawn in a game of industrial greed and power politics. Even now, Sir William and his friends will be watching Matthew. Only if I go can he be free.
Will you go back to your own world?
No. I still have work to do here. I will help you to solve your planet's problems, but I will be more subtle, more careful from now on.
What are you, Chucky? What are you really like?
That is something you would not understand, and it is better that you do not know. Now, if you will leave us, I would like to say goodbye to Matthew.
All right. Goodbye, Chucky.
Goodbye. And thank you for having tried to understand. Don't wait, Matthew, till the morning. He'll be himself again by then.
Last time we did this walk, you asked me those questions about the cows. Remember? Why does a cow stop and so on?
Yes. It seems a long time ago now.
Still, they were all Chucky's questions, really, weren't they?
Yes.
She told me why she had to go, you know.
Yes, she told me too. It's going to be a bit dull without her. She sort of made me notice things more.
Well, you can still go on noticing things. The world's quite an interesting place. Lots to notice.
Oh, I do. More than I did. Only it's a bit lonely noticing just by yourself.
Well, you could share it with other people. You could write it, or you can paint.
I suppose so. It wouldn't be the same, but it would be something.
Look, Matthew, I've got something for you. This.
It's that life-saving medal.
Yes, it is.
I don't want it. It's not mine.
I know. But take it. Go on, take it. Go on. Now open it.
But, Daddy, I told you it's not mine.
Read what it says.
Awarded to Jockey for a valorous deed. To Jockey. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Thank you.
It's been properly inscribed this time. So keep it.
Yes, Daddy. Now I can.
Jockey was written by John Wyndham and adapted by John Tiedemann. Eric Thompson played David Gore, Sheila Grant played Mary Gore, and J. Bennett played Matthew. Alan Froome, Peter Baldwin, Roy Landis, Michael Spice, Sir William Thorpe, Rolf Lefevre, Dr. Frost, Lockwood West, Dennis Chattery, John Badley. Jack Demanio was, of course, Jack Demanio. The play was produced by John Tiedemann. You're listening to Radio 2, at the time now is 9:15.
We come now to the first episode of a 4-part science fiction serial based on a character created in the Eagle comic 40 years ago, Dan Dare.
La Commissione del Popolo deve avere il suo rapporto, Colonnello Dare.
Der Bericht ist wichtig. Größte
Capitaine
Eile.
Dare, nos félicitations. Le besoin d'un rapport compréhensif, nous voudrions attirer l'attention des Nations
Drawing the
Unies.
attention of the United Nations, the heroism of Major Pierre Lafayette.
Pilot Captain Hank Hogan will file his report immediately to you, Colonel Dare. Let us have a full update soonest. We have work to do.
The message is loud and clear, Colonel Dare. A full report, and the PM asked me to tell you, well done. So full sitrep, evaluation, everything.
Do my best, Sir Hubert.
Dan Dare, pilot of the future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 1, Disaster.
Tape coded AK-37RBG-1. This is the official log and report of the Ranger mission. All sources will be identified by code, and a full list of sources will be attached. Crew will identify themselves.
Henry Brennan Hogan, pilot captain, born in Houston, trained photographer, racing driver, and navigator, USAF, seconded to the mission out of a secret base somewhere in the British Isles.
Pilot Major Pierre-Auguste Lafayette, analytical mathematician, 3-dimensional physics, French Space Service.
Spaceman, Class 1. Albert Dig... Oh, do I have to use my full name, sir? Sorry. Albert Fitzwilliam Digby, born Wigan, married, volunteered Ranger mission. I hate these gadgets, sir.
Dare, Daniel, Colonel, British European Space Service, leader. Professor Peabody did not submit an ident tape at this time. We will insert it when it arrives. The report will contain all relevant material. I will interrupt the flow for matters of clarification. It began in the early spring.
Here at the space launch site, tension rises. The hopes of the Kingfisher crew and of their families and comrades, indeed of the whole world, depend on success. Earlier today, I managed to snatch an interview with Colonel Dare, who's overseeing launch preparations.
We all know that the hopes of the world ride on the Kingfisher. Success means that the world will be able to feed its teeming millions.
Next background tape logged at A47BK1.
The agronomists, economists, and the other experts are predicting worldwide famine if no new cultivable areas are found out in deep space. Failure will mean disaster. The countdown continues.
60, 50.
Kingfisher, do you hear us? Over.
Loud and clear, Control. We're ready to go. Checks completed.
We are ready and counting.
All systems green.
Ready to go, Sir Hubert.
Wish her luck.
This is it. Goodbye, Kingfisher. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We have liftoff, gentlemen.
Hooray!
You wanted to go down.
Promise me one thing, Sir Hubert. If they fail, for whatever the reason, promise me I go on the next probe.
It must not fail. We can't afford another failure.
A week later, Digby was serving up my breakfast.
Shall I turn the ticker news off, sir? Breakfast is ready.
Good chap. Don't tell me bacon, eggs, hot toast.
No, but them vitamin blocks again. Queer doing it, sir. Vitamin blocks. I tell you, my Auntie Anastasia has had 40 fits.
She'll be having them too, Digby.
Nay, sir, not up in Lancashire. Still a few pigs hidden in the back, no doubt, and a few hens left a-laying. Hey, I could ask her to send a dozen.
No, thank you, Digby. I'd rather not know about your formidable aunt's black market activities.
Just thought happening to cheer you up, sir. You've had a face like Fulton since Kingfisher left. No one's been to Venus before, have they, sir?
Digby!
Colonel Dare's residence.
Colonel Dare to report to headquarters immediately.
My cap, Digby! Hurry, man! Get the jeep jets!
I don't know what the hurry is, I'm sure.
At any moment, Kingfisher will be arriving at the point where the other ships disappeared, Digby. So step on it!
Kingfisher bearing ZN 76AL34.
Cross bearing from Moonfix XC51MT.
We had our first view of the Kingfisher from the external orbiting cameras. She looked in good shape.
Give me voice contact with Captain Crane.
I can hear him, but we can't seem to get through to him, sir.
Switch from headphone to speaker contact. This is the critical time.
We have a firm bearing, Captain Crane.
Good. 3 hours to touchdown?
Just approaching the dead zone, sir.
Dead zone?
What the lads call it, sir. Sort of graveyard, sir. We'll be through it in 10 parsecs.
What the? What's that? Check vents. Check all systems.
Impulse cylinders, sir. Impulse cylinders. I have no power. My controls are dead, sir.
All crew, hear this, hear this. Impulse cylinders gone. Stop jets. Seal 5, 7 and 8 bulkheads. Break out emergency oxygen and pressure suits.
Fire, sir! Fire!
Kingfisher's mission ended there, in the graveyard 3 hours from Venus. The usual emergency meetings happened, of course. I was piloting the jeep jet to the first of them when the beginnings of an idea struck me.
Ironical, it seems to me, sir.
Ready, Digby? Step on it, Dan.
Sir.
PM hates to be kept waiting.
A world government ends wars, doctors get all the diseases taped, poverty's more or less gone, everything in the garden's lovely, except there's nought to eat in it.
Well, it's bound to happen. Population doubles and redoubles, takes up farming land. What's left has been exhausted by bad farming, can't grow enough food, and so chaos. That's why Venus was so important, possible farming land.
I think I know what happened to Kingfisher, sir.
Huh?
This new class of ship works off impulse wave engines.
So?
These waves, bounced off the moon, are picked up by the in-flight airships.
Yes?
Picked up by the cylinders.
Well, go on.
Say a shield were erected to prevent those rays getting to the ship.
Well, they wouldn't have a chance. But who? How? Where?
Don't know until we go and see. Do I, Sir Hubert?
Go, Dan.
Go, Sir Hubert.
We have a plan, Prime Minister. We need money and manpower, and we need permission.
And courage. Oh, very well, carry on, gentlemen. Well, no need to wait on ceremony. Carry on.
Old-fashioned rocket ships. Rockets went out with the Ark, Sir Hubert. Dreadful things.
Build one, soonest, understand? And 3 two-man shuttles to Colonel Dare's design.
It's important it has no impulse methodology.
No impulse? Mad, Colonel.
Rebuild one of the early models.
Down here at Space HQ, there is a scene of frantic activity as Colonel Dare supervises the rebuilding of a spaceship that seems to have come from the old museum in London. This may be the last hope for the world.
There have been riots in Jakarta and on the western seaboard of America. A news blackout...
We are running out of time.
She's ready for testing. 3 months from start to finish. I hear you got a new crew joining.
Is there no way to keep a secret here?
Not about the Ranger. No, sir.
She is a beauty, Sir Hubert.
I trained on one of these shuttles, way back. You want to give the personal rocket vehicle a trial run? I cleared it with control.
Ignition. Adjust the throttle. And away we go.
Time!
Meanwhile, in the control tower...
Well, I'll be gall darned if I ever saw anything like that outside of Houston Museum. Man, amazing.
I've never in my life. To think men risk their lives in such bone shakers.
You two for Colonel Dare?
That's right. He around? He must be laughing fit to bust seeing that old crate doing a fly past.
Happen he might. He'll see you on the landing area.
Jumping jets! That crate landed.
I have a nasty feeling, my friend. You know this Dare?
Flown with him. Hell of a pilot. Hell of a good pilot.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Dan! What are you doing in that thing?
Flying it, Hank.
I have a very nasty feeling.
What gives, Dan?
I explained everything to them, and...
Venus? No chance. Off your little trolleys, boys. A suicide ride. I promised my little wife no trouble. No adventures, no risk, no insurance.
Your wife?
Second wife. You'd like her, Dan. Hold on, I got a couple of 3Ds.
I have more important things to think about, Hank, than wives. You coming to Venus or not?
Of course he will come. We are honored.
Thank you, Pierre. Hank?
She'll never forgive you. Okay.
We waited in the mess for the last member of the party.
Professor Peabody is usually on time, I understand.
Some bumbling old daughter. Remember that trip we did to Alpha Megasauri, Dan, when we took that prof along? He was a damn nuisance.
Well, I'm assured by personnel that the professor comes with the highest of recommendations.
Sir Hubert, Colonel Dare. Professor Peabody reporting rather late. Sorry. Had to hand over a rather complex experiment on atmospheric pollution and pollen counts to an assistant.
I say.
Gentlemen, you want a geologist, botanist, and agriculturalist. I am all those. You wish to check my credentials?
No, merci, mademoiselle. It is that we are discussing a dangerous, near enough suicidal flight, and we had no thoughts of women on such a mission. We are sure you are a good scientist.
Women in space. Damn it all. PM's private line.
I am also a qualified space pilot.
What do you do in your spare time, Prof?
I'm a world expert on orchids.
Oh. Prime Minister, Professor Peabody has just arrived. An order? From the Cabinet? Oh, yes, sir, of course, sir. Women. Bah!
A week later, we were ready to leave for the planet Venus.
Systems locked.
Hank, okay?
7, 4,
Tape
3,
recording.
0 and holding. Hi, Colonel. All going well. Basic check's nearly done. Pierre?
All doors and hatches sealed, absorbers regraded, takeoff procedures counting down.
Run on, chaps. Where's the professor?
Telling Sir Hubert some home truths.
I flatly refuse.
Oh, I'm younger, I am fitter, and I have been flying more recently, Sir Hubert. Your flying log is, if you want the truth, out of date.
It can't be.
I checked your accreditation. You know the rules, sir. I fly the shuttle when the time comes.
Places for takeoff. Places for takeoff. Places for takeoff. Check all systems.
All off hold.
All systems go.
Retroactors in place.
7, 4, activated.
Good luck.
0.
We left planet Earth on the 15th of July, and 3 weeks later were approaching what had become known as the Graveyard. Each dead ship had left a transponder giving out its call sign to be picked up by any approaching craft. We were kitted up in our space exploration suits and ready to get away from the orbiting mothercraft in the space shuttles.
Look all right, do I, sir?
That parachute doesn't do much for your figure, Dig, but you'll do.
You sure you can handle the shuttle, Miss...
I'll manage, sir. Rocket Shuttle 4, Peabody and Sir Hubert, ready.
Thank you, Professor.
Number 3, Lafayette and Hogan, ready to go.
Thank you, Pierre. Ranger, we're leaving you now. Good luck, everyone. We approached what was left of Kingfisher. It lay about 50 parsecs to 15 degrees of our course, a mass of twisted tubes, buckled metal plates, lying like a great whale in the huge wheel of space.
The plan was simple, direct, and required only cold nerve, courage, and heroism. It was not something any Frenchman would have turned away from, of course. Colonel Dare insisted that he should be the one to take the first risk, to go through the shield.
It was a bit warm in the shuttle as the Colonel put his foot down. I thought Hap and my auntie would have a bit of a turn if you could see me now. Our Arthur, she'd say. By Ecky Thump.
Near the danger zone now, Dig. 3 and 4, this is your leader. We're going in now.
Sir.
It was all going well. Past the hulk of Kingfisher and leaving her transponders behind.
The radio, sir. Blown up.
I should have remembered. The radio works on impulse waves.
We can't even warn the others.
There's fire, sir. And the plate's all down one side, buckled and straining.
Hold on, Dig. Hold on.
Sir, atmosphere warning. We've hit the air round Venus, sir.
Yippee, we can bail out of the old Keitel altogether while we slow down.
We seem to be in a spot of trouble at this time.
Forward to command ship. Colonel Dare has a malfunction. Over.
Hey, Dan. Come in, Dan.
Sir Hubert to Major Lafayette. Hold your station. Sit rep soonest.
Oh, Jimmy's a damn stiff upper lip about it. He's out of control.
Come there. Come in, please. Come in. Down there. Come in. Tell that old stuffed shirt we're going in after.
That old stuffed shirt will tell you when and if you do anything. Repeat, hold your stations.
Seem to be on fire again, sir. Happen we're in a spot of bother.
You're a tonic, Digby. Anyone tell you?
My auntie once said...
Later. If that fire reaches us, we're dead anyway. Fasten helmets. You ready to abandon ship?
Right, sir. Got your PG pistol, sir. No time to pack anything else, sir.
Here goes. Jump, Digby!
Right.
Suspended from our parachutes, we activated our personal black boxes so that everything would be recorded. Speech, physical condition, and ambient sounds.
Grand. Venus at last. No ship, no radio, no food, no nout. Why I ever joined the space fleet, I'll never know.
I lost sight of Digby as he drifted towards the craggy mountains to the west. I was coming in too fast, thinner atmosphere. Directly below was a lake.
Get rid of the chute! Quick, quick! Here we go! Here we...
Water. Felt like water. Looked like purple soup. And fish, so it sustained life. That was something.
Oh, will you look at trouble? It's a huge sludge green sea monster. It's vast. No!
Meanwhile,
Pierre, this is very dangerous.
We knew the danger when we volunteered, Sir Hubert. There has been no contact. We must go into the zone. He's not going to let us. The old...
10 minutes, Pierre. You have 10 minutes and then we will follow. Keep radio channels open at all times.
Atta boy! Here comes the cavalry. Rockets on maximum check. En avant!
What's he singing, Sir Hubert?
An old song, Miss Peabody, a French rallying cry. An anthem, they used to call it.
What?
Pierre! Come in, Pierre!
I'd stopped just before entering the zone. I knew suddenly what the problem was. The radio, Hank!
What?
Help me!
What the hell are you doing? We need the radio, for heaven's sake, man.
It will kill us. It works off impulse rays, just like the new ships. We have to jettison it.
Good man. Oh, you're an old rattler, you are. A real genius. You better warn Sir Hubert.
Where are you? Pierre!
Ship 3 to Le Control, over.
Where the blue blazes?
The radio, sir. The radio works off impulse rays. We have to remove it before we go through the barrier. Over.
Oh, well done, Pierre. Very good. Jettison the radio and good luck. We will follow you down. Out.
Meanwhile...
Hey, that were a right welcome for Colonel Dare and no mistake. Up the top of a cliff and looking out, I could see and I could hear. Why, it was chilling, that noise. Nasty, messy place, Venus. Funny water. The colour of me Auntie Anastasia's favourite antimacassar. Like mud at Wigan on a wet day. Captain Dare was out there in the middle of the lake, giving that thing a right hammering.
No way to welcome guests, you refugee from Loch Ness. I'll have to put you to sleep, old friend. Thank heaven Dig remembered the paralysing pistol. Now, get ashore and sort out the mess.
Sir, are you all right, sir?
Fine, Dig. How about you?
Oh, fair to middling, sir. Oh, bit of a nasty go out there, sir. Oh, I don't see any bus stops, sir. No snack bars, for that matter. Nor anywhere
What next? Is that what you mean?
In a word, sir, yes.
We had an RV planned if one of the other ships got through.
Oh, I see, sir. Great, sir. And how do we get to this RV?
The coordinates are locked into the infrared compass, all ready to go. All we have to do is follow the bearings.
Oh, across the lake? Is that all, sir? Crossing the lake was easy.
We built a small raft, set up a chute, a sail, and as the prevailing wind seemed to be in our favour, it took little time to cross the purple lake.
Not a sign of our Auntie Delou, our old friend neither. Time for shut-eye?
Trust you, Dig. A completely unexplored planet, and what do? Go to sleep.
I'm conserving energy, as it happens.
Eventually we arrived on the far side of the lake. The atmosphere was dangerous, but we were breathing through the intake converters in our helmets. We had removed our spacesuits.
Land ho, we're there.
Strange, towering cliff and pillars of shining red stone. Caves and terraces of black basaltic rocks carved by millions of years of sea and wind action.
Shanks's pony now, Dig.
I don't like the look of this gully, sir. No, them boulders up there. Look out, sir! You think we want it here, sir?
Just keep an eye open.
Yes, sir. We climbed through the rocks and away from the lake until... Look at that, sir. It's carved, sir. A huge pillar. Never natural light, Colonel. And look, there's a cave behind it, sir. Like it was a gateway or something.
We'll take a look, Dig. Careful now.
You ever get the feeling that you're being watched? Like eyes all over the...
Shush, Dig. Look at these. Shine the torch here. You see?
Marks.
Paintings, Dig. The work of intelligent beings. You see, this one here looks very like a man, and this very much like ancient Egyptian art, Dig. Dig?
Digby! Don't look now, sir. But I think we've been followed by what look like a bunch of overgrown blue bottles.
There were maybe 20 of them. Tall, humanoid, blue-skinned. They wore helmets over bulging foreheads, long yellow skirts and breastplates that looked like silver and gold. For a moment, nothing moved. They were crouched behind their gun shields.
I'll check him out, sir.
Don't shoot, Dig. I'll talk to them.
Don't be daft, sir. Talk to a bunch of heathens. It'll be famous last words, sir. They won't even appreciate
Stop nattering. Keep me covered.
Nathan! Oh, you murderous butcher! I'll get you for that. Here goes. That showed him. Colonel Dare.
I'm all right, Digby. Just stunned.
We looked over at the figures paralysed by Digby. They were virtually human, but I saw no point in waiting to do further research on these hostile blue men. We walked out of the caves and saw across the valley a vast transporter. It was lit by strobing lights and little winking bulbs.
Wow! Like Blackpool, South Shore when I was a kiddie.
And we walked right into the trap.
Look out, Digby, behind you on the ledge! Oh, hey! Get off, you great blue horror! Get off, sir!
Give up, Dig! Don't fight without numbers!
We were marched across the valley to the flashing transporter.
They stuck us on top. It climbed to a great cliff and then turned on full power and headed straight for the Purple Lake. What happens if the brakes fail, sir?
Hang on.
It had taken us hours to cross the lake. It took the Venusian machine less than 20 Earth minutes to speed over the surface. We arrived at a vast ramp leading to huge green and yellow pillars. Domes glinted under the watery light of the sun. The whole city, for it was a city, hummed. The blue men took us under guard into a huge inner chamber and ripped our breathing helmets from our heads.
No! We can't breathe!
By X, sir. We can, sir. It's air, sir.
You're right, Digby. The air must have fooled our testers.
Colonel, sir. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
We saw a tall figure that at first looked not unlike a man. But the face was that of a reptile. Green, the eyes cold as ice, black as a shark's and with as little feeling in them. The mouth tight, thin, cruel. Wonder if he knows Morse. I never took Venusian at school.
Colonel Dare. Spaceman Digby, I presume.
How on earth do you speak English?
We have studied the Earth for 26,000 years. Every Treen child knows all its languages. We have humans to check with. The Blue Men came from Earth thousands of years ago. An experiment. Now, turn round. We have something to show you.
Behind us, on a large stand, was a three-dimensional screen. Held in the middle of the screen, Pierre's space shuttle, just on the edge of the danger zone.
Hank, let's hope we are right about the radio. You ready, my friend?
Go for it, Major.
Good luck and happy landings, Pierre. Well done.
We have a welcome for you. First, you can watch your friends die.
They won't die. They're not going to hit your ray shield.
They don't have to. They are heading for the Flamelands.
Flamelands?
Our planet is divided into two by a molten belt round the equator. For centuries, we have had little contact with the South. Your friends are heading for the molten belt.
I'm sorry. My fault, old friends.
Interesting. No fear. Yet you have not yet conquered pity. We waste time. You will be sent by electrosender to Mekonta, our capital city, for your special welcome.
Part 1 of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark Professor Peabody, William Roberts Hank, and Sean Barrett Pierre. Other parts were played by Paul Downing, Christopher Good, John Moffat, Ben Onwukwe, Dale Rapley, Charles Simpson, and Simon Treves. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation by Wilfredo Acosta with Michael Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare is directed by Glyn Dearman.
The second report of the Venus expedition, compiled from black box recordings, personal tapes and Trideman discs. The expedition to Venus had begun disastrously. our efforts to find food and farming land to feed planet Earth seemed doomed. Digby and I had come through the barrier shield raised by some alien force on the planet, only to be captured by blue-faced humanoids and handed over to their green lizard-like rulers. While we were electrosent 10,000 miles to their capital city of Maconta, out in space, Hank and Pierre were heading for trouble.
Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 2, Divided We Fall.
We were flying straight down into a Texas barbecue. A flame belt a mile high spread around the middle of Venus, and already the front dome of our ship was beginning to melt. Pull out, Pierre! Pull her up! Get the nose up, damn it! I had no wish to be a rib of beef. Swing her up! Give her the gun, man! Wow! That was a narrow shave, friend.
Meanwhile, on Sir Hubert's shuttle...
Hand me the helm. I'm in command here, Miss Peabody.
Switch the gyro stabilizer. Start the reactor jets.
You'll answer for this later, Miss Peabody.
On Venus, Digby and I were looking over the glass domes and walkways of the huge mechanical city of Maconta. Buzzing sky scooters, roadways and electrosender tubes crisscrossed the city.
My orders are to take you to the director of the Earth Research Center.
Orders? Whose orders?
You will go by flying chairs. The city's internal transport.
How can we? Daft, I call it.
Daft. Daft?
When?
Now. These flying chairs are controlled by thought impulses, hardly suitable for such puny brains as yours. I will direct all 3. You will get on.
Why, Colonel, I never thought I'd see the day. Ooh, whoops. Hey, look at this, sir. No arms, eh?
At that moment, the chairs veered to the right and zoomed down into a cavernous building. We were marched along a corridor, and...
The Earthmen, Director.
Good. Spectroanalysis first. The experiments are ready.
Green horrors.
Just string them along. See if we can make a peaceful arrangement to send food to Earth. We are official envoys. I demand to be taken to your chief officer, your president or prime minister.
You mean the supreme scientist, the illustrious first one of Venus, the Mekon of Maconta.
Right, the gaffer.
You insects. You would not even be allowed in the same building as that magnificent brain. Master, a third rocket is about to land on the northern fringe of the Flame Lands. We have no need of any more specimens. Fasten them to the slide and give the first injection. One is a woman, oh Master. A woman? That will be interesting. We will watch them as they crash. Monitor the sound waves and the brain pattern from our specimens. Patch it through. Hurry.
We can't pull out. I can't pull her out, Sir Hubert. I can't control.
I'm sorry I said some harsh things, Miss Peabody. You're a damn brave woman. Maybe we'll come through, and if we don't, we gave it our best shot. Hold tight.
Sir Hubert? Sir Hubert?
Are you all right, Miss Peabody?
We're dented, but still airtight, I think. Is your observation hatch still clear?
Yes, we seem to be in a sort of...
Look, Sir Hubert, 10 degrees starboard. What is that?
It looks like glass, molten glass.
It seems to be moving.
It is moving. I don't like the look of it. It's moving towards us.
We sat watching, Digby and I, in front of a tri-dimensional screen. Behind us, the tall, green, lizard-faced trees.
By heck, sir, will you look at that? It's a moving mountain.
It's coming closer to them.
Don't let them see your concern, Digby. These green-faced so-and-sos will love that.
Love, Colonel? Love? It is something we do not understand. We have spent generations without feeling. We are scientists. Feelings like fear and love and hate we do not understand. That is why we want you to watch your friends. They are going to die. We will observe you as you watch them on the screen. Is it pity that we are registering on your thought patterns, or fear?
What are you doing, Sir Hubert?
Fasten your helmet, Miss Peabody. I'm going out to recce. Wait here for me.
I'm coming with you.
You will not leave the ship. That's an order, Miss Peabody.
Good luck, sir.
Chin up, eh? That's it. Now then, I'll check the outer structure. Fins retracted and undamaged. Shield shows signs of overheat on entry.
Check the jets, Sir Hubert. I have emergency state on each of my control panels.
It's damned hot out here. Right, jets. Both clogged. It's as if they've been sealed. It's a sort of hardened plastic, almost glass.
Could we use the jets to get clear?
Miss Peabody, if we use the jets, the whole ship would explode. Hold on. Oh, my God! Oh no! No!
Sir Hubert? Sir Hubert!
We are registering something here.
Anger. You could stop this. You could help them. Save them.
Why? I do not understand.
They are at great risk. They could die.
We shall learn much if we let them die. They have no hope of surviving.
If I could get out of this chair, I'd show you what we think of that where I come from. There's a lady there in danger.
I'm sinking, Miss Peabody! I'm sinking into it! Miss Peabody, help me! Help me!
Hold on, sir! Catch this rope! It's tied off to the hatch frame. Haul yourself out, sir! Pull!
Thank you, Miss Peabody. Well done. Now we have little choice. If we try to lift off, we will blow ourselves to bits. If we stay, we will either suffocate as we sink or roast from the heat.
Oh, don't look now, sir, but that glass mountain is moving towards us.
What?
Meanwhile, I had to find a way to persuade the experimenter to let us rescue them.
You're supposed to have the good ideas, sir.
How can I? They have no understanding of pity. To them, it's just another experiment.
How right you are, Colonel.
We could use two for dissection if we had them all.
Dissection? Very well. Colonel, you are anxious to rescue them. Do it, and we will be able to advance our knowledge even more. Come along, Colonel. You have little time.
We can't do it, sir. If we rescue the Prof and Sir Hubert, we take them out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak.
We can't let them fry, Digby.
You will go by telesander, Colonel.
Happen it was us that was in the fire now. There were several long tubes against one wall, and they were sort of pulsing with light.
You will step into your tube.
Here, chum, you'll not see me in one of them things.
There is no need to tremble, spaceman.
Who said that about trembling? I just like my feet on terra firma.
Digby, get in your tube.
You will simply be disintegrated in the tube.
I don't think I want...
Transmitted by radio and reassembled in a similar tube at your destination.
It's all very well for you, son. Happen I'm not built for radio waves and transmitting and such.
Digby, remember, they are sinking into that boiling glass mountain.
Aye, and I'm about to too. Here, don't shock me, you great twit. Here, don't get me wires crossed. What's that funny noise, sir? I don't like this. I don't know what's going on here.
We have arrived, Colonel.
Digby! Why are you standing on your head? Come out of there and sort yourself out, man.
Technical hitches do occur from time to time.
But why is it always to me?
We were taken to a gallery of space vehicles and land transporters.
The Flight Museum, Colonel.
Are they all in flying condition?
Intergalactic flying machines are kept in new condition by the airlock.
Hey up, sir. How about that? It's a beauty. A helicopter, sir. perfect.
It might do the trick, Dig.
Jet-propelled copter, obsolete for 1,000 years.
We took it. They fitted fluorine sprays to neutralize the silicon mountain. Digby clambered aboard first, and we had our next surprise.
Who the old lad are you when you're at home?
I am Sonder, your pilot. Try no silly tricks. We are ready to go. Stand by.
We headed due south out of the huge hangar, up out of a volcanic crater and fast towards the Flamelands. A race against time. Meanwhile...
Professor, have you ever seen anything, heard of anything like this glass mountain?
Never, Sir Hubert. Anything in its way just gets sucked under. Still, while there's life, there's hope.
You're a very brave woman.
Sir Hubert.
I've never had much experience of females, tell the truth. Damn good show, if you see what I mean. Damn good show.
Meanwhile, as we headed due south with Sondar at the controls, Digby had a thought.
Sir, him being about 10% taller than us, with the gravity differential, it should make us about the same percent stronger. Know what I mean, sir?
Shush, Dick. Hold your horses. We have to get the others out of trouble first. Just watch how he handles the ship. I'll try and make friends.
Fat chance, sir. My Auntie Anastasia would have had a word for him, sir. Uppity, sir. Uppity.
I can try. We haven't been properly introduced yet.
I know who you are, Colonel. I told you my name is Sonder, and you will obey my orders. I see you are extending your hand to me. We have always thought shaking hands illogical.
An old custom, a friendly gesture.
Usually employed by businessmen and politicians when they are about to cheat one another. Sit down, Colonel Dare.
Any luck, sir?
He's about as friendly as a frisky stoat.
We are approaching the silicon mass now.
Sir, look, sir. Where that outsized mint humbug's leaking over the sand, sir. Poking out, sir. It's the ship.
The silicon will cover them in the next few minutes. You have little time to get them.
You seem concerned all of a sudden.
Our experimenter wants to use them. My orders are to bring them back. Yours to obey me. We will see what our fluorine spray guns can do.
We looped round the edge of the advancing mass, and Sondar hit the firing button. The fluorine seemed to fill the charged atmosphere below with a fine mist and released the death grip of the silicon mass. Below us, waving up from the rocket, were... It's them! They're alive! We have done it, Digby! Damn good show!
I happen it is. Just one thing, Colonel Dare, sir. They're on a sinking rocket surrounded by some hot liquid stuff, and we're up here.
Rope ladder. Part of the kit. I checked before we left. All we have to do is to pay it out to them. We winched down the ladder, and Sonder held the copter steady as a rock as the Professor and Sir Hubert clambered on board.
Oh, Dan, my all, that's wonderful.
Where the dickens?
You can open your helmets. Everything's laid on, including air. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Colonel. Just in time.
Oh, golly, Dig, you've no idea how glad I am to see your happy, smiling face.
Well, it's not exactly Freedom Hall, as you might say, miss.
Oh, why?
You might even say you're out of the fire and into the frying pan, in a manner of speaking.
What are you talking about?
Him, sir, at the controls, and his little friends back home, sir.
Call themselves trees.
What did you mean about the frying pan?
Not the sort of tact, Digby. His friends, sir, boffins, run wild, quite inhuman. They have no emotions at all.
Then are we
prisoners, sir? Just for the moment. At least the trees think so.
So what do we do about it?
Now you and Miss Peabody are here as reinforcements, I'm going to take executive action.
Do nothing so foolish. Your intentions are quite clear to me. Your thought processes clearly transmitted. You are quite powerless. Quite powerless.
I don't think so, chum. I'm sorry about this.
Oh, well done, sir. Here, down we go. Ladies undies. Kitchenware.
Controls. Digby,
Digby, give Sir Hubert a hand and drag our tree friend out of the way.
Right, sir. Very well.
Let's get out of here fast. How is he?
Coming round, I think.
I'd like a crack at him, sir. Sorry, Dick. You take over the controls while I keep an eye on him.
Right, sir.
And change course, old boy. We're probably flying on an automatic radar beam controlled by the trees in Maconta.
Aye, aye, sir. Heading now due south. The wind's getting up, sir.
Dirty weather. Change bearing, due west.
Will do, sir.
It's a twister, Dan. A huge tornado force on the starboard bow.
Ahead, Dan. Another tornado. It's moving across us. It's heading us on.
West, Dick. I can't, sir. There's another twister there.
We're being shepherded like sheep.
Well, they're all round us. We can't take this old rocket into any of those winds. They're running at hundreds of miles an hour.
Clear to the north. Treen handiwork or I'm a Dutchman.
So, we turn north or make a dash for it?
Your train friend's away, Dan. Ask him which we should do.
Sonda, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. You want to know which way to head?
Yes.
They want us back at headquarters for experiments.
Us? You as well?
I was afraid when the ship was in danger. I displayed emotion. Unscientific. They will want to trace my bones.
We're in the same boat.
That does not matter. I will be proud to serve Treen Research.
I'll give the research program a miss, I think. Head due south, Dick, into the tornado barrier.
Here we go.
Professor!
We're being sucked in, sir. I can't hold her. I can't. We're going down. I'm gone. Everyone all right?
These trees we've landed in.
Seem nothing like them, not even in the Congo Delta project. Quite outside my experience. Colonel Dare, I'm going outside.
Oh, be careful, Miss Peabody.
I'll be fine. Jungles are nothing to worry about. The branches are like rubber. Soft. Fantastically strong.
Oh, it's like landing on a mattress. We were very lucky.
Call this luck, sir. I hate creepy crawlies. Up and I'll stay in the helicopter if you don't mind.
I have never seen a jungle. I will expand my information. Very useful. Science is knowledge. Knowledge is science.
Happen it may be. Oh, the Amazabelle. That's the biggest, creepiest. What is it?
I don't know. But I think I'd rather be in the open than trapped in here with it. After me, Digby.
What's so funny, sir?
You three exiting double quick.
Well, there was a thing in there, see? It come in through the hatches.
Sundar, we're in this together. I want no trouble from you.
They will have us marked down. They will be sending guards to take us back.
Then we won't hang about here. You all fit?
Yeah.
Sir Hubert, Prof, have you any weapons with you?
We have our paralyzing pistols, that's all.
Right. Dig, got the infrared compass?
Yes, sir.
We need it to make the rendezvous with Hank and Pierre.
If they're still alive.
If they manage to crash outside the flame belt, they will be.
Take more than a green tadpole dressed in a copper wire corset to finish off Hank and Pierre. It can't be hotter in the flame belt than it is here.
It is 690 degrees and 90% humidity here. The flame belt has no humidity and a temperature of 2,000 degrees.
Come on.
I know one thing. They give a few pounds for this weather in Wigan Wakes Week. Hey up! Wait for me!
Meanwhile, back on Earth.
This is the International Headline News, brought to you courtesy of the mineral drink that cuts down hunger while it alleviates thirst. The fate of the 3 shuttle rockets from the mothership Ranger is still not known. They cut off all radio contact in order to get through the shield round the planet Venus.
There is still no news of space veteran Sir Hubert Guest.
Radio silence blankets Dare's rockets as Mothership Ranger returns to Earth.
Interviewed in her West Street home, Mrs. Digby, wife of Albert Digby, spaceman first class, said,
"He's got true Lancashire grit. The lad'll be back." It best be. He's got me and 5 kids to be responsible for.
Across the world, tension mounts. Rioting is reported in Peking. Ration cards were not delivered to 5 million people. Emergency measures are being taken to preserve strategic supplies of food around the world.
Senator Hartwell of North England called for a UN inquiry into the activities of Vitamin Eats Incorporated. He accused them of using inferior quality
food rations in America and Europe will be cut to rebuild reserves.
That's enough of that. I've heard enough to last me a lifetime. And what did you mean about our Albert having a responsibility?
Ah, well, he does, Auntie Anastasia, he does.
I told his mother when he married you. I told him when he brought you round. I said then you were not right. He's got adventure in his soul as our Albert. I'm proud of the lad.
And you are. But he still has me and the kiddies to feed.
And he has. And you know as well as I do that our Albert's sitting somewhere with his feet up and a nice bacon sarnie or a chip butty to hand. He's had the luck of the Digbys all his life. I know Albert Fitzwilliam. He'll be snoring in peace and comfort, I'll be bound.
Oh, Bayek! Oh, thump! Oh!
We slashed and struggled our way through the dense jungle away from our crashed copter. We had to avoid the Treen guards who would be after us and try to make contact with Hank and Pierre. If they had survived.
It's hopeless, Professor. We're never going to get through.
Wait!
What is it?
Shush, listen. To the right. It's a river. If we head for it, we may find it easier going.
Follow me!
Sovereign snakes!
Quick! So you got your pistol, hurry!
Here, Dan, take it.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
It's the biggest snake. It must be 30 meters long, and that
My
head.
family has this thing about worms. I never went fishing as a kid because of them. And look at that. Oh, I feel a bit woozy.
Anyone seen Sondar?
Oh, over here, under this fallen tree. You're right, Sondar, you can come out now. It's safe.
Oh, frightened again, were you? Bit of a washout for a train, you. Daisy.
I do not understand why you save me. We do not understand unscientific actions.
Sondar, you may have forgotten it on Venus, but there are other things in life besides applied science, and we may need your help. We must get to the Professor's River and across it if we can. So, come on, hurry!
Sir, look, sir. What the?
The Zombs!
The what?
The guards have brought the Zombs with them. Zombs tear their targets to pieces. They are trained to destroy. Now you can be afraid.
Oh, Bayek!
Then let's hurry!
We came to a vast wall of water, maybe 1,000 feet high, pouring down into a huge, dark hole.
I've heard of Niagara, but this is balmy. Those zombies are getting closer.
Digby, stop chatting and get on. We have to climb those falls, all right?
Aye, sir. No time like the present. Might as well get going. Boilers like, Colonel. I could do a tea break.
Come on, Dig. A bit more effort will take us to the top.
Are we nearly there, Dan?
Near enough. The old boy was feeling his age, and Dig is no greyhound. If only I knew where the Treens were.
The Zombs are getting closer.
Hurry, Dig! Sir Hubert, you all right?
Don't worry about me.
We reached the top of the falls and had time to see below us a vast open stretch of pale green water, an inland sea, and then...
Dan, behind you!
Jumping jets!
Blimey, dozens of them, green so-and-sos.
They were standing looking down at us from the rim of the falls.
It is useless to fight. Sondar, you will be most interesting for our scientists. A Treen with emotion. Fatal.
Straight at him, gang! Come on, the fleet!
For a moment, it looked as if we might win. But then Digby got in the way of a gun that sprayed him with a sort of plastic balloon.
You all right, Digby?
And the Trees released a Zomb from its leash. I faced the fat fly. 2 serrated tusks on its forehead,
It was like a cross between a Rottweiler, an Alsatian, and a dingo. I rolled with the animals, it sprang for my throat, and hoofed it over the edge of the falls. Sondar, giving as good as he got, was eventually covered with a plastic balloon.
Dan! The Professor! Out of my firing line!
I KO'd the treen who was menacing Professor Peabody. He fell backwards, and Sir Hubert's stun gun took me full in the chest.
Dan! Oh, my hat! Dan, get back from the edge! Dan!
He fell, twisting and turning as he went, paralyzed, into the white, foaming water below the fall. It was all over then. The trees cocooned us all in eggs of clear plastic and prepared to take us away.
It is unfortunate we lost Colonel Dare, but he will never return. Take them!
This is Sir Hubert Guest's diary tape for the file and report to the UN. I had killed Dan, I knew that. So when they led us away in our plastic bubbles to the city of Maconta, I was not really taking much in. Digby was kind.
You couldn't help it, sir. Dan would feel more pain. I wish I could say the same for our prospects.
Digby, the Professor.
You are now ready to help our scientists. Old Earth custom. Ladies first.
I'm not afraid of you.
I do not understand. Afraid?
The frightful chap went to the Professor with a ray gun in his hand.
The disintegron is the only way of cutting this plastic. You will not try to escape again. No one tried to escape.
Sondar did his best. Good chap that he was turning out to be. Meanwhile, in a vast audience chamber, high above our cell.
The earth creatures and Treen Sondar are prisoners, O greatest one. The fourth is dead. An accident! An accident!
There are no accidents in a scientific state. Destroy that guard. No failure in a scientific state. Science is all. Bring them to me. I will conduct the final dissection. They will learn that the Mekon of Maconta, the supreme brain of the universe, will never fail. There will be no defense for Earth when we decide to destroy that miserable planet. Bring the prisoners to face their master. The Mekon speaks.
In Part 2 of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty, Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander, Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark, Professor Peabody, William Roberts, Hank, and Richard Pierce, the Mekon. David Googe was Sondar, Margaret Courtney, Aunt Anastasia, and Shirley Dixon, Mrs. Digby. Other parts were played by Vincent Brimble, Paul Downing, Stephen Garlick, Dale Rapley, and Danny Schiller. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation by Wilfredo Acosta with Mike Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare is directed by Glyn Dearman.
Report 3 of the Ranger Venus mission. The situation was desperate. Earth was starving. Overpopulation, bad farming, greed and pollution had destroyed much of the good farmland. Our mission to Venus, to find new places to grow food, was in a perilous state. The Treens held Professor Peabody, Sir Hubert, and Digby. Hank and Pierre were lost in the flame belt that surrounded the middle of the planet. This report has been created by taking voice prints, tridemands, and black box recordings from all who came on the journey to Venus.
Sir Hubert Guest's diary continued. I will never forget the scene at the falls. As a Treen moved to attack Miss Peabody, I fired my stun gun, and at that moment Dan stepped into the line of fire. For an instant he tottered on the edge of the falls and then turned and toppled down into the depths, lost. And we were taken by a Treen guard for merciless dissection by the supreme scientist of Mekonta.
Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 3, The Mekon.
In here.
We demand to be treated under the rules of the Geneva Convention.
There is no convention here, Sir Hubert.
Forget it, Sir Hubert. That was based on care and concern. These Treens neither know nor care.
I understand you are trying to insult me. It will not work. You should be honored to be going to the presence of the Mekon himself.
Honored? Why?
He may have you dissected, oh fat one. The others will be tested, investigated, maybe laser operated, for the good of science.
Dissected? That's what they do to coconuts.
No, Dig. Desiccated is coconuts.
You will wait here until the Mekon is ready for you.
Meanwhile, under the swirling waters of the falls, I was still able to think, but not able to move my body. The waters churned and whirled and finally threw me into a long tunnel. I had to break surface or I would drown. Thank heavens I can move again. The paralysis is wearing. I must stay on the surface. Oh, it's so dark in this tunnel. So dark and cold. I must have passed out. The next thing I knew, I was being gently washed against a rock ledge, and ahead of me there was light, the end of the tunnel. I crawled onto the ledge away from the frightful dark water and towards the light. I checked my compass and knew that without a doubt I had been swept under the flame belt that cuts Venus in half. The Southlands were bathed in glorious sunlight. Huge red and gold flowers, outcrops of purple grass, lay over the rich dark earth. I drank from a clear water stream, washed, and set off across the wide open countryside, praying the natives were friendly. Meanwhile, my poor friends were facing the all-powerful scientist, the Mekon of Mekonta.
I have been studying the situation. Your foolish colleague, Colonel Dare, is now dead. You have no leader. You are entirely in my power.
His head was huge, the carapace containing his brain 3 times the size of a human's. His eyes cruel, cold, black as night and unblinking.
He sat on a small flying platform from which came a throbbing noise. His body was stunted and his legs too thin to support his huge skull.
Cutie looked on his flying trolley. As jolly as a stork with our rabbit.
Come over here, my... What is the word? Friends. Here is a Telezero beam transmitter, at present focused on a full-sized replica of an Earth city. It has been built on Venus for testing purposes. Watch that screen and see the fate of your miserable planet and its pathetic peoples. Watch.
There's nothing left of the place.
Nothing. Dust.
But people, whole populations will
die. Yes, dust also. You can devastate the world too, of course, with your puny little bombs. This, our supreme weapon, the world or a single house from space stations a million miles from any of your weapons. Every part of the Earth is defenseless. At my mercy.
But what's the use? No train can go there after such a...
Show them.
In walked a train, in full protective gear, plus a rebreathing apparatus.
I see you understand. Go.
I tell you something for nothing. They'll be wild about him in Wigan.
Very clever indeed.
Naturally. Now, we are going to use you. You will be useful in the final stages before we invade planet Earth.
Invade?
We need to know the extreme limits of human resistance. Then we shall extract your brains for further study. Sonda, you intrigue us. A Treen who has somehow mutated wrongly. We have looked into your parentage, your history. It is not clear yet how the mistakes can have happened. We will later personally direct your dissection with the laser scalpels.
I am at the command of science, Omicron.
Meanwhile, far to the south, I found myself in the main square of a vast city, a humming, vibrating city, without a single person to be seen. I climbed to the top of a tall stone building. Looking out, I could see far away what looked like irrigation ditches and fields. There had to be people, inhabitants somewhere, or why bother to irrigate fields and grow crops? I headed for the open country. A harvester baled the crop automatically and tipped it onto a series of automated moving platforms which headed away into the distance. Nothing to lose. Go for a hayride, Dan Dar. 2 hay bales, and that's as good as any bed. Right then. Oh, call me with a nice cup of tea at 10, Stuart. The self-propelled trucks carried me across the hills and valleys of southern Venus, over bridges and through tunnels, humming along with its load of farm produce. I went to sleep, and nearly died as a result. At its destination, a metal-toothed grab loomed over the bales of hay. What the... Oh! That was a narrow squeak.
Hi, Earthman.
Who the devil... You speak English?
We have 2 other Earthmen in our house.
What?
You won't tell my father I was at the transporter junction. He says it could be dangerous.
He's right. Look, I need to meet these other Earthmen.
I can take you. Come with me.
Hank Pierre.
Mon brave, mon colonel Baden.
Wonderful.
Incroyable, mon vieux.
Where are the others? How did you get here?
We thought you were dead. What happened?
I told them all I could. Hank and Pierre had crash-landed just south of the flame belt, and even as we spoke, their shuttle was being repaired. They introduced me to Volstar. He was a leader amongst these trusting and generous people called Therons. They were like us, apart from their deep desire for gentleness. Aggression for them did not exist.
We had despaired of you and your friends, knowing that you had landed in the north among Treens. We have not been in contact with the Treens for centuries. The flame belt has kept us apart. We are worried to find you have managed to pass through the flame belt. Our defenses against the Treens will not stand up to their sophisticated weapons.
I didn't come through the flame belt, Volstar.
Then
I came under it.
Howling hyenas? Under? How?
I was carried by a subterranean river.
It is very important that you meet with our leaders.
As soon as possible.
I understand the situation on your home planet is desperate, Colonel Dare.
We need help. We need space to grow food for Earth. Here, perhaps.
That will be for our Parliament to decide. You will be seeing our President, of course.
We must hurry. I have 2 urgent tasks. Fix up a supply of food for Earth and rescue my friends from Lecompte.
3, Colonel. We have heard via our radio satellites that the Mekon plans to destroy Earth.
Certainly.
Someone has to get back to your mothership to warn your planet.
Your shuttle rocket, Pierre?
We'll be ready in a few days.
These guys may have given up living in cities or being ruled by machines, but they sure know their way around with a monkey wrench.
Volstar, I must talk to your president now.
My house is already traveling towards him.
Your house is what?
Since we gave up cities as unsuitable for man to live in, we have houses that will move where we want them to. It's more convenient. At the moment, we are traveling at around 800 of your Earth miles an hour. The air bubble that surrounds us ensures no discomfort.
And while we traveled, Volstar told me something of the tragedy of Venus, of Earth, and of Atlantis. He told of the Theron attempts to pacify the Treen reptiles beyond the flame belt. When the gentle Therons realized that all the Treens cared for was power and science, they left them to their fate. The Therons explored space, found planet Earth, and discovered a landlocked valley, the center of Earth's civilization, Atlantis. Tragically, the Treens followed them and systematically transshipped the Atlanteans back to Venus, where their descendants have been slaves ever since. The remaining Atlanteans, blaming the Therons, sabotaged their remaining spaceships. They smashed the housing over the atomic reactor engines. The result was catastrophe. The end wall of the valley collapsed as the Atlantic Ocean engulfed Atlantis, destroyed a civilization, and created the Mediterranean.
A people destroyed, save for the sad prisoners of the Treens whose descendants are the blue slaves of Mekonta.
Meanwhile, in space...
This is Mothership Ranger calling Earth. Come in, Earth. Over.
Will it take long, Sparks?
No, sir. I put it on boost. Do you think we might get back by Christmas, sir? I had sort of promised my kids a trip.
If they say stay, we stay, Sparks. Just think about the Colonel and the rest down there on Venus.
You think they're still alive, sir?
This is Earth. Do you read, Ranger? Over.
We read and have message. Stand by to receive. Go ahead, sir.
This is Captain Hunter. There is no sign nor sound from the Dare expedition. Rations aboard are low. Can only remain in orbit one more Earth month. Orders, please. Over.
What about the others, sir?
You know the score, Sparks. No place to spend Christmas Eve, is it? 150 million miles from home.
This is Space Control. Abandon waiting orbit. Return to Earth. Repeat. Ranger Mothership to return to Earth.
Meanwhile, in the beautiful tree-filled courtyard of the Therons' president's house, I tried to persuade the old man to help me go back into the north to rescue Digby and the other crew members.
Naturally, we grieve for your friends, but there is little we can do to help.
I can't just sit and grieve. These people rely on me.
You cannot pass through the barrier erected by the Treens over the Flameland.
And you'll do nothing?
Hey, come on, man. Don't get too heavy.
We have achieved the perfect life here. Happiness and peace for our children. We mean to keep it.
And the rest can go hang. The Treens are planning to attack Earth, and you just sit back and enjoy your music. Great. Pity is fine. Grief, too. But if you let the Treens commit crimes you are able to stop, then they become your crimes, too. You sit here and read poetry and smell flowers while our Earth children are starving to death. You would sit here listening to music and talking to your wives while our wives are being butchered by Treens. Some civilization you have.
Dad, cool it.
President Kalon, I apologize.
No. I am shamed by what you say, Colonel. We will do all we can to help.
Meanwhile, in Mekonta, Dig and Co. were suffering terrifying endurance tests.
I've told you. I was born in Wigan, and I know folk there will not stop fighting because you turn up.
Why? If they know we can kill them all, why not just give in?
You'll not understand, son. Pride.
You can't frighten me with dentist drills or whatever that is. The genetic pool is such that man seems to have created many differing versions of himself. You Treens have only clones of each other, true?
That is more if efficient?
Maybe, but for scientists, random ideas can sometimes lead to exciting results. You understand?
I must ask the Mekon to talk with you. I do not understand.
You can question me till you're blue in the face. It doesn't change the fact that the Earth will go on struggling to survive whatever you may think. Free and not as slaves.
Then they will be totally deleted from the universe.
Meanwhile, south of the flame belt, we were busy.
Are you sure you can do it alone, Colonel?
I can if I can go back disguised as an Atlantine.
So what are these Atlantines like, man?
I'll try and describe.
No, there's no need. We can make a Tridamen with your help, Colonel, with this telepathy helmet.
This what?
If you will put this helmet on, Colonel Dare, and bring into your mind your memory of one Atlantine...
Fine. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Just concentrate and remember.
Look! In the corner! Look at that! A blue man with a... He's got a gun!
It's all right, Hank. It's just a part of the Colonel's imagination. An Atlantine soldier. Thank you, Colonel Dare.
Zut alors! It has just melted away. Formidable. Then are you all right?
Fine.
That blue skin. Mighty pretty, Dan.
And the bulge on the forehead.
We can use that bulge to solve a problem. We have a scientist standing by to make necessary changes. If you have the courage, Colonel Dare.
Try me.
Lie down, please. Under the lamps, Colonel. It is here we will make the cosmetic changes.
When we saw the Colonel next, he was a changed man. Different clothes, different skin, blue as sky. Then they turned up with a pièce de résistance.
This wig has a large bulge at the front that enables you to speak and understand the Atlantine language. The headphones, receiver, and unscrambler are built into the bulge along the hairline. Try it on.
Oh, very well.
This is great.
Yes, I think this wig is probably terrible and tricky juggling, Claude.
Fantastic! Affreux, mes braves! He is a blue man. He speaks their language and he looks formidable.
Now what?
The search party has found the entrance to the underground stream. They are already widening it to get a team through.
Oh, Linglock, there is no time. I have to get through now.
We know that, Colonel. We have taken from our stores an underwater craft perfectly designed for your needs.
Electronic navigator, radar net for cavern navigation, rebreathing gear, autopilot. Queries?
How long can it stay under?
10 Earth hours. Its range will take you well clear of the flame belt. All checks are now completed.
Good. Is the slipway clear?
All clear and ready to go, Colonel Dare. You have your personal breathing apparatus on board.
Right.
Before you go, Colonel, we have this weapon to offer you. Treen technology depends on magnetism. This is a demagnetizing gun. It has not been tried on Treens, but we felt it might work. It is the best we are able to do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Au revoir, mon brave.
See you all in Piccadilly.
I don't mind admitting that for a limey, Colonel Dare had guts. He locked himself in that submarine-type contraption as if he was going for a spin down the Delaware.
Good luck!
Once down the ramp and into the stream, I turned on the autopilot.
Right then, George. I hope you've got your master's ticket. We're on our own.
Ready.
What?
Ready.
Oh! Right. Now, find the forward scope, check out the channels, and then talk course changes into the auto. George, you still there? I'm a bit confused.
Yes. Well, channels and course already sorted. Radar operative. Auto changes locked.
Fine. Level off in center of stream and go due north against the current. Full speed ahead.
Hank, Pierre, I've just heard that your shuttle is repaired and ready for firing.
Great! We need to make visual contact with Ranger. Tout de suite, as we say.
There has been a homing device fitted. It will bring you safely back here if you cannot contact your mothership for any reason.
We were ready and on the launch site in no time.
Motors, go. Seals, go.
Retros activated.
Go.
Comms internal systems, go.
Okay, man. Let's burn some juice.
Rocket takeoff from southern hemisphere. Tracking devices activated.
Check all screens.
Inform the Mekon.
Inform the Mekon. Inform the Mekon. Inform the Mekon.
Alert all tracking devices. Check contents of rocket. Check trajectory. If necessary, destroy it.
Now under flame belt. 200 miles from estimated discharge point.
Thanks, George. Check the forward screen. A huge shoal of fish, the 8 to 10 pounders. They'd feed a few thousand back on Earth.
Approaching a mass. Living. Across whole channel. Orders, please.
George,
Orders, please. Mass appears to be animal of some sort. Orders, please. Orders,
it's
please.
A huge squid!
Orders, please.
We're heading straight for it!
Orders, please.
Increase speed!
Agreed. We have armaments. To your left, red button. Press now for auto-guiding aqua rocket.
Red?
Now. Fire now. Fire now. Fire now. Rocket away. All clear. Reducing speed to safety level through debris. Stay on auto.
Hours later, we emerged from the tunnel.
Now hear this. Now hear this.
Steady, George. Up periscope. Nightfall, as per schedule.
Of course.
We have a problem. George! Waterfall dead ahead!
All right. Don't panic. No problem. Fasten safety harness. Activate all green modules.
Huh? What on earth?
Joystick now activated. Press flight button on top center to avoid fall.
Button pressed! Oh, wow! You chaps think of everything! We flew out of the water and climbed to the top of the falls. As we appeared over the rim... Searchlights! Crash dive, George! George, dive!
Continue tracking the rocket. Course takes it over flame belt and on a northern orbit. Dispatch space interceptors. It's an Earth craft. Destroy it. It must never reach Earth. Destroy it.
Ranger, this is Shuttle 3 calling. Come in, please. Ranger, this is Shuttle 3. Do you hear us? Over.
Howlin' Harry, where the blue blazes did that come from? 3 of them, Pierre. All around us.
We have no chance.
Climb, Pierre, climb. That one's got us lined up.
Hey, we are gone, my friend. I can't avoid. I am jammed. Controls are jammed. He was on top of us. What happened?
The Therians have put a shield around us. Must have. Zap the homing switch, Pierre, and let's get out of here. It's not fair. They just crash into our shield and boom! The last one's heading for home.
When that ship returns, execute the pilot. I said no Earth rocket was to escape. This is aggression. There is no truce with the Therons. We are at war.
Meanwhile, under the water, I left the craft on the floor of the lake and, using my personal rebreather, made my way to the surface. Once out of the water and away from the watering holes of the huge reptiles that lived in the wilds of the Treen Hemisphere, I dumped the underwater kit, changed into the Blue Man's costume, put on the translator wig, and, using an old map provided by one of the oldest Therons, headed towards the Atlantine Reservation. Down below me in the dark night lay the sparkling lights of a small Atlantine village. Here we go. I'll switch on the translator and see if I can get by as an Atlantine serf. I crept closer to the center of the village. An angry meeting was going on. Amazingly, I could understand everything the Blue Atlantines were saying. The younger men were facing what was clearly the village council. One of the young men was speaking, angrily.
We know Urtag, our headman, is wise and careful, but the time has come when wisdom's not enough. He grows old and his blood grows thin. This is the time for action. They're taking all our young men for the army, and we know who'll be the first to die. Nice now, men, die for Treen. We have no quarrel with the men beyond the Flameland. If we must die, let it be as free men, not as slaves for Treen. Our faces be ground into the dust.
An old man stepped forward.
Don't listen to him. I beg you. 3 times our fathers have revolted, and 3 times we have been defeated and punished. We can hold on to our dreams of freedom, but we must have patience. We have no weapons, no machines. We'll take them. Wait, my children, wait.
Who's there? Come out. Spies! I see a spy. Who's there? Get a brand from the fire. Come here, spy. Hold him. It's a spy. Spy!
I'm no spy.
Why did you not blow the horn by the Sun God's gate to announce your arrival?
I'm sorry. I am a hunter from the other side.
Never! He's a Treen spy! Wait, children, wait! If he tells the Treens about this meeting, we're done for. On the execution tree!
No one is lynching me! Take that! Come on, man! I don't want to fight you, but... No, you don't! I lost my translator wig in the struggle. Suddenly I could understand nothing. Then they stood back from me, raised their arms, and began to cry out... Congress! 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 Congress!
In Part 3 of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty, Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander, Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark, Professor Peabody, William Roberts, Hank, and Richard Pierce, the Mekon. David Googe was Sondar, Ben Onwukwe Volstar, and John Moffat Kalon. Other parts were played by Vincent Brimble, Christopher Good, Brian Miller, Dale Rapley, Danny Schiller, Charles Simpson, and Simon Treves. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation by Wilfredo Acosta with Michael Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare is directed by Glyn Dearman.
Report 4 from the Ranger Venus mission, compiled from personal black box tapes, Tridemans, and voice prints. Earth was in peril from famine, and the Ranger mission had been sent to discover possible farming sites on Venus. The planet would have been perfect, except that a race of reptilian cruelty, the Treens, was ranged against a race of gentle and thoughtful people, the Therons. I had volunteered to rescue 3 of my crew. Disguised as a blue Atlantine, slave of the Treens, I had ventured into the Atlantine Reservation.
Cargas! 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 Cargas!
Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 4, Battle Stations.
The Atlanteans raised their arms in salute. One of them returned to me my wig with a built-in translator, which I had to wear to understand their speech.
Stranger, forgive us. You are welcome here. We have things to show you, things to explain. Come.
We went into a long and old stone building.
You see here an ancient hero, dead many centuries. A forgotten art was practiced then to preserve the body.
Standing in a dark alcove stood a man of about 6 foot, dressed in loincloth, carrying a spear, and only the palest of pale blue.
He lived and died a free man. The Treens never caught him, and our legends promise that one day he will return to lead us to freedom. There is one thing that marks him out from us.
His forehead has no bulge, like mine.
Kargaz was his name, and you carry it now as well. He was old Earthstock, as you must be.
I am.
Tell me no more. For us, you are Kargaz. You will help us win our freedom.
And you can help me release my friends who are prisoners of the Mekon.
We will try.
The Treens are coming!
They round us up like animals. Make us fight people we have no fight with.
It struck me that joining the Treens' army might speed up my getting to Mekonta. Meanwhile, in the Mekon's audience chamber...
Remove the shield over the flame belt.
Yes,
Send reconnaissance planes over Theron land.
Yes, Omicron.
Make the reflector spacecraft ready for takeoff. Prepare for war.
Treen stormtroopers marched us Atlanteans to the nearest police post, and from there we were herded into electro centers. They transported us to Mekonta. We were taken to the barracks to be kitted out. An old sergeant major spotted me when I was first ready and waiting.
Hello, hello, hello. Who's this then? You there. Stand up when I talk to you, you horrible little man. You know who I am. I am the cohort Dapon-in-Chief. And you horrible little... I know a reservation lad when I see one, and you are not one of them. Who are you?
I had no option. I briefly lifted the front of my helmet.
What? Well, Kargas.
Will you help me?
To the last drop of my blood. I've prayed all my life that you turn up. Just give your orders.
Meanwhile, in the Mekon's audience chamber...
We have observed you Earthmen to be stronger than we thought.
Oh, heck. I'd love one of Auntie Anastasia's aspirins now.
We have found a way to defeat your planet without giving ourselves too much trouble.
You are mistaken, sir.
Humans are emotional to the point of weakness. We have ways of playing on that. You will help us.
We will not.
Never.
I think you will.
Count me out, you stinking old toad.
Hear me. I, the greatest, the all-seeing and all-wise, know how to defeat these Zeros. We will send a ship to Earth with pictures of the prisoners, as if injured on landing, but now being looked after. They will make a recording telling their fellow men how good and kind we have been. We will promise those fools on Earth food, but first we will tell them we have to build a transfer station on the moon. And then we will have our telezeros installed, and the Earth, with its great magnetic field, its minerals and its industries, will be ours to pluck. Its population, our slaves, we will rule the universe.
You're barmy.
You will pose for some pictures, record your messages, And then you will be spared to work in the mines at our North Pole.
I can smell rats, Sir Hubert, close by. Green, nasty, and putrid.
Words, Digby, do not hurt me. Now, we will put Miss Peabody into the gas chamber.
What, eh?
And you may watch her slow and excruciating death on the telescan. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
You swine! Hold on a minute, sir. A message, you said, to home? Yes. I want to tell Auntie Anastasia how much I miss her.
Digby, I order you not to give in.
We don't have a chance, Sir Hubert. And Miss Peabody might be gassed.
Then he winked at me, old Dig. Something was going through his mind.
I wasn't sure if I could handle it or not. Sir Hubert refused to talk to me. In his eyes, I was a traitor, and I could hardly explain there and then what I was trying to do. Meanwhile, unbeknown to us...
Left! 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 Halt! Position of first degree! Move! Good! Good!
The Dapon-in-Chief was a typical Sergeant Major on the face of it. Curling moustaches, blue face, almost purple in parts, the bulging forehead of the true Atlantine Venusian. His priestly forefathers had taught him English. I did my best. While the old boy drilled me, his son checked the whereabouts of Sir Hubert, Digby, and Miss Peabody.
Position of alert! Good! We'll make a soldier of you yet!
Father, I've found the Earth prisoners. They're done for, I'm afraid.
Having heard what his son had to say, the old boy charged across the parade ground and assembled his men.
On that double! I will call you Dan, your Earth name. The Treens will have you locked up double quick if they hear the name Gargas. Now, if they take your people to the pole, as my son says they will, they'll never be got out of the mines, never. But the Treens will want an escort for them, eh?
Now, fact one. You have recorded the message for your Earth parents?
It's not my parents, Mekon. Me auntie. I've got it written down here.
Let me see.
I've done what I was asked. I've told them that the others were not yet well enough to send a message, but they were being well cared for. I did everything you wanted.
Yes, I can see you have. I like the intimate touches. Enjoyed the day out in where?
Sunnymouth. Seaside place.
Yes. Add his message to the photographs.
Yes, Omicron.
Commander, First Army, you are ready?
Yes, Omicron. As soon as I land on Earth with the messages, I will report back by teleview.
Good. Bring in the prisoners and prepare special escort for them.
The others came in from their cell. No one spoke to me. It seemed as if they hated me.
You have been saved by the actions of your fat friend here. You will not die.
Digby, how could you?
We have no wish to betray our Earth.
You will be sent under guard to the North Polar mines and live a few miserable years there. Never let it be said that the Mekon does not keep his word.
Special escort reporting for duty, Omicron.
Take these away.
Standing right beside me was a tall, blue-faced man I could have sworn I knew. Then he winked at me.
Damn! Colonel, sir.
Escort, take them.
We're not moving.
Very well. You have disobeyed the Mekon. That is enough. I'll waste no more time. Kill them!
I flicked the safety catch off the weapon I carried.
Ready, Bluebirds?
Now!
I blasted the floating platform from under the big-headed Mekon. He fell to the ground and hadn't the strength to get up. I grabbed him and put my gun to his head.
One move, and I'll kill him. Run out the train guard. Lock him up in that room at the end. If it is secure, there is no time for explanations. Dapon, you know the way around this insect's fun palace. Get us out of here, quick.
This way!
We ran out of the chamber and along a steel-lined corridor. No one tried to stop us. Nothing moved. We turned a corner, and then...
Door 77A closed. Monitor them. They have the Mekon. The next Mekon is still a pupa. We cannot let him die. It will take 50 Thanets before our next Mekon is prepared. Isolate them at the top of the building. Televiewers on all corridors.
Go right, Dan, and up the stairs.
We can't go up much further, Dan.
We've done won't roll.
Well, there's only this gallery. Hey, look at that.
Hey, just a thing for an escape party. Flying chairs, a ferry bicycle park.
Can you work those things, Dapon?
Thought control. Too powerful. The Mekon could if he woke up, but he'd direct us straight to the nearest lockup.
Can you fly these bikes, Sondar?
I will do my best.
Well, no one will dare attack us while I have the Mekon under my arm.
Come on!
All aboard!
I have to have help. You must all concentrate. These work on powerful thought waves. I need help to deal with all these spikes. Are you ready? Remember, Dan, keep the Mekon asleep, or his thought power will shatter my grip on the machines.
Pleasure. We set off from the bike park out over the city of Makonta.
Cause you look sweet, sat on a seat of a bicycle made for two.
Digby, what have you got to sing about? You betrayed us.
Me, miss, you better look at the following wind. If they do deliver those messages, my auntie is going to smell a rat. You'll see.
Look out behind! Hey! They were coming at us mob-handed, a complete battle squadron.
Cease this foolishness. You are surrounded and have no chance of getting away.
You fly away, sunshine. If you don't give us a clear sky, I'll snap this Wonder Boy's neck over my knee.
It worked, Dan. They're shearing off.
Sondar was magnificent. He managed to hold us on course to the space station and the waiting rocket ship. No one gave us any trouble there once I held up their Mekon by the scruff of his chicken neck. It was easy, and, like a fool, I lost the advantage because it had all been too simple. Hey, whoa, what the... Mekon had been waiting his chance. He flew the bike away from the space station and the rocket ship on the launch pad and out over the purple lake with me still on it. No way could I override his massive brain power.
You see, Colonel Dare 2 can play the hostage game.
I can sling you off, you little pipsqueak.
Do that and the bike will deliver you where I have preset it to go. My guards will kill you so exquisitely, and your friends will die too.
They could take the rocket.
They won't. They are humans, so loyal, pathetically sentimental. They will try to rescue you.
I have a small surprise for you, Mekon. A present from the Theorons. A demagnetizer. Can you swim?
You think I have time for foolish sport?
Too bad. I press the button on this and the bike will fall out of the sky and into the lake. It destroys the magnetic field. What's your brain going to do about that? Here goes.
You fool!
It works! It got the motors great!
The Mekon fast, or you will drown!
They picked up the little insect and then turned for me. Death rays churned off the water around my head. I died. It was time to use the Theron demagnetizer again. They dropped like stones. They were too busy trying to save the life of the Mekon and themselves to bother much about a lone bike dropping down towards us. Sondar, you old beauty! I grabbed the trailing edge of the bike and Sondar steered it ashore.
Oh, well done, Sondar. Very well done, old chap. Now, come on, my party. They'll be after us double quick, so into the spaceship. Chop, chop.
Sondar said he could pilot the Tele-Zero reflector ship. It was the Mekon's secret weapon against the Theorons, and a major coup to capture one. Meanwhile, south of the Flame Belt, Hank and Pierre were itching for action.
Mon Dieu! It is time we did something, Hank. We cannot just sit here.
President Kalon, any news of Dan?
Nothing. His submarine is still on the riverbed sending out transponder signals. No more.
You got any spare fighters, Mr. President?
I can spare none. None even to escort you all back to Earth. We have to try all our rays on the Treens. They have nothing as protection against them.
Mr. President, we have word that there is a Tele-Zero reflector ship in the Treen fleet. It can deflect all our weapons. If they use that against us...
Report from Screen 7, sir.
Yes?
A Tele-Zero reflector ship is preparing to leave Mikontas,
We
sir.
have to destroy it, at any cost.
Meanwhile, we were battened down in the Tele-Zero reflector ship on the launch gantry. The Mekon was throwing everything he could at us.
Cable systems in go condition.
Thank you, Sondar.
Activator circuits. Release pads. All circuits holding.
As fast as you can, Sondar.
Scientific control is necessary at all times in launch mode. They cannot hurt us through the Tele-Zero screen, Colonel. Absorbers off.
Blue code number?
4 red.
What? 4 man on the red panel.
What on earth?
They're attacking the supports.
We have no time for checks. Button black code 1 on purple panel.
Check. Fired. The Mekon continued to pour fire into the space station below us, killing thousands of his own people without a thought. We were happily riding into danger as Sondar boosted speed and shifted our trajectory.
So the Tele-Zero beam is powerful?
Deadly. Its only weakness is that they need a platform in space from which to reflect it, as it only travels in straight lines. But the Tele-Zero ship, that, gentlemen, is probably indestructible. We are in great danger. Somehow we must blast it out of the sky.
Fighters away, sir.
Meanwhile, we began to prepare for the attack we knew would come from the trees. They, after all, had the Tele-Zero weapons capable of doing the business. Battle stations, everyone.
Best of luck. Do what you can, Sondar.
I will.
Here they come. Treen fighters dead astern.
Pilot Officer Nagel reporting to Theron President. Treen fighters attacking Tele-Zero ship.
Treen fighters?
Fighting their own people? Pull the other leg. Hey, hold on, no.
Here, my friend, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Dan!
Right!
Dan Dare.
Got to be, don't you see? They are fighting to stop their ship leaving, and who would take it?
Dan Dare.
Come on, man, come and get it!
I'm running out of ammo.
Just take one out for me, Sir Hubert.
Heat in rear section. No leaks. Small panel ripped and buckled. No protection there from Tele-Zero rays. Evasive turn to right.
Look, there are planes. Different planes and cruising fast. What are they, Dan?
Theron Squadron 4 approaching target.
You have to call them off, sir. For Pete's sake, call off your fighters.
I'll do better than that. Control to Fighter Wave 1. President Kalon speaking. Orders cancelled. Reflector ship believed carrying Earthman Dare. Engage and take out Treen fighters.
Orders received and understood.
Great stuff, Prezi, old boy.
I want to take a fighter. Go and bash a few noses.
Come with me in the command ship.
You beauties!
Cheeky devil waggling his wings at us. Keep your mind on the job, boy.
The best sight I've seen in a long time. Go for 'em, Theron!
Come on, you lord. Come on, you Therons.
Daybomb, all right.
Is malfunctioning.
Don't worry about
Automatic
me,
in
Dan.
place. Circuit 10 in overdrive.
Commander, assist crippled Tele-Zero ship. We will take our occupants on board. Theron Fighter Wave 6, take out any stragglers and then act as rear guard.
They're running! The Treens are running!
Field Commander Tagore reporting, Omicron. You faulty, unbrained fool. You should have kept a reserve. Get out of here and destroy yourself, Chancellor. Omicron, we have every power source channeled into building up the Tele-Zero power chain. We will blast them, their cities and their Earth friends to dust before it does them any good. Do it!
Meanwhile, in the Theron Space Command vehicle... Where's the Dapon?
He stayed in the Tele-Zero ship when we abandoned it.
He took over the controls from Sondar.
That is so.
But he was wounded, badly wounded.
Look on screen 2.
What is he doing?
He's turning the reflector ship. He's realigning it. Oh, no, he can't. Contact him. Make contact.
All contact cut.
He knows, as we do, that the Tele-Zero ray comes from one source, and he is going to destroy it.
But
He's such a nice old buffer.
Dapon pulled the reflector ship on course and threw the wrecked machine straight at the building housing the Telezero transmitters. It was
Great. Magnifique.
I'll go to the foot of
The end of the Telezero for some time.
And the end of a very gallant gentleman. Dapon's brave action meant that the Treens would be no threat for many years to come.
We Theorons owe you a deep debt, Colonel Dare. We understand that planet Earth has grave problems. We agree to help feed the people of the Earth. On one condition.
You said nothing about conditions before, Mr. President.
We will work on transporting food from southern Venus to Earth, providing there is a guarantee from the people of Earth that they will promise to take better care of the resources they have left. Time could run out again if they do not, and even our supplies are finite. We will need that promise.
I think, Mr. President, that there will be no problem with that.
Then please join in the Theron feast we have prepared for you. No vitamin pills, Digby, I promise you.
Bayek, will you look at that spread, eh?
Mr. President, sir, an urgent message from control.
Gentlemen, I am sorry to say there is a problem. The Treens are reported to have sent a battle fleet on a heading 87 degrees by 52. Direction Earth.
The Treens' first warship and reconnaissance flight headed across space for Earth, while Theron experts struggled to get a ship ready to take us home. We were too late.
From your Venus expedition. Good news.
Everyone wanted to believe the Treens.
This is the English section of the World News, broadcasting to you on the BBC. The Venusians, who call themselves Treens...
Reassuring messages recorded on Venus by the Ranger crew under Captain Dare have been brought by the Treens. The world president is speaking at
this historic moment, signing a treaty with our friends from Venus, in which they agree to ferry food and material to Earth as soon as they have set up a receiver station on the moon.
And we are broadcasting for the first time the message from Spaceman First Class Digby.
Hey, the Treens are a grand lot. We are in an oxygen room in a fine hospital looking out over a beach. It reminds me of our hotel room on that holiday we had in Sunnymouth, Aunt Anastasia. Do you remember?
What?
In May, wasn't it?
Eh?
That's it. May Day Sunnymouth.
What?
It is like Sunnymouth here.
Fiddlesticks. By heck. Phone. Give us the phone. Police? That message from Digby in space. Poppycock. I want a word with the chief. Young man, I can have you out of your job in a time to say night. Now, jump to it, Sonny Jim, or else.
He didn't know Aunt Anastasia, nor did the people at Space Fleet HQ.
Who on earth? Aircraftman Digby's auntie. You the manager?
I am Colonel O'Reilly, Supreme Commander.
The message from my Albert was a fake, was a warning. The Treens, or whoever they are deceiving you.
Now, madam, I hardly think you could know.
I brought Albert Fitzwilliam Digby up from the age of 5. He was only once in Sunnymouth, in October, not May, and he hates the place like poison. Have a newspaper cutting will tell you why. Here.
Mistaken identity, Albert Fitzwilliam Digby of West Bank, Wigan, released from custody, held for a week as man police have been searching for. Suspect in the Hammersmith murder.
He was in prison, accused of murder all the time he was in Sunnymouth. Wrongfully. And not May either. All wrong. A warning of some sort.
May? May Day, he said. May Day. May Day is the international call sign for emergency. Sunnymouth. Wrongfully imprisoned. You're right.
I know I'm right. Albert Fitzwilliam Digby is no fool. He knew I'd sort it out.
Get me the PM. And a detachment of the International SAS to be put on full alert.
This is Dan Dare calling Earth. This is Dare calling Earth. Are you receiving me? Over. Oh, you, Stig. We'll just have to try and speed this old ship up somehow.
No chance of that, sir.
Dan Dare,
What's that?
this
What?
is Earth.
Listen, what?
World President speaking. We have just eliminated the Treen menace.
Eh?
Thanks to you and your man Digby. Congratulate him on his warning. All a huge debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over and out. Digby, we have done it.
Aye, good old Auntie Stacy.
Oh, forget it. And the Theorons will help feed the Earth's great work.
I think we might say mission accomplished, sir. Goodbye, Mekon. Hello, Earth. Oh, I know what I fancy, sir.
I know too, Dig. Fish and chips and a nice long
sleep.
In the final part of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio by Nick McCarty, Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark Professor Peabody, William Roberts Hank, Sean Barrett Pierre, and Richard Pierce the Mekong. David Googe was Sondar, David King Dapon, Brian Miller Ertag, John Moffat Kalon, Margaret Courtney Aunt Anastasia. Other parts were played by Vincent Brimble, Tara Dominic, Andrew Downer, Elizabeth Mansfield, Dale Rapley, and Danny Schiller. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation was by Wilfredo Acosta with Michael Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare was directed by Glyn Dearman.
Tonight, we continue our mini-season of stories by the very best writers from the sci-fi, fantasy and horror genres, whose work's been transferred with varying degrees of success onto the big screen. In Harlan Ellison's innovative precursor to The Terminator, a strange warrior appears on a 1964 railway platform. But where and when is he from? John Sharian reads from Ellison's 1957 short story.
Soldier by Harlan Ellison. Part 1.
Warlow hunkered down farther into the firm hole, gathering his cloak about him. Even the triple lining of the cape could not prevent the seeping cold of the battlefield from reaching him. and even through one of those linings, lead-impregnated, he could feel the faint tickle of dropout all about him, eating his tissues. He began to shiver again. The push was going on to the south, and he had to wait, had to listen for the telepathic command of his superior officer. He fingered an edge of the firm hole, noting he had not steadied it up too well with the firmer. He drew the small molecule-hardening instrument from his pouch and examined it. The calibrator had slipped a notch, which explained why the dirt of the firm hole had not become as hard as he had desired. Off to the left, the hiss of an 8-thread beam split the night air, and he shoved the firmer back quickly. The spider-web tracery of the beam lanced across the sky, poked tentatively at an armor center, throwing blood-red shadows across Quarlo's crag-like features. The armor center backtracked the thread beam, retaliated with a blinding flash of its own batteries. 1 burst, 2, 3. The 80 thread reared once more, feebly, then subsided. A moment later, the concussion of its power chambers exploding shook the earth around Quarlo, causing bits of unfirmed dirt and small pebbles to tumble in on him. Another moment, and the shrapnel came through. Quarlo lay flat to the ground, soundlessly hoping for a bit more life amidst all this death. He knew his chances of coming back were infinitesimal. What was it? 3 out of every 1,000 came back? He had no illusions. He was a common footman, and he knew he would die out here in the midst of the Great War 7. As though the detonation of the 80 thread had been a signal, the weapons of Quarlo's company opened up full on. The webbings crisscrossed the blackness overhead with delicate patterns, appearing, disappearing, changing with every second, ranging through the spectrum, washing the hands of colors outside the spectrum Quarlo could catalog. Quarlo slid into a tiny ball in the slush-filled bottom of the firm hole, waiting. He was a good soldier. He knew his place. When those metal and energy beasts out there were snarling at each other, there was nothing a lone foot soldier could do but die. He waited, knowing his time would come much too soon. No matter how violent, how involved, how push-button-ridden wars became, it always simmered down to the man on foot. It had to, for men fought men still. His mind dwelled limply in a state between reflection and alertness, a state all men of war came to know when there was nothing but the thunder of the big guns abroad in the night. The stars had gone into hiding. Abruptly the thread beams cut out, the traceries winked off, silence once again descended. Quarlo snapped to instant attentiveness. This was the moment. His mind was now keyed to one sound, one only. Inside his head the command would form and he would act, not entirely of his own volition. The strategists and psych men had worked together on this thing. The tone of command was keyed into each soldier's brain, printed in, probed in, sunken in. It was there, and when the regimenter sent his telepathic orders, Quarlo would leap like a puppet and advance on direction. Thus, when it came, it was as though he had anticipated it, as though he knew a second before the mental rasping, and the advance erupted those, just that way, done just that way. When the first blasts of the enemy's zeroed-in batteries met the combined rays of Quarlo's own guns, also pinpointed, they met at a point that should, by all rights, have been empty. But Quarlo had jumped too soon, and when they met, the soldier was at the focal point. 300 distinct beams latticed down, joined in a coruscating rainbow through negatively charged particles 500 feet in the air, shorted out, and warped the soldier off the battlefield. Nathan Schachter had his heart attack right there on the subway platform. The soldier materialized in front of him from nowhere, filthy and ferocious looking, a strange weapon cradled to his body. just as the old man was about to put a penny in the candy machine. Quarlo's long cape was still, the dematerialization and subsequent reappearance having left him untouched. He stared in confusion at the sallow face before him and started violently at the face's piercing shriek. Quarlo watched with growing bewilderment and terror as the sallow face contorted and sank to the littered floor of the platform. The old man clutched his chest, twitched, and gasped several times. His legs jerked spasmodically, and his mouth opened widely again and again. He died with his mouth open, eyes staring at the ceiling. Quarlo looked at the body disinterestedly for a moment. Death. What did one death matter? Every day during the war, 10,000 died. More horribly than this, this was as nothing to him. The sudden universe-filling scream of an incoming express train broke his attention. The black tunnel that his war-filled world had become was filled with the rusty wail of an unseen monster bearing down on him out of the darkness. The fighting man in him made his body arch, sent it into a crouch. He poised on the balls of his feet, his rifle levering horizontal instantly, pointed at the sound. From the crowds packed on the platform, a voice rose above the thunder of the incoming train. "Him! It was him! He shot that old man! He's crazy!" Heads turned, eyes stared. A little man with a dirty vest, his bald head reflecting the glow of the overhead lights, was pointing a shaking finger at Quarlo. It was as if two currents had been set up simultaneously. The crowd both drew away and advanced on him. Then the train barreled around the curve, drove past, blasting sound into the very fibers of the soldier's body. Quarlo's mouth opened wide in a soundless scream, and more from reflex than intent, the Brandlmeyer erupted in his hands. A triple thread of cold blue beams sizzled from the small bell mouth of the weapon, streaked across the tunnel and blasted full into the front of the train. The front of the train melted down quickly, and the vehicle ground to a stop. The metal had been melted like a coarse grate of plastic on a burner. Where it had fused into a soggy lump, the metal was bright and smeary, more like the gleam of oxidized silver than anything else. Quarlo regretted having fired the moment he felt the Brandlmeyer buck. He was not where he should be. Where he was, that was still another more pressing problem, and he knew he was in danger. Every movement had to be watched as carefully as possible, and perhaps he had gotten off to a bad start already. But that noise... He had suffered the screams of the battlefield, but the reverberations of the train thundering back and forth in that enclosed space were a nightmare of indescribable horror. As he stared dumbly at his handiwork, from behind him the crowd made a concerted rush. 3 burly charcoal-suited executives, each carrying an attaché case, which he dropped as he made the lunge, looking like unhealthy carbon copies of each other, grabbed Quarlo above the elbows, around the waist, about the neck. The soldier roared something unintelligible and flung them from him. One slid across the platform on the seat of his pants, bringing up short, his stomach and face smashing into a tiled wall. The second spun away, arms flailing, into the crowd. The third tried to hang on to Quarlo's neck. The soldier lifted him bodily, arched him over his head, breaking the man's insecure grip, and pitched him against a stanchion. The executive hit the girder, slid down, and lay quite still, his back oddly twisted. The crowd emitted scream after scream, drew away once more. Terror rippled through its ranks. Several women near the front suddenly became aware of the blood pouring from the face of one of the executives and keeled onto the dirty platform unnoticed. The screams continued, seeming echoes of the now dead express trains squealing. But as an entity, the crowd backed the soldier down the platform. For a moment Quarlo forgot he still held the Brandlmeyer. He lifted the gun to a threatening position, and the entity that was the crowd pulsed back. Nightmare. It was all some sort of vague, formless nightmare to Quarlo. This was not the war where anyone he saw he blasted. This was something else, some other situation in which he was lost, disoriented. What was happening? Corlo moved toward the wall, his back prickly with fear sweat. He had expected to die in the war, but something as simple and direct and expected as that had not happened. He was here, not there, wherever here was, wherever there had gone, and these people were unarmed, obviously civilians, which would not have kept him from murdering them. But what was happening? Where was the battlefield? His progress toward the wall was halted momentarily as he backed cautiously around a stanchion. He knew there were people behind him as well as the white-faced knots before him, and he was beginning to suspect there was no way out. Such confusion boiled up in his thoughts, so close to hysteria was he, plain soldier of the fields, that his mind forcibly rejected the impossibility of being somehow transported from the war into this new, and in many ways more terrifying situation. He concentrated on one thing only, as a good soldier should: out. He slid along the wall, the crowd flowing before him, opening at his approach, closing in behind. He whirled once, driving them back farther with the black hole of the Brandlmeyer's bell mouth. Again he hesitated, not knowing why, to fire upon them. He sensed they were enemies, but still they were unarmed, and yet that never stopped him before. The village in Tetraomsk territory, beyond the Volga somewhere, they had been unarmed there too, but the square had been filled with civilians he had not hesitated to burn. Why was he hesitating now? The Brandlmeyer continued in its silence. Corlo detected a commotion behind the crowd, above the crowd's inherent commotion, and a movement. Something was happening there. He backed tightly against the wall as a blue-suited, brass-buttoned man broke through the crowd. The man took one look, caught the unwinking black eye of the Brandlmeyer, and threw his arms back, indicating to the crowd to clear away. He began screaming at the top of his lungs, veins standing out in his temples. "Get out of here! The guy's a kookaboo! Somebody will get killed! Beat it! Run!" The crowd needed no further impetus. It broke in the center and streamed towards the stairs. Corlo swung around, looking for another way out, but both accessible stairways were clogged by fighting commuters, shoving each other mercilessly to get out. He was, effectively, trapped. The cop fumbled at his holster. Corlo caught a glimpse of the movement from the corner of his eye. Instinctively he knew the movement for what it was. A weapon was about to be brought into use. He swung about, leveling the Brandlmeyer. The cop jumped behind a stanchion just as the soldier pressed the firing stud. A triple thread of bright blue energy leaped from the weapon's bell mouth. The beam went over the heads of the crowd, neatly melting away a 5-foot segment of wall supporting one of the stairways. The stairs creaked, and the sound of tortured metal adjusting to poor support and an overcrowding of people rang through the tunnel. The cop looked fearfully above himself, saw the beams curve, then settle under the weight, and turned a wide-eyed stare back at the soldier. The cop fired twice from behind the stanchion, the booming of the explosions catapulting back and forth in the enclosed space. The second bullet took the soldier above the wrist in his left arm. The Brandlmeyer slipped uselessly from his good hand as blood stained the garment he wore. He stared at his shattered lower arm in amazement, doubled amazement. What manner of weapon was this the blue-coated man had used? No beam, that. Nothing like anything he had seen before. No beam to fry him in his tracks. It was some sort of power that hurled a projectile, that had ripped his body. He stared stupidly as blood continued to flow out of his arm. The cop, less anxious now to attack this man with the weird costume and unbelievable rifle, edged cautiously from behind his cover, skirting the edge of the platform, trying to get near enough to Corlo to put another bullet into him, should he offer further resistance. But the soldier continued to stand, spraddle-legged, staring at his wound, confused at where he was, what had happened to him, the screams of the trains as they bulleted past, and the barbarian tactics of his blue-coated adversary. The cop moved slowly, steadily, expecting the soldier to break and run at any moment. The wounded man stood rooted, however. The cop bunched his muscles and leaped the few feet intervening. Savagely, he brought the barrel of his pistol down on the side of Quarlo's neck near the ear. The soldier turned slowly, anchored in his tracks, and stared unbelievingly at the policeman for an instant. Then his eyes glazed, and he collapsed to the platform. As a gray, swelling mist bobbed up and around his mind, one final thought impinged incongruously. He struck me. Physical contact? I don't believe it. What have I gotten into? Light filtered through vaguely. Shadows slithered and wavered, sullenly formed into solids. "Hey, Mac, got a light?" Shadows blocked Quarlo's vision, but he knew he was lying on his back, staring up. He turned his head, and a wall oozed into focus, almost at his nose tip. He turned his head the other way, another wall about 3 feet away, blending in his sight into a shapeless gray blotch. He abruptly realized the back of his head hurt. He moved slowly, swiveling his head, but the soreness remained. Then he realized he was lying on some hard metal surface, and he tried to sit up. The pains throbbed higher, making him feel nauseated, and for an instant his vision receded again. Then it steadied, and he sat up slowly. He swung his legs over the sharp edge of what appeared to be a shallow, sloping metal trough. It was a mattressless bunk, curved in its bottom from hundreds of men who had lain there before him. He was in a cell. "Hey, I said, you got a match there?" Quarlo turned from the empty rear wall of the cell and looked through the bars. A bulb-nosed face was thrust up close to the metal barrier. The man was short, in filthy rags, whose odor reached Quarlo with tremendous offensiveness. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and his nose was crisscrossed with blue and red veins. Acute alcoholism reeking from every pore. Acne rosacea that turned his nose into a hideous cracked and pocked blob. Quarlo knew he was in detention, and from the very look, the very smell of this other, he knew he was not in a military prison. The man was staring in at him, oddly. "Match, Charlie? You got a match?" He puffed his fat, wet lips at Quarlo, forcing the bit of cigarette stub forward in his mouth. Quarlo stared back. He could not understand the man's words. They were so slowly spoken, so sharp and yet unintelligible. But he knew what to answer. "My name's Quarlo Clubbergan. Pray, Sci-Fum 1029. The soldier muttered by rote, surly tones running together. "What are you mad at me for, buddy? I didn't put you in here," argued the match-seeker. "All I wanted was a light for this here butt." He held up 2 inches of smoked stub. "How come they got you in a cell and not running around loose in a bullpen like us?" He cocked a thumb over his shoulder, and for the first time Quarlo realized there were others in this jail. "The hell with you," the drunk muttered. He cursed again, softly, under his breath, turning away. He walked across the bullpen and sat down with the 4 other men, all vaguely similar in facial content, who lounged around a rough-hewn table-bench combination. The table and benches, all one piece, like a picnic table, were bolted to the floor. "A screw loose," the drunk said to the others, nodding his balding head at the soldier in his long cape and metallic skin-tight suit. He picked up the crumpled remnants of an ancient magazine and leafed through it as though he knew every line of type, every girly illustration by heart. Quarlo looked over the cell. It was about 10 feet high by 8 across. A sink with 1 thumb-push spigot running cold water, a commode without seat or paper, and metal trough roughly the dimensions of an average-sized man fastened to one wall. 1 enclosed bulb burned feebly in the ceiling. 3 walls of solid steel, ceiling and floor of the same, riveted together at the seams. The 4th wall was the barred door. The firmer might be able to wilt that steel, he realized, and instinctively reached for his pouch. It was the first moment he had a chance to think of it, and even as he reached, knew the satisfying weight of it was gone. His bandoliers also. His Brandlmeyer, of course. His boots, too, and there seemed to have been some attempt to get his cape off. but it was all part of the skin-tight suit of metallic mesh cloth. The loss of the pouch was too much. Everything that had happened so quickly, so blurry, meshed, and the soldier was abruptly overcome by confusion and a deep feeling of hopelessness. He sat down on the bunk, the ledge of metal biting into his thighs. His head still ached from a combination of the blow dealt him by the cop and the metal bunk where he had lain. He ran a shaking hand over his head, feeling the fractional inch of his brown hair cut battle style. Then he noticed his left hand had been bandaged, quite expertly. There was hardly any throbbing from his wound. That brought back to sharp awareness all that had transpired, and the war leaped into his thoughts. The telepathic command, the rising from the firm hole, the rifle at the ready. Then a sizzling shh, and the universe had exploded around him in a billion tiny flickering novas of color and color and color. Then suddenly, just as suddenly as he had been standing on the battlefield of Great War VII, advancing on the enemy forces of Ruski Chink, he was not there. He was here. He was in some dark, hard tunnel, with a great beast roaring out of the blackness onto him, and a man in a blue coat had shot him and clubbed him, actually touched him, without radiation gloves. How had the man known Quarlo was not booby-trapped with radiates? He could have died in an instant. Where was he? What war was this he was engaged in? Were those Ruski Chink or his own tricontinenters? He did not know, and there was no sign of an explanation. Then he thought of something more important. If he had been captured, then they must want to question him. There was a way to combat that, too. He felt around in the hollow tooth toward the back of his mouth. His tongue touched each tooth till it hit the right lower bicuspid. It was empty. The poison glob was gone, he realized in dismay. It must have dropped out when the blue coat clubbed me, he thought. He realized he was at their mercy. Who they might be was another thing to worry about. And with the glob gone, he had no way to stop their extracting information. It was bad, very bad, according to the warning conditioning he had received. They could use probers, or dioxylscopolit, or hypnoscourge, or any one of 100 different methods, any one of which would reveal to them the strength of numbers in his company, the battery placements, the gun ranges, the identity and thought waveband of every officer, in fact, a good deal, more than he had thought he knew. He had become a very important prisoner of war. He had to hold out, he realized. Why? The thought popped up and was gone. All it left in its wake was the intense feeling, I despise war, all war, and the war. Then even that was gone, and he was alone with the situation once more, to try and decide what had happened to him, what secret weapon had been used to capture him, and if these unintelligible barbarians with projectile weapons could, indeed, extract his knowledge from him. I swear they won't get anything out of me but my name, rank, and serial number, he thought desperately. He mumbled those particulars aloud as reassurance. My name's Quarlo, Pry, size 5'1", 229. The drunks looked up from their table in their shakes at the sound of his voice. The man with the rose-drop nose rubbed a dirty hand across fleshy chin folds, repeated his philosophy of the strange man in the locked cell. Screw loose. He might have remained in jail indefinitely, considered a madman or mad rifleman, but the desk sergeant who had booked him, after the soldier had received medical attention, grew curious about the strangely shaped weapon. As he put things into security, he tested the Brandlmeyer, hardly realizing what knob or stud controlled its power, never realizing what it could do, and melted away one wall of the safe room, 3-inch plate steel, and it melted bluely, fused solidly. He called the captain, and the captain called the FBI, and the FBI called internal security, and internal security said, preposterous, and checked back. when the Brandlmeyer had been thoroughly tested, as much as could be tested, since the rifle had no seams, no apparent power source, and fantastic range, they were willing to believe. They had the soldier removed from his cell, transported along with a pouch and a philologist named Soames to the IS General Headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Brandlmeyer came by jet courier, and the soldier was flown in by helicopter under sedation. The philologist named Soames, whose hair was long and rusty, whose face was that of a starving artist, whose temperament was that of a saint, came in by specially chartered plane from Columbia University. The pouch was sent by sealed Brinks truck to the airport, where it was delivered under heaviest guard to a mail plane. They all arrived in Washington within 10 minutes of one another and, without seeing anything of the surrounding countryside, were whisked away to the subsurface levels of the IS buildings. When Quarlo came back to consciousness, he found himself again in a cell, this time quite unlike the first. No bars, but just as solid to hold him in, with padded walls. Quarlo paced around the cell a few times, seeking breaks in the walls, and found what was obviously a door in one corner, but he could not work his fingers between the pads to try to open it. He sat down on the padded floor and rubbed the bristled top of his head in wonder. Was he never to find out what had happened to himself? And when was he going to shake this strange feeling that he was being watched?
And it's a hard rain you're gonna fall.
Soldier by Harlan Ellison was read by John Sharian and produced by Vivian Rosenthal. Tomorrow, Under Observation, Quarlo reveals what he is and where he's. A soldier of the future, Quarlo has inadvertently charged into a transportation field to emerge on a train platform in 1964 America. In the confusion, he started to fire his gun indiscriminately, which, not surprisingly, has led to his incarceration. John Sharian reads from the Ellison story that was eventually credited as being the source for the Terminator movies.
Soldier by Harlan Ellison, Part 2.
Overhead, through a pane of one-way glass that looked like a ventilator grill, the soldier was being watched. Lyle Sims and his secretary knelt before the window in the floor, along with a philologist named Soames. Where Soames was shaggy, ill-kept, hungry-looking, and placid, Lyle Sims was lean, collegiate-seeming, brusque, and brisk. He had been special advisor to an unnamed branch office of internal security for 5 years, dealing with every strange or offbeat problem too outre for regulation inquiry. Those years had hardened him in an odd way. He was quick to recognize authenticity, even quicker to recognize fakery. As he watched, his trained instincts took over completely, and he knew in a moment of spying that the man in the cell below was out of the ordinary. Not so any fashion that could be labeled drunkard, foreigner, psychotic, but so markedly different, so other, he was taken aback. 6 feet 3 inches, he recited to the girl kneeling beside him. She made the notation on her pad, and he went on, calling out characteristics of the soldier below. Brown hair, clipped so short you can see the scalp. Black eyes. Scars, above the left eye, running down the center of the left cheek. Bridge of nose. 3 parallel scars on the right side of chin. Tiny one over right eyebrow. Last one I can see runs from back of left ear into hairline. He seems to be wearing an all-over skin-tight suit, something like I suppose it's like a pair of, what do you call those pajamas kids wear? The kind with the back door, the kind that enclose the feet? The girl inserted softly, "You mean Snuggies?" The man nodded, slightly embarrassed for no good reason, continued. Yes, that's right, like those. The suit encloses his feet, seems to be joined to the cape and comes up to his neck. Seems to be some sort of metallic cloth. Something else. Mayn't mean nothing at all, or on the other hand... He pursed his lips for a moment, then described his observation carefully. His head seems to be oddly shaped. The forehead is larger than most. Seems to be pressing forward in front as though he had been smacked hard and it was swelling. That seems to be everything. Sim settled back on his haunches, fished in his side pocket, and came up with a small pipe, which he cold-puffed in thought for a second. He rose slowly, still staring down through the floor window. He murmured something to himself, and when Soames asked what he had said, the special advisor repeated, "I think we've got something almost too hot to handle." Soames clucked knowingly and gestured toward the window. "Have you been able to make out anything he said yet?" Sim shook his head. "No, that's why you're here. Seems he's saying the same thing over and over, but it's completely unintelligible. Doesn't seem to be any recognizable language or any dialect we've been able to pin down." "I'd like to take a try at him," Soames said, smiling gently. It was the man's nature that challenge brought satisfaction, solution brought unrest, eagerness for new, more rugged problem. Sims nodded agreement, but there was a tense, strained film over his eyes, in the set of his mouth. "Take it easy with him, Soames. I've a strong hunch this is something completely new, something we haven't even begun to understand." Soames smiled again, this time indulgently. Come, Mr. Sims. After all, he is only an alien of some sort. All we have to do is find out what country he's from." "Have you heard him talk yet?" Soames shook his head. "Then don't be too quick to think he's just a foreigner. The word alien may be more correct than you think, only not in the way you think." A confused look spread across Soames's face. He gave a slight shrug, as though he could not fathom what Lyle Sims meant, and was not particularly interested. He patted Sims reassuringly, which brought an expression of annoyance to the advisor's face, and he clamped down on the pipe stem harder. They walked downstairs together. The secretary left them to type her notes, and Sims let the philologist into the padded room, cautioning him to deal gently with the man. "Don't forget," Sims warned, "we're not sure where he comes from, and sudden movements may make him jumpy. There's a guard overhead, and there'll be a man with me behind this door, but you never know." Soames looked startled. "You sound as though he's an aborigine or something. With a suit like that, he must be very intelligent. You suspect something, don't you?" Sims made a neutral motion with his hands. "What I suspect is too nebulous to worry about now. Just take it easy, and above all, figure out what he's saying, where he's from." Sims had decided long before that it would be wisest to keep the power of the Brandlmeyer to himself, but he was fairly certain it was not the work of a foreign power. The trial run on the test range had left him gasping, confused. He opened the door, and Soames passed through, uneasily. Sims caught a glimpse of the expression on the stranger's face as the philologist entered. It was even more uneasy than Soames's had been. It looked to be a long wait. Soames was as white as paste. His face was drawn, and the complacent attitude he had shown since his arrival in Washington was shattered. He sat across from Sims and asked him in a quivering voice for a cigarette. Sims fished around in his desk, came up with a crumpled pack, and idly slid them across to Soames. The philologist took one and put it in his mouth. Then, as though it had been totally forgotten in the space of a second, he removed it, held it while he spoke. His tones were amazed. "Do you know what you've got up there in that cell?" Sims said nothing. Knowing what was to come would not startle him too much. He had expected something fantastic. "That man, do you know where he... That soldier, and by God, Sims, that's what he is, comes from... Now, you're gonna think I'm insane to believe it, but somehow I'm convinced he comes from the future. Sims tightened his lips. Despite himself, he was shocked. He knew it was true. It had to be true. It was the only explanation that fit all the facts. "What can you tell me?" he asked the philologist. Well, at first I tried solving the communications problem by asking him simple questions, pointing to myself and saying Soames, pointing to him and looking quizzical, but all he'd keep saying was a string of gibberish. I tried for hours to equate his tones and phrases with all the dialects and sub-dialects of every language I'd ever known, but it was no use. He slurred too much. And then I finally figured it out. He had to write it out, which I couldn't understand, of course, but it gave me a clue. And then I kept having him repeat it. Do you know what he's speaking? Sims shook his head. The linguist spoke softly. He's speaking English. It's that simple, just English. But an English that's been corrupted and run together and so slurred, it's incomprehensible. It must be the future trend of the language, sort of an extrapolation of gutter English, just contracted to a fantastic extreme. At any rate, I got it out of him. Sims leaned forward, held his dead pipe tightly. What? Soames read it off a sheet of paper. My name's Quarlo Klebregny, private, 6510229. Sims murmured in astonishment. My God. Name, rank, and... Soames finished for him. And serial number. Yes, that's all he'd give me for over 3 hours. Then I asked him a few innocuous questions, like where did he come from, and what was his impression of where he was now? The philologist waved a hand vaguely. By that time I had an idea what I was dealing with, though not where he had come from. But when he began telling me about the war he was fighting when he showed up here, I knew immediately he was either from some other world, which is fantastic, or, well, I just don't know. Sims nodded his head in understanding. From when do you think he comes? Soames shrugged. Can't tell. He says the year he's in, doesn't seem to realize he's in the past, is K79. He doesn't know when the other style of dating went out. As far as he knows, it's been K for a long time, though he's heard stories about things that happened during a time they dated GV. Meaningless, but I'd wager it's more thousands of years than we can imagine. Sims ran a hand nervously through his hair. This problem was indeed larger than he thought. Look, Professor Soames, I want you to stay with him and teach him current English. See if you can work some more information out of him, and let him know we mean him no hard times. Though Lord knows, Special Advisor added with a tremor, he can give us a harder time than we can give him. What knowledge he must have. Soames nodded in agreement. Is it all right if I catch a few hours' sleep? I was with him almost 10 hours straight, and I'm sure he needs it as badly as I do. Sims nodded also in agreement, and the philologist went off to a sleeping room. But when Sims looked down through the window 20 minutes later, the soldier was still awake, still looking about nervously. It seemed he did not need sleep. Sims was terribly worried, and the coded telegram he had received from the President in answer to his own was not at all reassuring. The problem was in his hands, and it was an increasingly worrisome problem, perhaps a deadly problem. He went to another sleeping room to follow Soames's example. It looked like sleep was going to be scarce. Problem. A man from the future. An ordinary man without any special talents, without any great store of intelligence. The equivalent of the man in the street. A man who owns a fantastic little machine that turns sand into solid matter harder than steel, but who hasn't the vaguest notion of how it works or how to analyze it. A man whose knowledge of past history is as vague and formless as any modern man's. A soldier, with no other talent than fighting. What is to be done with such a man? Solution? Unknown. Lyle Sims pushed the coffee cup away. If he ever had to look at another cup of the disgusting stuff, he was sure he would vomit. 3 sleepless days and nights running on nothing but Dexedrine and hot black coffee had put his nerves more on edge than usual. He snapped at the clerks and secretaries, he paced endlessly, and he had ruined the stems of 5 pipes. He felt muggy, and his stomach was queasy, yet there was no solution. It was impossible to say, "All right, we've got a man from the future. So what? Turn him loose, and let him make a life for himself in our time, since he can't return to his own." It was impossible to do that for several reasons. 1. What if he couldn't adjust? He was then a potential menace of incalculable potential. 2. What if an enemy power, and God knew there were enough powers around anxious to get a secret weapon as valuable as Quarlo, grabbed him and did somehow manage to work out the concepts behind the rifle, the firmer, the monoatomic anti-gravity device in the pouch? What then? 3. A man used to war, knowing only war, would eventually seek or foment war. There were dozens of others they were only beginning to realize. No, something had to be done with him. Imprison him? For what? The man had done no real harm. He had not intentionally caused the death of the man on the subway platform. He had been frightened by the train. He had been attacked by the executives, one of whom had a broken neck, but he was alive. No, he was just a stranger and afraid in a world I never made, as Houseman had put it so terrifyingly clearly. Kill him. For the same reasons, unjust and brutal, not to mention wasteful. Find a place for him in society? Doing what? Sims raged in his mind, mulled it over and tried every angle. It was an insoluble problem. A simple dog face, with no other life than that of a professional soldier? What good was he? All Quarlo knew was war. The question abruptly answered itself. If he knows no other life than that of a soldier, why, make him a soldier. But who was to say that, with his knowledge of futuristic tactics and weapons, he might not turn into another Hitler or Genghis Khan? No, making him a soldier would only heighten the problem. There could be no peace of mind were he in a position where he might organize. As a tactician, then, it might work at that. Sims slumped behind his desk, pressed down the key of his intercom, spoke to the secretary. "Get me General Mainwaring, General Polk, and the Secretary of Defense." He clicked the key back. It just might work at that. If Quarlo could be persuaded to detail fighting plans, now that he realized where he was, and that the men who held him were not his enemies, and allies of Ruski Chink, and what a field of speculation that pair of words opened. It just might work. But Sims doubted it. Mainwaring stayed on to report when Polk and the Secretary of Defense went back to their regular duties. He was a big man, with softness written across his face and body, and a pompous white mustache. He shook his head sadly, as though the Rosetta Stone had been stolen from him just before an all-important experiment. "Sorry, Sims, but the man is useless to us. Brilliant grasp of military tactics, so long as it involves what he calls 80 thread beams and telepathic contacts. Do you know those wars up there are fought as much mentally as they are physically? Never heard of a tank or a mortar, but the stories he tells of brain burning and spore death would make you sick. It isn't pretty, the way they fight. I thank God I'm not going to be around to see it. I thought all our wars were filthy and unpleasant. They've got us licked all down the line for brutality and mass death. And the strange thing is, this Quarlo fellow despises it. For a while there, felt foolish as hell, but for a while there, when he was explaining it, I almost wanted to chuck my career, go out, and start beating the drum for disarmament. The general summed up, and it was apparent Quarlo was useless as a tactician. He had been brought up with one way of waging war, and it would take a lifetime for him to adjust enough to be of any tactical use. But it didn't really matter, for Sims was certain the general had given him the answer to the problem, inadvertently. He would have to clear it with security and the president, of course, and it would take a great deal of publicity to make the people realize this man actually was the real thing, an inhabitant of the future. But if it worked out, Quarlo, Klobregny, the soldier and nothing but the soldier, could be the most valuable man time had ever spawned. He set to work on it, wondering foolishly if he wasn't too much the idealist. 10 soldiers crouched in the frozen mud. Their firmers had been jammed, had turned the sand and dirt of their holes only to ice-like conditions. The cold was seeping up through their suits, and the jammed firmers were emitting hard radiation. One of the men screamed as the radiation took hold in his gut, and he felt the organs watering away. He leaped up, vomiting blood and phlegm, and was caught across the face by a robot-tracked triple beam. The front of his face disappeared, and the nearly decapitated corpse flopped back into the firm hole atop a comrade. That soldier shoved the body aside carelessly, thinking of his 4 children, lost to him forever in a Ruski chink raid on Garmatopolis, sent to the bogs to work. His mind conjured up the sight of the 3 girls and the little boy with such long, long eyelashes, each dragging through the stinking bog a mineral bag tied to the neck, collecting fuel rocks for the enemy. He began to cry softly. The sound and the mental image of crying was picked up by a Ruski chink telepath somewhere across the lines, and even before the man could catch himself, blank his mind, the telepath was on him. The soldier raised up from the firm hole bottom, clutching with crooked hands at his head. He began to tear at his features wildly, screaming high and piercing as the enemy telepath burned away his brain. In a moment his eyes were empty, staring shells, and the man flopped down beside his comrade, who had begun to deteriorate. A 38 thread whined its beam overhead, and the 8 remaining men saw a munitions wheel go up with a deafening roar. Hot shrapnel zoomed across the field, and a thin, brittle, knife-edged bit of plasteel arced over the edge of the firm hole and buried itself in one soldier's head. The piece went in crookedly, through his left earlobe, and came out, skewering his tongue, half extended from his open mouth. From the side, it looked as though he were wearing some sort of earring. He died in spasms, and it took an awfully long while. Finally, the twitching and gulping got so bad, one of his comrades used the butt of a Brandlmeyer across the dying man's nose. It splintered the nose, sent bone chips into the brain, killing the man instantly. Then the attack came. In each of their heads, the telepathic cry came to advance, and they were up out of the firm hole, all 7 of them, reciting their daily prayer and knowing it would do no good. They advanced across the slushy ground, and overhead they could hear the buzz of leech bombs coming down on the enemy's thread emplacements. All around them, in the deep-set night, the vari-colored explosions popped and sugged, expanding in all directions like fireworks, then dimming the scene. Again the blackness. One of the soldiers caught a beam across the belly, and he was thrown sidewise for 10 feet, to land in a soggy heap. His stomach split open, the organs glowing and pulsing wetly from the charge of the threader. A head popped out of the firm hole before them, and 3 of the remaining 6 fired simultaneously. The enemy was a booby, rigged to backtrack their kill urge, rigged to a telepathic hookup, and even as the body exploded under their combined firepower, each of the men caught fire. Flames leaped from their mouths, from their pores, from the instantly charred spaces where their eyes had been. A pyretic telepath had been at work. The 3 remaining split and cut away, realizing they might be thinking, might be giving themselves away. That was the horror of being just a dog soldier, not a special telepath behind the lines. Out here, all the options totaled nothing but death. A doggy mind slithered across the ground, entwined itself in the legs of one soldier, and blew his legs out from under him. He lay there clutching the shredded stumps, feeling the blood soaking into the mud, and then unconsciousness seeped into his brain. He died shortly thereafter. Of the 2 left, one leaped a barb wall and blasted out a 38 thread emplacement of 12 men at the cost of the top of his head. He was left alive, and curiously, as though the war had stopped, he felt the top of himself, and his fingers pressed lightly against convoluted, slick matter for a second, before he dropped to the ground. His brain case was open, glowed strangely in the night, but no one saw it. The last soldier dove under a beam that zizzed through the night and landed on his elbows. He rolled with the tumble, felt the edge of a leech bomb crater, and dove in head first. The beam split up his passage, and he escaped charring by an inch. He lay in the hole, feeling the cold of the battlefield seeping around him, and drew his cloak closer. The soldier was Quarlo. He finished talking and sat down on the platform. The audience was silent. Sims shrugged into his coat, fished around in the pocket for the cold pipe. The dottle had fallen out of the bowl, and he felt the dark grains at the bottom of the pocket. The audience was filing out slowly, hardly anyone speaking, but each staring at others around him, as though they were suddenly realizing what had happened to them, as though they were looking for a solution. Sims passed such a solution. The petitions were there, tacked up alongside the big sign, duplicate of the ones up all over the city. He caught the heavy black type on them as he passed through the auditorium's vestibule. "Sign this petition. Prevent what you have heard tonight." People were flocking around the petitions, but Sims knew it was only a token gesture at this point. The legislation had gone through that morning. No more war, under any conditions. And intelligence reported the long-playing records, the piped broadcasts, the PA trucks had all done their jobs. Similar legislation was going through all over the world. It looked as though Quarlo had done it, single-handed. Sims stopped to refill his pipe and stared up at the big black-lined poster near the door. "Hear Quarlo, the soldier from the future. See the man from tomorrow and hear his stories of the wonderful world of the future. Free. No obligations. Hurry." The advertising had been effective, and it was a fine campaign. Quarlo had been more valuable just telling about his wars, about how men died that day in the future, than he could ever have been as a strategist. It took a real soldier who hated war to talk of it, to show people that it was ugly and unglamorous, and there was a certain sense of foul defeat, of hopelessness, in knowing the future was the way Quarlo described it. It made you want to stop the flow of time, say, "No, the future will not be like this. We will abolish war." Certainly enough steps in the right direction had been taken. The legislation was there, and those who held back, who had tried to keep animosity alive, were being disposed of every day. Quarlo had done his work well. There was just one thing bothering Special Advisor Lyle Sims. The soldier had come back in time, so he was here. That much they knew for certain. But a nagging worry ate at Sims's mind, made him say prayers he had thought himself incapable of inventing, made him fight to get Quarlo heard by everyone. Could the future be changed, or was it inevitable? Would the world Quarlo left inevitably appear? Would all their work be for nothing? It couldn't be. It dare not be. He walked back inside, got in line to sign the petitions again, though it was his 50th time.
That was the last episode of Harlan Ellison's Soldier. It was read by John Sharian.
The spaces between stars are vast. So vast that man's journeys between them must be counted in lifetimes, bound as his universe is by the restrictions of light speed. His influence extends little beyond his own solar system and its asteroid belt. And contact with those colonies spread thinly around the nearer star systems has been all but lost. It survives only in the form of a complex trade network, which extends across generations as the unmanned shuttles pull their cargo trains across the interstellar distances. But as time passes, some worlds grow so much in self-interest that they lose their feel for the future. The long-term plans of the space trade hold little attraction for them, and the backward slide begins. The cargo shuttles continue to coast between systems, but now, without exception, they pass one world by. Into the spaceways, from an impossible direction, comes a satellite, not of man's making. It scans around itself continuously, checking and comparing signals of all wavelengths, discarding all that is random or natural. When at last it finds the planetary activity it is looking for, the inboard computer triggers a sequence of maneuvers, deflecting it into a stellar orbit and bringing heat-absorbing surfaces to bear. Energy is absorbed. Energy now to spare. And as its surface floods the cold ship, the voyagers stir, waking from a hibernation of 100 years. As they stretch bent muscles and claw at sticking ice, the ship is observing, collecting, learning. It sees a world of ice and water with a single landmass, and on that landmass a single sprawling city. It wants that city with all the hunger in its mechanical soul. Far above a world that knows nothing of how to care, the hunter's moon turns in the sky.
Hunter's Moon, an 8-part science fiction serial written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 1. When Central fell, the city was left open to anarchy. At least that's what the police elite anticipated, and what the citizens feared. It didn't happen. The underbelly, that teeming mass of humanity outside city limits on the other side of the river, was far too well organized to see the opportunity pass by. Its council of leaders offered a truce in return for a fair election of government, and the elite were naive enough to think it was a good deal. That left a dead computer, a dead citizen, and Randall. The underbelly wanted a hero, and the citizens wanted a scapegoat. So Randall was unlucky. After all, Mitchell was dead and couldn't trade on reverence. Randall could be much more dangerous.
28 degrees east of north. Correct for movement of the ice flow, that's 32 degrees. Last beacon from the base.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Sorry, it's the wind. Here, I brought you a cup of something.
A cup of what?
Oh, I don't know. The labels have all peeled off the dispensing machine.
They're no indication anyway. Is this it?
I spilt most of it. The sea's pretty rough.
It'll get rougher when we start cutting into the ice. This your first time over the Cap?
I've served on an ice cutter before.
Yes, but never on the Ice Palace run. There isn't another like it. There it is. That's the first thick flow. Now you'll see some real cutting.
Where exactly is the Ice Palace, anyway?
It drifts with the great mass of the ice. See the screen? That's the Ice Palace beacon. It's what we have to follow.
I know where it is, but I don't know what it is.
And you don't need to know. All we have to do is find the place, unload the supplies, and break our way out again.
Sounds dull.
Oh, you'll have enough excitement if the men from the palace try to storm the ship like they did about 3 years ago. The mate had to fight them back from the hatchway with a handgun. It was only that and the shields which stopped us from being overrun.
What do you mean?
Never mind what I mean. Just keep your eyes open when we unload and make sure we don't take back more than we arrive with.
The Ice Palace. So it's more like a prison.
You're catching on.
I don't like it.
Nobody asked you to like it, mister. You're just paid to do it. And next time you bring me anything from the dispensers, make sure you know what it is and that it's full when it arrives.
I only thought it...
First mates don't think. The captain does all the thinking, and then only when he has to. Otherwise, he does his job. He doesn't ask any questions, and he doesn't give any opinions. Got that, mister?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
That's right. With only 2 of us on board, I may run a relaxed ship, but I won't have it a sloppy one. When you understand that, we'll get along well together. You, me, and the ship's computer. Do your soul-searching in your own time at home.
Yes, sir.
And stand easy. You'll wear the paint off the bulkhead if you stare at it like that. Just remember that this is a professional operation. Whatever we may feel about the men out in that hellhole doesn't come into it. If you want to keep your conscience happy, remind yourself that our supplies are all that keep them alive.
Don't try.
Don't try. Just do it. And check the angle of inclination. I think we've got a slight miss.
Won't the ship's computer compensate?
Not if it's a fault in the stabilizers.
Definite starboard list of 5 degrees. All other systems normal.
If it isn't a fault, the cargo may have shifted. You'll have to go below and check.
Right. Anything else while I'm down there?
Yes, see if you can find a couple of cans of squeeze. Anything's better than this lousy machine coffee.
Hello? Bridge? I'm in number 4 hole.
Not so loud. Almost blew the screws out of the speaker.
Sorry, sir. Is that better?
What's the position with the stabilizers?
Well, nothing shows on any of the telltales, and the cargo hasn't moved at all.
Then we're probably riding a ridge of ice on the port side. I'll make a correction and try to break away. If it doesn't work, we'll just have to live with it.
Right. Anything else while I'm down here?
No, I don't think so. I assume you're familiar with the workings of the hatchway and the slide?
I've used one like it before. You just stand back and the automatic winch does all the work.
Yes, that's right. Your main job will be to watch the ice. Remember what I told you. Check that the cargo's fastened down before you come back to the bridge. You don't want it shifting, on top of the trouble we've already got.
Will do.
You get a move on. It's about time somebody else suffered watching the ice gauges.
Right. Killing talk back.
You find any cans of squeeze?
Sorry. I forgot to look. Shall I go back?
No, I'll go down myself in a minute. Come and take over from me. I'm starting to see double.
What have I got to watch?
You know the basic console layout. The only extra one's that sonic scanner showing the edge thickness of the ice. Use your own judgment. Use the leads and weaknesses to follow the course plotted on that screen over there.
What if I go wrong?
Ship's computer will let you know about it. If the computer doesn't, I certainly will.
Yes, sir.
And relax. Follow your intuition if it's strong enough. That's the reason why the computer isn't doing it all. You happy with that?
I think so. Where will you be if I need you?
Just put out a general call on ship's intercom, and I'm bound to hear it. I'm going to see if I can find some squeeze.
Where? In the cargo?
Squeeze for the Ice Palace? That's a joke. There's nothing in that cargo but cladding and piping, and it's the worst quality you're ever likely to see. Don't ask me what they do with it, or what they eat.
Fish. There can't be anything else.
No, there isn't a fish within a 200-mile radius of the camp. The sea was sterilized to prevent them having any measure of independence, and there's nothing tough enough to live on that ice without fish to prey on.
I can see now why they tried to storm the ship. Does anybody ever leave?
In theory, it's possible, but I've never seen it. Look it up in the manual if you're interested in the procedure. Do you want anything from down below?
Oh, I don't think so. I'll call if I need anything.
Yes, do that. Now watch out for the blast when I open the door.
What happened to the shielding on the walkway?
It broke down in the last bad storm, and I can't get them to replace it. They say the vessel's out of date and not worth renovating. My ship. Open this door. Get it open before we break it down.
What's the panic?
Randall's missing. That's a panic.
Missing? Missing where?
If we knew that, he wouldn't be missing. He's somewhere out on the ice cap. Lobo and Willis are missing as well.
So, what's it to you? I thought you wanted to get rid of Randall anyway.
That's something else. Right now, we want to know what he's doing.
What makes you think I'd know?
You were there when he arrived in the crate, and you were there when he woke up. What did you tell him about the Ice Palace?
Just the usual, nothing else.
Now, come on, Worm. We know what you're like with a captive audience. What exactly did you tell him?
All right, I'll tell you, but will you close that door? There's a hell of a draft from the passageway.
Close it, Bert. Here you are. Now, Worm, spill. Start with the recovery room.
We got the icebreaker delivery a couple of shifts back. The usual kind of shipment, just pipe cladding and nothing else, except this oversized crate like a coffin. I caught on straight away.
Stick to the truth.
Well, Willis was actually the first one to realise they'd sent us another prisoner, so we carried it up to the recovery room and sent for the doc.
We being who?
Me, Willis and Lobo. The doc came and we opened the crate, and we all saw it was a citizen they'd sent us. And Willis started getting suspicious.
Did he say why?
Not right away, not to me anyway. Doc pulled all the needles out of the citizen's arm, and 10 minutes later, Lobo was walking him around, trying to get the blood back into his legs.
How did Randall take it?
Damn well. Too well for a citizen. That's what made Willis think he might be police or a spy or something.
What do you think? Could be. I don't know.
Why are you getting so worried anyway?
Because something stinks. Because there's got to be some reason for Randall to be dumped in this hellhole on top of the world, and I want to know what it is. Until I know that, I don't want him skulking around anywhere I can't see him.
If he's on the surface of the ice, he won't be skulking around. He'll be dead. There's a big storm coming up.
You think we don't know? We were out on pipeline repair when it started. We got driven in when the weather turned bad.
Except that Randall didn't come in with us. Willis turned round in the hatchway and disappeared into the blizzard when he saw Randall was missing, and 5 minutes later, Lobo followed them.
They'll all freeze. They'd hardly have any charge left in their suit heating coils.
So what's the problem? All you have to do is wait for the weather to clear up and then go out and salvage the suit.
If that's all there is to it. But I'm not so sure. What happened after the recovery room?
I brought him here so that I could explain how the palace worked, and so I could write him into the work rosters.
Didn't waste any time, did you?
It's my job, Berg. We couldn't afford to have him sitting in a bunk room and eating the food used without doing something in return, could we?
You seem to manage.
I think that was uncalled for.
Let's stick to the facts, shall we? Come on, Worm. What did you tell Randall?
I'll tell you, Bulstrode. Certain other people don't show enough consideration.
Oh, will you listen
That's
to it?
what I'm trying to do.
The last thing he could remember was being in his cell at the city.
That same crap about closing down the computer.
It's what he said, that's all I know. Somebody came in and threw a blanket over his head, and the next thing he saw was the inside of the recovery room.
Yeah.
I told him that the Ice Palace is an unguarded prison complex on the ice cap, 1,000 miles from anywhere.
Come on, get on with
and that the icebreaker that brought him is our only contact with the city.
Did you explain about the pipelines?
I told him that we were built around an automated power plant which pumps out a constant level of energy, and that the surplus is drained away as radiant heat through the pipelines on the surface.
Worm, I'm getting bored.
I told him that the level of heat loss is critical, and when the bad weather comes we have to conserve like hell, or we lose our own heat when the cutout operates. Then the yeast tanks cool down, the yeast dies, and we all starve.
One hell of a cheerful story.
What else did you tell him?
Well, that's most of it. I told him that we spent most of our time maintaining the insulation on the pipeline with the cladding sent out from the city.
Most of our time. Only 24 hours a goddamn day in 3 shifts, that's all.
I told him all that.
So what did I do wrong?
We'll tell you later.
What's he doing, Berg? Is he a spy or what?
I don't believe that Central's fallen and the Underbelly Council have taken over, if that's what you mean.
So how else do you explain him?
He's a spy, and Willis spotted it. He unlinked him from the team wire in the blizzard and then went back to finish him off.
And what about Lobo?
Lobo? There's no accounting for that big dumb oaf. He probably got lost all of his own accord.
You think they're all dead?
In this weather? Damn right I do. If we went buried in this place, we'd be dead ourselves. I hope you're right, Berg.
Sure, I'm right. You'll see as much when we drag all three of them in by their feet on the next shift. Nobody survives out on the open ice cap in weather like this.
Are you sure this will work, Lobo?
Look, Randall, do you want to talk or dig? Getting good and buried in a foxhole is the only way to survive when it's as bad as this. Believe me, I've done it before.
That should do it. We can sit it out now.
Thanks.
Stopping out here was a damn stupid idea anyway. Why'd you do it?
Wasn't my choice. Willis unclipped me from the team wire and pushed me head first into a snowdrift. When I got up, the team had disappeared into the blizzard and their footsteps had all blown over. What about you?
What about me?
Oh, come on. You must know I'm police. The whole damn palace knows I'm police. So why did you turn back?
I don't know. Suppose I must be as stupid as they all say. That idea of yours about there being something at the other end of the pipeline, that made some kind of weird sense. Plenty of stories around in the palace about lights in the sky and strangers being seen out on the ice. When I saw you were missing from the line, I thought you'd found something and stayed behind.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
I'm sorry as well. You're in big trouble when we get back to the palace now.
We won't have to go back. I still think I'm right, and there's something out there on the ice. As soon as the storm cools down, we'll find out.
Oh, I like that. If it cools down anymore, it'll freeze that goddamn sunlight.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are you staring at?
Nothing. Thought I heard a noise, but I must be wrong.
What kind of noise?
It sounded like footsteps. They couldn't be. I never hear them over that wind.
You might if the snow's packed hard enough. Can you hear them now?
No.
Hell, I wonder if they've come out after us.
That's right. They haven't wasted any time. I'm probably mistaken.
Mistaken or not, we'd be stupid to ignore it. I don't want to crawl out and see Berg bearing down on me waving a club.
I wasn't sure. That's it. That's what I thought I heard.
One man. Getting nearer. That doesn't sound like Berg. It's not heavy enough.
It isn't. There's nobody from the palace.
Then who?
I already told you. Where's the snow thinnest?
Why, what are you going to do?
For the sake of my own sanity, I'm going to poke my head out and
now
have a look.
Stupid. You give us away. You can't hope for magical saviors in hell.
Magic nothing. It's a man, and he came from the other end of the pipe network. I'll try and see where he goes.
Hell, Randall is bad enough already.
The snow's already crusted on the outside. If we don't move soon, we'll be sealed in.
What's it like?
Too bad. There's a thick mist coming up, though.
You see your savior, man?
I can't see even his tracks. No, wait. Some distance away and not moving. That's why I missed him.
Can he see you?
Watching the sky, if anything, out in the middle of the open plain. And he's not from the palace.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, just
let me see.
Come on. So, look, to the right and downslope, where it levels off.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
Single figure, upright on the clear ice.
Yeah, I got him. Okay, Randall, you're right. I'm a dumb brute. Who is he?
I don't know. Seems to be waiting for something.
And while you're puzzling that one out, maybe you'd like to tell me where all this light's coming from.
What do you mean?
Well, since when did the sun burn under the ice?
Damn it, that's it. A ring of buried flares. That's where the power goes at the height of every storm.
That's getting too damn bright to look. Where does that leave your second ice palace?
No. What's the use of so much buried light in a place like this?
Take your hand off my goddamn arm!
What?
Your goddamn hand, it's burning me!
But I... Look at you. Every hair standing on end.
Don't move! What the hell happened?
I don't know. It's like somebody reached over and put a lid on the sky.
I know, but why? Come on, Randall, you're so smart.
I don't know. I saw the underneath of something close overhead, and that's all.
Hey, that's what causes the storms. Not they from the lousy pipes. Feel that wind. And the suit units are shot, both of them.
How long can we survive without power?
How long does it take a fish to blink?
Got to move.
Oh, brilliant, Cop. Where?
I don't know.
What the hell did you lead me into?
I led you nowhere. You followed me.
Oh, you mean you left me a choice?
I'm sorry, Lobo.
Ah, I'm sorry. May as well admit we're both scared. My suit's losing heat already.
We'll have to go down onto the plane unless you can think of anything else.
Well, we may be risking a reception.
But not necessarily a bad one. Like it or not, we're committed. If we try to go back, they'll tear us up.
And if we go on, let's move.
You sure?
I don't care where I go. I'm cold.
I've seen one of those before.
Where?
The old spaceport where the hospitals are. Except the one I saw was wrecked and broken open. It hadn't flown in 100 years.
Okay, so assume it is an in-system cargo shuttle.
There's no assume about it. You can even read the numbers on the side.
Well, that's not the point. What I'm saying is why here?
The landing point. Why, don't you see? The Ice Palace was never designed as a prison. Central just adapted the existing power plant for the landing site. It all makes sense. The computer could only produce solutions to existing problems. For Central to design the Ice Palace as a prison from scratch, it would first have to define its own problem, which it wasn't capable of doing. You with me?
No, but forget it for now. Where do we go to get warm?
Well, there's the shuttle itself, or there's that open bay at the far end of the field.
Which then?
I'd go for the bay first. It'll lead to cargo space underground. We don't know how well defended the shuttle might be.
That's a hell of a long way to run across open ice. It's hard enough to stay upright when you walk.
What do you want to do? Stay here and become your own commemorative statue?
Hey, what's one of those?
Oh, forget it. You ready to go?
Jesus, Randall, I'm dying here. What's keeping you going?
I'm the best that Central could make. I was selected at the baby farm and trained until it was impossible to take anything else in. I can outfight, outmove, and outthink any non-elite in the world.
Sounds like you've got a lot to thank the city for.
No, because I was never given the choice to be anything else. Now, come on.
You nearly saw us. That damn wagon came too close for my liking.
I know him. I'm sure of it. No detail I can put my finger on.
It's probably just another citizen. Worry about it later. Where's the heat?
It's less here than I expected. This isn't a cargo complex. It's just a single warehouse. There'll be more, but they're not opened up.
It must be true then. Central's fallen and the space trade's reopened.
I don't know what's true and what isn't anymore. Even if they have reopened the trade, it's 30 years to the nearest system. Unless they found a way to beat light speed. And that would take something far more sophisticated than the old shuttle out there on the field. That's got to be 100 years old and pre-Central.
So who's using it? And what's this place?
Part of an old dockyard, I guess. The rest will be buried under the ice all round us. One hangar open, and that's it.
Open for what? I mean, how can it help us?
I don't know on both counts. That wagon was loading crates, but don't ask me what's in them.
You want to find out?
Risky. What if he comes back?
Oh, we steal his wagon. I can't do any more walking out there.
Don't much go for the idea of running for the shuttle. We might be picked off before we get near it.
Shut the shuttle. We take the wagon back to the Ice Palace.
You're joking. After the way we left?
Now all that's changed. Now we've got something to trade, something they can't turn down. A way out. Two of us would get picked off, but 60 could storm on board and take it.
So why wasn't that tried with the icebreaker?
It was, and it failed because the boat was shielded against attack. This is just a freighter, you said.
That's all very well. I mean, people like Berg tend to hit first and save the discussion for the long winter evening.
You leave Berg to me. I know these people. And if I don't get to some shelter in the next 10 minutes, I shall have had it.
Seems to be decided for us, then. I can hear the wagon coming back.
Well, I'm not fit for much. Let's see how good this elite training really is.
Keep your head down and wait until he's got the last crates loaded. Then, when he's round the other side, we can move forward and get onto the control platform. Unless the controls are complicated, we should be on our way out of the bay before he realizes what's going on.
If he takes a run and catches up?
That's where we measure the value of elite training.
He's done loading.
Now, wait till he's out of sight. Then move. Now!
Oh, that was fast. What did you press?
Nothing. There are no controls.
What do you mean?
Well, nothing to start it, nothing to steer it.
And who's driving?
Nobody. It's automatic. It starts off when you put weight on the control platform.
Oh, and it's taking us straight to that goddamn shuttle.
We're alone so far. Now let's get hidden fast.
Hey, Randall, This end crate's half open.
We'll worry about it later. Come on.
Randall, this is important.
So staying alive.
Yeah, but I can see inside, and it's like one of the transport coffins. Willis is in there.
Come on.
Randall! They're stealing men.
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Hunter's Moon, written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 2. Randall's efforts to escape from the Ice Palace, an isolated prison community on the polar ice cap, have led him and his fellow exile, Lobo, through a dangerous blizzard to a concealed landing field. Randall's plans to hijack an antiquated cargo shuttle to take them back to the city have come to nothing, as they discover that the setup is unmanned and automated.
Is it essential I stay? I have nothing that I can truthfully say to this man.
Say something untruthful, then. Just as long as he gets an impression of power in action and takes his cringing complaints elsewhere.
Then why are we bothering to see him at all?
You tell me you helped design this god-awful democracy. It's a pain in the backside.
Get it over with, then.
Couple more minutes. Power's best measured by the length of time you can get people to hang around for you.
Is that why you made sure you weren't here when I arrived?
Oh, come on, Morden, you don't really mean that. We're partners. You know I couldn't run this show without you.
Get it over with, then.
Sir?
That police on the roof. Go get him down here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait. What about his file?
On your desk, Counselor.
And that's all. Get going. Something wrong with that kid. I don't think she likes me. You want me to read you any of Kelloran's file?
I'm familiar with it.
This isn't Chandler's information. It's my own. I wanted to see if I could get some dirt together about the elite. You never know when it might be useful.
And have you got the kind of dirt you wanted?
No damn chance. Either they're more devious than I am, or they're the most upright bunch of creeps in the city. I don't like anything I can't buy. The only people I can get to are the pilots. Take them away from their helicopters and their nervous wrecks after a week.
Central bred for specific strains. You can't wipe that out as easily as the administration.
No. But the elite were bred to respect and defend authority, right? Without Central, that leaves you and me.
And Chandler.
Forget Chandler. I'll work something out for him.
This way, please.
Good afternoon. Inspector, isn't it? May I congratulate you on your recent promotion. I'm Councillor Marius. This is Councillor Morden. You know Chandler, of course, but unfortunately he can't be here.
I saw him separately at Elite Headquarters. He said my inquiry was a matter of general policy and should be referred to you.
And what inquiry is that?
I sent you the details in advance.
No doubt they're around here somewhere. Tell us anyway.
I've been trying to find out about the progress of Randall's appeal. I'm sure I don't have to explain who I'm talking about.
Oh, of course not. What exactly do you want to know?
Where he is, why he's not been released and reinstated.
Well, simple questions deserve direct answers. Firstly, he's in a prison camp at a location I'm obviously not at liberty to reveal. And secondly, he stays there because he was tried by the council and found guilty of treason. The verdict stands pending appeal, but I might as well warn you not to hold out any hopes of it being reversed.
With respect, Councillor, I'm appalled. Randall carried through his duty to the city right up to the end. There's no grounds for condemning him.
There are certain ambiguities about the whole affair which throw some doubt onto that.
Only doubts? What about proof?
In a case as extreme as this, we have to err on the side of safety, if at all. Treason, Inspector Kelloran. How does your elite training react to that?
Not at all, if it's not proven.
Now, let me put it another way. No repeating of this, you understand, because the secrecy of the original proceedings still holds. We gave careful attention to the recording of your exchanges with Randall when he was in communication with you from inside the central computer building. The way it sounded, Randall was the only one alive in there when the computer started into its shutdown procedure.
Are you saying he started the procedure?
That's how it looks.
Then he put you into power, Councillor. What kind of treason do you call that?
You've missed the point. Treason is an attempt to damage the state, and it doesn't matter who's representing the state at the time of the act. Central was authority then, and the Underbelly Council is authority now. And a rebel is a rebel, and just as dangerous in either case.
So what about Mitchell?
Mitchell's quite different. He happens to be dead, and the city needs a hero. Memories of the dead are much easier to control than the activities of the living.
Does that make him any less of a rebel?
It makes him whatever we care to say it makes him. Well, Morden, you must have some ideas on this. Do you want to add anything?
No, nothing, Marius. You're doing perfectly well without me.
I'm sorry if this isn't what you wanted to hear, Inspector, but it's important you understand some of the problems that face us all.
Obviously, I'm not appreciating the politics behind your decision. I thought I was here over a matter of simple justice.
Whoever told you that justice was a simple matter, Inspector? I'll agree it's a pleasant ideal, but at this crucial stage in our history, it's one we can hardly afford. These are times of change, and the city needs strength from its leaders above everything else. That means the strength to do what we know is right, even when our feelings tell us it's wrong.
I'm not prepared to let it rest at that.
This interview is over. You'll understand that there are more practical pressures on the council than would allow us to continue this hypothetical debate. Go back to your work, Inspector, and be grateful that, one way or another, your city holds together. I have to go now, Morden. I'll see you later.
Obviously, you're not satisfied.
Am I hiding it so badly?
You're not hiding it at all. That's dangerous, and you should be more careful.
If I'm reckless, it's because there are limits on the resilience of my loyalty. Before Central fell, I served a rotten city without complaint. I didn't complain because I didn't even understand the concept of social change. Now I've seen progress, and the city's more rotten than ever.
I told you to be careful. Remember, I'm a councillor.
I remember when you were the biggest crook we ever chased, Morden. You never could pin down any of your factories.
Progress is only more of the same. Then it was crime. Now we call it free enterprise. But listen to me, and be warned about Marius. It is not beneath him to take your complaint personally and interfere in your career.
I hardly care.
Shut up and listen. Right now, he's probably speaking to Chandler about you. I'm not without influence myself, so I'll do my best to persuade Chandler not to take any action. But you've got to learn to keep your mouth shut.
You mean knuckle under?
I mean that a public show of bitterness works against your cause, not for it.
What else can I do? Whether I like it or not, I'm still loyal to the city.
Then it's about time you learned otherwise. Blind loyalty is totally without value to anybody apart from a dictator, whether it's Central or Marius. At the moment, the future of the city depends on an elite force of fawning puppies, overtrained and under Marius.
Marius isn't the whole council.
Believe that if you must. Believing doesn't make it so.
All right, Morden, what is this? Some kind of test on my loyalty? See how far you can lead me and then turn me in? Well, hard luck. I'm not staying to be set up and knocked over.
Go, then. Go and prop up your festering city. I overestimated your resources.
Listen, Morden. I may not be much more than a kid, but I'm the best Central could breed. I'm elite, Morden. I don't have to listen to that kind of talk from the...
From underbelly scum! Say it! If it's what you mean.
I'm sorry, Morden. I deserve that.
The polite thing would be to say, forget it, Forlorn. Don't ever forget it. The offence is just a small part of the load you will always carry if you don't work to wipe it out. You are the end result of an obscene experiment. And there is so much to avenge.
Why me? Why am I so special?
Because you're here. You didn't accept. You challenged.
So what? It's got me nowhere.
Of course not. Now it's up to you.
Surely there are legal processes.
Oh, forget the legal processes. Marius has them in his pocket like everything else.
You're bigger than Marius.
I used to be. Not anymore. Now nobody's bigger than Marius. Killoran, what do you most want out of life?
Right now, I want justice for Randall.
Justice for Randall consists, at this moment, of imprisonment in an unguarded base on the polar ice cap. He's living on the brink of survival, and the labor of the rest of his life will never put him more than an arm's length away from that brink. There's no way he could leave without help.
Where is this prison?
It isn't shown on any map, but there is a way it can be reached.
What makes you think we'll be safe here?
We'll be as safe here as anywhere. If he tries hard enough, he'll find us wherever we are.
Yeah, but it's hardly more than a goddamn cupboard.
It's also near the engine, so it's warm enough to keep you alive and noisy enough to cover your complaining. Can you think of anywhere better?
It's weird, Randall. This ship's old, and there's nobody flying it.
Automatics. Has to be. I can hardly believe that a shuttle like this would still be working after all these years. Why go to all this trouble for a few pipes?
And look what was in them.
Yes. Somebody went to the trouble of patching this wreck up and uncovering part of the dockyards near the Ice Palace with the sole intention of deep-freezing prisoners and taking them away in secret. But why?
I can think of a few things. I don't like any of them. A fresh meat supply, for instance.
Come on, think positive. At least we're out of the palace.
Yeah, it's not much consolation. Where are we going?
One thing's certain. There's off-world technology involved. The city hasn't got the resources or the know-how anymore.
I never thought I'd see it. The space trade seemed like kids' stories. I mean, hell, Randall, they could be taking us anywhere.
Not outside our own star system, not in this ship. Yes, but you're right.
How are we going to get back?
There's only one courier. We'll have to force him to land us somewhere near the city.
What if he's armed?
What if he is? We've still got exactly the same range of choices. We go with him, or we make him take us back.
Oh, son, really easy. You go ahead. I'll be here if I'm needed.
Can you think of a better way?
No.
Well, then, look, we know he's looking for us. He saw us steal the loading wagon and ride into the cargo hold on it. He sealed the hatches when he came in, so he knows we were still on board when the ship lifted.
If he's armed, he can pick us off whenever he feels like it.
So we'll have to surprise him. We've heard him walking the corridor outside. So next time he passes, we'll swing the door out and come out behind him. Take an arm each and slam him against the nearest bulk.
Sounds a bundle of fun. Why don't we... Second time around. What if he finds us?
Be quiet or he will. Now, start to ease the door open.
Where did he go?
Must have turned the corner. Follow me.
How do you know this is the right way?
How do you know it isn't?
Let me get to him. I can drop him in one.
Stick to the plan and move together. Are you ready?
Yeah.
And... now!
No! God, Randall, he's strong. I can't hold him down.
Don't let him lift you.
No.
Stay back. I'll kill you if I have to.
God, what is he, Randall? I don't know. But he looks like an awful parody of somebody I did once know.
But it isn't even a man.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where to find the Mitchell funeral?
Are you a registered relative, sir, or a professional?
Professional what?
Professional mourner, sir. If that's the case, I have to inspect your card.
Which card?
The Mute Union. I'm the branch steward, and I have to watch out for the members' interests.
Well, I'm not a professional mourner.
An amateur? Beat it, slug. We don't want your kind here. Some of us have a living to make without your morbid profiteering.
I'm the police officer assigned to witness the cremation. You should have a note on my name.
Just a minute. Killoran, is it?
That's right. Where do I go?
Chapel of Rapt Contemplation. Down the corridor, up the stairs, through the doors, and forth on your right. Check before you go in. All the chapels look the same from the outside.
What about the inside?
They're all the same as well. But who cares? Once you're in, you've got plenty of time anyway. The cleric's late. The family's got one of those rotating vicars laid on.
What the hell's a rotating?
Language, sir, if you don't mind. Here in the house of whatever deity you happen to subscribe to. A lot of our clerics subscribe to the local group practice, and they cover each other's assignments to make sure they all get a decent amount of time off. The only trouble is they're always late. And they never know where anything is when they arrive.
That's what comes up. Depend on the southern public transport in the city. Oh, what have you got for me today, then?
About time, too. Even the deceased's getting impatient. These your bearers?
Oh, this lot here. Why, what's wrong with them?
Have them come forward into the light, and I might tell you. Oh, God. Is that the best you could do?
Oh, they're all good lads. You shouldn't go by appearances.
Have a heart, sir. We need the work on it.
What about that little short one? You won't even be able to reach.
What's all that look, sir?
He works hard to make up for it, sir. Oh, I don't know why I bother. It's nothing to me anyway. If the client complains, I'm throwing it straight back to you.
Well, who is the client, then?
Police department.
Oh, Slogue, eh? Smarten up, lads.
Chapel of Rapt Contemplation, isn't it?
That's right. You can show this gentleman the way. His name's Mr. Killoran, and he's the elite officer in supervision.
Oh, well, one of those, eh?
Yeah. And we'll have less of the fire and brimstone this time. Another incident like last week, and the director says he'll bar you.
Oh, what does he want? People expect value.
That's all very well, but the Chapel of Rapt Contemplation isn't the place for screaming hysteria over the struggle between good and evil.
Ah, you've got no soul.
None that I'd trust to you.
Mrs. Mitchell, can I speak to you for a moment?
Who are you?
My name's Killoran. I'm a police officer. Remember me now?
I remember you. Don't you think you've done enough? You're not welcome here.
I have to be here, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm the only available senior officer from your husband's case.
That may be so, but I don't think we've got anything to talk about.
Perhaps not. But can I see you after the service?
I can't imagine why.
I need your help, Mrs. Mitchell. There's something I'm going to do, and I need to be sure I'm doing the right thing.
After the service. Please don't bother me before that.
I'll wait for you outside.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Chapel of Rapt Contemplation. We hope you'll enjoy the program that we've set out for you, and that you'll consider us for similar occasions in the future. Tissues are freely available from the box in front of your seat. The Chapel of Rapt Contemplation is run by the Worldwide Worship Combine for your spiritual comfort.
There's a new cloud in the sky, and a tear in every eye. And we know you want the best for them as you wave them goodbye. It's known throughout creation that we do the best cremation. So turn your face to heaven and never say die.
Okay, boys, just deposit the loved one on the trestles over there.
Good afternoon, both of you, and may I offer my commiseration on this saddest of days. The service will continue after a short message from our sponsors.
Mr. Killoran?
That's right. Who are you?
I'm Nurse Whelan. Mrs. Mitchell's in my care. I understand you want to talk to her.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
Probably not. She's been improving steadily for some time. I wouldn't like to see all that good work undone by irresponsible talk of what's gone by.
That's not why I'm here. My official job's done now. If anything, I need her help.
Really? Oh, there's a change. I hope the novelty of being needed doesn't prove too much for her.
Oh, be careful.
You'd better. Being in the elite doesn't mean what it used to under the computer. I could make a complaint to the council and have your rank.
It won't be necessary.
Let's hope not. You see that bench over between the sacred fountain and the memorial litter bins? I'll send her over to it when she comes out.
Alone?
Naturally.
I don't have long. I'm not even sure I want to be here. What is it you have to say?
Now it comes to it, I'm not even sure how to start.
You surprise me. I thought uncertainty was a feature confined to human beings.
What do you mean?
Why should I explain? You're the elite. You don't have to care about our problems. Just chase us, pursue us, stamp on us, kill us. You're not men. You're machines, designed and built by a machine, designed for persecution.
Suppose that's true. Suppose we rebuild the city, start it all over again, and one man threatened to pull it all down. How else could we act than the way we did?
If it's so frail and unbalanced that one man can pull it down, it doesn't deserve to stand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Mitchell.
I'm surprised it bothers you.
Last time we talked, your husband was on the loose and out in the underbelly somewhere. I remember you told us that you didn't care where he was or what he was doing, and furthermore, you didn't want to know. All you wanted were your tapes and your dreams.
Now I have neither. You're wrong about the last time we talked, Mr. Killoran. That was on the library mezzanine.
That hardly counts, does it?
Why? Because I was hysterical. Because I got roaring, screaming drunk. You don't know anything. That was the most important day of my life.
Do you remember much of it?
Like crystal in cold water. I remember leaving the computer terminals with an armload of tapes and going down into the foyer. I remember the outer doors bursting in and 3 men charging through the crowd. They weren't stopping for anything. People were thrown aside and the cleaner's bucket was kicked out of the way and spilled solvent everywhere. They rushed on, and went over the turnstiles. And then I recognized him, and he recognized me. He slowed down and stopped. We were looking at each other. We were yards apart, and there were hundreds of people between us. And his friends had stopped on the stairs and were calling to him. He seemed not to hear them at first. Then he turned and ran with them. The next day they were dead and the city was down. There, Mr. Killoran. Does that make your inquiry neat and complete? Is that what you wanted to hear?
Randall didn't kill him, you know. The computer did.
And where's the real difference?
And who's the real rebel, Mrs. Mitchell? Your husband was a hunted killer. He had nothing to lose. Randall staked everything when he started the deprogramming sequence.
My husband's dead.
And Randall may as well be. He's been stranded without a real trial on the polar ice cap.
Well, how can you object? When the state decrees, the elite obey.
Not this one.
What?
I don't know where I'm up to, and I can't talk to anyone. I hoped you might understand.
I don't. I think you're trying to trick me into saying something.
Of course. Isn't that what you expect of the die-hard elite? Fanatically loyal to the state. Except that I no longer know what the state is. Once it was a computer, and the underbelly were a bunch of crooks to be held at arm's length. Now, those same crooks are giving the orders, and the computer's the worst evil in human history. I've watched other officers around me. Their loyalty's like a light bulb. It's bred into them, and they switch it on and off for whoever happens to be in charge. They follow the possession of power, not the right to power. And after what I've seen, I can't.
And what have you seen?
Randall and I were a team. I had to watch him and learn from him so that I'd eventually be able to take on the same kind of authority. After all those years of loyalty training, Randall was, for me, the most immediate and understandable example of what the elite stood for. When he killed the governing program, I understood why. Because I'd been with him along the path of ideas which led to the action. I could see that he was serving the state as an abstract concept, not as a particular form of government. Both he and Mitchell had the same idea in the end. Whose hand turned the key made no real difference.
But that's not what the Underbelly Council say.
Don't you see? That's where I get desperate. Before the decision came out, I was ready to accept it as a good elite officer. I knew that the state had been improved, and I expected Randall to be reinstated with honour. It didn't happen, and I was lost. I still am.
And what do you think I can do about it?
I don't expect you to do anything. But I had to be here by way of duty, and you're the only person I could think of to talk to who might understand what I was saying. Anyone else would call it sedition.
But I wouldn't.
You were there. You followed the whole story through, and you know where it led. For everybody else, it's been twisted and turned round by publicity as an exercise in manipulation by the council. They're attempting to manufacture history to consolidate their own authority, to remove the precedent that such authority can be challenged. And it's working.
Congratulations, Mr. Killoran. You're the last sane man in the world. And what are you going to do about it?
I'm the last of three. One's dead, but the other can be reached. And I know how.
Such ambition and such ideals. The harder you push them, the harder the world pushes back. We've both seen it happen.
There's a ship, an icebreaker. I got this information from the council, so I know it's good. It makes irregular trips out to the camp with supplies. I've seen the captain, and he's agreed to take me out and bring me back for a suitable consideration. But I'm going to bring Randall with me.
You've got my sympathy. Nothing else, because I've nothing else to give.
It's enough. Do you still blame Randall for killing your husband?
Oh, how easy it would be for me if I did. I could play the aggrieved widow and demand justice, and in the end be satisfied. But the hard truth I have to live with is that if anybody killed him, I did, years ago. The rest of his life was a desperate attempt to get back, and in the end he failed.
What's that?
My personal alarm. That means it's time for my medication. Nurse Whelan carries one that's synchronized to it.
Mrs. Mitchell!
Coming! Goodbye, Mr. Killoran. I believe in you, if that's what you want to hear. And if it isn't, well, I don't know what I can say. Except good luck.
I
I don't believe it. He's lying, Randall.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, but look at it. A robot and not even well made. They're better in the library.
Don't shout at me. I can't understand you if you shout.
Then tell us who you are and why you're here.
They told me I was a man. They promised me, and I believed them.
Wait a minute. Now, calm down, both of you. Now, who are they?
The WEC. I suppose they built me. I'm recruiting for them.
Ah, damn it, Randall. Make him tell us how to get the ship back to the city.
I told you, I've got no control over it. I just ride with it to and from the pickup point.
From the pickup point to where?
To the main ship for delivery. I collect the men off the ice and crate them, and then I take them out to the main ship.
He's lying. What do off-worlders want with deep-frozen scum like Willis?
They want models. They collect basic types of men and copy them. It seems that I was the first one they made.
Yeah, when are they going to come back and finish it?
Lobo.
Well, look at him, Randall. He's not a man, he's a parody. He didn't even fight when we cornered him.
He may be cleverer than you think. If you try and fight in low gravity, you're as likely to injure yourself.
So what's all this birdseed about an off-world race?
It's true.
So why tell us so freely?
You asked me.
That's no damned answer.
But what am I supposed to say?
Quiet. Look, we're getting nowhere like this. Let's go over what we know so far.
Damn all.
We've established that the off-worlders are copying the men they steal from the Ice Palace during the storms. Now, why?
Their ship is their world. They've got no natural resources of their own, and the world's too small for them to process raw materials from the asteroid belts. They can only survive and expand by tapping the production of industrialized worlds too weak to offer any defense.
But why the copies?
They never leave the ship themselves. They always take the native form and improve on it to make an invasion force.
What do you mean, always?
They've been doing it for thousands of years, system after system. They hibernate between stars whilst the inboard computer scans local systems for civilized activity. And when they find it, the ship moves into stellar orbit and wakes them up.
Thousands of years on a ship.
Not the same one. That's why they need to strip the worlds of other races. They're building another one, bigger, and they tow it along with them. When it's finished, they'll migrate into it and start breaking down the old one for a new, even bigger one. It's the only way they can expand.
Birdseed.
At least let him finish.
They sense the city and they want it. They found this old shuttle in an abandoned orbit and sent me down in it to establish contact.
Now stop there. Where did they get you?
They told me I was a man. I knew they were lying, but I wouldn't face it. Because they didn't have a model to start with, they scanned the city's records for a composite simulacrum.
I think that explains something. It was bothering me. Go on.
What else do you want to know?
I want to know how you set up this kidnap network.
I didn't. I contacted a counselor with their proposals, and he set it all up. I worked to the instructions he gives me.
Which counselor?
Marius. They promised him a lot for his cooperation. It's hardly started yet.
What's holding them back?
The simulacra. Models like me. Don't call me a robot. They're trying to make one that's near perfect and completely loyal.
Loyal like you?
I don't even understand the word. Look at me. I'm trash. And they promised me I was a man.
Well, don't take it to heart. It's worse than you walking around the city.
Change of heart, Lobo.
Well, hell, Randall, he's worse off than us. That must be worth something. But do we believe him?
Well, look at him. He's rough and unfinished, and he's definitely mechanical.
We're not mechanical. We're fast grown onto a skeleton of...
Don't interrupt. There's no technology in the city which would be able to produce anything like that.
Yeah, but what about the other settled worlds? One of the other systems on the trade network?
Yes, it's possible. The alien story could be a cover.
Yeah, well, cover or not, how do we get back?
If the robot's right, we don't.
I know you told me not to interrupt, but I'm not a robot. Please don't call me one.
Well, what do we call you then? Whatever you said?
I've got a name. It's not much, but it's mine.
What then?
I can tell you that. His name's Mitchell. Am I right?
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Hunter's Moon, written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 3. Whilst Randall's former aide Kiloran is forming a plan to journey out to the Ice Palace, Randall and his fellow exile Lobo are trapped in the cargo shuttle that they sought to hijack. A lone figure walks the level of the orbiting ship. A figure that stands like a man, but is something else.
Don't be ridiculous, Randall. This can't be Mitchell.
Why can't it?
Well, number one, Mitchell's dead. They've probably cremated him by now. And number two, this thing isn't human.
Well, that's the whole point. You heard it say how it was made when Central was in operation. They scanned the computer banks to get a composite impression of a native so that they could make a prototype robot. Quiet until you're spoken to. Now, which individual occupied a major share of the computer's attention during the last year?
How would I know?
Mitchell, that's who. This thing's a rough model of him. No wonder I thought I recognized it in the blizzard.
I had to guide you away. You were almost falling over the storage sheds.
Don't you see? They threw this monster together and used it to contact Marius. He tracked down the information on the Ice Palace and set up the kidnap network to provide for the building of more elaborate types of robots.
Simulacrum.
What?
He doesn't want to be called a robot. Hell, Randall, I think he's got some feeling.
Oh, that thing? Don't make me laugh. Machines don't feel. If it seems that way, it's a calculated effect built into the design, just like the Paternity Act that Central used to put on.
Is that right?
I don't know. How would I tell? They said I was
We know. They said you were a man and you believe them. You're one hell of a gullible scrap pile.
So it seems. I understood what had to be the truth, but I wanted so hard to be real.
There you are, Randall. Doesn't that count for anything?
Well, like what? If you read the words in a book, you don't feel sorry for the pages. This is one of their weapons, Lobo. But it's so badly designed, there's no reason why we can't use it ourselves.
You said they were trying to get a design for a loyal simulacrum. Now, what kind of loyalty do you feel towards them?
I don't even understand what you mean. I did what I was told.
You see? I'll bet the more sophisticated versions are indistinguishable from the real thing. How far have they progressed?
There are many designs, some even less complex than me. They've no minds at all. You have to tell them in detail to do anything, and then you have to tell them to stop. Then there are others. They look like real men and women. You'd hardly know.
How long before they get what they want?
Soon, I think, but I don't know. They may be there already.
This is too big for us, Randall. We gotta get back to the city.
Any chance of that?
The course of the shuttle could be changed, but I don't know how. It'll take us straight to the world ship and dock automatically onto a homing laser.
We've got to find a way. We can't take on an artificial planet full of off-worlders.
We might. This Mitchell thing must know enough about them. If we pump it, we may find a weakness.
And for what?
For the opportunity to strike for the state.
You're mad, Randall. They must have fried your brains at birth.
I am not mad. I'm elite. This is what I'm for.
Is that how it works? Somebody threatens your holy state and you automatically leap onto a box and start beating a drum. So, what happened to the rebel who killed the computer?
That wasn't an act of rebellion. It was the right thing to do.
And now the right thing to do is to turn ass backwards and get back to the city. Or doesn't the state deserve a war?
The argument's academic. We don't have the choice.
How do we know until we try?
Because the robot says it doesn't know where to start. What's happened to you, Lobo? What about the 18-carat fairy castle you were chasing?
I'm not going to find it by being target practice in a vacuum. What happened to you, Randall? Not so long ago, we were your kind. You were going to get back to the council and make them dance for it.
The same damn council that's selling the city.
They're selling it. You're going to charge him with your head down and throw it away. What's the difference in that?
Depends how successful we are.
Like not at all.
That doesn't excuse us from trying. Look, we've got two things in our favor. They're not expecting us, and we've got access to information in the robot. Perhaps we can even use it to tap other information out of the system.
What's the use in that? They're probably twice our size. We may not even be able to breathe their air, and even if we can, we won't know where we're going or what we're doing.
That's where the robot comes in.
I'll help you. But there's a condition.
A condition? What?
You stop referring to me as a robot. I've got a name.
Mitchell? It isn't even yours.
I don't care. I want you to use it.
All right, Mitchell. As long as it gets your cooperation. But don't get any ideas about having an equal say.
I think I'm glad I'm not really a man, Randall. When I look at you, I lose all my envy.
Don't get him wrong, Mitchell. He's not bad. He's just elite. They've all got this peculiar streak when it comes to the state and the city.
It's more than peculiar. It's inhuman.
Now, what is this? A symbiotic sewing circle? Now, look, Lobo, don't you see that this is the entire basis of the off-worlder approach? Accept him as a human being and he's inside your guard.
He? What happened to it?
You see how easy it is.
With a name, the battle's half won.
Use it anyway. That's the price of my cooperation. You know how strong I can be, and you can't force me any other way.
Start earning your name, then. I want to know how long until we arrive, and I want some idea of the layout when we leave the shuttle. And you can tell us everything you know about the off-worlders.
Oh, I wish I was back on the ice.
I've got a reading of 55 degrees to the Ice Palace beacon.
Are we as far off as that?
Oh, I took us round some thick ice while you were below. It was too much to break through.
Winter's coming. That means it gets worse, if you can believe it.
Oh, I can believe it. How are the passengers?
Which ones?
All of them.
The councillors are staying warm in my cabin. The elite officers freezing to death in the cargo hold.
It's very strange. Who'd travel to the Cap in conditions like these out of choice?
What does it matter to you? Take the money and accept the orders.
Yeah, well, there's something going on.
Brilliant.
I mean, something underhand. Why else would Marius instruct us to accept a so-called bribe to take this Kaloran out to the palace? And then there's Morden. Well, this is no place for a blind man.
It doesn't seem to worry him. He never puts a foot wrong.
Well, I think they're using Kaloran for something, and he doesn't know it.
Yes, manipulation's the name of the game, and we're best to keep out of it. What's the reading now?
35 degrees and counting.
Lock off when it's down to 0 and set the alarms on the sonics.
I thought it would be safer if I stayed and watched the dials.
No, I want you below in number 4 hold in plenty of time for when we arrive. As far as Kaloran's concerned, he's the only passenger on board, and I don't want him to get any ideas about wandering about and finding out any different.
Well, if that's what you want. 30 degrees and counting.
Feel it heaving. We must be smashing through the ice like so many eggshells.
Does that thought entertain you so much?
I'll say it does. Such raw power. When I was a child, I heard all the old stories and wished I could be a slingshot pilot.
A what?
A slingshot pilot. They tow the interstellar cargo trains into a tight orbit around the sun and use the momentum to release them towards the target system. It means you can save all the fuel for the deceleration. Anyway, that's what I wanted to be. If I'd known there were breakers like this, I'd have wanted to do that as well.
Oh, such a shame. Perhaps if you go on to the bridge, the captain will let you hold the wheel.
You taking a rise out of me?
Would it ever enter my head?
Anyway, we can't risk leaving here until Kaloran's been dumped to the palace. What a joke. He thinks he's storming in to stage a wonderful rescue act, and really he's only doing our work for us. One more prisoner and a blaster full of blanks. I wish I could see his face when he tries to fire it.
The other inmates will probably tear him apart.
I'd love to see that as well. You all set for the trip?
No, as far as I'll ever be. You know I don't even like to leave the underbelly.
Oh, you'll be okay. First you feel heavy for a while, and then you feel light, then you arrive and it's all normal. I got sick the first time, but it soon passed. You should be honored anyway. They're really interested in meeting you. The last time I got a message out, I told them how you helped set Kaloran up.
Of course. One of my proudest moments.
What's the matter with you, Morden? I thought you were strong. Damn it, we're carving this planet up between us, and here you are, getting saintly with me.
My apologies, Marius. I have a sentimental streak which I must fight to suppress.
Oh, I understand. It's the same with me. I fight back the tears every time I think of the profit we'll make.
Have you decided where you'll go?
Not yet. There's plenty of time.
That's not what you told me.
Oh, time enough, then. It'll take at least a couple of years of running the industrial plants at full productivity to satisfy them.
Allowing for sabotage?
There won't be any sabotage. The simulacra will see to that.
You have a lot of confidence in them. What if these artificial men and women aren't the invincible force you're expecting them to be?
Wait until you've seen what one of them can do. They make the elite look like puzzled monkeys. And these are only the ones they've developed so far. The model they've got under test could probably take the city on its own.
I hope for both our sakes that your confidence is justified.
Damn right it is. Biggest opportunity of my life the day I got a message from the WEC.
The WEC? An ugly name for an ugly race.
Nobody's asking you to sleep with them. There's nothing ugly about the wealth they're offering us.
How long until we meet the shuttle?
The captain's got the coordinates from last time and he keeps his mouth shut. I don't know about the kid with him. I've never seen him before. Captain says he can handle him.
I hear footsteps. Down below. In the ship.
What? Oh, I was forgetting your hearing. Probably Kaloran getting ready to go. He should be somewhere underneath us.
We're stopping.
We may have arrived. We seem to have been traveling long enough. opening the hatch and maneuvering to the loading ramp. We're at the palace, all right. This is where Caloran gets off.
I wish there were windows in this thing. I'd like to see the main ship from the outside before we arrive.
You should have asked me. I could have given you a view before we were picked up by the homing laser.
I thought you had no control over the ship systems.
Officially, I haven't. But I found that there are certain points on the consoles where I can link in and draw information from the memory. A full-scale simulator could do it better.
I thought you said you didn't know how to alter the guidance systems on the shuttle.
And it's true. I can get access, but I wouldn't know where to start.
Curiosity made him try. That's a human weakness, Randall.
I'm more interested in human strengths. Now, are we clear on what happens when we arrive and that loading bay door opens?
Sure. We jump out and run like hell.
Didn't you pay any attention to the plan?
Well, the plan? Oh, sure. It's a great plan. Who wants to get killed in a scramble when you can do it nice and orderly?
Don't you remember any of it?
We hide, and Mitchell unloads Willis and the others as normal. Then we sneak out and run up the nearest corridor. That's a hell of a plan.
All right, so it's not much.
Not much. It's nothing. You're mad, Rand.
Mad or not, I got you out of the Ice Palace.
Yeah, look what you got me into. In my own way, I was happy until you came along.
Well, go back then. Nobody's stopping you.
Look, this may come as a surprise to you, Randall, but you're not the only one who doesn't want the city wiped out. I'll work to prevent it. And even if I think it's justified, put my own life on the line for it. But that doesn't mean I'm prepared to get all holy and charge out yelling only to get spread over the nearest wall. I'll tell you something else, too. I'm prepared to do it because it's what I want to do. Not because I was picked out of the hospital at birth and trained and taught me to jump through hoops for 20 years. I make my own decisions.
I don't care if you make your own dresses. But Mitchell's told us that he's never been far beyond the docking area and he's never actually seen one of the creatures.
That's right. The place always looks deserted.
Without information, all we can do is move fast and think on our feet. Are you saying that your reactions are better than mine?
No.
There you are, then. I'm prepared to put my life on the line and be first out. We should agree to let me decide where to go and how to get there, because we won't have the time to confer. Now, what's wrong with that?
Oh, it's wonderful. We all die as heroes.
What's your alternative?
At this stage, nothing. But it doesn't mean I'm signing myself over on a permanent basis. If there's anything I want to say at a later stage, I'll say it, whether it screws your plans up or not.
No, I'm not arguing with that.
Outer gates are closed. The dock's pressurizing to match the atmosphere.
Well, so soon?
What did you expect? You're not going to hear anything through a vacuum.
Is the dock guarded?
Not as such. They know the city's got no space technology, but that doesn't mean there won't be some sort of simulacre around. When they've used the men for patterning, they let them loose, and the simulacre hunt them down for practice. Watch out for Valem.
Valem? Who's he?
Valem's not a he. She's one of the more advanced models, and she's good. I've heard say she's the best they've got, until they get the final model out of his tests.
You say they let men loose and hunt them. Where?
In the corridors where we're going.
I knew it. Head first into the killing box.
Think positive. We're men. They're just gadgets.
Thanks, Randall.
I'm sorry, but it's true.
It's pressurized. The doors will open any minute, and I'll have to be down there. Now stay out of sight until we know what's happening outside. Something wrong, Valem?
Try not to take your usual eternity over the unloading, Mitchell. The shuttle has to do a fast turnaround and return to the Ice Palace to collect the two counselors.
Do I have to go?
I wouldn't know. Do you honestly think it matters?
There might be loading to do.
There isn't. You can stay here and spare the counselors your presence. The shuttle navigates just as well without you.
Yes, Valem.
Get your crates on the way to the patterning shops and then clear the area. We're in the middle of a sweep to eliminate the remnants of the last batch you ferried up. The patterning shops rejected them.
I'm sorry. I only bring what I can get.
It's fortunate they expect nothing from you. I'm surprised you've even got the wits to stand upright.
Yes, Valem. I'll start unloading now.
Did you see that?
I saw it, but I don't believe it.
Oh, I didn't get her from the Ice Palace, that's certain.
She's left the dock. You'll have to move now.
Right. Come on, Lobo. Head first into the killing jar.
Right. Which way?
Follow me!
What's this, Mitchell?
Oh, Valem. I thought you'd gone.
That's obvious. Guilt's written all over you like a child's alphabet book. Were you actually making any effort to conceal it?
Don't, Valem. I feel enough of a fool.
Restrict yourself to what you're fit for, Mitchell. Who are they?
They came aboard at the shuttle landing point. I couldn't stop them.
I doubt whether you tried. You've got no loyalty and precious little intelligence, Mitchell. All you've got is a name, and that belongs to somebody else. You know what will happen now.
You'll hunt them down and kill them?
Almost. We'll see if they're worth patenting, and then we'll hunt them down and kill them. If you had any more than a handful of brains, you'd be a liability, Mitchell.
Yes, Phelan.
Carry on with your unloading.
Yes, Phelan.
Shouldn't we wait for Mitchell?
The robot's safe here. We're not. Let him find us later if he can.
Well, he was right about this place. It does seem deserted.
Yes, I know. It bothers me.
And I don't understand this corridor. The way it twists, it feels like I should be walking up a wall.
Look ahead. It's twisted out of true, and yet the floor always seems to be underneath.
I'll worry about it later. Right now, we have to concentrate on losing ourselves in the passageways. If Mitchell was telling the truth, and this is an artificial planet, we may never find our way back. Then what do we do?
I told you, worry about it later.
Shh. Huh? Somebody's coming. What?
I can hear somebody. Turn down here.
It's a short tunnel linking to another of the long spirals.
Just move on, then.
I can't. It's blocked at both ends.
What with?
Men.
Freeze where you are.
Damn. Let's get back the way we came.
You really think it's worthwhile? Every passage is closed. It wasn't much of an exercise. Not worth counting in for the record. Well, it's just as well. You know, we can't never do until after they've been patented.
What about that, Randall? Look what a couple of men did against all these gadgets.
Take them down to one of the cabins and lock them in.
Bulstrode! Bulstrode!
I'm busy, Worm.
I know, but this is important.
It had better be, or you'll be wearing your head backwards.
The icebreaker's arrived.
Since when was that news?
Well, let me finish, will you? We've been sent the usual supplies and something else. An elite officer, hardly more than a kid.
Don't make them wake him up.
He isn't drugged or anything. He slid in down the chute and he's armed.
Armed? With what?
A blaster, and he says he'll use it. He said he wanted Randall, and Palmer told him no chance. I thought he'd hit the roof and start shooting off there and then, but he said he wanted to see our leader. I explained that we don't have anything like that, and so now he wants to see all the team leaders together.
Randall, there's been nothing but damn trouble since he arrived. What does the kid want?
He's not saying. Not until all the team leaders are together.
It's going to be tricky. The kid on his own, or is the icebreaker waiting for him?
No, I looked, and it's gone.
Then he's come for Randall.
Please, Bulstrode. He's really angry, and Berg keeps taunting him.
Berg's down there?
He was on the roster for unloading this trip.
That's all we needed was the cheese on the canary. If Berg rushes the kid, he'll be cut in half.
I've got to get round the rest of the team leaders. There's something strange about all of this.
You've got a wonderful capacity for stating the obvious. What else are you going to call a police operation out here?
That's what I mean. I don't think it's an official operation. I think the kid's on his own.
If he isn't in a box, he isn't on his own. Best to find out what he wants.
Why don't you put the gun down and we can all talk about this sensibly?
Move any closer and I'll make it so you can clean your teeth from the back.
It was only a suggestion. There's no need to bite my head off for making the suggestion.
Forget it, Palmer. The kid thinks he's tough because he's got an elite face and a gun to wave around. That right, kid?
What does it matter to you? You'll be just as dead if you try anything. Where are those team leaders?
They're coming. The worm's got to get them.
The worm, he suits him.
Don't start getting superior, kid. You can't hide behind that blaster forever. I wiped the floor with one of your kind, and I'll do it again.
Who do you mean? Randall?
Who else? He was no more welcome than you are. Now drop that guard once and you'll go the same way.
What's going on here, Berg?
Who is this? Who rattled your cage, Cone?
The worm wanted me down here to represent the dissidents. Certainly have time to say why.
And here, Bulstrode.
Watch out, that kid's armed.
I know.
That's as close as I want anybody to get. Nobody else through that door. You tell them.
You heard him. The rest of you stay in the corridor. You can listen through the door.
That's better. Now, I'm told that you're the nearest that this place has to a governing council.
We got no government of any kind. We're the team leaders, that's all.
So who makes the decisions that affect you all?
There's only one kind of decision that affects us all in the Ice Palace. You work or you die. It's a conclusion we managed to arrive at pretty well without any help.
That's not good enough. I have to speak to somebody in authority.
Talk to the wind and the snow. They're the only authority around here.
You got something to say? Tell us all.
He's got nothing to say. He only came to spring his power.
Calm down, Berg.
As far as it goes, he's right. I came for Randall.
Randall's dead.
I know that now.
What are you going to do now that you can't have your spy back?
Try to get this through all the bone and into your brain. Randall wasn't a spy.
Give us another reason why Central should send one of the elite here.
There is no Central, and the elite are a paid army for a bunch of underbelly thieves. There's no Central because Randall closed it down.
As an act of gratitude, the council had him sent here.
Great story. You learned it well.
Nearly as good as when Randall told
That's because it's true. Why else would either of us come here?
Don't ask us. Ask the spy.
Name me one reason why Central should send a spy here. It sent you to the Ice Palace so it could forget about you, make you cease to exist.
It's not for us to say.
Because there isn't a reason, that's why. I bribed my way out here from a city that's open to council exploitation and sliding backwards fast. I came because I was Randall's assistant, and he was the one point of self-assurance and constancy in the whole unstable situation. I've been sold out by the crew on the icebreaker and docked here without a passage back, and then I'm told that the one I came for walked out and died without saying why. What kind of a spy does that make me?
A pretty dumb one.
And you can stay where you are. Don't think I'm not watching you.
Don't rush him, Berg. It's not worth it.
It doesn't matter a damn to us why you came here. What do you think you're going to do now?
I don't know. I've had time to think. I'm going to need your help.
What makes you think you'll get it?
I'll force you if I have to. But when I say help, I mean it.
It doesn't sound too convincing when you say it over a gun.
Bird, no!
Look out!
I don't want to be pedantic about this, but aren't I supposed to do something when you fire at me like that? Like die, for instance?
Oh, well, loaded me with blanks.
Where's your persuasion now?
Now he's mine. Wait, no! You're trying to stop me! Don't I was waiting long enough, you
I didn't want that, but I'll do the same to anybody who thinks they can stop me saying what I have to say.
Nobody's stopping you talking. Berg's impulse.
Come on, Bostrop. We're not saying you believe him.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm wondering where the advantage could be in being dropped here with a blaster full of blanks and no boat home.
It could be a ruse.
Damn silly ruse to get torn apart. You all right, Berg?
I think I must have slipped. Oh, let me out.
Stay where you are. It's safer on the floor.
Holster's got a point. But where does it get us?
I'll tell you. If you listen to me, I'll get you out and back to the city.
Just because you tell us what we want to hear, it doesn't mean we'll believe you.
Whatever you're going to say, it's been tried.
I'm the only one in the palace who's not been drugged for the journey on the icebreaker. I know its layout and its weaknesses.
We also know that it's shielded.
I've seen those shields and they're defective. If we all work together, we can do it.
If you know so much about the palace, then you know about the pipe network. If that isn't kept up, we're dead. Well, who's maintaining it while we're all working together?
Bring ice in, pack it into the cutout mechanism and freeze it solid.
Would it work?
It might. Dangerous if it doesn't.
We'll worry about that if we come to try it. First, I want to know what the kid expects in return for so much cooperation.
Nothing. I want to get back as much as you do. And I know I can't do it alone. My inside knowledge, your manpower.
And when we get back, what then? All of a sudden, you're back to being elite, and we're refugees.
Oh, I'll be no more welcome than you will. All I want is a crack at the two councillors who tricked me and put me here.
What happened to the famous elite inbred loyalty?
Loyalty to what? A dead city or a frozen hero? I'm being realistic.
I haven't said we'll cooperate.
But you will.
We've got minds, kid. We may not have been taught to think so, but we have.
We can't decide this ourselves. We ought to take some kind of vote.
While we're doing it, 3 people to watch the kid. They should be able to hold him if he tries anything.
There's a lot we'll have to discuss. I want to ask Doc what he thinks about our chances of getting back onto normal food after the yeast.
We'd better assemble down in the canteen, then. It's the only place big enough. Who's going to tell the crews out on the ice?
They'll be back soon enough. There's word of another storm coming on. What about a guard for the kid?
Coming up.
Bulstrode. A word before you go.
What is it?
You know them all better than me. Which way they're likely to vote.
You really don't know?
I wouldn't be asking if I did.
You heard what he's offering. He's holding out freedom. They'll grab it and bite his hand off if he's not careful.
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Hunter's Moon, written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 4.
The first photograph of the Earth from space offered a new perspective on our home planet. Taken from an Apollo spacecraft, it showed a fragile and delicate globe, self-contained and limited, a delicately balanced organism which was a subsidiary particle in a much wider universe. Of course, many people were too stupid to be affected. Give such people control over your society, and they will regulate and administer it for you. They will build systems so vast that they take priority over the people they supposedly serve. They will hand out numbers like favors so that you can fit into their systems, march through them smoothly and without trouble. They will plan your life so that you can march through it smoothly and without trouble. You can fade away altogether, but the numbers will still march on. You will jump the small hurdles at the allotted times of your life, discouraged and deflected from any other course by the immense difficulties put in your way if you try to stand outside the system. These are the people of limited perspective, mundane, grey little men and women who deal with what they call, with a faint superior smile, realities. Their realities are no more than the momentary images of a changing society. Images that they try to fix through study and analysis, by terminology and those inevitable numbers that can be used to create an illusion of pattern. They are the builders of Central Command, and, unfortunate and self-satisfied creatures that they are also its victims. Planetary perspective is what the city had lacked for too long. With every pull on the chain, the citizens' heads had been dragged nearer to the ground, and they had thanked Central profusely for its efforts. But now Central was gone, attacked by Mitchell and finished off by Randall, and it seemed that something better lay ahead. There were promises, democracy, a promise of a widened outlook which would lead to the resumption of the space trade. And Marius and his new grey men were moving in, looking for new methods of control. Randall was the first to go, drugged and bundled off to the Ice Palace, where he could do no further harm. He was a failure. He had dared to raise his head. Now Keloran, angry and offended, had been sent the same way. The exiles of the Ice Palace told him that Randall was dead, frozen out on the ice pack along with Lobo during the last bad storm. Keloran accepted the loss, but not his own imprisonment, and his enthusiasm spread even to hardened types like Bulstrode and Berg, who dominated the group. Randall was in fact very much alive, but it didn't seem likely he'd remain that way for long. He and Lobo had been unwilling enthusiasm for human destruction. She was the off-worlder's proudest creation. She was something the Grey Men might admire.
All right, Randall.
Only my pride's bruised. You were right, Lobo. They herded us like animals, and we weren't even aware of it.
I think we are animals. Look at it from their point of view, and it's true.
You're paying them too much compliment. Remember, the machines designed and crafted for a purpose.
And they're good.
Oh, yes, they're damn good. I was expecting something along the lines of a barely improved Mitchell model. They even looked real.
I recognize one of them.
From the palace?
He was lost on the ice some months ago. They must have brought him here and patterned him and then...
let loose in the corridors to be herded and killed. Probably hunted down by his own improved double. Now the city hasn't got a chance against them. They'll move in and take over before that ragbag of a council knows anything.
It's worse than that, because the council's helping. What did they offer Marius to make him sell out?
What does it matter? He'll never collect. They're asset strippers. Once they've pulled what they need out of the city, they'll throw him to one side and move on.
Marius won't see it. He's got a grabber's mind, but a short reach. Morton surprises me, though. I thought he wasn't such a fool.
They're just names to me. Always at the other end of cold trails and distorted rumor. What did I start, Lobo?
What's this, Randall? You starting to have doubts?
You think I don't have them?
What does it matter?
Nothing. If we lie down and let them kick us around until they feel like releasing us to be humiliated in the corridors again, only next time we won't be rounded up and dragged back to sit in a guarded cell. Oh, no, they'll kill us on the spot for practice.
No, we need a good idea to get us out. You got anything to offer?
I need time to think.
We may not have any.
Don't remind me. What do we know?
Only what Mitchell, the simulacrum, told us.
Which is all about their long-term intentions, but nothing about them.
He's never even seen one of them.
Right. Point 1. We've covered over a mile of corridor and didn't see anything to suggest that this ship is even inhabited. It doesn't even look as if it's being cleaned or maintained.
Yeah. It could be they've set this whole area aside for training.
Well, yes, that's a possibility. So, we're in an isolated sector of a much larger construction. Elsewhere, there's a complete and self-sufficient race, working to expand and with major computing facilities to do it. If this is a ship, it's also got to have power and propulsion.
All this is great theory, but what's it going to do for us?
We can't make a plan without reviewing the information.
Oh, another goddamn plan. Look where your last one got us. What information? You're making it up as you go along.
You've a better idea.
Well, we concentrate on getting out of this cell and back to the shuttle.
Why the shuttle?
Because we can't do anything on our own, so we go back to the city and warn them.
Wrong. We get dropped back on the ice cap with no power in our suit units. We wouldn't even make it back to the palace. And if we could, what then?
Yeah. Looks like we've got no choice. We're going to have to be heroes.
You never know. It might even work. At the very best, we'll go out in a blaze of self-esteem.
Oh, I don't have to plan for suicide.
Nor do I. If there's one thing guaranteed to keep us sharp, it's the prospect of survival.
I can hear somebody coming.
Well, not for us, I hope.
It could be. They won't keep us here forever.
Ask the guard.
You ask him.
All right, I will.
What do you want?
I want to ask you something.
What makes you think I'm authorized to answer questions?
Don't you even want to hear it first?
I don't see that it's relevant.
What's the matter? Did they miss the brain out when they assembled you?
Up yours, bloodbag.
That's the Ice Palace talking. I remember you, Pearson, when you were a man.
When I was a bloodbag, Pearson's dead. I strangled him myself out in the tin jungle. Don't get any ideas on teasing sympathy out of me, Lobo. If they say you're good enough, you'll be patterned and rebuilt and then be fit to join us. Until then, you're just a blood bag for stamping on.
Come on, Pearson. So, they built you and they gave you your orders. Admit that you're still one of us inside.
One of you? Don't make me laugh. I could break you with one hand. I'm faster and I'm stronger and I'm never going to die. Beat that.
If you've got so much going for you, what's the harm in answering a question and making a blood bag happy?
Because I've got so much going for me, where's the point? You're not my kind, Randall. I'll do nothing for you.
Ready-made fanatic, that's one hell of a weapon.
Makes you go cold inside. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that's the man I knew. I can't say I'm taken with the idea of looking up into my own eyes as I'm being strangled.
Concentrate on the problem in hand. We've seen the guard, and we know his idea of his own capabilities. Now, how accurate is it?
We fought Mitchell. He beat us, and he isn't so advanced.
But we weren't in any way prepared for him. If we're going to fight Pearson, we've got to think in terms of balance, leverage, not strength. Now, what we'll have to do is this. We'll have to get him on his...
Open the shuttle doors. Where's Mitchell?
Here, Balaam.
You shouldn't be here. You should be running the tramway into place for the councillors.
Sorry, Balaam.
Please descend, councillors. We have chambers and refreshments prepared for you if you would care to come with me.
You see, Morton, they want us to feel at home. We're allies.
Let us never be considered anything else, Marius, but partners in strength and enterprise.
Fine sentiments and well expressed. Can somebody help me down the ramp?
You remember I told you Valen the councillor's blind.
Mitchell, assist the councillor.
It's only until I can get my bearings. I seem to be pulled downwards and sideways at the same time.
Our gravity is an illusion. I hope you'll become used to it.
He will, don't worry.
Our greatest wish is for the service and comfort of our allies.
Will you take my hand, Morden?
Thank you.
Let me lead you down.
We furnished your chambers as you requested, Marius. I hope you approve of the style.
I'm sure I will. How is the plan proceeding?
Well, the final model of the simulacrum is undergoing tests at this very moment. When the results are known, we'll be ready to move.
What, into production?
No, directly into takeover. We have sufficient models available now for our ground forces. We're only waiting for the development of the ground commander.
Will we see these tests?
I hope not. They might be dangerous for any non-mechanicals present. You're far too valuable to us to risk, Counselor.
I'm but a humble businessman, Valen, struggling to grasp the awesome complexities of power and to milk a little comfort from them as I go.
You'll have time to settle before the debriefing begins. There's an escort waiting for you. Mitchell, stay with the councillor and guide him. Screw this one up and I'll have your head.
Yes, Balaam.
Until later, then.
How do you manage it, Balaam?
Manage what?
You know what I'm talking about.
You mean treat the blood bags as equals? Don't think it's easy. I'll smile for as long as I have to, until we've got the information we need. Then I'll take the greatest pleasure in twisting their flimsy necks.
Makes me sick to look at them. Bladders of jelly and bone.
Don't let it show. At the moment, we need information on their social setup that only they can provide. When we've got that...
Set them loose in the tin jungle?
Perhaps. Or else flush them out into vacuum and watch them explode. A lesson to us all on the frailty of the lower order.
Do we need any such lesson?
Some of the simulacra have been known to show a morbid sympathy for their origins. It does them no credit. Evolution is the only counter to the slow disintegration of the universe. Evolve and never look back.
Excuse me, Balaam. I've cleared the dock area as you ordered.
Wait until we're out and then seal it. The shuttle won't be used again.
What about the councillors?
They won't be going back.
These rooms were prepared for you, Morden. They had no indication of what you'd like, so it's in no particular style.
It hardly matters to me. Did the woman call you Mitchell?
It's my name.
Your voice is familiar. I never forget a voice.
You won't have forgotten mine. You've never heard it.
Marius told me what you are. Copies. Robots.
Not robots. Anything but that.
Oh, why so sensitive? Does it matter so much to you?
Copies I accept. It hurts, but at least I understand why it hurts. But I'm not a robot. I'm patterned on a man, and I've got some of his memories. I think the way he'd think, and I've got some of his feelings.
Then I knew the man you were. I respected him.
Randall knew the man I was as well.
Did you say Randall?
From the Ice Palace. They're holding him for patterning now.
How long has he been here?
A few days. 2 of them stowed away on the shuttle and persuaded me to help them.
How could they persuade you?
Didn't you get the message from Balaam? Anybody can make a fool of Mitchell. He's simple and he's credulous. I can't help it. What's Randall to you?
Tell me something. How strong are your loyalties to the WEC? To your own kind?
Are you testing me? Please don't trick me. I don't know how to lie.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I don't even have the guile to evade answering. Balaam's right. I am a poor specimen.
And a talkative one. Answer the question.
Towards the WEC. I'm not aware of any. I've never seen one, and they've never offered me anything. As for the simulacra, I suppose I'm loyal. I do what they tell me, and they use my name, so I'm somebody. To everyone else, I'm a half-finished monster.
A monster? Why?
You can't see me. I'm the first simulacrum they ever built, and the only model they had was in the memory of a computer. What do you think I look like?
To me, what does it matter?
What is this? What are you trying to do?
I'll tell you the truth, Mitchell. I'll tell you the truth because of the man you once were, and for the humanity you've retained. I'll tell you because I need you.
Nobody needs me. Balaam says so.
Balaam is wrong. When she speaks, I hear the true monster, a being without pity.
They say she's considered the most successful piece of design so far.
By what measure of success? Because she's colder, harder, stronger?
All of that.
They praise her because in spirit she's the furthest from the human concept they've been able to devise. They despise you because you're the closest.
They despise me because I'm nothing.
By their standards, perhaps. Standards which would rape worlds and trample the weak.
Men's standards. I got exactly the same treatment from Randall.
Oh, don't take Randall as your model for a man. In many ways, he's as much an engineered product as Balaam. Biology rigged for the service of the state.
The other one, Lobo, he was kinder. I think he understood.
Now, of course he understood. He understood your self-doubt, your weakness, your hope.
And that's all there is to me. Oh, no wonder they spit on me.
I said I need you. I want you to be my eyes and my guide.
I'm that already. Balaam ordered me to be.
She didn't order you to help me ruin the takeover plan.
What?
See, I'm trusting you. I consider you a man. Would the machines do as much?
Never. They say I'm too...
Too human?
unreliable, ineffective.
By machine standards.
Weak and sloppy, like a blood bag. That's what they call you.
The same contempt they reserve for you. Join me, and be my eyes.
I was supposed to have joined Randall, but as soon as he'd gone, I found I was taking orders from Valem again.
You have to believe in yourself before you can choose a path and have the faith to stick to it. Randall traded you for a name. So cheap a contract costs you nothing to break.
But I'm not a man. I was built.
Oh, so were we all. It's the oldest piece of engineering in the history of the race.
Of your race, not the WEC.
And how much careful control did the WEC put into your conception? Damn all. And they weren't satisfied with the result, so they threw you aside. Too much of the human being was showing through.
All right, Morden. I'll serve you.
No, not serve me. Help me.
How?
Information, and then action. And we'll need Randall.
If it isn't too late. He's down for patterning.
It won't be too late. Leave that to me. How much can you find out about this ship and the WEC without arousing suspicion?
It depends. I could try to get access to the shuttle computer.
How far will that help?
I don't know until I've tried. They found the shuttle empty and in orbit, and they stripped it out and fitted their own guidance systems. If they're linked into the main ship memories, I might be able to tap the information out.
Do it then, and I'll try to find out what they've done with Randall. I only hope he hasn't tried anything rash.
Any more bright ideas?
I'm sorry. How was I to know he'd react like that?
I suppose it always works in stories.
Of course it does. You call the guard and tell him you're ill, and he rushes in full of concern to bend over you. And you bop him from behind and dance off to fresh air and freedom.
Yeah, fine, but I didn't read much concern into Pearson's expressions when he came towards me. More like evil glee at the prospect of being allowed to finish me off.
Makes sense. I should have realized that if we show ourselves as unfit for patterning, then we lose whatever value we've got to them.
All of a sudden, I feel unbearably healthy.
There must be another way.
We've got one door, no windows. A couple of stripped-out bunks, looking like cold storage chambers and too small for either of us. The locks on the entrance seem to be keyed to Pearson's handprint.
So, we have to go out by that door, and we can't do that unless Pearson lets us out.
Fat chance of that.
We can't trick him or persuade him, because he hasn't got the slightest interest in anything we have to say.
He nearly warms up at the thought of tearing one of us apart.
That's what we'll have to use against him. Fill his mind with the prospect of mangling a blood bag, and then hit him when he's off guard.
With what? He's stronger than both of us put together. We've no weapons.
We're wearing them.
Eh?
The snowsuits. Have you ever tried to tear the fabric on one?
Well, don't be a fool. There was no way to repair or replace them.
Exactly. The supply was limited, and they were handed down from prison to prisoner. They're as old as the palace itself, and they were part of the original equipment. They're spacesuits.
Well, how does that make them into weapons?
The fabric was made deliberately strong to avoid the possibility of a rupture or tear in vacuum. Now, if we knot the sleeves into a band and drop that over Pearson's head, we can pin his arms to his sides.
Yeah, but the suits are old. How do you know they'll take the strain?
How do you know they won't?
So, we got him trussed up on the floor. What then?
He's a machine, and machines can be broken. Two of us should be able to do it.
I wouldn't be so confident. With that kind of logic, you could wrestle bulldozers and expect to win.
Have you any better ideas? Or are you going to pick holes in mine until they come and carry us both away?
No, to both questions. Let's get on with it. The less I think, the fewer flaws I see.
Right. Hey, Pearson! Pearson, get your tin backside in here.
You'd have to have a good reason to call me like that, bloodbag. Offhand, I can't think of anything good enough.
I don't need to explain anything to you, junkhead.
Damn right you don't. I've got all the reason I need to pull your head off and stuff it down your throat.
Oh, brave talk from a greasy oil bag. All crude oil and low-grade alloys.
Say that again.
Oil bag. A clockwork brain and a scrap iron heart. Blood like a dead lake.
Thanks, Randall. I'm going to enjoy this.
No, Lobo!
What the...
Use your own weight against him.
Fail!
Get some of the fabric into his mouth. God, he's trying to bite me fingers. Be careful. He'll probably tear them off. Silent. Now what do we do? Over to that box. Cop him against it and try to find a weak point. Well, hold him on the front. He's heavy. It's the head. Right. Leverage. Watch out for his legs. Oh, good night. You all right? Good. Good job he couldn't see the way with the kneecap. The knots, they're slipping. everything you've got! Now!
Phew. I don't believe it. I think we did it. God, I lived for a week. If we live so long. What are we going to do now?
The councillors. They're somewhere aboard. We know that much from when we heard them going down our corridor with Valem. Now, we can't hope to fight the simulacra, but with a hostage, we might have a chance to reach the alien areas of this ship.
Farther and farther in, and not a damn clue as to what we're going to do when we get there.
We have to go on because we can't go back. At least we can try to pick up some insurance on the way. Another advantage is that Valem won't know we're on the loose for a while.
Yeah. We can use Pearson's hand to open the door.
Right.
I'll need help to lift him.
Come on, then.
So, we've arrived. How much longer are we going to wait?
I want to be sure that Marius is alone.
Well, of course he's alone. We saw Valem take him in there and come out again a minute later.
There may be guards.
So what? We're the only danger in the whole ship, and they don't know we're loose. That may change if we don't get a hostage quick.
All right, then we'll move in. Now, let him think we're simulacra at first. He won't know the difference, and we'll stop him from raising the alarm.
We'll make damn funny robots in these old snowsuits.
We'd make funnier ones without them. I try to seem confident, and we'll find out if he's armed.
Confident? What a joke.
May we join you, Councillor?
Intelligent company. How thoughtful of Valem. Please come in.
Thanks, Councillor.
Valem suggested that you might feel a need for conversation. She particularly suggested that we should solicit your views on the forthcoming operation.
All that kind of thing.
But Valem already knows my views. I'd be more interested in yours.
We were especially chosen for our ignorance and interest.
And we've only just been made.
We're your audience, Councillor. Instruct us in whatever you will.
If that's the case, let's forget about the whole operation. I've talked about nothing else all through the debriefing, and it bores me.
As you wish, Councillor.
Tell me what you think of the chambers instead. Valem had them laid out and decorated according to my own design.
The work are real generous like that.
It fulfills a private fantasy of mine. The Sultan in his palace. See the cushions, the carpets, the fabulous drapes. Fine tapestry and marble. Indistinguishable from the real thing.
It's very impressive.
As you can see, I've just dined. Feel the weight of those plates.
Heavy.
Solid gold. All the plates and cutlery. There's even a fountain through the archway over there.
A residence fit for a prince, Councillor.
And that's not all of it. What's a prince without a harem? Come.
What are they?
They're the early test models of the simulacra. They're rough and simple, and they can only obey direct commands. They're of no use to the operation, so Valem gave them to me for my entertainment. I call them my marionettes. Stop! And such obedience is true beauty. For such compliance, I can forgive their rough-hewn lack of grace.
He's sick. Quiet.
I can have them sing, or dance, or make whatever music I choose. When I speak, they listen and applaud. What is your one desire?
To serve you, Marius.
And why?
Because we love you, Marius.
Who could ask for a more faithful and adoring retinue?
We would gladly die for you, Marius.
Turn your heads. See the two men by my table?
We see them.
They mean me harm. If either of them approaches my person, you're to take them and break them in the middle. Is that understood?
Yes, Marius.
What are you talking about? What is this?
Do you think me such a fool, Randall? I don't know how you got out, but Valem told me you were on board. Didn't it even occur to you that I might recognize you?
But we've never met.
I watched you being boxed. I gave the order for the crate to be nailed up and loaded for transportation to the Ice Palace. Sent to me for conversation, indeed. I doubt whether your friend could even string two words together.
What are you going to do?
For the moment, I need do nothing. My children are my protectors. Isn't that so?
Yes, Marius.
Don't be misled because they look like clockwork dolls or they appear slow and clumsy. Move towards me and they'll kill you whether you reach me or not.
They don't look so dangerous.
It speaks. If you doubt me, try it, Ape.
Don't try it, Lobo. I think he's telling the truth.
Listen to your friend. He's slightly less stupid than you. I've given a command which can only be overridden by myself or one of the simulacra. And I've got no intention of countermanding it.
We got nowhere. We're still prisoners. Same as in the cells, same as on the ice.
We are all born to our different destinies. Yours shallow and mean, and mine. Sit on the cushions by the table.
What?
Don't argue. Do as he says. You can give me the satisfaction of envy and admiration before I consign you to whatever unpleasantness lies in your future. You'll be privileged to witness the skills of my marionettes in the ballet. Come, children. Are you ready to perform for the damned?
Always ready to serve you, Marius.
Music!
Watch this, it's horrible.
Play along. I've got an idea.
It better be good.
Have you ever seen anything like them? Dance, children. Dance for Marius.
How shall I aim? What do you mean?
We can't go near him, but one of those gold plates could do a lot of damage.
I'm with you. I'll try to reach one without even noticing.
You'll remember this, Randall. Remember it for the rest of your short life.
How could I ever forget it, Marius?
You couldn't forget Marius and his marionettes?
What a shot.
Nearly took his head off with it. Don't go near.
What do we do now, Marius?
Will they take orders from us?
What now, Marius?
No chance. They won't touch us as long as we don't actually approach Marius. He wasn't literal enough with his instructions.
They're like walking corpses.
Now that's what we'll be if we don't get out of here. Now forget about hostages.
Amen to that. Let's go. Stay where you are. You're going nowhere until I've finished with you.
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Hunter's Moon, written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 5.
There is a question which every society at some time during its existence must ask itself. Because any society which develops a taste for the securities and comforts which can be gained from a high degree of organization usually goes the same way. It develops a technology. The question we have to ask is this: knowing we can do it, can we attain the wisdom of knowing when to stop? When our powers were limited, we could meddle without fear of lasting danger. But a mature knowledge requires judgment and restraint. A mere appetite for knowledge is no longer sufficient. Consider when we set in motion a change in our environment, how the alteration may be minor, but the effect could be significant. And we may suddenly find that we are living in a world for which we are not adapted. The situation's even more precarious than this would make it seem. It isn't enough simply to dig in our heels and demand a return to simpler times. There are too many of us, and true to our ancestry, we've already begun to try to adapt. Eating bran and learning to knit is a petty and trivial way of deluding ourselves that we are returning to a simpler and somehow better way of life. There is no better way, for every regression, like every advance, has its penalty. Junk food and mass catering bring us obesity and cancer of the bowel. Medical care brings us overpopulation and famine. It is the mindless encouragement of the machines of commerce to keep giving, handing out more and better, together with the failure of the individual to examine what is offered, which doom his civilization. Marius found this blind streak and began to exploit it when he geared up the city ready to serve the off-worlders. But as he lied, so he was deceived. Randall was sent off to the Ice Palace, but he didn't stay for long. Within the space of 2 shifts, he and Lobo had found the shuttle landing pad that was concealed at the far end of the pipe network, and had ridden the shuttle to the massive off-worlder craft in the company of the simulacrum Mitchell, a gross parody of a man scanned from the dying memory of the Central Command computer. Once on the off-world ship, Randall and Lobo were gathered in with ease. When they came to wreck their simulacrum guard, they found how formidable these offense troops were likely to be. Now, in Marius's quarters, as the Councillor's body empties itself of blood, and the marionette stands silently by, it seems that Randall faces recapture.
This is a dead ship. You could roam over it forever and find nothing of help or value.
It's Morden, hostage Randall.
I'm not alone. You listen to me whether you want to or not.
That's right. I'll make sure of it.
The Mitchell robot. Have you come to betray us again?
Come in and close the door behind us.
Yes, Morden.
From what I heard outside, I assume Marius is dead. Am I right?
His head's nearly off.
It was a foolish and ill-judged action. Now we're forced headlong into a path I would have preferred to have time to consider.
Oh, save us more speeches. Turn us over to Valem and have done with it.
I've no intention of turning you over to anybody.
Let the robot do it, then. It's his speciality.
I never gave you away, Randall. Valem read the guilt in my face and tricked me.
Ah, what does it matter? Turn where we're like, we're dead.
Listen to me, both of you. The WEC are poised to mobilize as soon as the field tests are finished on their simulacrum ground commander. Once they've made their move, they can't be stopped.
A proud moment for you.
Oh, drop the bitter pose, Randall. It's holding us up. Sometime soon, they're going to find out that you've wrecked the Pearson model and escaped. And then there'll be another sweep operation, and you'll be gathered in as easily as last time. I won't be able to help you then.
What kind of help can I expect now? All I see is a turncoat councillor and a robot too dim to follow its own train of thought.
Throw me all the insults you like, Randall. They can't touch me now.
I don't have time to argue with you, Randall. And you don't have any choice but to believe me. As your friend said, turn any other way and you're dead.
Morden's no traitor.
I've been working with the full agreement of Chandler to uncover Marius and search for a weakness in the proposed operation. Killing Marius has ruined all that.
Marius wasn't here for a debriefing. He was here to be patterned, and then we were going to kill him.
He recruited me because he needed my vote on the council. Nothing else.
If that's true, Morden, and I'm not saying I think it is, then you're a fool to trust Mitchell. He's got no loyalty of any kind.
None you could inspire, Randall. You grudgingly agreed to allow me the use of somebody else's name. What did you really expect in return?
But don't be ridiculous. You don't swap philosophies with a machine.
This is as far as we go, Morden.
What do you mean?
I'll trust Lobo, but if you want me to help you proceed, Randall's out.
What do you mean? Proceed with what?
Please, Mitchell. We need Randall.
Am I supposed to believe what I'm hearing, Morden? That's an alien machine you're talking to.
That's where you're wrong, Randall. And it's the price of your inclusion from now on. I'm not trading favors for a name anymore. You've got to recognize me as a man.
Morden, you've got some control over this thing. Give it a kick.
I suggest you take Mitchell more seriously. I'm prepared to defer to him on this.
Oh, come on.
Does it really matter what he is or isn't? It's what he thinks he is that matters. That's what he wants recognition for.
Birdseed, a tin man's a tin man, and all the self-delusion in the world won't change it.
There's hardly any metal in me. I'm as real as you are.
And just as stubborn. May I point out that our time is limited?
We do nothing else until I've had an answer.
What about it, Randall?
I don't understand what you want of me. I can't manufacture an attitude and pull it on like a snowsuit.
I don't expect you to. But you start by treating me as an equal, however much it goes against the grain. Think before you speak. And if the truth doesn't come out right, lie to me. I'll meet you halfway and pretend to believe it. In the end, we'll have made a new truth just by trying.
Oh, that's tin logic for you.
Start by apologizing for that.
All right. I apologize, Mitchell. Is that what you want?
It'll do as a beginning.
Does that mean we're going along with their story?
Well, why not? If we're set down to die anyway, the worst we can do is make fools of ourselves.
We four represent the only hope for the city.
What about them? Marius's broken dolls.
Marionettes are useless. Forget about them.
We've got to find a way to make a strike at the heart of the operation. And it will have to be fast.
It will also have to be a miracle. We lack even the most basic strategic information.
Ah, not anymore. Tell him, Mitchell.
Well, they've finished with the shuttle and sealed it into the vacuum dock as a safeguard against any escape attempts from what they call blood banks. Because I'm simulacrum, I don't need atmosphere, and I let myself in through an airlock. I stripped out some of the paneling and linked myself into the navigation hookup. Through that, I was able to draw information from the banks in the WEC's main computers. Specifically, I got details of the ship layout and the search programs. When I left the dock, I jammed the airlock door. The air should bleed in and slowly bring it up to pressure.
You get anything we can use?
We can use the shuttle itself if we have to. I think I can use the links to override the automatics.
I don't think that's what he meant.
I know what he meant. The answer's yes. But it's going to be harder than you can expect.
Nobody's saying it's going to be easy.
I know. But this isn't the WEC ship.
What? Then, what the hell are we?
We're on board a derelict. It's being towed about 2 miles behind the real WEC ship.
What for?
Well, number one, they outgrew it generations ago. 2, they never waste anything. Like any stable civilization, they're expanding. But where can they go? It's part of the survival pattern to accumulate processed materials and build bigger ships. From this one, they raided systems and built their present world. And now they have this one in tow, and another even bigger world under construction at the other end of the chain.
Staggering.
You should see it from outside. They'll strip this ship out to fit the new one before they move into it. And then the whole process will begin again. They use the derelicts as exercise grounds for the simulacra.
The prisons just get bigger.
He's right. We can't do anything in an abandoned hulk.
Wait a minute. We all know how long it takes to move between systems. What kind of timescales involved?
I don't know. They sleep between systems, and the ship does all the work. The subjective timescale's meaningless.
It's 30 years from here to the nearest star, and that assumes you've chosen it as the destination. If you're only cruising, fishing for traces, you'd have to think in terms of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years.
There's no way of telling.
You got an idea?
No, but consider it. The ship on the other end of the line must have one hell of a finely balanced ecology. What would it take to tip it over?
You're talking about genocide.
I'm talking about survival. How's the ship powered?
Conversion of radiant energy, solar power.
Isn't that unreliable?
Obviously, nuclear power's out of the question. When they woke up, the isotopes would have degenerated into lead. They only need power when they're in a star system and ready to exploit. In between stars, they're hibernating and conserving. Get near to a sun, and the ship wakes up.
Who's running the show? The WEC or the ship?
The ship. Definitely the ship.
What does that mean?
The ship's programming is so elaborate that the WEC only have to do as they're told. How would you like having to fall out of your bunk after 1,000 years and immediately have to gear up for industrial production?
I'm beginning to worry about Valem. I think we should move.
Not yet. Not until we've got some kind of design.
Fancy name for one of your plans.
All right, so it's true. Every time we've moved so far, it's been without a real long-term purpose, and look what's happened to us.
Deeper in the crap with every step.
Right. Morden, you say you need me. You're right. But you've got to let me lead. My main value is that I'm elite, and I can't handle it any other way.
Think hard before you answer.
What choice do I have?
That's better. Go on, Mitchell.
I'm bursting with data. You'll have to give me some indication of what you need to know.
We've got the power source. We can't hit them through that. Unless we could come up with some way to turn off the sun.
A little too drastic, perhaps.
What about propulsion?
Pretty weak. They hardly have to worry about escape velocities because they never enter a close orbit. Maneuvering is slow because of the ship's mass. Like everything else, there's no central point we can strike at.
There's got to be. What about the strategic centers?
They are concentrated. They're also in the middle of a heavily defended area.
Defended by what?
WEC. Their quarters are all around it.
Tell me more about their hibernation.
Well, when the ship's got what it wants, it moves on. Far enough from the sun, the power cuts out and the temperature drops. As far as I can see, it's completely automatic, and there's no control over it.
Same system as the Ice Palace.
In which case, the WEC are prisoners rather than conquerors. The ship is the real enemy organism.
They found Pearson. We've got seconds before they start the sweep.
Quick, then. I'm getting an idea, but I'm going to need more details. Can we get to the shuttle? And if we do, can we use it to lead this ship?
I told you, I think I can override the automatics. But the simulacra have got armed cruisers, which are much faster.
That doesn't matter.
Try saying that when you're so much debris.
As long as it buys us time and gets us out of Valem's reach.
You can reach a long way with a laser.
You'd rather be patterned and strangled.
I'd rather be home.
I wouldn't argue, but it's out of my hands.
Out of all our hands now. We've left it too late. We'll never reach the shuttle. Not now that Valem's on our tail.
Valem!
Not now, Mosky. Pearson's been wrecked, and I'm starting the sweep for Randall.
But it's urgent. You're to go to Compoint and speak to the WEC direct.
Why?
I think they've heard the alarms. They want to know what's going on.
Strange. It's only another exercise. Take over for me, Mosky.
You want me to direct the operation?
No, I won't be long, but you can deploy the units along the corridor end. Balaam here. You wanted me.
Pearson is wrecked.
That's right, but the situation's in hand.
We have to trust your capabilities. How did it happen?
It was stupid, and he was tricked. There's no need for you to worry. It's all in hand.
No doubt. The ship respects your abilities, Balaam. But beware of Randall.
Why?
He showed himself dangerous, and our affairs are in a delicate state. Pearson will regenerate himself, given time. But further hindrances are unthinkable.
Do you want Randall killed or Patton?
Killed. Definitely killed.
I'll do it myself. It'll give me pleasure.
You are cold, Balaam. It does you great credit.
Thank you.
Do you have no worries at the idea of exploiting your parent race?
Simulacra owe nothing to bloodbags. We're loyal to the WEC.
Serve the ship, then, and return to your search. Do not fail.
Do we ever?
What's the delay? Bloodbags on the loose. Balaam's still talking to the WEC. Nobody moves until she gets back.
Stand down, Mosky. I'm ready to take over. What pattern have you taken?
Every third corridor, alternate levels. Homing on footsteps and voices. Complete encirclement.
What about Pearson's place in the pattern?
New man taking over.
Where is he?
Hey, you! Over here.
What's your name?
My name's Willis.
You know what we're doing here?
I think so.
What then?
We're hunting some men.
Does the idea bother you?
No.
It shouldn't. They're rebellious throwbacks, and they threaten the grand design. Listen and watch for them, and when you find them, call me. And be careful. They know how to hurt us.
I'll be careful.
Back to your position, then, and wait for the signal.
The longer we wait, Balaam, the wider we'll have to spread the net. They've got a whole empty ship to run around in.
Or an empty world. Let them run far and give us sport. Is everybody on the line?
Standing by.
Start to move. Report to me at the first indication.
We don't know how long ago Pearson was damaged. They might be out of the sector.
We'll know soon enough. If they are, good. The forces need a challenge.
Can we cover the whole ship on our own?
Of course we can. It's a cylinder, 10 miles long and 4 miles around. Where are they going to go?
This is Willis. I think I'm getting a signal from... Wait a minute. I can't read the symbol on the wall.
Describe it.
Well, it's a reversed S, followed by 3 lines on their sides.
That's 3 levels in from the outer skin. You should have felt a drop in gravity as you ascended towards it.
That's right.
What do you hear?
Footsteps.
How do you know they're not our own?
They're non-synchronous.
Oh, that's good. Any voices?
No.
Don't approach them. Wait until we got a circle together and blocked every escape route.
I'm on the 4th level inwards, Balaam, and I can hear them coming towards me.
Stay where you are. Willis, you can start to follow, but slowly. I want everybody else to get themselves up to the 3rd level.
They're moving towards the center of the ship. 2 more levels and they'll emerge onto the inner surface.
They won't get as far as that. Follow me, Mosky.
Where are we going?
Level 4. They're pinned down in the sector marked by the reverse S. I want to be there when we close in on Randall.
I'm getting a clearer reading on those footsteps. It looks like there are at least 4 people coming towards me.
4? There were only 2 bloodbags on board.
4 if you include the counselors. I'll carry on up. You go back and check their chambers.
Right.
Willis here. They seem to have stopped.
Where?
The symbol's a 6 on its side, followed by the same 3 horizontal strokes.
Then we've got them. They've gone down a dead end. Have they made any move to turn back, Willis?
They haven't passed me.
There's no other way out.
Balaam, it's Mosky.
Any sign of the counselors?
Morden's gone. Marius is dead. That means one of us must be moving with them.
No, not one of us. Mitchell. There's only him sufficiently stupid. I'll wreck him after I've killed Randall.
Do you need help?
Willis can cover me. The rest of you stand ready to move in if you're needed.
Stand by.
Another thing before you move in, Balaam. The marionettes have gone.
What?
The marionettes. The prototype simulacra you gave to Marion.
I know what they are. Where have they gone?
There's no sign. Do you think it's important?
You're a fool, Muskie. And I strongly suspect that I may be an even bigger one. Come on, Willis.
Come where?
Round this corner and into the dead end. See what kind of blood bags we've trapped. Damn, double damn.
What's the matter?
Balaam. Orders, Balaam. Our one desire is to serve.
What are they?
Dumb slaves without brains or will. Hardly better than men. They've been used as decoys.
You said we should let the blood bags run far and give us sport?
Shut up, Muskie.
How long have we got before they round up the marionettes and come for us?
Not long. You've seen how fast they are.
Are you sure they can't instruct the marionettes to repeat our conversation?
Absolutely sure. They obeyed me because I'm simulacrum. Balaam can't countermand an instruction which told them to forget. Take out that panel there.
What, this one?
It's the shuttle guidance system. It's the one I have to link into.
Then you'll be able to fly the shuttle?
More than that, I'll be the shuttle. Machine-machine interface. Not something I'm too proud of.
Swallow your pride. This is a trick too valuable to do without.
I warned you, Randall.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm only recognizing that we need you. Isn't that what you want?
It'll do for now. Now leave me alone. I've got to concentrate.
Something's bothering me, Mitchell.
Didn't you hear him?
I can't get my mind away from this.
It'll have to wait.
It may be important. Look, we've all been talking about the Wek, and nobody's even asked what they look like.
Oh, does it matter?
Well, it might. What if they're 2 inches long and hiding all around us?
Because their ship was built for bodies slightly smaller than ours. Their doors, stairs, and ladders are all like the types we already know. They breathe a similar mix of air to us. They've got similar survival drives to ours.
And a damn big ship which tells them what to do. You make them sound so like us, I'm not sure I'd be able to tell us apart.
Oh, now you're being ridiculous.
Reptiles.
What?
They're like reptiles. Cold-blooded and scaly. Their temperature follows that of their surroundings, and there's a threshold below which the hibernation pattern's triggered. Now, can I please get on with setting up the launch?
Well, I was only curious. I thought reptiles didn't hibernate.
Does it matter at this stage?
Can you two stop arguing for a minute and watch the airlocks for me?
How will we see them?
I'm trying to get control to open the viewing shutters for you. There.
Well, all I can see is wall on this side.
I can see the airlocks. They're the same as we left them.
No sign of the simulacrum.
Not so far. Wait a minute. The wheel in the center of the airlock door.
The manual override.
It's turning. They're coming for us.
Grab something and hang on tight. We've got no time for the niceties of an orderly launch, so I'm going to send the emergency signal to blow the outer bay doors into vacuum.
Oh, it should make a nice display.
If it works.
You mean it might not?
Nothing's impossible.
In that case, is it too late for us to apologize?
Damn right. Here goes the order.
What was that? The airlock was full of simulacra. The inner door burst open and they were sucked past us into outer space.
One of the bodies hit the ship. I've lost the forward sensors. I can't see my way out of the dock.
Keep going as you are, but raise the nose. Higher.
No, we haven't got the speed for a fine correction. I can't bring her any higher.
I've lost sight of the edge, but we're still too low.
It'll have to do.
We're clear on this side.
My God. What's the matter? Somebody tell me. It's the sight of the ship. We're like a tin fly falling away from it.
It seems to be going on forever. It's filling the screen on this side.
You're at the wrong angle. I can sight along it to the next ship. Even bigger. And there's the skeleton of another in a line beyond that.
I've got the far edge now. The stars are coming up beyond it.
Took some damage when we scraped out of the dock. I don't know how much without sensors.
As long as we can hold together long enough for Balaam to get her fast cruisers mobilized, it's academic.
Well, will she chase the shuttle when it's empty?
We've got to hope so. Everything depends on us getting back into the world ship without being noticed.
Muskie, where are you?
Muskie was in the airlock when they blew the bay doors, Balaam. He's gone.
How many have we lost?
5, including Muskie.
I don't know how they got that shuttle moving, but it's going to be their coffin. Everybody to the cruisers for target practice. You, Willis.
Yes, Balaam.
Take Muskie's place. That means you follow me round and do as you're told, all right?
Yes, Balaam.
And try to be a better machine than Muskie was.
Yes, Balaam.
Wolfsbro, what's the situation with the rats?
Not bad. A couple more days' work, that's all.
We haven't got a couple of days.
What do you mean?
I've just come from the beacon. We're getting a reflection from the icebreaker.
How soon? It's not possible.
It's more than possible. It's true. We've got about an hour to get ready.
We haven't finished lashing the pontoon.
I can't do anything about that. Tie them up as best you can and get them launched.
Hey, wait a minute, kid.
I'm riding one of those things, and I'm not too keen on the idea of being dumped in the frozen, slussed-up houses for water out there.
Scared, Berg?
Now, what sort of a crack is
If
that?
you don't like it, step down or replace you myself.
Berg gives his place to nobody. He also isn't as stupid as he looks. Shut up, Berg. You've taken the kid's side again.
I'm taking nobody's side. The icebreaker only an hour away. We can't afford to start fighting among ourselves.
I've been here so many years, I've forgotten how long. For the sake of waiting a couple more months, we could screw up the plan now for lack of preparation. Then, when the breaker comes back, if it comes back, you can be sure the damn shielding we're all relying on to be missing will have been replaced.
We're not as unready to fire. What's the matter, Berg? You starting to like the old place?
You've got a nerve.
Damn right we have. We've all been whipped up into a frenzy of hope, and we're coasting on the high it's given us. Even Palmer here has been taking ships out on the ice without being pressured or rusted or forced.
Listen to Cohenberg, and then look at us. All right, so we're pretty miserable specimens by your standards. We aren't big and we aren't tough and we can't spit nails like you. We're riding a wave of guts and it won't last.
I'm going to be on that raft next to you. I don't like the idea of it being unfinished any more than you, but I know I'll like it even less when the first enthusiasm wears off. For me, it's now or never.
That goes for all of us. We're chasing a dream of freedom, Berg, and dreams don't stand up to lengthy examination. Not for us, anyway.
Shall we? Cohenberg's as ready as the rest of you. He just likes to argue, isn't that right?
If you say so. You can hardly move in this place for worms turning.
Yeah, that's a point. I've not seen the worm in ages.
You haven't been working on the rafts or the grapples?
No, he's been sitting in his office in the dark ever since we stopped working the rosters. He won't come out.
Good. Leave the runt where he is.
Never mind the worm. Let's get the rafts on the water.
Ahoy! Ice Palace!
We hear you.
You ready to receive supplies?
Certainly are.
Where are your loaders?
You see, he's suspicious already. Quiet. We are the loaders.
Are you sure about that? These crates are heavy.
We're stronger than we look. Oh, he doesn't believe us. He's going back into the ship. Killoran, what are we going to do now?
Don't look at me. He mustn't know I'm hiding here.
But he's not going to believe us. He's used to seeing the strongest men waiting to unload. And then he gets confronted by a couple of shrimps like us.
Speak for yourself. Stop wittering and try to look tough.
I was trying.
Puffing your chest up and sticking your backside out doesn't fool anybody. It makes you look deformed.
What else could we do?
Be mean and confident.
I think I can manage mean.
And what if he still doesn't believe us? What does it matter? Keep him talking until Bulstrode and the others signal you from the deck above. They need time to bring themselves alongside and climb up through the gap in the shield.
Now, how long's that going to
How should I know?
But he's got a gun, Killoran.
Which isn't dangerous until it's fired. Carry on as you are. He may chop it through laughing.
Oh, this is serious. Somebody could be killed.
So keep him talking until we get the signal, and I can use the grapple to drag him down the ramp.
He's back.
Are you the only man available for unloading?
That's right. We were rostered.
It's a heavy consignment. I honestly don't think you'll be able to manage it.
Everybody else is sick. We've got something wrong with the yeast.
I've spoken to the captain, but he refuses to let me come down and help you. I'm sorry.
Nice of you to offer. We'll have to manage.
We've taken the bridge. Go get him, kid! What was that? What's going on up there?
Find the grapple! Get me that gun! I've got it! Follow me up the ramp and into the ship!
Go on without me.
Ah!
Look what you did to the boy. Your iron hook went straight through his shoulder. I'm not leaving him like that.
It was necessary!
It isn't necessary to leave him in agony. I'll catch you.
Don't wait too long. Any minute now the doors will open and the rest of the bars will be coming on board.
Oh, go on!
Keep your hands where we can see them and don't try anything.
I wasn't even thinking of it.
That's good, Captain. You don't want to be a hero. There's nobody watching anyway.
That would take a lot of the satisfaction out of it. What do you think you're going to gain by this?
We're men of simple pleasures, Captain. We only want to go home.
And how do you think you're going to get there?
Stop screwing around, Cap. You're going to take us.
It's a pretty one-sided bargain.
It's a cruel world.
I don't see why you should enjoy my cooperation for nothing.
We're not exactly without trade goods. If you take us back, you get continuing good health. Between us, we know some fairly nasty ways of damaging a man.
Besides which, if we don't go back, you don't go back.
Well done, Bulstrode.
Palmer was the first over the side. He found a bridge.
We pulled a mate out of the cargo hold and disarmed him. We've come up through the ship.
Just as we thought. A two-man crew and a lot of robot aids and automatics. Set the ship going and it runs itself.
There you are, Captain. You're not as precious as you think.
But you still need me to set it all up.
What's he talking about?
Try to fix up some kind of deal.
A deal? What does he think this is?
I'll have a safe career ruined because of this. I want some kind of compensation.
You expect me to talk fair terms after the way you abandoned me on the last run?
I'm paying for that now, aren't I?
You haven't started yet.
Give them the works.
Feed him to Berg.
What are you saying about me?
Hey, Killoran, what about the kid down below?
Don't worry about him.
He got messed up.
Dead?
Not that messed up.
So who's with him?
Doc stayed behind. He's taking the grapple iron out of his shoulder.
Where did you get all this equipment?
Crates, staples and wire. The secret of our success. Now, are you going to fire up all this clapped-out machinery, or do we follow Palmer's suggestion and feed you to Berg?
Let me ask.
You, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded bad.
If you're trying to mess us around, mate, I'll just...
Why should I? It's my neck as well.
Can anybody hear me up there?
Where's that coming from?
It's the intercom. The switch is behind you.
What's going on down there?
I was on the detail searching all the cargo holds, and I found this trail of blood. I followed it and found the first officer messing with some controls on a panel. I stopped him, but I couldn't reset them. Now something's blown on the other side of the bulkhead.
Any sign of Doc?
None. Is he supposed to be here?
Didn't mess the kid up enough.
Oh, we'll want to get to him.
In the meantime, I don't want to be pessimistic, but if these readouts are correct, we've got no stabilizers on the starboard side.
What does that mean?
It means, basically, that we're going nowhere.
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Hunter's Moon, written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 6. Racism is invariably a tool which is used to gain political advantage by exciting the ignorant. Although it may have no truthful genetic basis, it's sometimes useful to pretend that superficial details and cultural differences are somehow signs which betray some deep and scientifically demonstrable inferiority in whatever race you want to make a scapegoat for your simple-minded followers. It is an invention of the Grey Men. Those little manipulators with narrow eyes and small minds, grabbers with short reaches. They promise wonders, and because they promise with confidence, they are believed. And when the wonders don't come, there is always a reason, always some minority to blame, always some discernible difference which takes the guilt out of stupidity and spite. The WEC knew it when they built the simulacra. They cautiously installed the mechanisms of contempt in their creations. Contempt for the slimy bloodbags who presume to claim the resources of the planet for their trivial little selves. The bladders of jelly and bone, which were fit for nothing more than a joke as they burst in vacuum. Randall was no less guilty in his racial chauvinism. We may be tempted to offer him our approval simply because we suppose ourselves to be of his kind. But it would be misplaced. Randall was no more than a piece of biological engineering, bred through careful selection to be loyal to the state. He would owe nothing to us, and we, unless we fell in line with the self-interested policies of the Grey Men, could expect nothing from him. The evil lay not in the divisions of race and species, but in the cruel divisiveness of the game itself. Randall played the game, and was, for the moment, ahead. As Valem led the simulacra in pursuit of the crippled and defenseless shuttle, Randall and Lobo coasted back through open space in an airtight locker which was invisible amidst a shower of debris. Mitchell guided them back to the world-ship as Valem followed the shuttle to the Ice Palace. Species pride was blinding her, taking full occupation of her mind and leaving her without judgment or reason. That flaw, which the WEC had hoped to exploit, now promised to contribute to their downfall. But the simulacra was strong, and the bloodbags were nothing. Perhaps there would be no winners. No winners at all.
I can see some activity.
What kind of activity?
Slots opening all down the sides of the world ship. There's all kinds of craft coming out. Different shapes, different sizes.
Can't see anything on my side.
Well, don't start getting jealous.
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind what he means.
How long have we got before Balaam and her fleet blast us open?
Oh, I can't tell. This is all new to me. Ask Mitchell.
I can't. He's concentrating.
It's a waste of time. The shuttle's not responding properly because of the damage we took when we blasted out of the dock. I can't set a course. I can't even get us away from the weak attraction of the world ship.
What does that mean?
It means all we can do is circle round it, right?
I can see that much.
That's right. If Balaam scores a couple of hits and knocks us out of the reach of the gravity field, the automatics will probably take over and home in on the Ice Palace. But all she'll have to do is follow the shuttle down and pick it off whenever she feels like it.
Well, what does it matter? We won't be on it.
Might be safer if we were.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Please, Lobo, we have to trust Randall.
Yeah, I've trusted him before. The man's a patriotic maniac.
I can't help the way I feel. But this is survival. And if you've got any better ideas, I'm willing to follow them.
What do you?
Now, look, Lobo. How many times are we going to have this conversation?
Every time you're trying to get my backside fried.
If we'd stayed, we'd have been hunted down and killed. If we stay here, we're going to be overtaken and blasted.
So your alternative is for us to sit hunched in an old clothes locker with about a teaspoonful of air each while Mitchell pushes us back towards the dock.
Mitchell says he can do it.
He said he could fly the shuttle.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's not so long ago since you were telling me how great he's supposed to be.
Pardon me for pointing it out, but that artificial planet is big. I bet you can't even see the dock from here.
It doesn't matter. I've been wired into the navigation board and the course is in my head. It'll be like walking round your own bedroom in the dark.
What if we miss?
We won't. We'll fall towards the ship whatever we do, and I'll have plenty of mass to throw away to make corrections.
How much air will they have?
What do you mean, they?
You'll be with us.
No. I'll slow you down. I'll be more frightened than I ever wish to be.
Stay at the shuttle and you'll be dead.
Probably. But at least it will be quick, and I won't see it coming. Without me, you'll have more room and more air. I'll stay and move around by the open ports to mislead Balaam.
You make me ashamed, Morton.
Oh, don't be. It's healthy to raise your doubts.
Firing! It's already. Not close enough to do as much damage yet.
If they score a couple of mild hits, we'll be concealed by the debris. Time to get down to the hold and pull off us.
That was close. They're catching up faster than I thought.
Don't worry, Morton. I'll stop them one way or another.
I trust you. Lobo, a word before you go.
You want me to listen?
No, just Lobo.
Carry on down. I'll catch you up.
Goodbye, Morton. Right, Mitchell, let's go. Come on. How do you intend to get us out?
Save us back on the world ship. Blow the emergency doors into vacuum and follow them out. I'll try to time it to coincide with a hit so they won't look for us in all the junk that comes out around us. And this the locker you had in mind?
Yes, that's the one. We hid from you in it on the first trip out here.
I never even thought to look.
No, but you've changed since then. It was obvious when you walked into Manius's chambers.
I know. It's been like that ever since I tapped into the wet computer. I hope it doesn't wear off.
So do I, for all our sakes.
Is this the locker?
Yes, this is the one. Now, we know it's airtight because we nearly suffocated last time we were in it.
Let's go.
Is there something wrong?
No.
Something Morton told you?
I said it's nothing. Let's go.
All units, this is Balaam. Stop firing on the shuttle.
What's the matter, Balaam? They'll get away.
You're not close enough to hit them, you stupid jerks. They're not going anywhere we can't follow and overhaul them. When we get into range, nobody fires before me. Is that understood?
Yes, I think I can reach them, Balaam. Watch.
What did I just tell you?
But I hit them square on. There's a cloud of junk pouring out of the side.
There's a pile of junk at the controls of your ship. That was the cargo hold you hit, and it's isolated from the manned areas. All you've done is nudge them out of orbit, so we'll have to follow them.
Sorry, Balaam.
You will be. I'll have your bearings. Don't you ever disobey me again.
Balaam, are you in a position to speak?
Everybody close channels for 2 minutes. I'm getting a message from the WEC.
Standing down.
Go ahead. Nobody else can hear us.
Leave the shuttle. It's no longer important.
It's important to me.
We're disappointed, Balaam.
I'm not being disloyal. It's necessary for morale.
Whose? Your own? Since when have you needed petty rewards to ensure your loyalty?
My loyalty isn't in question.
We hope not. There is more urgent business for you.
You want us to return?
No. Let the shuttle go and follow it down. Establish a ground base where it lands.
Does this mean that the operation's starting?
It does. A ground commander will be sent to join you. Are you still unwilling?
Forget that I spoke. I'll wait for the shuttle to land and then kill Randall myself.
Killing Randall means more to you than the operation.
The blood bag tricked me. You know the pride of the simulacrum.
Don't let it blind you. This stage of the affair requires delicacy and reserve.
You'll get all the delicacy and reserve I'm capable of when I've strangled the blood bag. Is it too much to ask?
Dispose of your obsession quickly. Set the fleet to follow the shuttle.
Oh, cool. Thank God for that. We must have breathed the same air 3 times over.
I'm sorry, but it fell more slowly than I thought we would. I've never tried it before.
Well, you did fine. Where are we?
Same place as we set off. The airlock in the cargo dock.
Is there likely to be anybody on the other side of that door?
I don't know. I doubt it.
How can you be sure?
I counted the ships as we came in. As far as I could tell, all the cruisers were out.
How long before they come back?
They were following the shuttle.
Well, you mean they didn't blast it?
Not after we left. The shuttle was pushed out of its orbit and the fleet fell into formation behind it.
Then it means they're going to follow it down to the ice cap. That sounds bad.
Well, it doesn't sound so bad if they're not coming back.
At least it gives us some room to move. Now, it's up to you, Mitchell. Take us to where you tapped into the wet memory.
Well, let's get the door open first. Look out. Trouble.
Don't worry. It's only the marionettes.
Mitchell. Orders, Mitchell. Our one desire is to serve.
They seem to have latched onto you.
Ignore them. They're harmless.
Please, Mitchell.
What did you say?
Please, Mitchell. Take us with you.
Take you where?
Forget it, Randall. They don't seem to hear you.
I don't understand this.
Balaam's gone. We're alone. We need you, Mitchell.
Don't be ridiculous. You're machines. You don't need anything.
Please, Mitchell.
Get away from me.
Have some pity.
Pity? What are you talking about?
You're one of us, Mitchell. You know it.
I'm not one of you. I'm a man. Tell them.
He's a man.
You could at least sound as if you believed it.
Stay with us, Mitchell. You belong with us. We're nothing without you.
Be nothing then.
May we at least be permitted to follow?
No. Stay away from me.
At a respectful distance?
Not at any distance. Stay away from me.
Please, Mitchell.
Get your hands off. Stop. Now that's better. Now move away from the airlock door. It's clear. We can move out into the corridor.
Are they dangerous?
I can't understand it. I've never seen them like this.
Oh, I feel kind of sorry for them.
Sorry for that trash? Don't joke, Lobo. It's in bad taste.
No need to snap at me just because you feel sorry for them as well.
They're nothing to me.
Will they follow us?
Not if they're given a direct instruction against it.
I'd better do it then. They could get in our way.
Marionettes, listen. This is a direct order. You're not coming with me. Under no circumstance are you to follow. Is that understood? Is that understood?
We understand. Our one desire is to obey.
They can't follow us now. Come on.
What will happen to them?
Who cares?
I heard him say, come on, but not to us. He may have meant us, but he didn't. We are marionettes. We must obey. We have to stay. That could be forever. It isn't for us to say.
I can't get used to this continuous feeling of walking up a wall.
There isn't a straight line in the whole of the ship. It's because of the gravity.
What?
But the weight you've got isn't due to gravity. It's your own inertia trying to push you out through the ship's walls as it spins, but the rotation also adds a Coriolis force. You tend to go sideways.
Oh, I don't feel it.
That's because of the twist in the corridor. It cancels out the forces and leaves you upright in the middle.
I've lost count of the passageways and the odd-shaped open areas we've come through. Is the whole ship like this?
It'd make a pretty unattractive sort of place to live in. No wonder the Wek are so mean.
There are only 6 levels of corridors lining the inside of the cylinder. Inside that, there's a large enclosed space, a kind of park. We have to cross it.
Will it be dangerous?
No. It's overgrown and deserted. But you may find it hard to take.
A park? Come off it, Mitchell.
See for yourself. These steps lead us up into the open.
But there's nothing living in there. I don't see the... Oh.
What's the matter, Lobo? Oh. It's only a park after all.
Oh, I've got to sit down.
Close your eyes if it's too much to take.
Don't worry, I have.
Doesn't it disturb you, Randall?
I've never seen anything like this. The ground slopes up and away on both sides and then further up and over, and meets in an arch above.
I saw it. Don't remind me.
But the pathways and the dead trees follow it around. It isn't the roof. It's all the floor.
Of course it is. Now you can see the spiral twist in the cylinder from one end to the other. You can stand anywhere on the inner surface except at the ends. Now, if you can overcome your surprise, we have to cross to the far side.
I'll be all right if I don't look up. I'm sure I will.
The paths are still clear, but look out for moss or fungus. When the wake moved out, the ship's ecology was tipped right over. This is the parkland, and they used it for basking. There are shutters at the cylinder ends which open to let sunlight in when the ship's near a star, and they get the luxury of radiant heat. Otherwise, they're dependent on the in-ship systems to keep them up to temperature in the wake.
So, when the temperature drops, they've got to hibernate, whether they like it or not.
Basically, yes. They have to get to the sleep chambers which fill the ship under our feet, or else they'd never live through the sleep. They'd use up all their fat and water reserves in the first 100 years if the ship didn't replace them.
You say you've never seen a wreck?
No, and I've never much wanted to.
Look over to your left. I think that's one.
Where?
Don't be alarmed.
That's only a boulder or something.
A boulder? In here? Look closer.
He's right. It's some kind of statue.
Like a scaly lizard in a half crouch. You said they were reptilian.
That was only an impression, but I suppose under all that moss, yes, I think you're right.
Does it get us anywhere?
Know your enemy.
If we fall over one of those, we'll have a hard time mistaking it.
Are you still worried about telling them from us?
What's the situation with the icebreaker?
It looks bad. There are these big tanks of heavy oil which seem to be pumped from one side to the other to keep the icebreaker upright. One of the tanks is split right open and the oil's pouring out like cold honey.
Can we fix them?
Not a chance. We haven't got the technology for repairing a pressure vessel like that. If we had, we'd have been away long ago.
Could we do without the stabilizers then?
Not according to the captain. There's a fail-safe in the main computer which won't let the ship move without them. Nobody knows how to get round it, and if we could, we'd be asking for trouble.
What about Doc? Any sign of him?
Berg's out looking, but it's not very hopeful.
Damn that first officer. I should have made a better job of it.
No, don't say that.
Well, it's true. He's ruined our main hope of escape, and it looks like he's killed one of us as well.
One of us?
That's what I said, Cole.
Checked out the ice palace, the ship, and the ice all around us. Doc isn't anywhere, and the kid wouldn't tell us what he'd done.
Could be that you didn't ask the right questions. Bring him in here.
It's going to be rather difficult.
What do you mean?
Well, Doc was only skinny and weak, so I reckon it wouldn't have been too much trouble for the kid to push him off the loading ramp and into the water.
With only the use of one arm?
I don't see why not. That's all I used, to make it fair.
Use for what?
I sent him on after. Nobody needs that kind of trouble hanging around when they're trying to think.
But that's murder!
Why do you think they sent me here in the first place?
You can't criticize Berg. Not when you were proposing the same thing yourself.
But that was different. Killing somebody in an act of war isn't the same as murder.
One day, when we've got lots of time and somewhere warm to sit, you'll have to explain that one to me. In the meantime, why don't we do something constructive and talk about how we're going to make the ship go?
It looks like we can't.
Don't be stupid. It's standing there with its engines turning over, already set for off. You already said it runs itself.
It runs itself and it's stopping itself. There doesn't seem to be anything we can do about it.
Well, this is great. Try telling that to all those poor crumbs down in the bunk rooms getting their belongings together. They think they're going home.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Nothing? That's pretty negative talk from somebody who set himself up as the palace's biggest hope when he was dumped on the doorstep. Better start thinking, Killoran, before that hope turns into something more nasty when they find you can't deliver.
I'm out of ideas. So clear-cut before. Isn't that what made it so attractive to you?
Nobody loves a one-shot wonder. Come up with something else.
I can't.
Leave him alone, Berg. He wants to get away as much as you do.
I don't think so. Nobody wants to get away as much as I do. Start by asking some simple questions, like what would the captain do if these stabilizer things had failed of their own accord on an ordinary ship?
I don't know.
There would have to be some way he could get help. There's got to be some backup plan for routine failures.
Well, did anybody think to ask the question?
Not until now. Let's get up to the bridge. Palmer's guarding the captain. Has he been giving you any trouble, Palmer?
Can't say he has. Precious little help, though.
Is it necessary for me to be penned in and guarded like this? I'm not likely to try sabotaging anything. I want to get back as much as you do.
How do we know you're not going to try a suicide operation like your friend?
Suicide? What do you mean?
Never mind.
The tank's only split. It couldn't explode. He wasn't in any danger.
That's why he needed help.
They were right to send you here. You're animals. You as well.
Never mind me. Be careful what you say in front of Berg. He's a sensitive soul and he's easily offended.
Yeah, right.
I've been trying to get information out of this crumb. All I've learned is that he knows nothing and he can't do anything.
If that's true, it makes you the most dispensable person on the ice cap. How do you like the sound of that?
Not very much.
You still want to try and talk deals with us?
Don't get me wrong. I don't expect anything from you.
Make us grateful and you'll stay alive. We've all seen this ship. It's rotten and it's falling apart. Half the machinery's thick with rust and the shielding's hanging off. The chances are that you'd have a major breakdown of some kind on your way to the palace or on your way back. I want to know what you'd do in a case like that.
I've been lucky. It's never happened. I've never had such a disaster that I couldn't get the ship home.
I'm not interested in that. I want to know what you do if there is a disaster. Who you call and how.
There's nobody I can call. There isn't another ship in the city that could get out here.
So what do you do?
Nothing. If it's as bad as that, I'd be dead.
You mean you'd be left out there without any kind of rescue?
Exactly that.
And what would happen to us?
There would be no more supplies. I don't know how that would affect you.
I always thought we were badly off. I'm only just finding out how badly.
Damn it, the ship's useless to us.
One of the teams has managed to plug the split in the stabilizer tank. Won't take any pressure, but at least there's no oil coming out.
Isn't there anything we can use to repair it?
Not in the ice palace. All we've got is wood, wire, cladding, and yeast. And none of it's the best of its kind. You all know this.
Yes, but... What about the spaceport at the other end of the pipe network? Could there be anything there?
We could send a team over to take a look. The weather's been improving ever since we froze the instruments on the reactor.
Calling the bridge. Is Killoran there?
I'm here.
Something's going on. Bulstad's on his way over and he looks excited about something. I think you should come down.
I'm on my way. Come on, Berg, I'm going to need you. Cohn, I want you to supervise the transfer of a yeast supply across to the ship.
What about me?
Stay here for now. I'll send somebody up to relieve you.
You'd better be telling the truth.
Why should I lie?
I wouldn't know. But it seems fishy that they'd abandon you like that.
Do you think I was happy with it that way?
Why take it on?
The choice wasn't mine. Or rather, it was no choice at all. I was a captain on the city merchant fleet, transporting cargo between the city docks and the farming belt. I was caught carrying underbelly black market goods as a sideline. The Ice Palace run was my sentence. The alternative was to join you as an inmate.
You took the easy way, believe me.
That's not how it looks from here.
What's the matter, Bulstrode?
Don't ask me. Look at the sky.
All right, so it's a comparatively fine day. That isn't news.
Over the horizon, on the other side of the icebreaker.
He's right. There's something up there.
And it's coming this way. I saw it about 10 minutes ago. It's nothing more than a brilliant spot. It looked like a daytime star, but it's moving and getting bigger.
A comet, perhaps.
Or a manned vessel.
The city's got nothing like that. It can't be.
What about Palmer and his lights in the sky?
Everybody treated that as a joke.
Except Palmer. He still says he knows what he saw.
I don't know.
Get him down here. Ask him.
I can't. He's guarding the captain.
Then send somebody else.
Berg, you go and relieve Palmer.
No chance. I want to watch.
There you are. Argue with that.
Whatever it isn't stable, and it's heading straight for us. It's going to hit the palace.
That's what I call close. It clipped the beacon mast off the top of the palace.
It's about half a mile away, right over the old spaceport. Berg, get a team and all the empty sleighs you can find and follow me down.
This is more like it. Pull something out of the hat for us, kid.
Let us stay back, Berg. That thing's hot.
But look at the footprints in the snow. That kid went stank inside.
Sure, but can you see any prints coming out?
It's wrecked. It's of no use to us.
We won't know that until we know where it came from and why.
Well, if you'll pardon the expression, it's one of ours. It's got the city's mark inside.
You said the city doesn't have anything like this.
I didn't think it had.
Is there anybody inside?
One man. If there's any way we can find to make use of it, we've got an injured councillor for a hostage.
This is Balaam to all units. The shuttle is now on the ground.
Do you want us to follow it down?
No. Everybody is to stand off in orbit until they get the signal to land. For the moment, I'll go down alone. Is that understood?
Understood.
Willis?
Yes, Balaam?
We're going down to the Ice Palace. Does the idea bother you?
Should it?
No. But if you see anybody down there and you're tempted to think of them as old friends, remember they're blood bags. They belong to another life.
I'll remember. Don't worry about me.
That's good. And Willis...
Yeah?
If you should be tempted, remember that the ground commander's on his way. He wouldn't like you to show any sympathy.
I won't.
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Hunter's Moon, written by Steve Gallagher. Episode 7. There has always been a controversy over the basic difference between a mechanism and an organism. In classical times and before, the notion of life being instilled into previously inanimate matter gave a common theme in myth and legend. But it was only after the first industrial revolution and the development of sophisticated electronics that the engineer was able to design a rough parallel of a biological system. From that point onwards, the spiral of knowledge accelerated. Logical research developments to advance the complexity of artificial systems in turn sparked off new thinking and understanding over living response mechanisms. And the two disciplines became more and more difficult to distinguish. For the great mass of people, there was no obvious problem in view. Someone who can barely distinguish intelligence in a man is hardly likely to spend much time considering the implications of intelligence in a machine. But ignorance of the problem didn't make it go away. And in this agnostic age, where any attempt to reduce the awesome and spectacular universe into the simplified package of a personable deity was more difficult than ever, there was no way we could sidestep the issue. The distinction between life and design grew ever more blurred, and the boundaries were redrawn with each new advance. Man and machine began to merge, medically as well as socially. Any single feature that distinguished a man could eventually be true of a machine. And almost as much energy went into conceiving new definitions as was spent on disproving the old ones. All we could eventually say was that by comparison, man was more fragile and unstable. He was capable of less, and he wore out faster. Randall wasn't about to declare defeat without a fight. So convinced was he of the superiority of the elite, so confident over the inferiority of the simulacra, that setback and defeat meant little to him. The slow drive of the world ship to survive left him unimpressed, even as it left him unsuccessful. Back at the Ice Palace, Kaloran was proving to be more susceptible to disillusionment. He had managed to capture the icebreaker ship only to find it disabled and useless. Even as he contemplates the ruptured stabilizers and the uncooperative inboard computer, his chief, along with Lobo, Martin, and the simulacrum Mitchell, is on the cargo shuttle. They are leaving the world ship in a hurry. Valem is not far behind.
Please, you must listen to me. There isn't much time.
I listened to you once, Morden. I don't intend to repeat the mistake.
Oh, I know what I did to you, and I'm sorry.
Naturally.
But it was necessary, believe me. I couldn't go against Marius.
You're pathetic, Morden. You think you can turn our opinions over with a couple of weak lies?
Now, wait a minute, Kaloran. I came down in that shuttle fully expecting to die in it. I don't have to listen to your complaints.
I don't think you quite understand the position,
I
Morden.
understand it too well. There's danger following me down, and you're not going to be fit to meet it.
Whatever you're trying to pull, forget it. I know you're only worried about your own interests, so think about this. There are just short of 60 men in the Ice Palace. At the moment, they're getting themselves ready for a trip in a ship that can't go anywhere. They know it, but they don't want to believe it, and they're expecting a miracle with all the confidence they're capable of, which, I might add, isn't very much after the treatment they've had from the Council.
What treatment? The Council didn't say...
Exactly, Councillor! You came to power and did nothing for them. They're all underbelly, and they expected the gesture of brotherhood. You're not the most popular person in the palace, Councillor.
Will you stop this petulant ranting and listen to me? Where do you think that shuttle came from?
That's one of the things I want to know.
You don't want to know anything. You're just looking for an excuse to rat because I didn't hand Randall back to you when you demanded it.
Yeah, Randall's dead because of action you refused to take.
Randall is alive. What? At this moment, he's somewhere overhead. And he's looking for a way to disable a war machine.
Oh, you had a harder landing than we thought. It's messed your brains around.
I don't intend to waste my time with explanations for you to laugh at. Watch the skies.
For what? The first cuckoo of spring? I'm looking at it now.
Gilloran, get your backside out here. There's another one coming down.
Another what?
I'm not saying it twice. It sounded mad enough the first time.
Now, do you understand what I'm saying?
Morden, help me. I don't understand this.
Then listen, and don't challenge me. That cruiser is piloted by what looks like a woman. But don't be misled. As far as you're concerned, she is enemy. She'll think Randall's here because she doesn't know he left the shuttle. And that's the only bargaining point we have. They can't start the operation they planned until they've got Randall back. Don't ask me why, because it's complicated and you won't like it. There are only two people who know the reason. I am one, and Lobo is the other. He didn't like it either.
Who's Lobo?
Never mind. Concentrate on the negotiating you're going to be doing. You've got to buy some time for Randall.
Willis, can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
I'm about to put us down at the Ice Palace. I want you to stay out of sight at first.
Whatever you say, madam.
Don't be too submissive, Willis. You're acting like a marionette. Ask me why.
Well, why do I have to stay out of sight, madam?
Because the bloodbags are easily impressed. They think the old Willis is dead, and producing you at the right moment could be very effective.
Effective for what?
Randall will be down there somewhere, probably hiding. I want them to hand him over. I'm doing nothing until I get him.
How do the WEC feel about that?
They accept it. They have to. I'm no use to them unless I'm a fairly independent agent. I was made to fight people. If the WEC trusted their own judgment for that, they wouldn't need me. Besides, we're waiting for the ground commander.
What will he be like?
Like me, but even better. What a team we'll make.
You're inhuman, Balaam.
Why, thank you, Willis.
Is this the place? This is it. It's where I came for the information that Morden wanted.
Oh, it doesn't look much.
It isn't much. Most of the useful stuff was ripped out when they transferred across to the bigger ship. The memories are complete, though.
How can you be sure?
Because they're not hardware. You can't just pick them up and carry them over. For one thing, the ship would die as you were doing it.
So, how did they manage?
Well, they used this unit to design another, then recorded all the memories across until they had a perfect copy.
Like the ship was making a simulacrum out of itself.
I suppose so. Never gave it that much thought.
And there's no point wasting time on it now. Can you control the ship from here?
I think so.
Think so's not enough. Can you do it?
I won't know until I've tried. At least give me a chance.
I'm sorry, but time's limited.
I know, and there's a lot to do. You'd better leave me alone.
Well, hurry it up.
I can't hurry it up. I'll be as long as it takes.
But you were able to plug straight into the shuttle.
Then look at the lousy job I made of it. Anyway, this isn't the shuttle. It's a 10-mile cylinder. You haven't even told me what I've got to do with it.
Yeah, come on, Randall. About time you spilled this magnificent plan you've been cooking.
I'm not sure it will work.
Now he tells me.
Shut up and listen. Morden gave me the idea when he said we couldn't disable the WEC ship without turning off the sun.
I'm not sure I want to vote for that.
Nobody's voting on it. We're going to do it.
You're overestimating my abilities.
It's the only answer I can come up with on the information I've got. The ship needs direct sunlight. Without it, the power supply cuts down to virtually nothing and gets diverted to basic survival needs and nothing else. Now, when the power goes, the Wek have to dive for their survival couches before the biological hibernation mechanism takes over, triggered by the fall in temperature. If they don't do that, they risk wasting away in cold sleep over an indefinite period. They don't even know when they're going to find another usable system.
Full marks for alien biology, but your physics are overambitious.
I want you to find a way of firing up whatever propulsion system this deserted ship uses. I want you to accelerate its orbit so it collides with the inhabited ship in front. Now, it's got to be right in two respects. The most important one is that it has to push the inhabited ship into a planetary eclipse.
What does that mean?
It means that the other ship has to be pushed out of the line of sight of the sun, into the planet's shadow.
Can you do that?
I don't know. What's the other thing I have to get right?
The collision has to be hard enough for the two ships to be mangled together at the point of contact. Enough for us to get through. Now, can that be done?
It could probably be done, but not by me.
Why not?
What do you think I am? I've got the mind and most of the memories of an ordinary man. You seem to think I'm some kind of miracle worker.
But you're not an ordinary man.
You accepted me as one.
Because it was convenient. It kept you quiet and more than happy. But it's time to face realities, Mitchell.
So you can't control your prejudice anymore. If you're not prepared to let me be a man, what am I? I think you like the alternative even less.
It's time you went in for some intelligent self-assessment and stopped being obsessed with faking yourself a family tree. You are what you are, and you won't understand that until you've found your limitations. Scared of trying?
Why should I be scared?
You don't know what you may find. It could be better than you hope.
Or a whole lot worse.
He's right, Mitchell. You should at least give it a try.
It's easy for you to say that.
Yeah, sure it is. Doesn't make it any less true, though.
But I know what I am. As a man, I barely rate. Shows every time you speak to me. And as a machine, I'm hardly better than the marionettes.
Remember how you felt when you stepped into Marius's chambers. You've just come from here, and you are crammed with life and confidence. You can interface with the machine around us, and we can't.
I don't want to do it again.
Because you don't want to risk liking it. You resent the kick it gives to the machine part of you.
That's a lie.
You know it isn't. You've suspected it yourself, and you're not man enough to put it to the test.
Get out of my way.
What are you doing?
I'm sitting in the controller's seat. I don't want to be disturbed.
How long is he going to sit staring at that screen?
Well, like I said, as long as it takes. I can only assume he's taking information from us.
It seems like just colors and music to me.
He must be seeing more. But if he understands it, will he be able to use it?
I damn well hope so. That was quite an ass-kicking you gave him.
No, he needed it. He's too inclined to feel sorry for himself.
How much of it did you mean?
I don't know. Does it really matter?
I would have thought so.
An idea's an idea. Doesn't make any difference whether it's sincere or not, as long as it gets the right reaction.
Look, assume for a minute he can do it. Assume that he locks the two ships together and we can transfer across. What the hell do we do then?
With the power right down, we'll have the run of their ship. We find the equivalent of this control room and wreck it.
And what then? How are we supposed to get home?
I don't know. And that's the only honest answer I can give you.
Oh, thanks for that much anyway.
It can be done, but it isn't going to be easy.
Nobody said it would be. Can you do it from here?
From this chair, nowhere else.
I don't see anything that looks like controls.
There aren't any. The Wek don't have any power over what the ship does.
But you think you have?
I can't replace the main computer, if that's what you mean. But I can work inside it.
How?
Not in any way you'd understand. I have to join the machine, be part of it. Then I can use my thoughts and impulses to give it drive, and they're automatically translated into action by drawing on the ship's memories and capabilities. Like the shuttle. I become the ship.
Sounds like one hell of a trip. And damn lucky you can do it.
Lucky nothing. It's part of my design capability. How do you think Balaam and the other simulacra are piloting their cruisers?
Is that why you resisted the idea so much, when you knew all along you could do it?
I knew nothing of the kind. Something could still go wrong. You ever heard of celestial mechanics?
They fix spaceships?
It's a field of mathematics and navigation in which the shortest distance between 2 points is hardly ever a straight line. A slight error either way, and we could send the line of ships cannoning down through the atmosphere and right onto the city, or else just bust a hole and lose all our air. Watch the screen.
How do you do that?
I think it, and it happens. These are plans of the two ships. The third and newest one doesn't appear anywhere in this computer's memory, so I'll have to guess and make some allowance for it.
What do those lines mean?
You can only see a few of them. The rest are outside the range of your vision. I'm running through all the possible scenarios of action. And those lines represent the angles and courses available to us. The diagram represents a three-dimensional model in the machine.
A real model?
A mathematical one.
That's too fast. I can't look.
Don't then. If I slow it down, it'll take hours instead of minutes.
Let him alone, Randall. He seems to know what he's doing. I hope so.
What was that?
That was the first major disaster scenario. We missed the wreck ship completely, tore loose, and shot off towards the sun.
Don't much like the sound of that one.
Perhaps you can find us something cooler.
I thought that one would work.
Don't worry about it. Try another.
He seems to be enjoying it.
It's finding potential he didn't know about. He was so obsessed with being considered a man that he forgot there might be some advantage in being a machine.
But it's a matter of pride. How would you like to think that you were an artificial construct?
I wouldn't, but that's not the point. The point is we keep feeding him the right lines to make sure he stays happy. While he's happy, he's useful.
And when he's not?
He's just another appliance.
You haven't meant a word you've said to him. It was all a lie to get what you wanted.
Of course it was. I'm not blind. Look at him.
I'm looking at you, Randall. I'm wondering whether it's better to be a machine with a dream or a man without a soul.
That's it. That's the one.
What have you found?
Watch. I'll run it through on the screen slowly. Now, this is about 1/10 real time.
That's still pretty
We have
slow.
a burn at all the points shown there by red lights. The length of the burn has to be exact. Watch the diagram of our ship begin to move towards the other.
Ah, there it goes.
Now, we've got a precisely defined angular momentum. At this point, we have to have a second burn, a shorter one.
Why, what was wrong with the first one?
Nothing. But it was only necessary to get us into position for this next move. Watch.
Our ship's veering away. It's going to miss.
No, it isn't. Look, it's going to put the wreck ship right on its head.
My first mistake was because I was trying to make the ship rebound onto a new course. But it won't work like that. You have to give a straight push in the right direction. I'll speed the diagram up now.
Two ships are pulling apart.
We'll have no more than an hour to get down to the damaged area and make the transfer into the wrecked ship. That's about the same length of time as it'll take for the two to travel around the planet and out of the sunlight onto their new course. Then their own inertia will pull them apart.
Won't their ship be able to react and bring itself back?
Not in time. Besides which, it'll have to start powering down. But there's another problem.
What's that?
An hour later, we'll be around and back into the sunlight. The hibernation sequence will start reversing.
Doesn't leave much margin.
Well, it doesn't leave any margin. Can't we think of something else?
Like what?
Well, like something that means we can stay here and manage everything from a distance. So we don't have to go into a ship full of things like that statue we saw.
This is no time to start calling up all your old bad dreams. When are we going to start the sequence?
I started it as soon as I knew I'd found the right one.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Why should you expect to?
Can you put us a display on the screen? Let us see how far along we are.
There. The second burn's just finished.
Well, by the looks of that, we're almost at collision.
Oh.
That's it. There's nothing more I can do here.
How far to the crossover?
About 2 miles. We'll have to hurry.
Well, take all the time you've got. The longer, the better.
Have they finished talking yet? Can you tell what they're saying? Stop nagging at me, Cone. I can't read lips, and the glare from the eyes is starting to blind me.
Move over then, Berger. Let me try.
I'm taller than you. I can see better.
I'm only giving you a rest.
I don't need a rest. I can still see fine.
Right for you, but how about sharing what you're seeing?
I was trying, wasn't I? How about giving me a chance? All right, both of you. Berg, go ahead and tell us what you can see. Kiloran's talking to the woman. Whatever it is he's saying, she's not very pleased. It looks as if she could be threatening him with something. But he's not backing down.
He better not if Morden was telling us the truth. Ah, Kiloran's a good kid. He won't screw up on us. He's also elite. Don't forget, he might sell his house. What's going on down here? Quiet, Berg. Berg, concentrate. Berg's doing what?
What's so funny?
All back into the woodwork, Worm. We've managed fine without you so far. You had your chance to join us. I don't want to join you. And he asked what's going on.
There's something happening. Shut up, Worm. What is it? She got angry. Looked like she was going to hit him. And she turned around and climbed back into that jet thing she came down in. Is she leaving? No, all the hatches are still open. But I can't see what she's doing. Kiloran's coming back. How does he look? Does he play it? He's as white as the ice. He looks downright scared.
Well, somebody please tell me what's going on. We don't even know ourselves. Can't you find something to do? Is there anything I can do?
Sure is. Crawl off somewhere else, Worm. Somebody open the hatch and let Kiloran in.
Who is she? What does she want?
Can she get us off the ice?
Yes.
Wait, all of you. Give him a chance.
Morden was right. She wants Randall, and I'll let her think he's here.
Why does everybody seem to want Randall?
Who's this?
Nobody. Carry on, kid.
She must be from one of the other colonized systems on the Space Trade Network. It seems there's a main ship in orbit, and she thinks that Randall escaped from that. But according to Morden, he's still up there. She wants us to hand him over so she can kill him.
Is that all?
What happens when we can't?
she'll come in after him.
What kind of threat's that?
Don't forget, she's armed, and she's strong.
She still doesn't stand a chance against all of us.
You didn't see what I saw. She made the point by reaching out and squeezing the leading edge on that cruiser's wing. When she took her hand away, there was an impression in the metal.
I don't believe it.
Is that a sincere opinion or just rhetoric?
I don't know what's rhetoric.
Anything's possible if she's from another system, Bulstrode. We've had no contact with anybody outside for generations, so how would we know?
If Morden says Randall's still up on the main ship, how did he get there?
The same shuttle Morden came down in. It was homing on the Ice Palace beacon.
How come we didn't see it?
I saw it once. Nobody believed me.
It came and went during the storm.
Storms where people disappeared. What the hell's been going on under our noses?
I don't know. But if Morden's to be believed, and I'm still not 100% sure on that point, then a lot depends on us stalling this woman until Randall's finished whatever he's doing.
And what is that?
I don't know.
Sounds flimsy.
It doesn't sound any better than me, but what else have we got?
Looks like we'll have to give Morden the benefit, unless anybody's got a more likely explanation.
Where is Morden?
We took him onto the icebreaker. There was a first aid kit on there, which is more than we could offer. Could have done with Doc to help us, though.
None of this will be easy.
Why? What do you intend to do?
I'm going to try to capture that cruiser.
What?
That's asking for trouble. It's the first practical suggestion anybody's come up with. Count me in.
Even if you were successful, you couldn't fly it.
Details. Count me in as well.
It'll be suicide.
Not if we're sneaky about
And it's a damn sight better than sitting here arguing over things we know nothing about.
So you take the cruiser. What then?
Then we worry about what to do next.
He's there, all right, Willis. He's there, and they won't give him to me.
So what's happening now?
I've given them some time to think about it. Told them they'd better hand Randall over, or else.
Or else what?
I'll go in and bring him out if I have to. I don't really want to do it this way. Enough of them together might damage me in the same way as Randall damaged Pearson.
You could blast the whole palace from the air.
I could, but I wouldn't see Randall squirm. I need that satisfaction.
The Wecker's been trying to call you on the radio. They won't speak to me.
When was this?
A few minutes ago. I didn't call you because you wanted me to stay hidden.
That's good. Keep it that way, because I've thought of a way I can use you. Balaam here. Are you calling me?
Balaam, matters are moving fast up here. Is your ground base established?
No, I haven't got Randall yet.
Forget Randall.
We've been through all this before.
A short time ago, our old world decided to come alive and make use of its propulsion systems. We are sliding towards the shadow of the planet. You know what this will mean?
You'll have to go into emergency shutdown.
For a few hours only. In that period, you will be on your own. And we want your full attention on the operation.
But why did the old ship begin to move?
It was a development we did not anticipate. But one which, nevertheless, pleased us.
What do you mean?
We recognize it to be part of the field test of the ground commander. At this moment, he is striving to destroy us.
I don't understand.
The tests have been going on for some time. We placed certain blocks in the ground commander's mentality. He is unaware of his real capabilities and his true loyalty to the wind. His task was to fathom and penetrate our own defenses. No other simulacrum has been tested to such an extreme. When he reaches our strategic centers, we will know he is ready.
The ground commander's trying to destroy you?
He thinks he is. But in the end, he will find he is unable and unwilling to do so.
That's it. They've gone into emergency shutdown.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Nothing.
But
nothing. It'll be several hours before they're out of the enforced hibernation program. And you heard what they said. I'm on my own until then.
I also heard them say to forget Randall.
I didn't hear it.
But
and neither did you.
Yes, Balaam.
Follow me. I can see a break where we can get through to the other ship.
I can hardly stay on my feet because of the wind.
Both ships are losing atmosphere around the impact zone.
That's why we have to hurry before the walls have a chance to close themselves up. Come on.
But we've only just moved into the shadow of the planet. What if they're not asleep yet on the other side?
Then we find out how they can fight. Come on. Look over there. One of them hasn't made it to the hibernation chamber.
Don't go too close.
It slowed right down. It must have been caught in the drop in temperature as the air escaped.
Is like a lizard. We were right about the statue.
Listen, don't go too close. Being slowed down isn't the same as being asleep. I don't like the look of those jaws.
The creatures themselves are weak. They need the ship to support them and the simulacra to do their dirty work.
Again, that's why we're here. You can study them when we've disabled their ship. Until then, we've got to go carefully.
Why? What's the danger if they're all like this one?
They may not be. The further in we go, the warmer it'll be.
He seems to get more confident every minute.
Well, that's good. I've had enough of dragging his tongue out of his mouth and trying to cheer him up.
This is it. I recognize the sound.
Doesn't look like the consul and the other ship.
It's a completely different design. It worries me.
Do what you have to. I'll keep a lookout on the door.
That shouldn't be necessary. The temperature's dropping all the time.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I wish my suit units were working.
Oh, never mind that. Do what you have to.
At least give me a chance to work it out.
What's there to work out? Plug in and get going.
You don't plug in. You wouldn't understand.
What's the matter, Mitchell? Surely you're not getting twinges of old loyalties.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're the only one here who can get access to the programming of that thing.
That's not what you were starting to say.
All right, then, I'll say it. You're either a man or a machine. I know what you say, but I still don't know which you really are deep inside. Now we're at the moment of truth, and you're dithering.
It's a different console. I don't understand it.
Try. Don't waste time with excuses.
And what do you know about it,
Go on, say it. The word's bloodbag, isn't it?
Yes, damn you.
Randall, you're pushing him too far.
If you want to be a man, Mitchell, earn the right. If you don't understand it, pick a place and smash it.
Watch this then, Randall, and the next one's for you.
Move away from the console.
Where did that thing come from?
He didn't pass me honest. He must have been hiding in the shadows of the room.
And he's wearing a thermic suit. That's why he's not in hibernation.
Unnecessary discomfort for a proud duty. I welcome the new ground commander of our simulacra.
Hunter's Moon was written by Steve Gallagher. Steve Gallagher. The 8th and final episode.
From his earliest beginnings in the study of genetic engineering and his latest step forward into the world of robotics, man always believed he was in control of his own creations. Man was the master, the machine a mere artifact, a slave to do his bidding. But always at the back of his mind was a haunting fear that one day the machines would control man himself. Mitchell had fought that system with all the humanity left within his programmed, anesthetized mind. And with the help of Randall, Central Command had been defeated. The natural order of things had been restored. Once again, corruptible, violent, short-sighted man held the reins of the city's future. And those reins were controlled by Marius and Morden, two underbelly counselors who sold the people short by promising to deliver the city into the eager, grasping claws of a world-raking race, the Wek. These predatory space travelers from afar were now orbiting high above the planet, letting the ship's computer complete the grand design. Biologically patterned simulacra were being programmed in readiness for the final assault on the planet. All that was needed to complete the invasion force was the ground commander, the perfect simulacra, a machine so sophisticated that it looked like a man, thought like a man, even believed it was a man. But in the last resort, its loyalty was not to humanity, but to the Wex computer. A machine to serve a machine. A concept even more frightening than Central Command's control over people's minds. Randall was convinced he could overcome this new threat to the planet. He'd led Lobo and Mitchell through a series of dangerous encounters in what appeared to be a desperate attempt to destroy the Wek. With Mitchell's assistance, he'd crashed the two world ships together and led his seemingly heroic threesome into a ship rapidly coming to life. For the Wek's hibernatory system had been triggered, and now it was a race against time. But a race for whom? For the reptilian Wek? For the Wek's all-powerful computer? Or a race for Randall to discover his true self?
Get away from that thing, Lobo. It's on. Never mind me. What about Mitch? That's what I mean. It blasted him.
I am alarmed. I have all the protection I need.
Don't believe it. Look what it did.
It's my legs. I can't move them.
Better face facts, Randall. What's that in your hand?
What do you mean?
Look!
Blasted. Where did this come from?
You reached behind you and picked it up.
Don't be ridiculous.
I saw you do it. You even knew where to put your hand to fire.
I knew nothing of the kind.
So what happened to Mitchell?
There will be a period of readjustment. It will be short.
Getting the message now?
What message, for God's sake?
You heard. That thing said, "Welcome to the Ground Commander."
The ground commander? Mitchell?
Not Mitchell. You.
What are you talking about?
Morden told me before I left the shuttle. It was part of the deal he did with Marius.
You're wrong. Completely wrong.
Morden didn't want the underbelly's big hero to be treated as shabbily as Marius politics demanded. The real Randall's living in luxury somewhere on the city outskirts.
No, it's not true.
He was drugged and patterned shortly after his trial. He was sent back to the city, and his simulacrum was delivered to the Ice Palace.
But I'm not a simulacrum. I'm a man.
What does it feel like, Randall?
What did you say?
Time to start wheeling out all the insincere philosophy you've been throwing at me.
Morton was lying to you. I'm Randall. It's my body and my memories.
The body's copied and the memories are planted. Find another way of being sure.
I don't need to find another way. I know.
Starting to feel the hunger now.
Why else would you blast Mitchell when he reached out to damage the guidance panel?
And why else would that thing in the heated suit stand there and happily let you wave a deadly weapon around in here?
If you want to prove you're what you say you are, kill that thing and then blast the navigation aids.
But there's no need to right now.
Why not?
What are you afraid of?
There may be another way.
You're rationalizing. You won't do it because you can't.
Allow me to help you, Randall. Time is short. I open the shielding for you. A single shot into this circuitry would cripple me beyond any hope of repair. Feel free to destroy me, if you wish.
Destroy you? Who's speaking?
I am the ship. The Wek do not speak, except with my voice. They do as they are told, and they serve me. As you will.
Machines to serve machines. Me, the city, the Wek, we're all incidental. Strike a blow for the men, Randall, and shoot.
I can't. Something else is controlling my arm.
You're controlling it, nobody else. You won't shoot because you don't want to, and you don't even know why.
It's true, I don't want to. What's been done to me?
You ought to be used to the feeling. You were elite, a blind and programmed patriot. It's the same program with a different programmer.
But I don't want to be a simulacrum.
Neither did I. You told me to stop whining.
A little pain, Randall, and it will soon pass. Or we can remove it for you. You far exceeded our expectations.
I don't know what to think.
We'll tell you what to think. Don't worry. Healthy, loyal, but essentially human thoughts. It is for this capacity that we needed you so badly.
But how could I? I came all this way. I hated so much, planned and schemed. I did this to serve?
As was intended.
No, damn it, no! I don't know what you're trying to pull or who you're trying to trick, but it won't work.
Then blast the panel.
I can't!
If you won't, I will!
Stay away from the panel, Lobo, or I'll have to fire. I can't help it!
What's this for fireworks?
No, Lobo!
I don't believe it. You did it.
He made me. I warned him, but he made me.
It's what he intended. The shot went straight through him and into the panel.
I've killed him.
What have you done to the ship? How loyal does that make you feel now?
I don't give a damn for the ship. Watch!
Samuel! Look out for the thing in the suit!
Anybody home? Take your hand off my ship.
Whatever you say. Can we talk?
Have you come to a decision?
I'm not here to represent anybody. I'm on my own.
I know you're alone. Do you think I couldn't see you creeping over?
I didn't want the others to see me, that's all. They kick me around enough as it is.
All this secrecy just to waste my time.
But I came to tell you something.
Tell it then.
I want something from you first.
I don't have to give you anything.
I know. All I want is for you to go away.
I'm hardly astonished. I won't go without Randall.
Randall isn't here. I heard them talking.
Of course he's here. They're hiding him.
They want you to think that, but it isn't true. Morden came down alone, and wherever he came from, Randall stayed there.
It can't be. I'd know.
And the one called Kaloran, he's got ideas about stealing your ship, and the others are backing him. They'll back anything that gives them the slightest hope of getting away from the palace, because Kaloran's given them all this skeg fever. It's ruined everything I've built.
Why tell me this?
I've said, I want you to go away and leave us alone. I want things the way they were before.
And how was that?
Ordered, logical, none of this shouting about hope and home, everybody working the rosters and being in the right place at the right time.
And you?
I was in charge. They needed me then. Nobody needs me for anything now.
And you'll lie to me to be needed again.
I'm not lying. Randall isn't here.
I found this one trying to circle round and get us from the back. What do you want me to do with him?
Willis! What are you doing here?
Is that the one they call Kaloran? The one I talked to before?
That's my name. Jolly think to stop trying to pull my arm off.
Why should I?
Because if you don't, I'll make sure you don't get Randall.
Randall isn't at the Ice Palace. You've nothing to bargain with.
Of course he's there, but you won't find him without me.
Unless you can work miracles, I'll never find him with you. The worm told me everything.
It's for the best, don't you see? Now she'll go away and leave us alone.
Alone to rot and die.
What do you know about it? You're not even one of us.
At least I've got something to be grateful for.
Have you killed yet, Willis?
No, Balaam.
Then this one's yours. Do it in the open space where the others can see.
Give me a chance to get back. Don't let them think I had anything to do with it, or they'll tear me to pieces.
You're going nowhere. You're next.
But what about our bargain?
I don't remember any bargain.
Willis, please. Tell her she can't do it.
That won't be necessary, Worm. I'll do it for her.
Are you satisfied, Worm? Is this what you wanted?
Look, stop struggling. Please don't make it more difficult for me.
Willis, what are you saying?
I'm sorry, Balaam. I don't think I'll be able to do this.
Are you damaged?
I don't think so. I just don't want to.
I'm ashamed of you. Watch then, and see what a blood bag's worth at the hands of a simulacrum.
No.
What's happening to us, Willis?
I don't know. Something's gone, but I don't know what.
Why can't I kill him?
What? Do you want to?
Not even that. There's something wrong at the world ship, Willis. It can't be anything else.
Well, what are we going to do?
Forget these two. We're going back.
Cross his legs, Jones. Let it get back on its feet.
The two of us can barely hold it. What are you doing?
I'm trying to reach the connections on the side of its ship. Just pull them loose. It should start to cool down. If we could only hold it long enough. Damn!
What?
If for a second lost hold, it was too firm.
Stronger than you know.
Now don't start that. I've proved I'm no simulacrum. There. Now, hold it down until it starts losing heat.
You haven't proved anything.
I blasted the console, didn't I?
We blasted Lobo. The consul just happened to be behind him.
Isn't that a rather stupid thing for a so-called ground commander to do?
So you weren't as successful as they hoped.
What about afterwards? I emptied a blaster into it.
You'd already damaged it. There was nothing left for you to be loyal to. Don't you find it odd that you've not shown any regret for killing Lobo?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sorry, but...
It's not me you have to convince.
The cold's getting through. This thing's slowing down.
We'll release one of its arms. See what it does.
There. It's still conscious, but it's in trouble. I think we can risk leaving it.
I'm gonna need help. I can't walk on my own.
Will I have to carry you?
No, just help me. Assuming you want to.
Well, meaning what?
Why should you be concerned for a machine? A scrap pile, you called me.
Old time's sake. Now, come on, give me your arm. Damn it, there's hardly any light.
Hurry down. Why would they need corridor lights when they're all asleep?
I can't tell which way we came.
Never mind about that. The other ship will be breaking away at any time now. We'll have to get down to the vacuum docks and look for some kind of transport.
So, which way?
Downwards. Downwards all the time, towards the outer skin.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Wait, listen.
It's still awake. It's following us.
And the exercise will keep its temperature up.
For how long?
We can't know. Perhaps long enough to keep it conscious until we're back into the sunlight and the ship starts powering up again.
As far as the table.
Oh, you never know. We may have affected it.
Don't like the risk. Let's keep going. Dead end. It brought us into a dead end.
Well, how was I to know?
That means it's got us trapped.
Quiet. Let's see if we can still hear it.
It stopped.
The cold finally overcame it. We can turn back and get past.
Sleep.
It's like the other one we saw. It's awake but too weak to move. What's that?
Sounds like it's trying to speak. It can't manage the words without the ship to translate for it.
Help us.
Don't pass too near.
I won't.
Sounds like the other ship finally broke away.
Wait, though. When you ran the simulation on the screens before we came here, that was supposed to happen about the same time
That's right. We'll be back into the sunlight by now. What are you doing?
I'm putting my hand over this ventilator grid. It's hot. There's warm air being pumped through. The hibernation program's reversing. We didn't destroy it.
That means that there's a wet behind every one of these doors who's on the point of stepping out of it. What are we going to do?
More immediate consideration, the one in the suit's getting to his feet.
Where's the first of the doors? There's another. We can't fight them if there's nowhere to go. What now?
Got nothing to bargain with. Remember any good prayers? He never needed them. Nobody cares about us. Mitchell's dead and Randall's lying sick and drunk in suburban paradise. We don't belong anywhere. They could open a vacuum dock and push us out. I know. We go on forever. We can't die. Don't resist them yet. Not until we know what they're going to do.
Why have they brought us back here?
I don't know. Perhaps they're going to give us some kind of trial.
That's a joke.
Well, how should I know what they're going to do? I know nothing about them. What their customs or their ethics are. Maybe they're going to sacrifice us to the ship.
It's got very quiet.
Looks like they're waiting for us to do something.
Like what?
I don't know. Here comes the one in the thermal suit again. What's he saying?
Sounds like your name. It can't manage to pronounce it on its own.
Help us. Does he expect me to understand this?
No, listen.
To what?
We're not on trial at all. They're asking us to help them.
Help them? How?
This whole ship was a finely balanced system keeping their race alive. Don't you see that by smashing the centers of its drive for expansion, you've tipped that system and damned them?
Are you trying to say I shouldn't have done it?
Of course not.
Then what are you saying?
Well, they're not a greedy, compulsive, world-raping race. They just lived on a world-raping ship and had to do everything it told them or die when it stopped supporting them.
Oh, don't get dewy-eyed for these monsters. They built the ship, didn't they?
No. The last ship did.
That's a technical argument.
Well, look at their situation. They've been cruising from star to star for millennia, exploiting and expanding. The ships have used each redesigning to refine their methods. The ships have evolved, but because of their dependence, the Wek have devolved into complete passivity. The simulacra were the means by which the ship ensured it could do without the Wek altogether if necessary.
It backfired.
With a vengeance. They don't know how to make repairs. So come on, Randall. You're the great white hope for the Wek. Do something for them.
You do something.
It's not me they're all looking at.
Damn it, you're right. They're like a bunch of pathetic children. What am I going to do?
Don't ask me. I'm waiting as well.
You changed sides like a spinning coin, Mitchell. 2 minutes ago, we were all set to take the jump together.
That was then. You're the ground commander.
Don't call me that!
You've got to accept it now. You're the heir to the ship you killed. The Wek look to you to save them, and the other simulator will look to you for leadership.
And what about you? Are you turning around and joining the machines again?
I am what I am. I've stopped worrying about it.
This is Balaam to the Wek. Please acknowledge our signal.
Did you hear that? I could hardly miss it.
The Simulacrum's fleet is standing by in a parallel orbit with your ship. We know you've taken some damage and that the operation is in danger. Please give us an indication of your situation.
What are they going to do?
They can't do anything. They rely on the ship to do it for them.
Is Balaam likely to try going ahead on her own?
It's possible, but I hope not. It'd mean that all we've done would be pointless.
The ship doesn't answer, so this is Balaam calling the 3 prisoners. I don't know if there's any way you can hear me, but I know that one of you is our ground commander. I also know that the ship has made a gross error of judgment and has obviously engineered its own destruction through you. In this case, our program loyalty reverts to our own kind. In short, that's you, whoever you are. Nothing personal, but I'm not very happy about that. On the other hand, I don't have any choice.
That's not surprising. She despises me and hates you.
So the only answer is that you persuade the Wek to hand you over to us. If they do that, we'll leave them alone and slingshot their ship onto the next sun. If they don't, we've got a good idea of the capacity for self-repair in the ship walls. We can puncture it all the way around and let the atmosphere escape faster than the holes can be plugged. We'll give you some time to convince them. Meanwhile, we'll give you a warning shot to help the argument.
We can't let her do that. They'll all die.
I think that's supposed to be the idea.
But look at them. It's not their fault. And they're depending on us to help them.
I doubt if Balaam sees it that way. Without the ship to demand her loyalty, the Wek are just another kind of blood bag.
There's the whole truck. What are we going to do now?
You're the leader. Lead.
But I've never led anything in my life. I've always been the servant of the state.
That's Randall talking. Your life can be measured in days. I don't think you've got much idea of what you can or can't do.
I know I can't work miracles. We've got to get some kind of signal to Balaam.
She doesn't want a signal. She wants you.
I've got to get to one of the vacuum ducts. If they just let me get through.
They won't let you go. They think you're trying to leave them.
Damn it, can't they understand I'm trying to help?
What's the matter, Messiah? Can't you deliver?
I don't believe it. You're enjoying
I'm
it.
entitled to it after what I've taken from you. What price your blood-bag arrogance now?
At least I tried. I met you halfway.
You talked about it, that's all. You did it because you wanted to use me. So how does it feel?
God's sake, let me through! I'm trying to help you!
It's too late. They're opening up the ship.
How long before the air goes?
Depends how efficient the shooting is. Someone was close by and felt the floor bend.
What's going to happen?
It hurt for a while. That's how it was with me the first time. You want to breathe, but you can't. Then after a while you realize you really don't need to, and the pain goes away.
There.
I know what it's like, all of it. I didn't mean what I said before.
No, don't take it back. I deserve it. I said I...
How are you doing, Willis?
They're in the airlock.
They? What do you mean they?
There are 2 of them. Mitchell's injured, but there's nothing missing. He'll regenerate. And the other one...
It's Randall. I knew it.
He's in a daze of some kind. He let himself be led, but that's all the cooperation I got.
Where were they?
In the main computer room, like you said. The computer was a real mess.
Anything else?
Yeah. The room and all the corridors around it were full of green lizards. Dead ones. They're so big.
Have they been attacking?
Well, that's not how it looked. The ones nearest Randall were holding on to every bit of his clothing that they could reach. They died just holding on to him.
That confirms it, then. Whether I like it or not, Randall's the ground commander.
Well, you don't sound very happy.
It's none of your business, Willis.
No, Rhoda. Do you want to speak to him?
Things will change around here, Willis. The point is, does he want to speak to me?
Well, he doesn't seem to be interested in anything much at the moment.
Open the airlock. Ask him to come through.
Here I am, Malin. Where you wanted me. Are you going to kill me?
You can't die, Randall. Not by any normal means. And as much as I might want to try, I can't kill you.
Too many changes, too fast. I can't keep up with them.
Shape up, Commander. You've got duties and responsibilities now. If not to yourself, then to the rest of us.
What am I expected to do?
In the absence of the ship, tell us where we go next. It's your decision. We can still land and take the city.
No, not that.
What then? We have to go somewhere. Down there is a man wearing your face and using your name. Why don't we go find him?
No. Give me time to think.
Yes, sir.
We can't go back to the city. We're too different. Even with the best intentions, we'd undermine it, destroy it, and I've got too many of Randall's loyalties left in me.
So what do Randall's loyalties say we should do?
We find somewhere of our own, that's what.
I don't like it, but I can't argue.
That's right, you can't.
Commander? Commander, I've got a request.
What is it?
Can I go back to the Ice Palace? I want to go home.
Leviathan 99, a radio drama by Ray Bradbury. Christopher Lee, Robert Edison, Walter Fitzgerald, and Dennis Hawthorne as Ishmael, who tells the story, play the main characters in this radio-dramatic space-age poem, for which Tristram Cary composed and executed electronic music and sounds in stereophony. Ray Bradbury, whose many science fiction novels include Fahrenheit 451, which was filmed, and The Illustrated Man, which is being made into a picture, also wrote the screenplay for John Huston's Moby Dick, which may have given him the impetus to write his radio drama. This is its first production. Leviathan 99. Ishmael, in this year 2099, when strange new ships sail toward the stars instead of under them, attack the stars instead of fearing them, a name like Ishmael Yes, my parents flew with the first brave ones to Mars. Turned less than brave, gone sick for Earth, they went back home. Conceived in that journey, I was born in space. A child so birthed in desolations, homeless between yestermorrow and noon's midnight, must have a proper name. My father knew his Bible and recalled another outcast who wandered dead seas long years before Christ. And I, being so far the only child conceived, fleshed, and delivered forth in space, how better to name me than as my father did, touching the dark warmth where I hid restless in the days before my birth. And he did indeed call me Ishmael. with my friends who, seeing the stars rise and a deep space in my eyes as we flew kites or sailed our homespun gliders, confessed themselves glad I had been named Wanderer, an aspirant of aerial devotions whose destiny would find him out. Some years ago, I thought I would soar about and see all the seas of wind that roam the world. Whenever it is a damp November in my soul, I know it is high time to take to the sky again. There is a magic in air that pulls all men, and man so drawn floats up with eagle, hawk, firewind, or whispering balloon, to test the cloudless winds that circle sweet seas of grass and salt seas of brine, until at last he faces on that greater sea of space with its billionfold of stars. And so, on a Saturday late in the year 2099, borne by my own jet packet power, I duly arrived at the Cape and hung upon the air. A fledgling bird among yet greater birds of fire and steel, and felt the floodgates of the vast and waiting universe swing open in my soul. Then I went down into town. I discarded my wings and traveled now by moving sidewalk. Into a fort, a metal barracks, a dropping place for tired spacemen. No, a beautiful, computerized, quietly programmed and machined Garden of Eden. For you see, a spaceman's hostel must be half into outer space. It is a world between. A chapel, perhaps, where men come to commune with their raw souls, organize their gizzards, prepare their bones to be broken on the great rack of gravity and far traveling. Here, the new altars where we might panoply ourselves in strange new costumes, take unguents, genuflect the proper genuflections until the day our souls spoke up. Condition go. I register by pressing my hand to a metal identity plate, which reads my sweaty prints like some modern witch of palmistry to plan my future and choose my roommate by machine. Floor 1, cubicle 9. My roommate's name, Quail. Well, let's look at him. The moving floor guides me past robot museums, where other spacemen, like myself, sit with mechanical Platos and Socrates under a Mediterranean sun.
They do not know me, or they will not.
In 100 fantastic new-style schoolrooms, electric oracles of Delphi, robot men, complex as beehives, honeycombed with knowledge, wise as the names they bear. Schweitzer, Huxley, Aristotle, run secret tapes in their oil machinery heads and speak forth truths to listening fools who would be wise. But here's my room. There's my thumbprint on the scanning lock. I hope my roommate is not a huge spider. I do try to like spiders, but... There. The door open. Shut. I am in my room. And there, on the far side, in bed, in the dark, lies a shape hidden. A stranger, the size, shape, color, I can't see. I'm trembling. Perhaps I fear it might be.
A spider?
What?
No spider. No. Put on the light.
Huh?
You speak, but your mouth doesn't move.
My mind moves. You watch it move with your own mind.
This is my first meeting with a telepath.
And a creature 9 feet tall.
I was wondering where your beanstalk was.
My name is Quell. I come from an island planet many light years away in space. A green world like your own, which grows, however, animal men which do not look quite right.
Oh, no.
I read your mind. You think I have too many eyes, too many ears, far too many fingers, a greenish skin.
But me, I've only 2 eyes, 2 ears, 5 fingers on each hand. My skin's cheese beside yours.
Well, then, we're both very funny.
And both human.
Yes. But what is human? Size, shape, color? No. An idea. To behave well. Creatures of the sun that we all are, to not give darkness to others. That is human. So, too many eyes have I, too many limbs, too many fingers, too many years, but still we're the same. Now, Ishmael, shall I grind your bones to make my bread? Or shall we be friends?
Friends. Yes, friends, I think. And friends we were. 2 terrible and fine, ugly and beautiful children of nature. For what is nature? Why, God surprised. God continuing to surprise himself with odd miracles of flesh. And there was nothing odder or more miraculous than Ishmael and Quell from the far islands of the great Andromeda Nebula. We lived together, studied together, and, at last, went off to find our rocket together. A great kite and a small, we flew like autumn leaves above the Florida Cape. And from a distance watched the rockets fall up to drown in summer lakes of space. The scars of their traveling soon healed by wind. And below, in their towering gantries, stood the other ships that sailed for stars. Gemini 97, Star Trek 3. Which will it be, Quell? Choose.
The computers have already chosen for us.
Quell, pretend. Make believe the machines don't run us.
How young you are. There then, choose.
Jupiter 10, Apollo 88. Hold on. There.
Cetus 7.
Cetus 7.
Do we fly to see her?
We fly. There. Biggest rocket ever built.
Cetus.
Sirs.
Yes?
Friends.
We are no friends of yours.
You're quick to read my mind. Is that your rocket?
It is.
You tread the rim of the abyss. Pull back. Don't go. You, young one. Listen, do you know that rocket's captain?
Not eye to eye.
Eye to eye. You've touched the nerve. For when you meet him, do not peer into his eyes. Be warned, he has none.
None?
Gone blind?
No, stricken's more the word. Burnt blind in space some years ago. His skin, his mind, his soul, all burnt, but somehow hung together. He lives on. But you knew it.
No.
And want no more from you.
No. You've read my mind. Now, tell your friend about your captain. What burnt him blind? Where? When? For what strange reason? Was he a priest of space, run after God, and God turned and gave him darkness with one blow? Is your captain all one piece? Or does it show where he was sewn back up? Does midnight still peek out through holes the doctors couldn't mend? Is he all one scar? Was he born albino, or did terror color him up and whiten him out like awful snow? You find, then turn away. The Cetus is not your ship for space. It's no man save the captain's, and the captain's lost forever. Morning, friends.
Wait, don't fly. What's your name?
Elijah. James Elijah. Morning, dear friend. Morning.
The thunder of Elijah's prophecy was lost in the grand thunder of the rocket being tested. The last of 1 million supplies were going aboard. Oh, the logistics of the rocket. Computerized the decisions, going on 1 billion for each trip. The nursing bottles full of super-homogenized gunk for suckling men. Botanical gardens. Rare, small, compacted jungles which inspire bad, suspire good, oxygenated airs. Capsuled ocean seas which grow algae for atmospheres and salads. Machines which spin the sweats of rocket man to fresh new rains to be drunk again. Not the Lord's Prayer inscribed on a pin, but whole books stamped on needles whereby to sew up the tears in one's space-worn soul. Strange machines, stranger men. The half our crew were accidents of nature in a baroque humor. That is to say, midgets and dwarves.
We were babes, to be cradled in the lap of space. Half size, but cheap at half the price, for each pound of rocket man is worth thousands of dollars. In oxygen, fuel, food, water, living room. So much of our ship was toy cabins, with toy people squirrel caged in them.
Years back, dwarves, midgets like us, had short lifespans and poor health. But now they have put our chromosomes in a vice and compressed us down a healthy, cookie-cutout genius. A gargoyle lost from the front porch of Notre Dame, and we small boys, age 30, fresh from the womb that has diminished his cells, journey with your giant 6-foot men and make space our incredible toy chest.
So the final burgeoning of the Cetus 7 was with titans and bright child men toddling in their shade. But at no time in all this bustling preparation did any of us see, blind or otherwise, the prophesied captain of our ship. At last, the Cetus 7 stood ready. Nearby upon the Florida sands was a church, a vast place which entered was a replica of deep night and the million stars. No astronaut failed to wander here before his long night in space. Here came Quell and I on a rainy Sunday to find our way among bright tombstone plaques which touched, whispered the fates of lost astronauts and their wandering graves. Traveling graves, yes. What better place to be buried, cast forth on a sea of measureless stars and eternal cold? Such men, their spacesuits, both coffin and shroud, stay young forever. Come back 1 billion years from this noon, and what would you find? Fast frozen, the young man you knew at breakfast 10 million morns lost ago. No worm has touched, no rain destroyed him. All summer flesh, he will circle the sun like a tiny moon until the last sands have run through the hourglass of creation. Who would not want such graves and the fair cosmetic that space can give?
Lost. 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 Lost.
In the pulpit, at the center of the spaceman's chapel, stood a man who had died 100 years ago. Dead, yes, but so remarkable a man was he that they did computerize his soul. That is, they did up his voice on tapes, made circuitries of his merest breath and motion, then locked it all in plastic flesh and steel. So now before us stood Father Ellery Colworth. A monster robot? No. Gentle essence of the man.
Is God dead? An old question now. But once hearing it, I laughed and replied, no, not dead, but simply sleeping till you chattering bores shut up. A better answer is, are you dead? Does the blood move in your hand? Does your hand move to touch metal? Does that metal move to touch space? Do wild thoughts of travel and migration move behind your flesh? They do. You live, therefore he lives. You are the thin skin of life upon an unsensing earth. You are that growing edge of God which manifests itself in hungers for space. So much of God lies vibrantly asleep. The very stuffs of worlds and galaxies, they know not themselves. God reaches for the stars. You are his hand. Creation manifest. You go in search. He goes to find. You go to find himself. Everything you find along the way, therefore, it will be holy. On far worlds you will meet your own flesh, terrifying and strange, but still your own. Treat it well. Beneath the shape, you share the Godhead. You Jonahs are traveling in the belly of a new-age metal whale, the rocket ship. You swimmers in the far sea of space, blaspheme not against yourselves or the frightening twins of yourselves you find on far worlds, but ask to understand the miracle which is space, time, and life in the high attics and lost birthing places of eternity. Woe to you if you do not find all life most holy. Better than if you stayed locked forever in the belly of the rocket like Jonah, never to be vomited out among dry land.
The thunder of the storm ended the sermon. The thunder of a rocket echoed the storm. And suddenly it was the night before our fall into deep space. In our room, Quell and I lay sleepless, watching the diminishing rain on the great sky windows, listening to the voice clock announce the hour.
Tick, tock, 2 o'clock. Tick, tock, 2 o'clock. Tick, tock, tick.
Quell?
Tock, tick.
Awake? Part? The rest of me sleeps well.
How do you do that?
It cannot be taught. Next time you are born, we will arrange it.
That part of you that's awake. What are you thinking?
Of our journey. Of that man who warned us.
Elijah, did you believe him?
That the captain is blind? Yes. That he is mad? We must discover that.
Well, by that time, mightn't it be too late? Well? What? All asleep now. All right, friend. Lie there. Your body the strange color of a world I'll never see. Your skin tattooed over with signs from the Horsehead Nebula, the Coal Sack Orion, bleached by white suns, burnt by red sun. Cold blood, but warm heart. Your mouth silent, but your mind, even in sleep, breathing French. Quell, thank God for you in the days ahead.
Take off time at sunset, 7:31 hours. Take off time, sunset, 7:31 31 hours.
At sunset, aboard the rocket, we, the crew, waited. And the sun rose again. That is to say, the gantry elevator bearing one man rose up through the twilight air. And the elevator, rising high and swift, caused the sun, just gone below the earth, for a last moment to reappear. The sun, thus summoned back, played golden light upon this man who came alone and last. But if the sun played upon his face, he did not know nor see. And as for us, we only heard our captain step upon the landing.
That's him, the captain.
He's going direct to his quarters.
Why? He sounds like a robot.
No, idiot. The radar screen, all miniaturized, he carries in a mask across his eyes. Blind, but not blind. A sweet machine, that.
Board. All on board. Prepare for checkout and countdown.
The blind captain was indeed with us, unseen and locked away. We lay like spiders in our shock absorber webs, waiting for the fire wind to seize and throw us at the sky. And seize and throw it did. And with a long cry, we rose to have our cry cut off. Silence took us like penitent monks to its bosom. For even the loud rocket which rips the soul on earth walks silent, a few miles up, treads the stars without footfall, as if in awe of the great cathedral of space. Ship's log, Cetus 7, August 2nd, 2099. Out of sight of land. How strange to put it this way, yet true. Out of sight of the blessed land, which means all earth and those we hold dear upon it. All faces, houses, trees, streets, towns, cities, meadows, ocean, seas. Gone. All longitudes, latitudes, meridians, and hours, all nights and days, all time. Yes, time too. Gone. No sunrise, no sunset, no sound, no wind. How lonely. Quell, will we make it back? See Earth again?
Friend, I read minds, not futures. Space is large. They say it curves. Perhaps our end is in our beginning.
Work squad report. On the double.
Days, 20 days, 40 days gone in space. Our destination, a star in Cygnus, about which might roll a planet moist and green as Earth. We could not tell. We only went to see. Traveling up the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, we could reach and return from that far world in 10 years. 10 years. 3,650 days of endless traveling night. And only work could save us from the boredom that slowly slides into moron insanity. Work in the chemistry lab. Work in the compacted jungle swamp which cycled our carbon dioxide and gave us fresh oxygen and green salads for lunch. Work at repairing the ship's skin when rare meteors hit.
Meteor strike. On a double. The penalty pass. Grab your spacer. Take cover.
Work which meant in seconds we must slap the great adhesive patch fast, so our air did not rush out and leave us swiftly dead. Work, work, work. And through all the days, our captain stayed unseen within his quarters. His orders came as if delivered from a far place. But sometimes, at 3 in the deep morning, standing watch, I heard the captain pass in the elevator vent like a long-drawn whispering and sigh. Or heard him take the airlock door outside alone, there to stand sentinel to all space, to walk with magnetic boots upon the sounding flesh of our ship under the stars.
Hist! There he is.
Again, every mid-watch at this hour.
What does he do out there? Play ball with the meteors. Inhales the infrared, exhales the ultraviolet.
No, he doesn't trust our radars. Even blind, he thinks he sees better.
But what's he looking for?
Well, you can read his mind. What?
My mind may hear, but the captain's mouth must speak for him. When he finds what he is looking for, he'll let us know.
You read his mind. You don't like what you see. I can tell by your face.
There he goes. Walk, Captain. Stand guard. Protect us from the universe.
Logbook entry. 50 days out from Earth. We...
Young man?
Mr. Redley, sir.
Don't jump, boy. Do you know the past 5 minutes you have stared at that door?
Well, sir, the captain's there. I thought 50 days. Well, isn't that a long while for him to stay shut in?
How long is short to him, boy?
Such loneliness would drive me mad.
Yes? Well, there are some who savor madness all their days. It is the cud and titbit of their life. They would not know what to do with themselves if they could not nibble round the thin grey circumference of their skull, peeking and gaping from all the sockets, wondering at the cracks, assaying the guilt, rendering out the wonder.
Yes, but does he ever eat?
His soul is marrow enough. Let him feed, boy.
I have this urge to knock upon his door.
Give it a try. No, bang it. There.
Does he never answer, then?
If he knew God were out there, he might stroll out for a chat, but you or me, boy, do your chores. Do your chores.
Hear this! Hear this! Captain's inspection! All hands! Inspection!
He's coming out. The captain! Don't stand there, idiot! Line up!
Redley.
All present, sir.
The temperature has gone up 3 degrees in this cabin. All present indeed. Here's one who runs a very furnace of youth. The name?
Sir, Ishmael Honeycutt Jones.
Oh. Isn't that the sound of Blue Ridge Wilderness or the scarred hills of Jerusalem? Now, Ishmael, what do you see that I don't see?
I saw a man tall in stature and tall in years. Not old, but with oldness skinned over him. A prime unprimed by lightnings. His face white, hair white, hands white, uniform white, all everything cut from the same nothings. This was our blind captain who led us toward the stars. Behind his dark Firefly machine radar electric glasses, I knew if I seized them off, I would find eyes the color of minted silver of fish that had been born, lived, and died in the deep night. White The man was white, all white, to match the whiteness of his much affrighted soul. I felt some years ago the universe had shot off a photographic flash. God blinked and bleached the captain to this color of sleepless nights and lonely terror. His heart did not beat so much as run down eternal panics. Hamlet's father's ghost stood here astride our lives and breathed out further ghosts.
How runs a ship in space, men?
With tight seams and oxygen suits at the ready, sir.
Well said. And how do you treat with a meteor, men?
Our 5-second patch job and all hands saved, sir.
Then, how do you swallow a flaming comet whole, men?
Huh?
No answer.
We have not as yet seen comets on the breakfast menu, sir.
You have not.
And then, Captain, mustn't you kill a comet before you can eat it?
True. And they do not make nightly strolls through our basement half of the universe, and yet...
Sir?
They do come by. Redley?
Sir?
This star chart here, now. You, with good eyes, see. From the region of the Horsehead Nebula, among a billion lights, one special light shows forth. Blind, I feel its spectral presence. Thus. Do I touch the maelstrom, Redley?
You do.
Closer now. So, not a meteor, a moon, a world. Who'll name it?
Sir, that is a comet.
Comet? No. A vast exhalation of mystery upon the deeps. A pale bride with flowing veil come back to bed her lost unbedded groom. Isn't she lovely, men? A holy terror to the sight.
Captain, is that not the comet which first passed Earth some 30 years ago?
Leviathan.
Speak up.
The comet Leviathan, the largest in history.
Leviathan. The great numb terror, the brute chemistry, and the universe thrown forth in light and trailing nightmare. Yes. Leviathan.
Was it not Leviathan, Captain, that put out your eyes?
To give me greater visions? Yes. Leviathan, I saw it close. I touched the hem of its great billion-mile-long bridal veil. I circled round the shimmering abyss of snow, gone lost in space, and then that virgin whiteness, jealous of my loving glance, rubbed out my sight 30 years ago. I see it still upon my inner lids, bunked down at night, so passing strange, so full of Arctic miracles, that huge white rushing thunderhead of God. It brought me running. I offered up my fevered soul, all bright. It snuffed me out. Yet now I rub my bones to kindle me again. For, look, Leviathan returns. Now the avalanche of nothingness comes back. For this I seek in space with rocket and with men. As one, we'll rush to meet that downfell light, which having doomed, now cycles round to doom itself. That Cyclops' eye long gone deserves a blow. I'll lift my hand, your hands, to make the strike. What? Silence.
They are overwhelmed, sir.
Yes, for ours is a holy mission. There will be none greater in the time of man, though our sands run forever through a glass as big as creation's landfall in far Centauri. Technicians, scan alert! We do not idle by for Leviathan to arrive. We run to catch. Men, it is a long white traveling funeral in space, a light that puts out light. Let us slumber it forever, make it celebrate its own death. Ready the alarms. The first man who scans it in gets double his fees for the journey. Squads, disperse! Fall out!
Tick-tock, 3 o'clock. Tick-tock,
Well, well now.
Is that all you've got to say?
Well, it's not every year a dwarf like me can run hit a giant like Leviathan. You sound like him. If it's on our way, what's wrong with sight-glancing a comet 2 falls out of 3?
You don't even know what a comet is.
Ishmael, what did you find in the microfilms?
Same old guff. Photographs of photographs. Interstellar material. Vapors. Meteoroids. So few comets have passed near Earth since we first moved into space in the 1960s. The junkyards would best describe them. Chunks of old solar systems broken off. Accidents of huge nature on the prowl.
Well, in the stories of my people, such comets are known as pilgrim visitors, far-traveling spectres, the haunter of the feast, a collision of bright dreams which fuse to nightmare. You see, our history is as full of romantic nonsense as yours.
Well then, the captain has his reasons for finding the comet and we have ours. We're curious.
Curious? Yes. And afraid.
Captain?
I say. Wait.
Captain?
What? Oh. Ridley. I do not sleep, I die. Lord, I dreamt I was falling down space forever, falling. Do you dream, Ridley?
No, sir.
Oh, fortunate man. Well?
Ship's log to be signed, sir.
I have a fine nose, Ridley. You've no heart for this chase.
If by chase you mean our proper business, charting stars, exploring worlds...
No. Here. What do you know of the passage of dark planets and bright comets, mister?
I think you must teach me, sir.
I will. Here are 1,000 star charts, stamped, runnelled, and humped. You read Braille? Run your hand here, there. Touch the paths where the lost suns go. Here, the planetary tracks, and here upon the universal deeps the vast long mark of Halley's comet, the comet of Aristophanes, and, who knows, that comet which may well have been the star of Bethlehem, a miracle to celebrate a miracle. Here are the maps and deep night plans for all God's circuitings and maunderings, his long thoughts. God dreams joy, green earths appear. God dreams torments, comets issue from his eyes and mouth. And the most terrible outcrop of these is...
Leviathan?
From 30 years' study, I found a way to meet it head-on fast, 6 months before it brushes Earth. We move then to surprise.
Surprise?
Mr. Ridley, face him out. Well?
You cannot surprise a comet, sir. It neither lives nor cares.
I live. I care.
And shift the burden of your knowledge to some great wandering child, some universal accident that prowls between the worlds, homeless for eternity.
Go on.
Sir, that if, as Reverend Oxley says, all space is one flesh with us, all worlds, suns, creatures, extensions of one ground, one all-encompassing will, then that ghost you speak of, sir, that comet, that great terror-trailing stuff, is but an outmouthing of God indeed. Will you stand against such breath?
If it wrenched my soul and burnt me blind, yes.
It is a damn thing, sir. Mere chemistry, burst out of chaos, now pulled by this tidal star, now hauled by that. As well stop your own heart as try to stop that great pale beating.
But if both stop at once, will not my victory over it loom as large as its victory over me? Small man, large traveling doom, both weigh the same when the scale is death.
In rending it, you rend your own flesh, Captain, which God has lent you.
That flesh offends me. If it is all one, God manifesting himself in minerals, light, motion, dark, or sensible man, if that comet is my sister self, come preening by to try my Job-like patience, was it not blasphemy it first tried out on me? If I am God's flesh, why was I felled, struck blind? No, no, that thing is lost and evil. Its great face hovers the abyss. Behind its mindless glare I sense that juice which oils the cogs of nightmare and the pit. And whether I see it in hellfire man, cannibal shark, or huge white blinding mask flung down along the stars to frighten men and push them to impulse less than human, more than bones and soul can bear, I must attack. Talk not of blasphemy to me, sir. It tried me first. I want its flesh. Help us. He does. If we are his stuffs alive, then we sinew his arms seized out to stop that light-year beast. Would you turn from this greatest hunt?
Sir, I am against you, but don't fear me. Let the captain beware of the captain. Beware of yourself, old man.
Do you know a rocket feeds itself in space? It wallows like a great fish in streams of subatomic life, interstellar minnows as 'twere, subliminal seas and royals of energy, like those tides of grit, the tiny particles in Earth's oceans which feed whales. So a rocket dines on radio waves, fierce radiations, cosmic rays, and meteors. It gulps these maniac foods which shriek invisible on the groundless ground. Ever hungry, we searched for banquets of yammering sound.
Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted queen, wherefore all you who are come to pray, to do your homage and service, are encouraged to do the same.
And came by accident upon old wits and broadcast dreams of Earth. No sound, they say, is ever truly lost. In electric clouds, all safely trapped, we tuned up echoes of forgotten wars and peaceful summers.
The question of Anglo-German relations is of the first importance for the two countries and for Europe.
Very good, sir. I agree.
Captain, right up first. Request slow speed. Now passing spacecraft containing radio data from 1938.
Turn away, Radar 1.
Sir?
Turn away.
And turn we did from the wandering voices, those lost children of time. And then, a few days later...
Blue alert! All scanning stations!
Blue alert! Blue alert, please! Blue alert!
Beyond belief.
What is it? An ancient moon?
Yes.
From our system?
No.
From another star?
Yes. Torn loose in some accident, traveling all by itself in space.
And covered with towns, cities, ancient gardens. I don't believe.
Yet there it is.
Terrible. Beautiful. How long do you think this moon, with all its dead cities, has been rushing through space alone? 1,000 years?
1,000 times 1,000. Oh, lovely. The spires. The jeweled windows. The lonely courts.
Retrograde rockets. Stand by all hands to diminish speed.
Disregard. Continue course.
Captain!
Lee!
Sir, we saw.
Mr. Redley, who commands this rocket? Why, did I give orders for reconnaissance?
I quite forgot myself. This moon is very old and fine. Our job's to touch down on such worlds, to photograph, record.
Yes, I see. Lovely. Passing strange. There was a time when Our job lies elsewhere. Press on.
There it goes. That moon. The incredible cities.
I shall not see its like again. Lost.
Lost.
If on Earth it is a rare thing for two ships to pass each other on their trips, think what small chance there is for rockets to cross paths in the billion times greater sea of space. Yet pass they sometimes do.
Lightfall 1, calling Cetus 7. Lightfall here, inbound for 12 years' travel. Back from the Pyramids cluster. Shall we hang fire, Cetus? Mix crews and drink the celebration?
Yes. We shall not.
Do I read you right?
You read me right or wrong. Stand up. Goodbye.
No sooner fleeing one than we came upon another, sadder rocket full of men.
Rachel's captain, calling captain of the Cetus there. Have you seen a small life rocket craft? A space storm took it off. We paced that comet.
Comet? What? Leviathan?
Leviathan, yes. My son, oh God, was curious. He took the life craft out to search the comet's wake. Now I search for him. Will you help?
I'm losing time, sir.
Why? I've lost my very life.
I go to geem your son. God help you, Captain.
God forgive you, master of the Cetus 7.
So the Rachel, mourning for its lost children, fell away. And we moved toward collision course with annihilation.
Rogers, Smith, Quell, Mr. Redley, why all the secrecy?
There's your reason. The captain outside again, under the stars.
I'd like a stroll myself.
I do not speak on strolls at odd night hours, Mr. Smith. I speak on information we let pass. Lost moons we left behind. Jobs we did not do.
This comet's a job. We measure all that comes our way.
Measure with mad.
Mr. Redley.
Quell?
Now what?
Quell?
I do read minds. Let my mind gather yours and move outside to stand watch with our captain.
I leave a track down all of space, and space moves in to rub that white track out with meteor dust, and worse, with no tip. Well, let nothing do its worst. I pass. I make my mark.
Mr. Redley. I protest.
All's white or dark. Stars or nebulae as black as inks from squids which scuttle down a blind god's back. Light, dark, but how we do prefer the first. For white our Negro souls much thirst. For such a white as this, though, terrifies. For was it not such all-encompassed white which thrust to panic out my eyes, and would have quenched my soul had I not hid it safe away between calamities in nightmare's crib? I did. I've thrived on simple crusts of dark, and waited out the cyclings of time to bring you round and back again, oh whiteness there. My pale and wandering dreads stand forth. This time I will not swerve. My path is fixed beyond the gravities. Tracked like the whirls that hurl about the sun, so runs my soul in one trajectory. Blind, My body aches in place of eye. I'll darken you who darkened me. Your veil will be your winding sheet. Your gossamer I'll bind to strangle you, and thus bank down the fire.
Gentlemen.
Unlawful, uncommon eavesdropping.
Upon uncommon dangers. The captain breaks a higher law.
Would you mutiny, sir?
To save lives, yes.
At ease, the captain blind sees everything you miss.
As for those thoughts of his, which we just borrowed, why, how do they differ from ours, which we tell no one? All men are poets in their souls, ashamed to speak it out. Judge thoughts? No, action.
And action now means juggling that fine, great fireball comet.
Excuse, Mr. Redley?
Excused. And damned.
By night, I totted up my list of growing fears. The radio voices spurned, the strange moon shunned, the celebration of 2 rockets passing in the long night refused, and the urgent need of a captain searching for his lost son ignored as if unheard. And then, most frightening of all,
Well, what is it? Speak up.
Music.
Music? From where?
The island worlds. My home.
Your planet, billions of miles away? Oh, Lord.
My world and more. The music of my father's suffering and death.
strange. We don't expect composers on other worlds, grandfathers who write symphonies. It was music, it was not. It was something I had never heard, but knew from times before my birth and guessed from times beyond my death. I mourned myself. And Quell, I saw no tears, yet sensed he wept within. The music played. He grew so still, I feared his breath had stopped. He heard his own funeral dirge rolled down the shores of space to end his life. It's over, Quell. He rose to find our metal worker.
Sir? Cut and weld and shape me a suit of death. I'll draw it for you. So, all black. And on the breastplate of this coffin, burn this sign: my family, my world.
You look fine. You don't really think...
I do not think. I know. Make the suit of dark metal.
Quell did not move. He sat by the great star scanning port, his gaze fixed beyond Andromeda, as if he plumbed the fathoms of his own grave and found there all our graves in mutual deep. Quell, taller, stronger, more human than all human men, yet knew his Achilles' heel, but lodged most sadly in the circle of his ear, where the funeral tune of his father's father wrapped him in winding sheets of sound beyond my threats and pleas. Quell. Quell. Meanwhile, the metalworker cut and burnished the uniform all black. which Quail would wear in death.
Red alert! Space storm ahead!
With terror, the rushing comet approached. But first it sent a messenger ahead to warn us off. A storm of gravities, atomic whirlwinds, cosmic explosions, and warpings of space, which wrecked our ship.
Captain, permission to turn back. We'll be destroyed. We do not turn. It's testing us. Head on, Mr. Ridley. Head on.
Storm, it's vanished.
Captain, the comet Leviathan. It's disappeared too.
Vanished? Disappeared?
Quail, you're awake again. Oh, Quail, what happened?
He has come round. Quail, what in God's name? The funeral music, gone. Our traveling burial grounds, gone. The comet, the nightmare, all gone.
Yes, but why?
The storm has twisted time. A warp in space? We've turned a corner in eternity. The storm has thrown us back to another year.
What year?
Who's to tell? Before the wars, before your Caesar built a Roman road through Britain's moors. The great star beast, it pities us.
No, I say. Ridley, the radio telescope.
The comet is not there, sir.
The airlock, open it. Blind, I'll find for myself.
Our captain stood outside on a rocket ship becalmed in peace. It was indeed a time between. And Redley stood with him between the stars. Well, what are they saying?
This and this.
Peace and mild weather. Gone. All the fury, all the burning whiteness, gone.
Captain, it's given us a last chance to escape.
Escape to what? To land back on Earth and be greeted by Charlemagne, to watch Caesar fall down dead in the Forum?
You can't give me strength to pull this trigger.
Mr. Ridley, you lack the power to fire that gun.
And if I could, how fine to land back home and go with simple cavemen in a cave. Live out a life much less a nightmare than all this. To rest a while.
We shall rest, Mr. Ridley, at the dead heart of the comet. We shall fight free of this calm, rejoin time on a proper footing, seek, and finally destroy.
Oh, Lord, if I were sure of murdering you as you of murdering it, which will at last do murder to us all.
The sweet calm was over. We fought the storm of time in space and freed ourselves of Roman legions on a Dartmoor wilderness, lost Waterloo, missed final chance to watch Napoleon soldiers pock the Sphinx's old Egyptian face with rifle fire, and broke free to find the comet.
There. I feel it. It is there, yes. Is it?
It is.
All hands stand by the emergency life rocket craft. You know the engines of destruction there. In each I've built a sweeping hunger to devour that thing. A beam more powerful than any laser ever built. Wider, longer, swifter. Use that power. Worry the beast. Lay him to waste!
The comet approached, and it was a great white holy terror that filled up all the universe and put out every star. And Quell awakened from his trance, and every man of proper will dropped their masks and took on madness. All human flesh was gone. Red blood was all that moved our ship. The comet loomed. We ran as children run to happy games.
Lifecraft 1, launch! Lifecraft 2, launch! Mr. Redley, take command. This rocket is yours. Boys, stay behind. Well, you come with me.
Quell, you put on that black metal.
The suit, yes, with the death symbols on it.
Let me go with you.
Stay and live.
You will live, I know, to be very old. Be happy, Ishmael. Good friend. Goodbye.
Oh, Quell. We moved. The 3 small light ships moved to cross that moving path of raw destruction. All was white now. We fell as in the great mouth of the sun. Quell.
I hear you, friend. Destroy
and be destroyed. Like mice who nibble at one wave of milky sea, their laser beams all shrieking, but made small by greater shrieks of light-year maddened beasts now gone insane. The comet swept them up and turned them roundabout in time. The first storm seemed the merest bubble burst upon the edge of greater hurricanes of interstellar night. The ships now, one by one, fell down. Plucked free of skins, their metal skeletons revealed, the men tossed out in mill-race radiation. Flashing meteors eroded, baked, swallowed, vanished in the all-encompassing light. Each man thrown to a different warp in time. The men in Lifecraft 1, their weapons still, hurled down to death, perhaps in burials, with King Richard on his plane, the crown lost at his feet. The men in Lifecraft 2 spun further on to drop in open grave with Yorick's skull, or near the tomb in Illinois where Lincoln dreamt away. I do not know. The captain last. Through Quell, I heard his cry.
Was the weapons gone, my men dispersed? Why then I have these hands? Blind I seize on you, gone dead I grapple you. Where is your heart? I'll stifle it. Oh, damn Leviathan, it comes to this!
Out, I was tossed forth myself. Alone I watched as now at last the whiteness went its way. With gibbering voice off down the long black mine shaft of the universe, its bridal veil trailing despairs and woes, celebrating itself, a mindless mystery forever in motion. Vanishing. An echo. Gone. And gone all ships, men, large, small, sane or mad, the captain with them, madness maddened. And for 1 billion years I knew that Leviathan on return, circling round, would bring back with it him who would have done it unto death. The two of them were one at last, the hunter and the hunted, the fearer and the feared, the flesh and the impaler of the flesh, the madness and the vaulting dream of madness, together forever through centuries yet unborn. Ships, men, and the captain of the men. An endless cortege for the spectre ghost. Alone, I floated on a coffin which came under my hands. Within the metal case, dear Quail was buried dead and still. I drifted so upon this strange life raft among the stars for timeless days, until a rocket passing picked me up at last. It was the Rachel, who in her long search for her missing children found but another orphan. I let the coffin go. I let Quail travel on his light-year burial ground. The drama's done. The great shroud of stars rolls over the ship, her crew, as the whiteness departs all the way. I, Ishmael, remain to tell you this.
Leviathan 99, a radio drama, was written by Ray Bradbury. The electronic music was composed and executed in stereophony by Tristram Carey. You heard Dennis Hawthorne as Ishmael, who told the story, and Christopher Lee as the captain. Robert Edison as Quell, Walter Fitzgerald as the warning man, and Dennis McCarthy as Father Ellery Colworth. Alexander John as the first mate of the Cetus 7, and Ian Thompson, Anthony Jackson, Christopher Bidmead, Nigel Clayton, and Leroy Lingwood as members of the crew. Frank Henderson as Lightfall 1's captain, and Rafe Truman as the Rachel's captain. Technical direction was by Harry Catlin, and the play was adapted for stereophony and produced by H.B. Fortyne.